Section 1 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Preface. This translation was suggested not by any pretensions to range myself among the ranks of the body of sinologue, but by the perplexities had to plunge in the maze of the Hong Lou Meng. Shortcomings are, I feel sure, to be discovered, both in the prose, as well as among the doggerel and uncouth rhymes, in which the text has been more adhered to than rhythm. But I shall feel satisfied with the result, if I succeed, even in the least degree, in affording a helping hand to present and future students of the Chinese language. H. Bancroft Jolly, H.B.M., Vice Consulate, Macau, 1st September, 1891. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Chapter 1. Zhen Shiying, in a vision, apprehends perception and spirituality. Jia Yucun, in the windy and dusty world, cherishes fond thoughts of a beautiful maiden. This is the opening section, this the first chapter. Subsequent to the visions of a dream which he had, on some previous occasion, experienced, the writer personally relates, he designedly concealed the true circumstances, and borrowed the attributes of perception and spirituality to relate the story of the record of the stone. With this purpose, he made use of such designations as 真是隐, truth under the garb of fiction, and the like. What are, however, the events recorded in this work? Who are the dramatis personae? Wearied with the drudgery experienced of late in the world, the author, speaking for himself, goes on to explain, with the lack of success which attended every single concern, I suddenly bethought myself of the womankind of past ages. Passing one by one under a minute scrutiny, I felt that in action and in law, one and all were far above me. That in spite of the majesty of my manliness, I could not, in point of fact, compare with these characters of the gender sex. And my shame forsooth then knew no bounds, while regret, on the other hand, was of no avail, as there was not even a remote possibility of a day of remedy. On this very day it was that I became desirous to compile, in connected form, for publication throughout the world, with a view to universal information, how that I bear inexorable and manifold retribution, inasmuch as what time, by the sustenance of the benevolence of heaven, and the virtue of my ancestors, my apparel was rich and fine, and as what days my fare was savoury and sumptuous, I disregarded the bounty of education and nurture of father and mother, and paid no heed to the virtue of precept and injunction of teachers and friends, with the result that I incurred the punishment of failure recently in the least trifle, and the reckless waste of half my lifetime. There have been meanwhile, generation after generation, those in the inner chambers, the whole mass of whom could not, on any account, be, through my influence, allowed to fall into extinction, in order that I, unfilial as I have been, may have the means to screen my own shortcomings. Hence it is that the hatchet shed with bamboo mat windows, the bed of tow and the stuff of brick, which are at present my share, are not sufficient to deter me from carrying out the fixed purpose of my mind. And could I, furthermore, confront the morning breeze, the evening moon, the willows by the steps, and the flowers in the courtyard, methinks these would moisten to greater degree my mortal pen with ink. But though I lack culture and erudition, what harm is there, however, in employing fiction and unrecondite language to give utterance to the merits of these characters? And were I also able to induce the inmate of the inner chamber to understand and diffuse them, could I besides break the weariness of even so much as a single moment? Or could I open the eyes of my contemporaries, will it not forsooth prove a boon? This consideration has led to the usage of such names as Jia Yu Cun and other similar appellations. More than any in these pages have been employed such words as dreams and visions, but these dreams constitute the main argument of this work, and combine, furthermore, the design of giving a word of warning to my readers. Reader, can you suggest whence the story begins? The narration may border on the limits of incoherency and triviality, but it possesses considerable zest. But to begin. The Empress Nü Wo, the goddess of works, in fashioning blocks of stones for the repair of the heavens, prepared, at the Ta Huang Hills and Wuji Cave, 36,501 blocks of rough stone, each 12 zhang in height and 24 zhang square. Of these stones, the Empress Wu only used 36,500, so that one single block remained over and above, without being turned to any account. This was cast down the Qinggeng Peak. This stone, strange to say, after having undergone a process of refinement, attained a nature of efficiency, and could, by its innate powers, set itself into motion, and was able to expand and to contract. When it became aware that the whole number of blocks had been made use of to repair the heavens, that it alone had been destitute of the necessary properties, and had been unfit to attain selection, it forthwith felt within itself vexation and shame, and day and night it gave way to anguish and sorrow. One day, while it lamented its lot, it suddenly caught sight, at a great distance, of a Buddhist bonze and of a Taoist priest coming towards that direction. Their appearance was uncommon, their easy manner remarkable. When they drew near this Qinggeng Peak, they sat on the ground to rest, and began to converse. But on noticing the block, newly polished and brilliantly clear, which had moreover contracted in dimensions, and become no larger than the pendant of a fan, they were greatly filled with admiration. Buddhist priest picked it up, and laid it in the palm of his hand. "Your appearance," he said laughingly, "may well declare you to be a supernatural object. But as you lack any inherent quality, it is necessary to inscribe a few characters on you, so that every one who shall see you may at once recognize you to be a remarkable thing. And subsequently, when you will be taken into a country where honor and affluence will reign, into a family cultured in mind and of official status, in a land where flowers and trees shall flourish with luxuriance, in a town of refinement, renown and glory, when you once will have been there." The stone listened with intense delight. "What characters, may I ask," it consequently inquired, "will you inscribe? And what place will I be taken to? Pray explain to me in lucid terms." "You mustn't be inquisitive," the bonze replied, with a smile. "In days to come you'll certainly understand everything." Having concluded these words, he forthwith put the stone in his sleeve, and proceeded leisurely on his journey, in company with the Taoist priest. Whither, however, he took the stone is not divulged, nor can it be known how many centuries and ages elapsed before a Taoist priest, K'ung K'ung by name, passed, during his researches after the eternal reason and his quest after immortality, by these Ta Huang Hills, Wuji Cave, and Qinggeng Peak. Suddenly perceiving a large block of stone, on the surface of which the traces of characters giving, in a connected form, the various incidents of its fate, could be clearly deciphered, K'ung K'ung examined them from first to last. They, in fact, explained how that this block of worthless stone had originally been devoid of the properties essential for the repairs to the heavens, how it would be transmuted into human form, and introduced by Mang Mang the High Lord, and Miao Miao the Divine, into the world of mortals, and how it would be led over the other bank, across the Sansara. On the surface, the record of the spot where it would fall, the place of its birth, as well as various family trifles and trivial love affairs of young ladies, verses, odes, speeches, and enigmas was still complete. but the name of the dynasty and the year of the reign were obliterated and could not be ascertained. On the obverse were also the following enigmatical verses: "Lacking in virtues, meet the azure skies to mend. In vain the mortal world full many a year I wend. Of a former and after life these facts that be, who will for tradition strange record for me?" K'ung K'ung the Taoist, having pondered over these lines for a while, became aware that the stone had a history of some kind. "Brother stone," he forthwith said, addressing the stone, "the concerns of past days recorded on you possess, according to your own account, a considerable amount of interest, and have been for this reason inscribed, with the intent of soliciting generations to hand them down as remarkable occurrences. But, in my own opinion, they lack, in the first place, any data by means of which to establish the name of the emperor and the year of his reign, and, in the second place, these constitute no record of any excellent policy, adopted by any high worthies or high loyal statesmen, in the government of the state or in the rule of public morals. The contents simply treat of a certain number of maidens, of exceptional character, either of their love affairs or infatuations, or of their small deserts or insignificant talents, and were I to transcribe the whole collection of them, they would, nevertheless, not be estimated as a book of any exceptional worth." "Sir Priest," the stone replied with assurance, "why are you so excessively dull? The dynasties recorded in the rustic histories, which have been written from age to age, have, I am fain to think, invariably assumed, under false pretences, the mere nomenclature of the Han and Tang dynasties. They differ from the events inscribed on my block, which do not borrow this customary practice, but, being based on my own experiences and natural feelings, present, on the contrary, a novel and unique character. Besides, in the pages of these rustic histories, either the aspersions upon sovereigns and statesmen, or the strictures upon individuals, their wives and their daughters, or the deeds of licentiousness and violence are too numerous to be computed. Indeed, there is one more kind of loose literature, the wantonness and pollution, in which work most easy havoc upon youth. As regards the works, in which the characters of scholars and beauties is delineated, their allusions are again repeatedly of Wen Jun, their theme in every page of Tsz Chian. 1,000 volumes present no diversity, and 1,000 characters are but a counterpart of each other. What is more, these works, throughout all their pages, cannot help bordering on extreme license. The authors, however, had no other object in view than to give utterance to a few sentimental odes and elegant ballads of their own, and for this reason they have fictitiously invented the names and surnames of both men and women, and necessarily introduced, in addition, some low characters, who should, like a buffoon in a play, create some excitement in the plot. Still more loathsome is a kind of pedantic and profligate literature, perfectly devoid of all natural sentiment, full of self-contradictions. And, in fact, the contrast to those maidens in my work, whom I have, during half of my lifetime, seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears, and though I will not presume to estimate them as superior to the heroes and heroines in the works of former ages, yet the perusal of the motives and issues of their experiences may likewise afford matter sufficient to banish dullness and to break the spell of melancholy. As regards the several stanzas of doggerel verse, they may too evoke such laughter as to compel the reader to blurt out the rice and to spurt out the wine. In these pages, the scenes depicting the anguish of separation, the bliss of reunion, and the fortunes of prosperity and of adversity are all, in every detail, true to human nature, and I have not taken upon myself to make the slightest addition or alteration which might lead to the perversion of the truth. My only object has been that men may, after the drinking bout, or after they wake from sleep, or when in need of relaxation from the pressure of business, Take up this light literature, and not only expunge the traces of antiquated books, and obtain a new kind of distraction, but that they may also lay by a long life as well as energy and strength. For it bears no point of similarity to those works, whose designs are false, whose course is immoral. Now, Sir Priest, what are your views on the subject?" K'ung K'ung, having pondered for a while over the words, to which he had listened intently, reperused, throughout, this record of the stone, and finding that the general purport consisted of naught else than a treatise on love, and likewise of an accurate transcription of facts, without the least taint of profligacy injurious to the times, he thereupon copied the contents, from beginning to end, to the intent of charging the world to hand them down as a strange story. Hence it was that K'ung K'ung, the Taoist, in consequence of his perception, in his state of abstraction, of passion, the generation, from this passion, of voluptuousness, the transmission of this voluptuousness into passion, and the apprehension, by means of passion, of its unreality, forthwith altered his name from that of Qin Seng, the voluptuous bonds, and changed the title of the Memoir of a Stone, Shi Tou Ji, for that of Qin Seng Lu, the record of the voluptuous bonds, while K'ung Mei Xi of Dong Lu gave it the name of Feng Yue Bao Jian, the precious mirror of voluptuousness. In later years, owing to the devotion by Cao Xueqin, in the Tao Hong study, of 10 years to the perusal and revision of the work, the additions and modifications effected by him 5 times, the affix of an index and the division into periods and chapters, the book was again titled Jinling 12钗, the 12 maidens of Jinling. A stanza was furthermore composed for the purpose. This, then, and no other, is the origin of the record of the stone. The poet says appositely, "Pages full of silly litter, tears a handful sour and bitter, all a fool the author hold, but their zest who can unfold?" You have now understood the causes which brought about the record of the stone, but as you are not as yet aware what characters are depicted, and what circumstances are related on the surface of the block, reader, please lend an ear to the narrative on the stone, which runs as follows. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 1, Part 2. In old days, the land in the southeast lay low. In the southeast part of the world was situated a walled town, Gusu by name. Within the walls of a locality called the Changmen was more than all others throughout the mortal world the center which held the second, if not the first place for fashion and life. Beyond this Changmen was a street called Shili Jie, 10 Li Street. In the street a lane, the Renqing Lane, humanity and purity. And in this lane stood an old temple, which on account of its diminutive dimensions was called, by general consent, the Gourd Temple. Next door to this temple lived the family of a district official, Zhen by surname, Fei by name, and Shi Ying by style. His wife, née Feng, possessed a worthy and virtuous disposition, and had a clear perception of moral propriety and good conduct. This family, though not in actual possession of excessive affluence and honors, was, nevertheless, in their district, conceded to be a clan of well-to-do standing. As this Zhen Shi Ying was of a contented and an unambitious frame of mind, and entertained no hankering after any official distinction, but day after day of his life took delight in gazing at flowers, planting bamboos, sipping his wine, and conning poetical works, he was in fact, in the indulgence of these pursuits, as happy as a supernatural being. One thing alone marred his happiness. He had lived over half a century, and had as yet no male offspring around his knees. He had one only child, a daughter, whose infant name was Ying Lien. She was just 3 years of age. On a long summer day, on which the heat had been intense, Shih yin sat leisurely in his library. Feeling his hand tired, he dropped the book he held, leaned his head on a teapoy, and fell asleep. Of a sudden, while in this state of unconsciousness, it seemed as if he had betaken himself on foot to some spot or other whither he could not discriminate. Unexpectedly, he espied, in the opposite direction, two priests coming towards him, the one a Buddhist, the other a Taoist. As they advanced, they kept up the conversation in which they were engaged. "Whither do you purpose taking the object you have brought away?" he heard the Taoist inquire. To this question the Buddhist replied with a smile. "Set your mind at ease," he said. "There is now in maturity a plot of a general character, involving mundane pleasures, which will presently come to a denouement. The whole number of the votaries of voluptuousness have, as yet, not been quickened or entered the world, and I mean to avail myself of this occasion to introduce this object among their number, so as to give it a chance to go through the span of human existence. The votaries of voluptuousness of these days will naturally have again to endure the ills of life during their course through the mortal world," the Taoist remarked. "But when, I wonder, will they spring into existence, and in what place will they descend?" "The account of these circumstances," the bonze ventured to reply, "is enough to make you laugh. They amount to this. There existed in the west, on the bank of the Lin (spiritual) river, by the side of the Sanshen (thrice born) stone, a blade of the Jiangzhu (purple pearl) grass. At about the same time it was that the block of stone was, consequent upon its rejection by the goddess of works, also left to ramble and wander to its own gratification, and to roam about at pleasure to every and any place. One day it came within the precincts of the Chin Huan (monetary vision) fairy, and this fairy, cognizant of the fact that this stone had a history, detained it, therefore, to reside at the Chih Hsia (purple clouds) palace, and apportioned to it the duties of attendant on Shen Yin, a fairy of the Chih Hsia palace. This stone would, however, often stroll along the banks of the Lin river, and having at the sight of the blade of spiritual grass, being filled with admiration, it, day by day, moistened its roots with sweet dew. This purple pearl grass, at the outset, tarried for months and years, but being at a later period imbued with the essence and luxuriance of heaven and earth, and having incessantly received the moisture and nurture of the sweet dew, divested itself, in course of time, of the form of a grass, assuming, in lieu, a human nature, which gradually became perfected into the person of a girl. Every day she was wont to wander beyond the confines of the Li Hen (divested animosities) heavens. When hungry, she fed on the Bi Qing (hidden love) fruit; when thirsty, she drank the Guan Chou (discharged sorrows) water. Having, however, up to this time, not shown her gratitude for the virtue of nurture lavished upon her, the result was but natural that she would resolve in her heart upon a constant and incessant purpose to make suitable acknowledgment. "I have been," she would often commune within herself, "the recipient of the gracious bounty of rain and dew, but I possess no such water as was lavished upon me to repay it. But should it ever descend into the world in the form of a human being, I will also betake myself thither, along with it, and if I can only have the means of making restitution to it, with the tears of a whole lifetime, I may be able to make adequate return. This resolution it is that will evolve the descent into the world of so many pleasure-bound spirits of retribution and experience of fantastic destinies, and this crimson pearl blade will also be among the number. The stone still lies in its original place, and why should not you and I take it along before the tribunal of the monetary vision fairy, and place on its behalf its name on record, so that it should descend into the world, in company with these spirits of passion, and bring this plot to an issue?" "It is indeed ridiculous," interposed the Taoist. "Never before have I heard even the very mention of restitution by means of tears. Why should not you and I avail ourselves of this opportunity to likewise go down into the world? And if successful in effecting the salvation of a few of them, will it not be a work meritorious and virtuous?" "This proposal," remarked the Buddhist, "is quite in harmony with my own views. Come along then with me to the palace of the Monetary Vision Fairy, and let us deliver up this good for nothing object, and have done with it; and when the company of pleasure bound spirits of wrath descending to human existence, you and I can then enter the world. Half of them have already fallen into the dusty universe, but the whole number of them have not, as yet, come together." "Such being the case," the Taoist acquiesced, "I am ready to follow you, whenever you please to go." But to return to Chen Shih yin. Having heard every one of these words distinctly, he could not refrain from forthwith stepping forward and paying homage. "My spiritual lords," he said as he smiled, "accept my obeisance." The Buddhist and Taoist priests lost no time in responding to the compliment, and they exchanged the usual salutations. "My spiritual lords," Shih yin continued, "I have just heard the conversation that passed between you on causes and effects, a conversation the like of which few mortals have forsooth listened to; but your younger brother is sluggish of intellect, and cannot lucidly fathom the import. Yet could this dullness and simplicity be graciously dispelled, your younger brother may, by listening minutely, with undefiled ear and careful attention, to a certain degree be aroused to a sense of understanding, and what is more, possibly find the means of escaping the anguish of sinking down into Hades." The two spirits smiled. "The conversation," they added, "refers to the primordial scheme, and cannot be divulged before the proper season. But when the time comes, mind do not forget us two, and you will readily be able to escape from the fiery furnace." Shih yin, after this reply, felt it difficult to make any further inquiries. "The primordial scheme," he however remarked smiling, "cannot of course be divulged; but what manner of thing, I wonder, is the good for nothing object you alluded to a short while back? May I not be allowed to judge for myself?" "This object about which you ask," the Buddhist bonze responded, "is intended, I may tell you, by fate to be just glanced at by you." With these words he produced it, and handed it over to Shih yin. Shih yin received it. On scrutiny he found it, in fact, to be a beautiful gem, so lustrous and so clear that the traces of characters on the surface were distinctly visible. The characters inscribed consisted of the four "Tong Lin Pao-yü," precious gem of spiritual perception. On the obverse were also several columns of minute words, which he was just in the act of looking at it intently, when the Buddhist at once expostulated. "We have already reached," he exclaimed, "the confines of vision." Snatching it violently out of his hands, he walked away with the Taoist, under a lofty stone portal, on the face of which appeared in large type the four characters, "Tai Xu Huan Jing," the visionary limits of the great void. On each side was a scroll with the lines, "When falsehood stands for truth, truth likewise becomes false. When naught be made to aught, aught changes into naught." Shih yin meant also to follow them on the other side, but as he was about to make one step forward, he suddenly heard a crash, just as if the mountains had fallen into ruins, and the earth sunk into destruction. As Shih yin uttered a loud shout, he looked with strained eye, but all he could see was the fiery sun shining, with glowing rays, while the banana leaves drooped their heads. By that time, half of the circumstances connected with the dream he had had already slipped from his memory. He also noticed a nurse coming towards him with Ying Lien in her arms. To Shih yin's eyes, his daughter appeared even more beautiful. Such a bright gem, so precious, and so lovable. Forthwith stretching out his arms, he took her over, and as he held her in his embrace, he coaxed her to play with him for a while. after which he brought her up to the street to see the great stir occasioned by the procession that was going past. He was about to come in when he caught sight of two priests, one a Taoist, the other a Buddhist, coming hither from the opposite direction. The Buddhist had a head covered with mange and went barefooted. The Taoist had a limping foot, and his hair was all dishevelled. Like maniacs, they jostled along, chattering and laughing as they drew near. As soon as they reached Shih yin's door, and they perceived him with Ying Lian in his arms, the bonze began to weep aloud. Turning towards Shih yin, he said to him, "My good sir, why need you carry in your embrace this living but luckless thing, which will involve father and mother in trouble?" These words did not escape Shih yin's ear, but persuaded that they amounted to raving talk, he paid no heed whatever to the bonze. "Part with her and give her to me," the Buddhist still went on to say. Shih yin could not restrain his annoyance, and hastily pressing his daughter closer to him, he was intent upon going in, when the bonze pointed his hand at him and burst out in a loud fit of laughter. He then gave utterance to the 4 lines that follow: "You indulge your tender daughter and are laughed at as insane. Vain you face the snow, O mirror! For it will evanescent wane. When the festival of lanterns is gone by, guard against your doom. 'Tis what time the flames will kindle, and the fire will consume." Shih yin understood distinctly the full import of what he heard, but his heart was still full of conjectures. He was about to inquire who and what they were, when he heard the Taoist remark, "You and I cannot speak together. Let us now part company, and each of us will be then able to go after his own business. After the lapse of 3 ages, I shall be at the Bei Mang Mount, waiting for you, and we can, after our reunion, betake ourselves to the visionary confines of the great void, there to cancel the name of the stone from the records." "Excellent! First rate!" exclaimed the bonze, and at the conclusion of these words, the 2 men parted, each going his own way, and no trace was again seen of them. "These 2 men," Shih yin then pondered within his heart, "must have had many experiences, and I ought really to have made more inquiries of them, but at this juncture to indulge in regret is anyhow too late." While Shih yin gave way to these foolish reflections, he suddenly noticed the arrival of a penniless scholar, Chia by surname, Hua by name, Shih by style, and Yü Cun by nickname, who had taken up his quarters in the good temple next door. This Chia Yü Cun was originally a denizen of Hu Zhou, and was also of literary and official parentage. But as he was born of the youngest stock, and the possessions of his paternal and maternal ancestors were completely exhausted, and his parents and relatives were dead, he remained the sole and only survivor. And as he found his residence in his native place of no avail, he therefore entered the capital, in search of that reputation, which would enable him to put the family estate on a proper standing. He had arrived at this place since the year before last, and had, what is more, lived all along in very straitened circumstances. He had made the temple his temporary quarters, and earned a living by daily occupying himself in composing documents and writing letters for customers. Thus it was that Shih yin had been in constant relations with him. As soon as Yü Cun perceived Shih yin, he lost no time in saluting him. "My worthy sir," he observed with a forced smile, "how is it you are leaning against the door and looking out? Is there perchance any news astir in the streets, or in the public places?" "None whatever," replied Shih yin, as he returned the smile. "Just a while back, my young daughter was in sobs, and I coaxed her out here to amuse her. I'm just now without anything whatever to attend to, so that, dear brother Chia, you come just in the nick of time. Please walk into my mean abode, and let us endeavour, in each other's company, to while away this long summer day." After he had made this remark, he bade a servant take his daughter in, while he, hand in hand with Yü Cun, walked into the library, where a young page served tea. They had hardly exchanged a few sentences, when one of the household came in, in flying haste, to announce that Mr. Yan had come to pay a visit. Shih yin at once stood up. "Pray excuse my rudeness," he remarked apologetically, "but to sit down, I shall shortly rejoin you, and enjoy the pleasure of your society." "My dear sir," answered Yü ts'un, as he got up, also in a conceding way, "suit your own convenience. I've often had the honour of being your guest, and what will it matter if I wait a little?" While these apologies were yet being spoken, Shih yin had already walked out into the front parlour. During his absence, Yü ts'un occupied himself in turning over the pages of some poetical works to dispel ennui, when suddenly he heard, outside the window, a woman's cough. Yü ts'un hurriedly got up, and looked out. He saw at a glance that it was a servant girl, engaged in picking flowers. Her deportment was out of the common, her eyes so bright, her eyebrows so well defined. Though not a perfect beauty, she possessed nevertheless charms sufficient to arouse the feelings. Yü ts'un unwittingly gazed at her with fixed eyes. This waiting maid, belonging to the Chen family, had done picking flowers, and was on the point of going in, when she of a sudden raised her eyes and became aware of the presence of some person inside the window, whose headgear consisted of a turban in tatters, while his clothes were the worse for wear. But in spite of his poverty, he was naturally endowed with a round waist, a broad back, a fat face, a square mouth. Added to this, his eyebrows were sword-like, his eyes resembled stars, his nose was straight, his cheeks square. The servant girl turned away in a hurry and made her escape. "This man so burly and strong," she communed within herself, "yet at the same time got up in such poor attire, must, I expect, be no one else than the man whose name is Chia Yü ts'un or such like, time after time referred to by my master, and to whom he has repeatedly wished to give a helping hand, but has failed to find a favourable opportunity. And as related to our family, there is no connection or friend in such straits. I feel certain it cannot be any other person than he. Strange to say, my master has further remarked that this man will, for a certainty, not always continue in such a state of destitution." As she indulged in this train of thought, she could not restrain herself from turning her head round once or twice. When Yü ts'un perceived that she had looked back, she readily interpreted it as a sign that in her heart her thoughts had been of him, and he was frantic with irrepressible joy. "This girl," he mused, "is, no doubt, keen-eyed and eminently shrewd, and one in this world who has seen through me." The servant youth, after a short time, came into the room; and when Yü ts'un made inquiries and found out from him that the guests in the front parlour had been detained to dinner, he could not very well wait any longer, and promptly walked away down a side passage and out of a back door. When the guests had taken their leaves, Shih yin did not go back to rejoin Yü ts'un, as he had come to know that he had already left. In time the mid-autumn festivities drew near, and Shih yin, after the family banquet was over, had a separate table laid in the library, and crossed over, in the moonlight, as far as the temple, and invited Yü ts'un to come round. The fact is that Yü ts'un, ever since the day on which he had seen the girl of the Chen family turn twice round to glance at him, flattered himself that she was friendly disposed towards him, and incessantly fostered fond thoughts of her in his heart. And on this day, which happened to be mid-autumn feast, he could not, as he gazed at the moon, refrain from cherishing her remembrance. Hence it was that he gave vent to these pentameter verses: "Alas! Not yet divined my lifelong wish, and anguish ceaseless comes upon anguish. I came, and sad at heart, my brow I frowned. She went, and oft her head to look turned around. Facing the breeze, her shadow she doth watch. Who's meet this moonlight night with her to match? The lustrous rays, if they my wish but read, would soon alight upon her beauteous head." Yü ts'un having, after this recitation, recalled again to mind how that throughout his lifetime his literary attainments had had an adverse fate and not met with an opportunity of reaping distinction, went on to rub his brow, and as he raised his eyes to the skies, he heaved a deep sigh and once more intoned a couplet aloud: "The gem in the cask a high price it seeks, the pin in the case to take wing it waits." As luck would have it, Shih yin was at the moment approaching, and upon hearing the lines, he said with a smile, "My dear Yü ts'un, really your attainments are of no ordinary capacity." Yü ts'un lost no time in smiling and replying, "It would be presumption in my part to think so," he observed. "I was simply at random humming a few verses composed by former writers, and what reason is there to laud me to such an excessive degree? To what, my dear sir, do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" he went on to inquire. "To-night," replied Shih yin, "is the Mid-autumn feast, generally known as the Full Moon Festival; and as I could not help thinking that living, as you my worthy brother are, as a mere stranger in this Buddhist temple, you could not but experience the feeling of loneliness, I have, for the express purpose, prepared a small entertainment, and will be pleased if you will come to my mean abode to have a glass of wine. But I wonder whether you will entertain favourably my modest invitation?" Yü ts'un, after listening to the proposal, put forward no refusal of any sort, but remarked complacently, "Being the recipient of such marked attention, how can I presume to repel your generous consideration?" As he gave expression to these words, he walked off there and then in company with Shih yin, and came over once again into the court in front of the library. In a few minutes, tea was over. The cups and dishes had been laid from an early hour, and needless to say, the wines were luscious, the fare sumptuous. The two friends took their seats. At first they leisurely replenished their glasses, and quietly sipped their wine; but as, little by little, they entered into conversation, their good cheer grew more genial, and unawares the glasses began to fly round and the cups to be exchanged. At this very hour, in every house of the neighbourhood, sounded the fife and lute, while the inmates indulged in music and singing. Above head, the orb of the radiant moon shone with an all-pervading splendour, and with a steady lustrous light, while the two friends, as their exuberance increased, drained their cups dry so soon as they reached their lips. Yü ts'un, at this stage of the collation, was considerably under the influence of wine, and the vehemence of his high spirits was irrepressible. As he gazed at the moon, he fostered thoughts, to which he gave vent by the recital of a double couplet: "'Tis what time 3 meets 5, Selene is a globe. Her pure rays fill the court, the jade-like rails enrobe. Lo, in the heavens her disk to view doth now arise, And in the earth below, to gaze men lift their eyes." "Excellent!" cried Shih yin with a loud voice, after he had heard these lines. "I have repeatedly maintained that it was impossible for you to remain long inferior to any, and now the verses you have recited are a prognostic of your rapid advancement. Already it is evident that, before long, you will extend your footsteps far above the clouds. I must congratulate you. I must congratulate you. Let me, with my own hands, pour a glass of wine to pay you my compliments." Yü ts'un drained the cup. "What I am about to say," he explained as he suddenly heaved a sigh, "is not the maudlin talk of a man under the effects of wine. As far as the subjects at present set in the examinations go, I could, perchance, also have well been able to enter the list, and to send in my name as a candidate. But I have, just now, no means whatever to make provision for luggage and for travelling expenses. The distance too to Shenching is a long one, and I could not depend upon the sale of papers, or the composition of essays to find the means of getting there." Shih yin gave him no time to conclude. "Why did you not speak about this sooner?" he interposed with haste. "I have long entertained this suspicion, but as, whenever I met you, this conversation was never broached, I did not presume to make myself officious. But if such be the state of affairs just now, I lack, I admit, literary qualification, but on the two subjects of friendly spirit and pecuniary means, I have, nevertheless, some experience. Moreover, I rejoice that next year is just the season for the triennial examinations, and you should start for the capital with all dispatch. And in the tripos next spring, you will, by carrying the prize, be able to do justice to the proficiency you can boast of. As regards the travelling expenses and the other items, the provision of everything necessary for you by my own self will again not render nugatory your mean acquaintance with me." Forthwith, he directed the servant lad to go and pack up at once 50 taels of pure silver and 2 suits of winter clothes. "The 19th," he continued, "is a propitious day, and you should lose no time in hiring a boat and starting on a journey westwards. And when, by your eminent talents, you sure have soared high to a lofty position, and we meet again next winter, will not the occasion be extremely felicitous?" Yü ts'un accepted the money and clothes with but a scanty expression of gratitude. In fact, he paid no thought whatever to the gifts, but went on, again drinking his wine, as he chattered and laughed. Section 3 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 1, Part 3. It was only when the third watch of that day had already struck that the two friends parted company, and Shih yin, after seeing Yü ts'un off, retired to his room and slept, with one sleep all through, never waking until the sun was well up in the skies. Remembering the occurrence of the previous night, he meant to write a couple of letters of recommendation for Yü ts'un to take along with him to the capital, to enable him, after handing them over at the mansions of certain officials, to find some place as a temporary home. He accordingly dispatched a servant to ask him to come round, but the man returned and reported that, from what the bonze said, Mr. Chia had started on his journey to the capital, at the 5th watch of that very morning; that he had also left a message with the bonze to deliver to you, sir, to the effect that men of letters paid no heed to lucky or unlucky days; that the sole consideration with them was the nature of the matter in hand; and that he could find no time to come round in person and bid good-bye. Shih yin, after hearing this message, had no alternative but to banish the subject from his thoughts. In comfortable circumstances, time indeed goes by with easy stride. Soon drew near also the happy festival of the 15th of the first moon, and Shih yin told a servant Huo Qi to take Ying Lien to see the sacrificial fires and flowery lanterns. At the middle of the night, Huo Qi was hard pressed, and he forthwith set Ying Lien down on the doorstep of a certain house. When he felt relieved, he came back to take her up, but failed to find anywhere any trace of Ying Lien. In a terrible plight, Huo Qi prosecuted his search throughout half the night, but even by the dawn of day he had not discovered any clue of her whereabouts. Huo Qi, lacking, on the other hand, the courage to go back and face his master, promptly made his escape to his native village. Shih yin, in fact, the husband as well as the wife, seeing that their child had not come home during the whole night, readily concluded that some mishap must have befallen her. Hastily they dispatched several servants to go in search of her, but one and all returned to report that there was neither vestige nor tidings of her. This couple had only had this child, and this at the meridian of their life, so that her sudden disappearance plunged them in such great distress that day and night they mourned her loss to such a point as to well nigh pay no heed to their very lives. A month in no time went by. Shih yin was the first to fall ill, and his wife, Dame Feng, likewise, by dint of fretting for her daughter, was also prostrated with sickness. The doctor was, day after day, sent for, and the oracle consulted by means of divination. Little did any one think that on this day, being the 15th of the third moon, while the sacrificial oblations were being prepared in the Hulu temple, a pan with oil would have caught fire, through the want of care on the part of the bonze, and in a short time the flames would have consumed the paper pasted on the windows. Among the natives of this district, bamboo fences and wooden partitions were in general use, and these too proved a source of calamity so ordained by fate, to consummate this decree. With promptness the fire extended to 2 buildings, then enveloped 3, then dragged 4 into ruin, and then spread to 5 houses, until the whole street was in a blaze, resembling the flames of a volcano. Though both the military and the people at once ran to the rescue, the fire had already assumed a serious hold, so that it was impossible for them to afford any effective assistance for its suppression. It blazed away straight through the night, before it was extinguished, and consumed there is in fact no saying how many dwelling houses. Anyhow, pitiful to relate, the Zhen house, situated as it was next door to the temple, was, at an early part of the evening, reduced to a heap of tiles and bricks, and nothing but the lives of that couple and several inmates of the family did not sustain any injuries. Shih yin was in despair, but all he could do was to stamp his feet and heave deep sighs. After consulting with his wife, they betook themselves to a farm of theirs, where they took up their quarters temporarily. But as it happened that water had of late years been scarce, and no crops being reaped, robbers and thieves had sprung up like bees, and though the government troops were bent upon their capture, it was anyhow difficult to settle down quietly on the farm. He therefore had no other resource than to convert, at a loss, the whole of his property into money, and to take his wife and 2 servant girls and come over for shelter to the house of his father-in-law. His father-in-law, Feng Su by name, was a native of Da-Ru Zhou. Although only a laborer, he was none the less in easy circumstances at home. When he on this occasion saw his son-in-law come to him in such distress, he forthwith felt at heart considerable displeasure. Fortunately, Shih yin had still in his possession the money derived from the unprofitable realization of his property, so that he produced and handed it to his father-in-law, commissioning him to purchase, whenever a suitable opportunity presented itself, a house and land as a provision for food and raiment against days to come. This Feng Su, however, only expended the half of the sum, and pocketed the other half, merely acquiring for him some fallow land and a dilapidated house. Shih yin being, on the other hand, a man of books, and with no experience in matters connected with business, and with sowing and reaping, subsisted, by hook and by crook, for about a year or 2, when he became more impoverished. In his presence, Feng Su would readily give vent to specious utterances, while, with others, and behind his back, he, on the contrary, expressed his indignation against his improvidence in his mode of living, and against his sole delight of eating and playing the lazy. Shih yin, aware of the want of harmony with his father-in-law, could not help giving way, in his own heart, to feelings of regret and pain. In addition to this, the fright and vexation which he had undergone the year before, the anguish and suffering he had had to endure, had already worked havoc on his constitution, and being a man advanced in years, and assailed by the joint attack of poverty and disease, he at length gradually began to display symptoms to decline. Strange coincidence, as he, on this day, came leaning on his staff and with considerable strain, as far as the street for a little relaxation, he suddenly caught sight, approaching from the off side, of a Taoist priest with a crippled foot, his maniac appearance so repulsive, his shoes of straw, his dress all in tatters, muttering several sentiments to this effect: All men spiritual life know to be good, but fame to disregard they never succeed. From old till now the statesmen where are they? Waste lie their graves, a heap of grass, extinct. All men spiritual life know to be good, but to forget gold, silver, ill succeed. Through life they grudge their hoardings to be scant, and when plenty has come, their eyelids close. All men spiritual life hold to be good, yet to forget wives, maids, they never succeed. Who speak of grateful love while lives their lord, and dead their lord, another they pursue. All men spiritual life know to be good, but sons and grandsons to forget never succeed. From old till now of parents soft many, but filial sons and grandsons who have seen. Shih yin, upon hearing these words, hastily came up to the priest. "What were you so glibly holding forth?" he inquired. "All I could hear were a lot of hao liao, excellent finality." "You may well have heard the two words hao liao," answered the Taoist with a smile, "but can you be said to have fathomed their meaning? You should know that all things in this world are excellent when they have attained finality. When they have attained finality, they are excellent. But when they have not attained finality, they are not excellent. If they would be excellent, they should attain finality. My song is entitled to excellent finality, hao liao." Shih yin was gifted with a natural perspicacity that enabled him, as soon as he heard these remarks, to grasp their spirit. "Wait a while," he therefore said smilingly. "Let me unravel this excellent finality song of yours. Do you mind?" "Please, by all means, go on with the interpretation," urged the Taoist; whereupon Shih yin proceeded in this strain: "Sordid rooms and vacant courts, replete in years gone by with beds where statesmen lay; parched grass and withered banyan trees, where once were halls for song and dance. Spiders' webs the carved pillars intertwine, the green gauze now is also pasted on the straw windows. What about the cosmetic fresh concocted, or the powder just scented? Why has the hair too on each temple become white like a hoar frost? Yesterday the tumulus of yellow earth buried the bleached bones, to-night under the red silk curtain reclines the couple. Gold fills the coffers, silver fills the boxes, but in a twinkle the beggars will all abuse you. While you deplore that the life of others is not long, you forget that you yourself are approaching death. You educate your sons with all propriety, but they may some day, 'tis hard to say, become thieves. Though you choose your fare and home the fatted beam, you may, who can say, fall into some place of easy virtue. Through your dislike of the gauze hat as mean, you have come to be locked in a can. Yesterday, poor fellow, you felt cold in a tattered coat, to-day you despise the purple embroidered dress as long. Confusion reigns far and wide, you have just sung your part. I come on the boards, instead of yours, you recognize another as your native land. What utter perversion! In one word, it comes to this: we make wedding clothes for others, we sow for others to reap." The crazy limping Taoist clapped his hands. "Your interpretation is explicit," he remarked with a hearty laugh. "Your interpretation is explicit." Shih yin promptly said nothing more than "Walk on," and seizing the stole from the Taoist's shoulder, he flung it over his own. He did not, however, return home, but leisurely walked away, in company with the eccentric priest. The report of his disappearance was at once bruited abroad, and plunged the whole neighborhood in commotion, and converted into a piece of news, it was circulated from mouth to mouth. Dame Feng, Shih yin's wife, upon hearing the tidings, had such a fit of weeping that she hung between life and death. But her only alternative was to consult with her father, and to dispatch servants on all sides to institute inquiries. No news was however received of him, and she had nothing else to do but to practice resignation, and to remain dependent upon the support of her parents for her subsistence. She had fortunately still by her side, to wait upon her, two servant girls, who had been with her in days gone by, and the three of them, mistress as well as servants, occupied themselves day and night with needlework, to assist her father in his daily expenses. This Feng Su had after all, in spite of his daily murmurings against his bad luck, no help but to submit to the inevitable. On a certain day, the elder servant girl of the Chen family was at the door purchasing thread, and while there, she of a sudden heard in the street shouts of runners clearing the way, and every one explained that the new magistrate had come to take up his office. The girl, as she peeped out from inside the door, perceived the lictors and policemen go by two, and when unexpectedly in a state chair was carried past an official, in black hat and red coat, she was indeed quite taken aback. "The face of this officer would seem familiar," she argued within herself, "just as if I had seen him somewhere or other this." Shortly she entered the house, and banishing at once the occurrence from her mind, she did not give it a second thought. At night, however, while she was waiting to go to bed, she suddenly heard a sound like a rap at the door. A band of men boisterously cried out, "We are messengers, deputed by the worthy magistrate of this district, and come to summon one of you to an inquiry." Feng Su, upon hearing these words, fell into such a terrible consternation that his eyes stared wide and his mouth gaped. What calamity was impending is not as yet ascertained, but, reader, listen to the explanation contained in the next chapter. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2. The spirit of Mrs. Chia departs from the town of Yangzhou. Leng Zixing dilates upon the Rongguo mansion. To continue. Feng Su, upon hearing the shouts of the public messengers, came out in a flurry, and forcing a smile, he asked them to explain their errand. But all these people did was to continue bawling out, "Be quick, and ask Mr. Chen to come out." "My surname is Feng," said Feng Su, as he promptly forced himself to smile. "It isn't Chen at all. I had once a son-in-law whose surname was Chen, but he has left home. It is now already a year or two back. Is it perchance about him that you are inquiring?" To which the public servants remarked, "We know nothing about Chen or Chia," true or false. "But as he is your son-in-law, we'll take you at once along with us, to make verbal answer to our master, and have done with it." And forthwith the whole bevy of public servants hustled Feng Su on as they went on their way back, while every one in the Feng family was seized with consternation, and could not imagine what it was all about. It was no earlier than the second watch when Feng Su returned home, and they, one and all, pressed him with questions as to what had happened. "The fact is," he explained, "the newly appointed magistrate, whose surname is Chia, whose name is Hua, and who is a native of Huzhou, has been on intimate terms, in years gone by, with our son-in-law. That at the sight of the girl Chiao Xing standing at the door, in the act of buying thread, he concluded that he must have shifted his quarters over here, and hence it was that his messengers came to fetch him. I gave him a clear account of the various circumstances of his misfortunes, and the magistrate was for a time much distressed and expressed his regret. He then went on to make inquiries about my granddaughter, and I explained that she had been lost while looking at the illuminations." "No matter," put in the magistrate, I will by and by order my men to make search, and I feel certain that they will find her and bring her back." Then ensued a short conversation, after which I was about to go, when he presented me with the sum of 2 taels. The mistress of the Cheng family, Mrs. Cheng Shi-yin, could not but feel very much affected by what she heard, and the whole evening she uttered not a word. The next day, at an early hour, Yü ts'un sent some of his men to bring over to Cheng's wife presents, consisting of 2 packets of silver and 4 pieces of brocaded silk, as a token of gratitude, and to Feng Su also a confidential letter, requesting him to ask of Mrs. Chen her maid Chiao Xing to become his second wife. Feng Su was so intensely delighted that his eyebrows expanded, his eyes smiled, and he felt eager to toady to the magistrate by presenting the girl to him. He hastened to employ all his persuasive powers with his daughter to further his purpose, and on the same evening he forthwith escorted Chiao Xing in a small chair to the Yamên. The joy experienced by Yü ts'un need not be dilated upon. He also presented Feng Su with a packet containing 100 ounces of gold, and sent numerous valuable presents to Mrs. Chen, enjoining her to live cheerfully in the anticipation of finding out the whereabouts of her daughter. It must be explained, however, that the maid Chiao Xing was the very person who, a few years ago, had looked round at Yü ts'un, and who, by one simple, unpremeditated glance, evolved, in fact, this extraordinary destiny, which was indeed an event beyond conception. Who would ever have foreseen that fate and fortune would both have so favoured her that she should, contrary to all anticipation, give birth to a son, after living with Yü ts'un barely a year; that in addition to this, after the lapse of another half year, Yü ts'un's wife should have contracted a sudden illness and departed this life, and that Yü ts'un should have at once raised her to the rank of first wife. Her destiny is adequately expressed by the lines: "Through but one single casual look, soon an exalted place she took." The fact is that after Yü ts'un had been presented with the money by Shih yin, he promptly started on the 16th day for the capital, and at the triennial great tripos, his wishes were gratified to the full. Having successfully carried off his degree of graduate of the 3rd rank, his name was put by selection on the list for provincial appointments. By this time he had been raised to the rank of magistrate in this district, but, in spite of the excellence and sufficiency of his accomplishments and abilities, he could not escape being ambitious and overbearing. He failed, besides, confident as he was in his own merits, in respect toward his superiors, with the result that these officials looked upon him scornfully with the corner of the eye. A year had hardly elapsed, when he was readily denounced in a memorial to the throne by the high provincial authorities, who represented that he was of a haughty disposition, that he had taken upon himself to introduce innovations in the rites and ceremonies, that overtly, while he endeavoured to enjoy the reputation of probity and uprightness, he secretly combined the nature of the tiger and wolf; with the consequence that he had been the cause of much trouble in the district, and that he had made life intolerable for the people, etc., etc. The dragon countenance of the emperor was considerably incensed. His Majesty lost no time in issuing commands, in reply to the memorial, that he should be deprived of his official status. On the arrival of the dispatch from the board, great was the joy felt by every officer, without exception, of the prefecture in which he had held office. Yü ts'un, though at heart intensely mortified and incensed, betrayed not the least outward symptom of annoyance, but still preserved, as of old, a smiling and cheerful countenance. He handed over charge of all official business, and removed the savings which he had accumulated during the several years he had been in office, his family and all his chattels to his original home, where, after having put everything in proper order, he himself travelled, carried the winds and sleeved the moon, far and wide, visiting every relic of note in the whole empire. As luck would have it, on a certain day while making a second journey through the Wei Yang district, he heard the news that the salt commissioner appointed this year was Lin Ruhai. This Lin Ruhai's family name was Lin, his name Hai, and his style Ruhai. He had obtained the third place in the previous triennial examination, and had, by this time, already risen to the rank of director of the court of censors. He was a native of Ku-su. He had been recently named by imperial appointment a censor attached to the salt inspectorate, and had arrived at his post only a short while back. In fact, the ancestors of Lin Ruhai had, from years back, successively inherited the title of marquis, which rank, by its present descent to Ruhai, had already been enjoyed by 5 generations. When first conferred, the hereditary right to the title had been limited to 3 generations, but of late years, by an act of magnanimous favor and generous beneficence, extraordinary bounty had been superadded, and on the arrival of the succession to the father of Ruhai, the right had been extended to another degree. It had now descended to Ruhai, who had, besides this title of nobility, begun his career as a successful graduate. But though his family had been through uninterrupted ages the recipient of imperial bounties, his kindred had all been anyhow men of culture. The only misfortune had been that the several branches of the Lin family had not been prolific, so that the numbers of its members continued limited, and though there existed several households, they were all, however, to Ruhai no closer relatives than first cousins. Neither were there any connections of the same lineage, or of the same parentage. Ruhai was at this day past 40, and had only had a son, who had died the previous year, in the 3rd year of his age. Though he had several handmaids, he had not had the good fortune of having another son, but this was too a matter that could not be remedied. By his wife, née Chia, he had a daughter, to whom the infant name of Tai-yü was given. She was at this time in her 5th year. Upon her the parents donated as much as if she were a brilliant pearl in the palm of their hand. Seeing that she was endowed with natural gifts of intelligence and good looks, they also felt solicitous to bestow upon her a certain knowledge of books, with no other purpose than that of satisfying, by this illusory way, their wishes of having a son to nurture, and of dispelling the anguish felt by them, on account of the desolation and void in their family circle, round their knees. But to proceed, Yü ts'un, while sojourning at an inn, was unexpectedly laid up with a violent chill. Finding on his recovery that his funds were not sufficient to pay his expenses, he was thinking of looking out for some house where he could find a resting place, when he suddenly came across 2 friends acquainted with the new salt commissioner. Knowing that this official was desirous to find a tutor to instruct his daughter, they lost no time in recommending Yü ts'un, who moved into the Yamên. His female pupil was youthful in years and delicate in physique, so that her lessons were irregular. Besides herself, there were only 2 waiting girls, who remained in attendance during the hours of study, so that Yü ts'un was spared considerable trouble, and had a suitable opportunity to attend to the improvement of his health. In a twinkle, another year and more slipped by, and when least expected, the mother of his ward, née Chia, was carried away after short illness. His pupil, during her mother's sickness, was dutiful in her attendance, and prepared the medicines for her use. And after her death, she went into the deepest mourning prescribed by the rites, and gave way to such excess of grief that, naturally delicate as she was, her old complaint, on this account, broke out anew. Being unable for a considerable time to prosecute her studies, Yü ts'un lived at leisure and had no duties to attend to. Whenever, therefore, the wind was genial and the sun mild, he was wont to stroll at random after he had done with his meals. On this particular day, he, by some accident, extended his walk beyond the suburbs, and desires to contemplate the nature of the rustic scenery. He, with listless step, came up to a spot encircled by hills and streaming pools, by luxuriant clumps of trees and thick groves of bamboos. Nestling in the dense foliage stood a temple. The doors and courts were in ruins, the walls, inner and outer, in disrepair. An inscription on a tablet testified that this was the temple of spiritual perception. On the sides of the door was also a pair of old and dilapidated scrolls with the following enigmatical verses: "Behind ample there is, yet to retract the hand, the mind heeds not, until before the mortal vision lies no path, when comes to turn the wheel." These two sentences, Yü ts'un pondered after perusal, although simple in language, are profound in signification. I have previous to this visited many a spacious temple, located on hills of note, but never have I beheld an inscription referring to anything of the kind. The meaning contained in these words must, I feel certain, owe their origin to the experiences of some person or other, but there's no saying. But why should I not go in and inquire for myself?" Upon walking in, he at a glance caught sight of no one else, but of a very aged bonze, of unkempt appearance, cooking his rice. When Yü ts'un perceived that he paid no notice, he went up to him and asked him one or two questions. But as the old priest was dull of hearing and a dotard, and as he had lost his teeth, and his tongue was blunt, he made most irrelevant replies. Yü ts'un lost all patience with him, and withdrew again from the compound with the intention of going as far as the village public house to have a drink or two, so as to enhance the enjoyment of the rustic scenery. With easy stride he accordingly walked up to the place. Scarcely had he passed the threshold of the public house, when he perceived some one or other among the visitors who had been sitting sipping their wine on the divan, jump up and come up to greet him with a face beaming with laughter. "What a strange meeting! What a strange meeting!" he exclaimed aloud. Yü ts'un speedily looked at him, and remembered that this person had, in past days, carried on business in a curio establishment in the capital, and that his surname was Leng and his style Tzu hsing. A mutual friendship had existed between them during their sojourn, in days of yore, in the capital, and as Yü ts'un had entertained the highest opinion of Leng Tzu hsing as being a man of action and of great abilities, while this Leng Tzu hsing, on the other hand, borrowed of the reputation of refinement enjoyed by Yü ts'un, the two had consequently all along lived in perfect harmony and companionship. "When did you get here?" Yü ts'un eagerly inquired, also smilingly. "I wasn't in the least aware of your arrival. This unexpected meeting is positively a strange piece of good fortune." "I went home," Tzu hsing replied, "about the close of last year, but now as I am again bound to the capital, I passed through here on my way to look up a friend of mine and talk some matters over. He had the kindness to press me to stay with him for a couple of days longer, and as I after all have no urgent business to attend to, I am tarrying a few days, but purpose starting about the middle of the moon. My friend is busy to day, so I roamed listlessly as far as here, never dreaming of such a fortunate meeting." While speaking, he made Yü ts'un sit down at the same table, and ordered a fresh supply of wine and eatables, and as the two friends chatted of one thing and another, they slowly sipped their wine. The conversation ran on what had occurred after the separation, and Yü ts'un inquired, "Is there any news of any kind in the capital?" "There's nothing new whatever," answered Tzu hsing. "There's one thing, however. In the family of one of your worthy kinsmen, of the same name of yourself, a trifling, but yet remarkable, occurrence has taken place." "None of my kindred reside in the capital," rejoined Yü ts'un with a smile. "To what can you be alluding?" "How can it be that you people who have the same surname do not belong to one clan?" remarked Tzu hsing sarcastically. "In whose family?" inquired Yü ts'un. "The Chia family," replied Tzu hsing, smiling, "whose quarters are in the Jung Kuo mansion does not after all reflect discredit upon the lintel of your door, my venerable friend." "What!" exclaimed Yü ts'un, "did this affair take place in that family? Were we to begin reckoning, we would find the members of my clan to be anything but limited in number. Since the time of our ancestor Chia Fu, who lived while the eastern Han dynasty occupied the throne, the branches of our family have been numerous and flourishing. They are now to be found in every single province, and who could, with any accuracy, ascertain their whereabouts? As regards the Jung Kuo branch in particular, their names are in fact inscribed on the same register as our own. But rich and exalted as they are, we have never presumed to claim them as our relatives, so that we have become more and more estranged." "Don't make any such assertions," Tzu hsing remarked with a sigh. "The present two mentions of Jung and Ning have both alike also suffered reverses, and they cannot come up to their state of days of yore." "Up to this day, these two households of Ning and of Jung," Yü ts'un suggested, "still maintain a very large retinue of people, and how can it be that they have met with reverses?" "To explain this would be indeed a long story," said Leng Tzu-hsing. "Last year," continued Yü ts'un, "I arrived at Chinling, as I entertained a wish to visit the remains of interest of the six dynasties; and as I on that day entered the walled town of Shih-t'ou, I passed by the entrance of that old residence. On the east side of the street stood the Ning Kuo mansion, on the west the Jung Kuo mansion, and these two, adjoining each other as they do, cover in fact well nigh half of the whole length of the street. Outside the front gate everything was, it is true, lonely and deserted, but at a glance into the interior over the enclosing wall, I perceived that the halls, pavilions, two-storied structures and porches presented still a majestic and lofty appearances. Even the flower garden, which extends over the whole area of the backgrounds, with its trees and rockeries, also possessed to that day an air of luxuriance and freshness, which betrayed no signs of a ruined or decrepit establishment." "You have had the good fortune of starting in life as a graduate," explained Tzu hsing as he smiled, "and yet are not aware of the saying uttered by some one of old, that a centipede even when dead does not lie stiff. These families may, according to your version, not be up to the prosperity of former years, but, compared with the family of an ordinary official, their condition anyhow presents a difference. Of late the number of the inmates has, day by day, been on the increase, their affairs have become daily more numerous; of masters and servants, high and low, who live in ease and respectability, very many there are. But of those who exercise any forethought, or make any provision, there is not even one. In their daily wants, their extravagances, and their expenditure, they are also unable to adapt themselves to circumstances and practice economy, so that though the present external framework may not have suffered any considerable collapse, their purses have anyhow begun to fear an exhausting process. But this is a mere trifle. There is another more serious matter. Would anyone ever believe that, in such families of official status, in a clan of education and culture, the sons and grandsons of the present age would after all be each succeeding generation below the standard of the former?" Section 5 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 2, Part 2. Yü ts'un, having listened to these remarks, observed, "However can it be possible that families of such education and refinement can observe any system of training and nurture which is not excellent? Concerning the other branches I may not in a position to say anything, but restricting myself to the two mentions of Jung and Ning, they are those in which, above all others, the education of their children is methodical." "I was just now alluding to none other than these two establishments," Tzu hsing observed with a sigh. "But let me tell you all. In days of yore, the Duke of Ning Kuo and the Duke of Jung Kuo were two uterine brothers. The Ning duke was the elder. He had 4 sons. After the death of the Duke of Ningguo, his eldest son, Chia Tai-hua, came into the title. He also had 2 sons, but the eldest, whose name was Hu, died at the age of 8 or 9. And the only survivor, the second son, Chia Jing, inherited the title. His whole mind is at this time set upon Taoist doctrines. His sole delight is to burn the pill and refine the dual powers, while every other thought finds no place in his mind. Happily he had, at an early age, left a son, Chia Zhen, behind in the lay world, and his father, engrossed as his whole heart was with the idea of attaining spiritual life, ceded the succession of the official title to him. His parent is, besides, not willing to return to the original family seat, but lives outside the walls of the capital, foolishly hobnobbing with all the Taoist priests. This Mr. Zhen had also a son, Chia Rong, who is, at this period, just in his 16th year. Mr. Jing gives at present no attention to anything at all, so that Mr. Zhen naturally devotes no time to his studies, but being bent upon naught else but incessant high pleasure, he would subvert the order of things in the Ningguo mansion, and yet no one can summon the courage to come and hold him in check. But I will now tell you about the Jung mansion for your edification. The strange occurrence to which I alluded just now came about in this manner. After the demise of the Jung duke, the eldest son, Chia Daishan, inherited the rank. He took to himself as wife the daughter of Marquis Shi, a noble family of Jinling, by whom he had 2 sons, the elder being Jia She, the younger Jia Zhen. This Daishan is now dead long ago, but his wife is still alive, and the eldest son, Jia She, succeeded to the degree. He is a man of amiable and genial disposition, but he likewise gives no thought to the direction of any domestic concern. The second son, Jia Zhen, displayed, from his early childhood, a great liking for books, and grew up to be correct and upright in character. His grandfather doted upon him, and would have had him start in life through the arena of public examinations, but, when least expected, Daishan, being on the point of death, bequeathed a petition, which was laid before the emperor. His Majesty, out of regard for his former minister, issued immediate commands that the eldest son should inherit the estate, and further inquired how many sons there were besides him, all of whom he at once expressed a wish to be introduced in his imperial presence. His Majesty, moreover, displayed exceptional favour, and conferred upon Mr. Zhen the brevet rank of 2nd-class assistant secretary of a board, and commanded him to enter the board to acquire the necessary experience. He has already now been promoted to the office of 2nd-class secretary. This Mr. Zhen's wife, née Wang, first gave birth to a son called Jia Zhu, who became a licentiate in his 14th year. At barely 20 he married, but fell ill and died soon after the birth of a son. Her, Mrs. Zhen's second child was a daughter, who came into the world, by a strange coincidence, on the first day of the year. She had an unexpected pleasure in the birth and succeeding year of another son, who, still more remarkable to say, had, at the time of his birth, a piece of variegated crystal like a brilliant jade in his mouth, on which were yet visible the outlines of several characters. Now, tell me, was not this a novel and strange occurrence, eh?" "Strange indeed!" exclaimed Yü ts'un with a smile. "But I presume the coming experiences of this being will not be mean." Tzu hsing gave a faint smile. "One and all," he remarked, "entertain the same idea. Hence it is that his mother dotes upon him like upon a precious jewel. On the day of his first birthday, Mr. Zhen readily entertained a wish to put the bent of his inclinations to the test, and placed before the child all kinds of things, without number, for him to grasp from. Contrary to every expectation, he scorned every other object, and, stretching forth his hand, he simply took hold of rouge, powder, and a few hairpins, with which he began to play. Mr. Zhen experienced at once displeasure, as he maintained that this youth would, by and by, grow up into a sybarite, devoted to wine and women, and for this reason it is that he soon began to feel not much attachment for him. but his grandmother is the one who, in spite of everything, prizes him like the breath of her own life. The very mention of what happened is even strange. He is now grown up to be 7 or 8 years old, and, although exceptionally willful, in intelligence and precocity, however, not 1 in 100 could come up to him. And as for the utterances of this child, they are no less remarkable. The bones and flesh of a woman, he argues, are made of water, while those of men of mud. Women to my eyes are pure and pleasing, he says, while at the sight of men I readily feel how corrupt, foul, and repelling they are. Now tell me, are not these words ridiculous? There can be no doubt whatever that he will by and by turn out to be a licentious roué." Yü Ts'un, whose countenance suddenly assumed a stern air, promptly interrupted the conversation. "It doesn't quite follow," he suggested. "You people don't, I regret to say, understand the destiny of this child. The fact is that even the old Hanlin scholar Mr. Cheng was erroneously looked upon as a loose rag and dissolute debauchee. But unless a person, through much study of books and knowledge of letters, so increases in lore as to attain the talent of discerning the nature of things, and the vigour of mind to fathom the Taoist reason as well as to comprehend the first principle, he is not in a position to form any judgment." Tzu hsing, upon perceiving the weighty import of what he propounded, "Please explain," he asked hastily, "the drift of your argument." To which Yü Ts'un responded, "Of the human beings created by the operation of heaven and earth, if we exclude those who are gifted with extreme benevolence and extreme viciousness, the rest, for the most part, present no striking diversity. If they be extremely benevolent, they fall in, at the time of their birth, with an era of propitious fortune, while those extremely vicious correspond, at the time of their existence, with an era of calamity. When those who coexist with propitious fortune come into life, the world is in order. When those who coexist with unpropitious fortune come into life, the world is in danger." Yao, Shun, Yu, Chen Tang, Wen Wang, Wu Wang, Zhou Gong, Zhao Gong, Confucius, Mencius, Dong Hu, Han Xin, Zhou Zi, Chen Zi, Zhu Zi, and Zhang Zi were ordained to see light in auspicious era, whereas Ch'i Yu, Gong Gong, Jie Wang, Zhou Wang, Shi Huang, Wang Mang, Cao Cao, Huan Wen, An Lu Shan, Qin Kuai, and others were one and all destined to come into the world during a calamitous age. Those endowed with extreme benevolence set the world in order; those possessed of extreme maliciousness turn the world into disorder. Purity, intelligence, spirituality, and subtlety constitute the vital part of right which pervades heaven and earth, and the persons gifted with benevolence are its natural fruit. Malignity and perversity constitute the spirit of evil, which permeates heaven and earth, and malicious persons are affected by its influence. The days of perpetual happiness and eminent good fortune, and the era of perfect peace and tranquillity, which now prevail, are the offsprings of the pure, intelligent, divine, and subtle spirit which ascends above, to the very emperor, and below reaches the rustic and uncultured classes. Every one is without exception under its influence. The superfluity of the subtle spirit expands far and wide, and finding nowhere to betake itself to, becomes, in due course, transformed into dew, or gentle breeze, and by a process of diffusion it pervades the whole world. The spirit of malignity and perversity, unable to expand under the brilliant sky and transmuting sun, eventually coagulates, pervades and stops up the deep gutters and extensive caverns, and when of a sudden the wind agitates it or it be impelled by the clouds, and any slight disposition on its part supervenes to set itself in motion, or to break its bounds, and so little as even the minutest fraction does unexpectedly find an outlet, and happens to come across any spirit of perception and subtlety which may be at the time passing by, the spirit of right does not yield to the spirit of evil, and the spirit of evil is again envious of the spirit of right, so that the two do not harmonize. just like wind, water, thunder, and lightning, which, when they meet in the bowels of the earth, must necessarily, as they are both to dissolve and are likewise unable to yield, clash and explode to the end that they may at length exhaust themselves. Hence it is that these spirits have also forcibly to diffuse themselves into the human race to find an outlet, so that they may then completely disperse, with the result that men and women are suddenly imbued with these spirits and spring into existence. At best, these human beings cannot be generated into philanthropists or perfect men; at worst, they cannot also embody extreme perversity or extreme wickedness. Yet, placed among 1,000,000 beings, the spirit of intelligence, refinement, perception, and subtlety will be above these 1,000,000 beings, while, on the other hand, the perverse, depraved, and inhuman embodiment will likewise be below the million of men. Born in a noble and wealthy family, these men will be a salacious, lustful lot; born of literary, virtuous, or poor parentage, they will turn out retired scholars or men of mark; though they may by some accident be born in a destitute and poverty-stricken home, they cannot possibly, in fact, ever sink so low as to become runners or menials, or contentedly brook to be of the common herd, or be driven and curbed like a horse in harness. They will become, for certainty, either actors of note, or courtesans of notoriety, as instanced in former years by Xu Yu, Tao Qian, Ruan Ji, Ji Kang, Liu Ling, the two families of Wang and Xie, Gu Hu Tou, Chen Hou Zhu, Tang Ming Huang, Song Hui Zong, Liu Ting Zhi, Wen Fei Qing, Mi Nan Gong, Shi Man Qing, Liu Shi Qing, and Qin Shao Yu, and exemplified nowadays by Ni Yunling, Tang Bo Hu, Zhu Zhishan, and also by Li Guinian, Huang Panchuo, Jin Xingmo, Zhuo Wenjun, and the women Hong Fu, Xue Tao, Cui Ying, Zhao Yun, and others, all of whom were and are of the same stamp, though placed in different scenes of action. "From what you say," observed Tzu hsing, "success makes a man a duke or a marquis, ruin a thief." "Quite so, that's just my idea," replied Yü ts'un. "I've not as yet let you know that after my degradation from office, I spent the last couple of years in travelling for pleasure all over each province, and that I also myself came across two extraordinary youths. This is why, when a short while back you alluded to this Pao-yü, I at once conjectured, with a good deal of certainty, that he must be a human being of the same stamp. There's no need for me to speak of any farther than the walled city of Chinling. This Mr. Chen was, by imperial appointment, named principal of the government public college of the Chinling province. Do you perhaps know him?" "Who doesn't know him?" remarked Tzu hsing. "This Chen family is an old connection of the Chia family. These two families were on terms of great intimacy, and I myself likewise enjoyed the pleasure of their friendship for many a day." "Last year, when at Chinling," Yü ts'un continued with a smile, "some one recommended me as resident tutor to the school in the Cheng mansion, and when I moved into it, I saw for myself the state of things. Who would ever think that that household was grand and luxurious to such a degree? But they are an affluent family, and withal full of propriety, so that a school like this was of course not one easy to obtain. The pupil, however, was, it is true, a young tyro, but far more troublesome to teach than a candidate for the examination of graduate of the second degree. Were I to enter into details, you would indeed have a laugh. I must need," he explained, "have the company of 2 girls in my studies to enable me to read at all, and to keep likewise my brain clear; otherwise, if left to myself, my head gets all in a muddle." Time after time he further expounded to his young attendants how extremely honourable and extremely pure were the 2 words representing woman, that they are more valuable and precious than the auspicious animal, the felicitous bird, rare flowers, and uncommon plants. "You may not," he was wont to say, "on any account heedlessly utter them, you set of foul mouths and filthy tongues. These 2 words are of the utmost import. Whenever you have occasion to allude to them, you must, before you can do so with impunity, take pure water, and scented tea, and rinse your mouths. In the event of any slip of the tongue, I shall at once have your teeth extracted, and your eyes gouged out. His obstinacy and waywardness are, in every respect, out of the common. After he was allowed to leave school, and to return home, he became, at the sight of the young ladies, so tractable, gentle, sharp, and polite, transformed, in fact, like one of them. And though, for this reason, his father has punished him on more than one occasion, by giving him a sound thrashing, such as brought him the verge of death, he cannot however change. Whenever he was being beaten, and could no more endure the pain, he was wont to promptly break forth in promiscuous loud shouts, "Girls! Girls!" The young ladies, who heard him from the inner chambers, subsequently made fun of him. "Why," they said, "when you are being thrashed and you are in pain, your only thought is to bawl out 'girls'! Is it perchance that you expect us young ladies to go and intercede for you? How is that you have no sense of shame?" To their taunts he gave a most plausible explanation. Once, he replied, when in the agony of pain I gave vent to shouting 'girls,' in the hope, perchance, I did not then know, of its being able to alleviate the soreness. After I had, with this purpose, given one cry, I really felt the pain considerably better, and now that I have obtained this secret spell, I have recourse at once, when I am in the height of anguish, to shouts of 'girls,' one shout after another. Now what do you say to this? Isn't this absurd, eh?" The grandmother is so infatuated by her extreme tenderness for this youth, that, time after time, she has, on her grandson's account, found fault with the tutor, and called her son to task, with the result that I resigned my post and took my leave. A youth with a disposition such as his cannot assuredly either perpetuate intact the state of his father and grandfather, or follow the injunctions of teacher or advice of friends. The pity is, however, that there are, in that family, several excellent female cousins, the like of all of whom it would be difficult to discover." "Quite so," remarked Tzu hsing. "There are now 3 young ladies in the Chia family who are simply perfection itself. The eldest is a daughter of Mr. Cheng, Yuan Ch'un by name, who, on account of her excellence, filial piety, talents, and virtue, has been selected as a governess in the palace. The second is the daughter of Mr. She's handmaid, and is called Ying Ch'un. The third is Tan Ch'un, the child of Mr. Cheng's handmaid, while the fourth is the uterine sister of Mr. Cheng of the Ning mansion. Her name is Hsi Ch'un. As Dowager Lady Shih is so fondly attached to her granddaughters, they come, for the most part, over to their grandmother's place to prosecute their studies together, and each one of these girls is, I hear, without a fault." "More admirable," observed Yü ts'un, "is the regime adhered to in the Chen family, where the names of the female children have all been selected from the list of male names, and are unlikely all those out-of-the-way names, such as spring blossom, scented gem, and the like flowery terms in vogue in other families. But how is it that the Chia family have likewise fallen into this common practice?" "Not so," ventured Tzu hsing. "It is simply because the eldest daughter was born on the first of the first moon, that the name of Yuan Ch'un was given to her, while with the rest, this character Ch'un (spring) was then followed. The names of the senior generation are, in like manner, adopted from those of their brothers. And there is at present an instance in support of this. The wife of your present worthy master, Mr. Lin, is the uterine sister of Mr. Chia. She and Mr. Chia Zhen, and she went, while at home, under the name of Chia Ming. Should you question the truth of what I say, you are at liberty, on your return, to make minute inquiries, and you will be convinced." Yü ts'un clapped his hands and said smiling, "It's so, I know; for this female pupil of mine, whose name is Tai-yü, invariably pronounces the character Ming as Mi, whenever she comes across it in the course of her reading. While, in writing, when she comes to the character Ming, she likewise reduces the strokes by 1, sometimes by 2. Often have I speculated in my mind as to the cause, but the remarks I've heard you mention convince me, without doubt, that it is no other reason than that of reverence to her mother's name. Strange enough, this pupil of mine is unique in her speech and deportment, and in no way like any ordinary young lady. But considering that her mother was no commonplace woman herself, it is natural that she should have given birth to such a child. Besides, knowing, as I do now, that she is the granddaughter of the Jung family, it is no matter of surprise to me that she is what she is. Poor girl! Her mother, after all, died in the course of the last month." Tzu hsing heaved a sigh. "Of 3 elderly sisters," he explained, "this one was the youngest, and she too is gone. Of the sisters of the senior generation, not one even survives. But now we'll see what the husbands of this younger generation will be like by and by." "Yes," replied Yü ts'un. "But some while back you mentioned that Mr. Cheng has had a son, born with a piece of jade in his mouth, and that he has besides a tender-aged grandson left by his eldest son, but is it likely that this Mr. She has not, himself, as yet, had any male issue?" "After Mr. Cheng had this son with the jade," Tzu hsing added, "his handmaid gave birth to another son, who, whether he be good or bad, I don't at all know. At all events, he has by his side 2 sons and a grandson, but what these will grow up to be by and by, I cannot tell. As regards Mr. Chia She, he too has had 2 sons, the second of whom, Chia Lien, is by this time about 20. He took to wife a relative of his, a niece of Mr. Cheng's wife, a Miss Wang, and has now been married for the last 2 years. This Mr. Lien has lately obtained by purchase the rank of sub-prefect. He too takes little pleasure in books, but as far as worldly affairs go, he is so versatile and glib of tongue that he has recently taken up his quarters with his uncle Mr. Cheng, to whom he gives a helping hand in the management of domestic matters. Who would have thought it, however, ever since his marriage with his worthy wife, not a single person, whether high or low, has there been who has not looked up to her with regard; with the result that Mr. Lien himself has, in fact, had to take a back seat, literally withdrew 35 li. In looks she is also so extremely beautiful, in speech so extremely quick and fluent, in ingenuity so deep and astute, that even a man could, in no way, come up to her mark." After hearing these remarks, Yü ts'un smiled. "You now perceive," he said, "that my argument is no fallacy, and that the several persons about whom you and I have just been talking are, we may presume, human beings who, one and all, have been generated by the spirit of right and the spirit of evil, and come to life by the same royal road. But of course there's no saying." "Enough," cried Tzu hsing, "of right and enough of evil. We've been doing nothing but settling other people's accounts. Come now, have another glass, and you'll be the better for it." "While bent upon talking," Yü ts'un explained, "I've had more glasses than is good for me." "Speaking of irrelevant matters about other people," Tzu hsing rejoined complacently, "is quite the thing to help us swallow our wine. So come now, what harm would happen if we do have a few glasses more?" Yü ts'un thereupon looked out of the window. "The day is also far advanced," he remarked, "and if we don't take care, the gates will be closing. Let us leisurely enter the city, and as we go along, there will be nothing to prevent us from continuing our chat." Forthwith the 2 friends arose from their seats, settled and paid their wine bill, and were just going, when they unexpectedly heard some one from behind say with a loud voice, "Accept my congratulations, brother Yü ts'un. I've now come, with the express purpose of giving you the welcome news." Yü ts'un lost no time in turning his head round to look at the speaker. But reader, if you wish to learn who the man was, listen to the details given in the following chapter. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Zhao Xuexin. Translated by Henry Bencroft Joly. Chapter 3, Part 1. Leng Ruhei appeals to his brother-in-law, Chia Qing, recommending Xueqin, his daughter's tutor, to his consideration. Dowager lady Chia sends to fetch her granddaughter, out of commiseration for her being a motherless child. But to proceed with our narrative. Xueqin, on speedily turning round, perceived that the speaker was no other than a certain Chang Ju-kui, an old colleague of his, who had been denounced and deprived of office on account of some case or other, a native of that district who had, since his degradation, resided in his family home. Having lately come to hear the news that a memorial, presented in the capital, that the former officers who had been cashiered should be reinstated, had received the imperial consent, he had promptly done all he could, in every nook and corner, to obtain influence, and to find the means of righting his position, when he unexpectedly came across Yü Ts'un, to whom he therefore lost no time in offering his congratulations. The two friends exchanged the conventional salutations, and Chang Ju-kui forthwith communicated the tidings to Xueqin. Xueqin was delighted, but after he had made a few remarks, in a great hurry, each took his leave and sped on his own way homewards. Leng Chih-ch'ing, upon hearing this conversation, hastened at once to propose a plan, advising Xueqin to request Ling Ruhei, in his turn, to appeal in the capital to Mr. Chia Cheng for support. Xueqin accepted the suggestion, and parted from his companion. On his return to his quarters, he made all haste to lay his hand on the Metropolitan Gazette, and having ascertained the news was authentic, he had on the next day a personal consultation with Ruhei. "Providence and good fortune are both alike propitious," exclaimed Ruhei. "After the death of my wife, my mother-in-law, whose residence is in the capital, was so very solicitous on my daughter's account, for having no one to depend upon, that she despatched at an early period boats with men and women servants to come and fetch her. But my child was at the time not quite over her illness, and that is why she has not yet started. I was, this very moment, cogitating to send my daughter to the capital; and in view of the obligation, under which I am to you for the instruction you have heretofore conferred upon her, remaining as yet unrequited, there is no reason why, when such an opportunity as this presents itself, I should not do my utmost to find means to make proper acknowledgment. I have already, in anticipation, given the matter my attention, and written a letter of recommendation to my brother-in-law, urging him to put everything right for you, in order that I may, to a certain extent, be able to give effect to my modest wishes. As for any outlay that may prove necessary, I have given proper explanation, in the letter to my brother-in-law, so that you, my brother, need not trouble yourself by giving way to much anxiety." As Xueqin bowed and expressed his appreciation in most profuse language, "Pray," he asked, "where does your honoured brother-in-law reside, and what is his official capacity? But I fear I'm too coarse in my manner, and could not presume to obtrude myself in his presence." Ruhei smiled. "And yet," he remarked, "this brother-in-law of mine is after all of one and the same family as your worthy self, for he is the grandson of Duke Jung. My elder brother-in-law has now inherited the status of Captain General of the first grade. His name is Shi, his style Meng Huo. My second brother-in-law's name is Cheng, his style is Zu Chuo. His present post is that of second-class secretary in the Board of Works. He is modest and kind-hearted, and has much in him of the habits of his grandfather, not one of that purse-proud and haughty kind of men. That is why I have written to him, and made the request on your behalf. Were he different to what he really is, not only would he cast a slur upon your honest purpose, honourable brother, but I myself likewise would not have been as prompt in taking action." When Xueqin heard these remarks, he at length credited what had been told to him by Tzu Hsing the day before, and he lost no time in again expressing his sense of gratitude to Ling Ruhei. Ruhei resumed the conversation. "I have fixed," he explained, "upon the 2nd of next month, for my young daughter's departure for the capital, and if you, brother mine, were to travel along with her, would it not be an advantage to herself as well as yourself?" Xueqin signified his acquiescence as he listened to the proposal, feeling in his inner self extremely elated. Hsüeh availed himself of the earliest opportunity to get ready for the presents for the capital, and all the requirements for the journey, which, when completed, Xueqin took over one by one. His pupil could not at first brook the idea of separation from her father, but the pressing wishes of her grandmother left her no course but to comply. "Your father," Hsüeh furthermore argued with her, "is already 50, and I entertain no wish to marry again. And then you are always ailing. Besides, with your extreme youth, you have above no mother of your own to take care of you, and below no sisters to attend you. If you now go and have your maternal grandmother, as well as your mother's brothers and your cousins to depend upon, you will be doing the best thing to reduce the anxiety which I feel in my heart on your behalf. Why then should you not go?" Tai-yü, after listening to what her father had to say, parted from him in a flood of tears, and followed her nurse and several old matrons from the Jung mansion on board her boat, and set out on her journey. Xueqin had a boat to himself, and with 2 youths to wait on him, he prosecuted his voyage in the wake of Tai-yü. By a certain day, they reached Chintu, and Xueqin, after first adjusting his hat and clothes, came, attended by a youth, to the door of the Jung mansion, and sent in a card, which showed his lineage. Chia Cheng had, by this time, perused his brother-in-law's letter, and he speedily asked him to walk in. When they met, he found Xueqin an imposing manner and polite address. This Chia Cheng had in fact a great penchant above all things for men of education, men courteous to the talented, respectful to the learned, ready to lend a helping hand to the needy, and to succour the distressed, and was to a great extent like his grandfather. As it was, besides, a wish intimated by his brother-in-law, he therefore treated Xueqin with a consideration still more unusual, and readily strained all his resources to assist him. On the very day on which the memorial was submitted to the throne, he obtained by his efforts a reinstatement to office, and before the expiry of 2 months, Xueqin was forthwith selected to fill the appointment of the prefect of Yangtian in Chinling. Taking leave of the Chia Cheng, he chose a propitious day, and proceeded to his post, where we will leave him without further notice for the present. But to return to Tai-yü. On the day on which she left the boat, and the moment she put her foot on the shore, there were forthwith at her disposal chairs for her own use, and carts for the luggage sent over from the Jung mansion. Lin Tai-yü had often heard her mother recount how different was her grandmother's house from that of other people's, and having seen for herself how above the common run were already the attendants of the 3 grades sent to wait upon her, in attire, in their fare, in all their articles of use, how much more, she thought to herself, now that I am going to her home, must I be careful at every step, and circumspect at every moment. Nor must I utter one word too many, nor make one step more than is proper, for I fear lest I should be ridiculed by any of them." From the moment she got into the chair, and they had entered within the city walls, she found, as she looked around through the gauze window, at the bustle in the streets and public places, and at the immense concourse of people, everything naturally so unlike what she had seen elsewhere. After they had also been a considerable time on the way, she suddenly caught sight, at the northern end of the street, of 2 huge squatting lions of marble, and of 3 lofty gates with knockers representing the heads of animals. In front of these gates sat, in a row, about 10 men in coloured hats and fine attire. The main gate was not open. It was only through the side gates, on the east and the west, that people went in and came out. Above the centre gate was a tablet. On this tablet were inscribed 5 large characters: "The Ling mansion, erected by imperial command." "This must be grandmother's eldest son's residence," reflected Tai-yü. Towards the east, again at no great distance, were 3 more high gateways, likewise of the same kind as those she had just seen. This was the Jung mansion. They did not, however, go in by the main gate, but simply made their entrance through the east side door. With the sedans on their shoulders, the bearers proceeded about the distance of the throw of an arrow, when, upon turning a corner, they hastily put down their chairs. The matrons, who came behind, one and all also dismounted. The bearers were changed for 4 youths of 17 or 18, with hats and clothes without blemish, and while they carried the chair, the whole bevy of matrons followed on foot. When they reached a creeper-laden gate, the sedan was put down, and all the youths stepped back and retired. The matrons came forward, raised the screen, and supported Tai-yü to descend from the chair. Lin Tai-yü entered the door with the creepers, resting on the hand of a matron. On both sides was a veranda, like 2 outstretched arms. An entrance hall stood in the centre, in the middle of which was the door screen of Ta Li marble, set in an ebony frame. On the other side of this screen were 3 very small halls. At the back of these came at once an extensive courtyard, belonging to the main building. In the front part were 5 parlours, the frieze of the ceiling of which was all carved, and the pillars ornamented. On either side were covered avenues, resembling passages through a rock. In the side rooms were suspended cages, full of parrots of every colour, thrushes and birds of every description. On the terrace steps sat several waiting maids, dressed in red and green, and the whole company of them advanced with beaming faces to greet them when they saw the party approach. "Her venerable ladyship," they said, "was at this very moment thinking of you, miss, and by strange coincidence, here you are." 3 or 4 of them forthwith vied with each other in raising the door curtain, while at the same time was heard some one announce, "Miss Lin has arrived." No sooner had she entered the room, than she espied 2 servants supporting a venerable lady, with silver white hair, coming forward to greet her. Convinced that this lady must be her grandmother, she was about to prostrate herself and pay her obeisance, when she was quickly clasped in the arms of her grandmother, who held her close against her bosom, and as she called her, "My liver, my flesh, my love, my darling," she began to sob aloud. The bystanders too, at once, without one exception, melted into tears, and Tai-yü herself found some difficulty in restraining her sobs. Little by little, the whole party succeeded in consoling her, and Tai-yü at length paid her obeisance to her grandmother. Her ladyship thereupon pointed them out one by one to Tai-yü. "This," she said, "is the wife of your uncle, your mother's elder brother. This is the wife of your uncle, her second brother, and this your eldest sister-in-law, Chih, the wife of your senior cousin, Chih." Tai-yü bowed to each of them with folded arms. "Ask the young ladies in," dowager lady Chia went on to say. "Tell them a guest from afar has just arrived, one who comes for the first time, and that they may not go to their lessons." The servants, with one voice, signified their obedience, and 2 of them speedily went to carry out her orders. Not long after, 3 nurses and 5 or 6 waiting maids were seen ushering in 3 young ladies. The first was somewhat plump in figure and of medium height. Her cheeks had a congealed appearance, like fresh lychee. Her nose was glossy like goose fat. She was gracious, demure, and lovable to look at. The second had sloping shoulders and a slim waist. Tall and slender was she in stature, with a face like the egg of a goose. Her eyes so beautiful, with their well-curved eyebrows, possessed, in their gaze, a bewitching flash. At the very sight of her refined and elegant manners, all idea of vulgarity was forgotten. The third was below the medium size, and her mien was, as yet, childlike. In their head ornaments, jewellery and dress, the get-ups of the 3 young ladies was identical. Tai-yü speedily rose to greet them and to exchange salutations. After they had made each other's acquaintance, they all took a seat, whereupon the servants brought the tea. Their conversation was confined to Tai yü's mother, how she had fallen ill, what doctors had attended her, what medicines had been given her, and how she had been buried and mourned; and dowager lady Chia was naturally again in great anguish. "Of all my daughters," she remarked, "your mother was the one I loved best, and now, in a twinkle, she has passed away, before me too, and I've not been able to so much as see her face. How can this not make my heart sore stricken?" And as she gave vent to these feelings, she took Tai-yü's hand in hers, and again gave way to sobs; and it was only after the members of the family had quickly made use of much exhortation and coaxing that they succeeded, little by little, in stopping her tears. They all perceived that Tai-yü, despite her youthful years and appearance, was ladylike in her deportment and address, and that though with her delicate figure and countenance, she seemed as if unable to bear the very weight of her clothes, she possessed, however, a certain captivating air. And as they readily noticed the symptoms of a weak constitution, they went on, in consequence, to make inquiries as to what medicines she ordinarily took, and how it was that her complaint had not been cured. "I have," explained Tai-yü, "been in this state ever since I was born, though I've taken medicines from the very time I was able to eat rice, up to the present, and have been treated by ever so many doctors of note, I've not derived any benefit. In the year when I was yet only 3, I remember a mangy-headed bonze coming to our house, and saying that he would take me along and make a nun of me; but my father and mother would, on no account, give their consent. 'As you cannot bear to part from her, and to give her up,' he then remarked, 'her ailment will, I fear, never throughout her life be cured. If you wish to see her all right, it is only to be done by not letting her, from this day forward, on any account, listen to the sound of weeping, or see, with the exception of her parents, any relatives outside the family circle. Then alone will she be able to go through this existence in peace and quiet.' No one heeded the nonsensical talk of this raving priest, but here I am, up to this very day, dosing myself with ginseng pills as a tonic." "What a lucky coincidence!" interposed dowager lady Chia. "Some of these pills are being compounded here, and I'll simply tell them to have an extra supply made. That's all." Hardly had she finished these words, when a sound of laughter was heard from the back courtyard. "Here I am too late," the voice said, "and not in time to receive the distant visitor." "Every one of these people," reflected Tai-yü, "holds her peace and suppresses the very breath of her mouth; and who, I wonder, is this coming in this reckless and rude manner?" While as yet preoccupied with these thoughts, she caught sight of a crowd of married women and waiting maids enter from the back room, pressing round a regular beauty. The attire of this person bore no similarity to that of the young ladies. In all her splendour and lustre, she looked like a fairy or a goddess. In her coiffure, she had a band of gold filigree work, representing the 8 precious things, inlaid with pearls, and wore pins at the head of each of which were 5 phoenixes in a rampant position, with pendants of pearls. On her neck she had a reddish gold necklet, like coiled dragons, with a fringe of tassels. On her person she wore a tight-sleeved jacket of dark red flowered satin, covered with hundreds of butterflies, embroidered in gold, interspersed with flowers. Over all, she had a variegated stiff silk pelisse, lined with slate blue ermine, while her nether garments consisted of a jupe of kingfisher coloured foreign crepe, brocaded with flowers. She had a pair of eyes, triangular in shape like those of the red phoenix, 2 eyebrows, curved upwards at each temple, like willow leaves. Her stature was elegant, her figure graceful, her powdered face like dawning spring, majestic, yet not haughty. Her carnation lips, long before they parted, betrayed a smile. Tai-yü eagerly rose and greeted her. Old lady Chia then smiled. "You don't know her," she observed. "This is a cunning vixen, who has made quite a name in this establishment. In Nanking, she went by the appellation of Vixen, and if you simply call her Feng Vixen, it will do." Tai-yü was at a loss how to address her, when all her cousins informed Tai-yü that this was her sister-in-law, Lien. Tai-yü had not, it is true, made her acquaintance before, but she had heard her mother mention that her eldest maternal uncle, Chia Shi's son, Chia Lien, had married the niece of Madame Wang, her second brother's wife, a girl who had, from her infancy, purposely been nurtured to supply the place of a son, and to whom the school name of Wang Xifeng had been given. Tai-yü lost no time in returning her smile, and saluting her with all propriety, addressing her as "my sister-in-law." This Xifeng laid hold of Tai-yü's hand, and minutely scrutinised her, for a while, from head to foot; after which she led her back to the dowager lady Chia, where they both took a seat. "If really there be a being of such beauty in the world," she consequently observed with a smile, "I may well consider as having set eyes upon it to day. Besides, in the air of her whole person, she doesn't, in fact, look like your granddaughter-in-law, our worthy ancestor, but in every way like your ladyship's own kindred granddaughter. It's no wonder, then, that your venerable ladyship should have, day after day, had her unforgotten even for a second in your lips and heart. It's a pity, however, that this cousin of mine should have such a hard lot. How did it happen that our aunt died at such an early period?" As she uttered these words, she hastily took her handkerchief and wiped the tears from her eyes. "I've only just recovered from a fit of crying," dowager lady Chia observed, as she smiled, "and have you again come to start me? Your cousin has only now arrived from a distant journey, and she is so delicate to boot. Besides, we have a few minutes back succeeded in coaxing her to restrain her sobs, so drop at once making any allusion to your former remarks." This Xifeng, upon hearing these words, lost no time in converting her sorrow into joy. "Quite right," she remarked, "but at the sight of my cousin, my whole heart was absorbed in her, and I felt happy and yet wounded at heart. But, having disregarded my venerable ancestor's presence, I deserve to be beaten, I do indeed." And hastily taking once more Tai-yü's hand in her own, "How old are you, cousin?" she inquired. "Have you been to school? What medicines are you taking? While you live here, you mustn't feel homesick, and if there's anything you would like to eat or to play with, mind, you come and tell me; or should the waiting maids or the matrons fail in their duties, don't forget also to report them to me." Addressing at the same time the matrons, she went on to ask: "Have Miss Ling's luggage and effects been brought in? How many servants has she brought along with her? Go, as soon as you can, and sweep 2 lower rooms, and ask them to go and rest." As she spake, tea and refreshments had already been served, and Xifeng herself handed round the cups and offered the fruits. Upon hearing the question further put by her maternal aunt Wang, whether the issue of the monthly allowances of money had been finished or not yet, Xifeng replied: "The issue of money has also been completed, but a few months back, when I went along with several servants to the back upper loft in search of the satins, we looked for ever so long, but we saw nothing of the kind of satins alluded to by you, madame, yesterday; so may it not be that your memory misgives you?" "Whether there be any or not, of that special kind, is no consequence," observed madame Wang. "You should take out," she therefore went on to add, "any 2 pieces which first come under your hand, for this cousin of yours to make herself dresses with; and in the evening, if I don't forget, I'll send some one to fetch them." "I've in fact already made every provision," replied Hsi Feng, "knowing very well that my cousin would be arriving within these 2 days. I have had everything got ready for her; and when you, madame, go back, if you will pass an eye over everything, I shall be able to send them round." Madame Wang gave a smile, nodded her head assentingly, but uttered not a word by way of reply. The tea and fruit had by this time been cleared, and dowager lady Chia directed 2 old nurses to take Tai-yü to go and see her 2 maternal uncles; whereupon Chia She's wife, madame Hsing, hastily stood up and with a smiling face suggested: "I'll take my niece over, for it will after all be considerably better if I go." "Quite so," answered dowager lady Chia, smiling; "you can go home too, and there'll be no need for you to come over again." Section 7 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book One. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book One, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 3, Part 2. Madame Hsing expressed her assent, and forthwith led Tai-yü to take leave of madame Wang. The whole party escorted them as far as the door of the entrance hall, hung with creepers, where several youths had drawn a carriage painted light blue, with a kingfisher coloured hood. Madame Hsing led Tai-yü by the hand, and they got up into their seats. The whole company of matrons put the curtain down, and then bade the youths raise the carriage, who dragged it along until they came to an open space, where they at length put the mules into harness. Going out again by the eastern side gate, they proceeded in an easterly direction, passed the main entrance of the Jung mansion, and entered a lofty doorway painted black. On the arrival in front of the ceremonial gate, they at once dismounted from the curricle, and madame Hsing, hand in hand with Tai-yü, walked into the court. "These grounds," surmised Tai-yü to herself, "must have been originally converted from a piece partitioned from the garden of the Jung mansion." Having entered 3 rows of ceremonial gates, they actually caught sight of the main structure, with its vestibules and porches, all of which, though on a small scale, were full of artistic and unique beauty. They were nothing like the lofty, imposing, massive and luxurious style of architecture on the other side, yet the avenues and rockeries, in the various places in the court, were all in perfect taste. When they reached the interior of the principal pavilion, a large concourse of handmaids and waiting maids, got up in gala dress, were already there to greet them. Madame Hsing pressed Tai-yü into a seat, while she bade some one go into the outer library and request Mr. Chia She to come over. In a few minutes the servant returned. "Master," she explained, "says that he has not quite felt well for several days; that as the meeting with Miss Lin will affect both her as well as himself, he does not for the present feel equal to seeing each other; that he advises Miss Lin not to feel despondent or homesick; that she ought to feel quite at home with her venerable ladyship, her grandmother, as well as her maternal aunts; that her cousins are, it is true, blunt, but that if all the young ladies associated together in one place, they may also perchance dispel some dullness; that if ever Miss Lin has any grievance, she should at once speak out, and on no account feel a stranger, and everything will then be right." Tai-yü lost no time in respectfully standing up, resuming her seat after she had listened to every sentence of the message to her. After a while, she said good bye, and though madame Hsing used every argument to induce her to stay for the repast and then leave, Tai-yü smiled and said: "I shouldn't under ordinary circumstances refuse the invitation to dinner, which you, aunt, in your love kindly extend to me. but I have still to cross over and pay my respects to my maternal uncle Secundus. If I went too late, it would, I fear, be a lack of respect on my part, but I shall accept on another occasion. I hope, therefore, that you will, dear aunt, kindly excuse me." "If such be the case," madame Hsing replied, "it is all right." And presently directing two nurses to take her niece over, in the carriage in which they had come a while back, Tai-yü thereupon took her leave, madame Hsing escorting her as far as the ceremonial gate, where she gave some further directions to all the company of servants. She followed the curricle with her eyes so long as it remained in sight, and at length retraced her footsteps. Tai-yü shortly entered the Jung mansion, descended from the carriage, and preceded by all the nurses, she at once proceeded toward the east, turned a corner, passed through an entrance hall running east and west, and walked in a southern direction, at the back of the large hall. On the inner side of a ceremonial gate, and at the upper end of a spacious court, stood a large main building with 5 apartments, flanked on both sides by outhouses stretching out like the antlers on a head of deer; side gates, resembling passages through a hill, establishing a thorough communication all round; a main building lofty, majestic, solid and grand, and unlike those in the compound of dowager lady Chia. Tai-yü readily concluded that this at last was the main inner suite of apartments. A raised broad road led in a straight line to the large gate. Upon entering the hall and raising her head, she first of all perceived before her a large tablet with blue ground, upon which figured 9 dragons of reddish gold. The inscription on this tablet consisted of 3 characters as large as a peck measure, and declared that this was the Hall of Glorious Felicity. At the end was a row of characters of minute size, denoting the year, month and day, upon which His Majesty had been pleased to confer the tablet upon Chia Yuan, Duke of the Jung Kuo. Besides this tablet were numberless costly articles, bearing the autograph of the Emperor. On the large black ebony table, engraved with dragons, were placed 3 antique blue and green bronze tripods, about 3 feet in height. On the wall hung a large picture representing black dragons, such as were seen in waiting chambers of the Sui dynasty. On one side stood a gold cup of chased work, while on the other a crystal casket. On the ground were placed in 2 rows 16 chairs made of hard grained cedar. There were also a pair of scrolls, consisting of black wood antithetical tablets, inlaid with the strokes of words chased in gold. Their burden was this: "On the platform shine resplendent pearls like sun or moon, and the sheen of the hall facade gleams like russet sky." Below was a row of small characters, denoting that the scroll had been written by the hand of Mu Shih, a fellow countryman and old friend of the family, who, for his meritorious services, had the hereditary title of Prince of Tung Nang conferred upon him. The fact is that madame Wang was also not in the habit of sitting and resting in this main apartment, but in 3 side rooms on the east, so that the nurses at once led Tai-yü through the door of the eastern wing. On a stove couch near the window was spread a foreign red carpet. On the side of honour were laid deep red reclining cushions with dragons, with gold cash for scales, and an oblong brown coloured sitting cushion, with gold cash spotted dragons. On the 2 sides stood one of a pair of small teapoys, of foreign lacquer of peach blossom pattern. On the teapoy on the left were spread out 1 wang tripods, spoons, chopsticks and scent bottles. On the teapoy on the right were vases from the Ju kiln, painted with girls of great beauty, in which were placed seasonable flowers. On it were also teacups, a tea service, and the like articles. On the floor, on the west side of the room, were 4 chairs in a row, all of which were covered with antimacassars, embroidered with silverish red flowers, while below, at the feet of these chairs, stood 4 footstools. On either side was also one of a pair of high teapoys, and these teapoys were covered with teacups and flower vases. The other knickknacks need not be minutely described. The old nurses pressed Tai-yü to sit down on the stove couch, but, on perceiving near the edge of the couch two embroidered cushions, placed one opposite the other, she thought of the gradation of seats, and did not therefore place herself on the couch, but on a chair on the eastern side of the room; whereupon the waiting maids and attendants in these quarters hastened to serve tea. While Tai-yü was sipping her tea, she observed the headgear, dress, deportment and manners of the several waiting maids, which she really found so unlike what she had seen in other households. She had hardly finished her tea, when she noticed a waiting maid approach, dressed in a red satin jacket, and a waistcoat of blue satin with scallops. "My lady requests Miss Lin to come over and sit with her," she remarked as she put on a smile. The old nurses, upon hearing this message, speedily ushered Tai-yü again out of this apartment, into the three-roomed small main building by the eastern porch. On the stove couch, situated at the principal part of the room, was placed in a transverse position a low couch table, at the upper end of which were laid out, in a heap, books and a tea service. Against the partition wall, on the east side, facing the west, was a reclining pillow made of blue satin, neither old nor new. Madame Wang, however, occupied the lower seat, on the west side, on which was likewise placed a rather shabby blue satin sitting rug, with a back cushion; and upon perceiving Tai-yü come in, she urged her at once to sit on the east side. Tai-yü concluded in her mind that this seat must certainly belong to Chia Cheng, and espying, next to the couch, a row of three chairs covered with antimacassars, strewn with embroidered flowers, somewhat also worse for use, Tai-yü sat down on one of these chairs. But as madame Wang pressed her again and again to sit on the couch, Tai-yü had at length to take a seat next to her. "Your uncle," madame Wang explained, "is gone to observe this day as a fast day, but you'll see him by and by. There's, however, one thing I want to talk to you about. Your three female cousins are all, it is true, everything that is nice, and you will, when later on you come together for study, or to learn how to do needlework, or whenever, at any time, you romp and laugh together, find them all most obliging. But there's one thing that causes me very much concern. I have here one, who is the very root of retribution, the incarnation of all mischief, one who is a ne'er-do-well, a prince of malignant spirits in this family. He is gone to day to pay his vows in the temple, and is not back yet; but you will see him in the evening, when you will readily be able to judge for yourself. One thing you must do, and that is, from this time forth, not pay any notice to him. All these cousins of yours don't venture to bring any taint upon themselves by provoking him." Tai-yü had, in days gone by, heard her mother explain that she had a nephew, born into the world holding a piece of jade in his mouth, who was perverse beyond measure, who took no pleasure in his books, and whose sole great delight was to play the giddy dog in the inner apartments; that her maternal grandmother, on the other hand, loved him so fondly that no one ever presumed to call him to account; so that when, in this instance, she heard madame Wang's advice, she at once felt certain that it must be this very cousin. "Isn't it to the cousin born with jade in his mouth that you are alluding to, aunt?" she inquired as she returned her smile. "When I was at home, I remember my mother telling me more than once of this very cousin, who, she said, was a year older than I, and whose infant name was Pao-yü. She added that his disposition was really wayward, but that he treats all his cousins with utmost consideration. Besides, now that I have come here, I shall, of course, be always together with my female cousins, while the boys will have their own court, and separate quarters; and how ever will there be any cause of bringing any slur upon myself by provoking him?" "You don't know the reasons that prompt me to warn you," replied madame Wang laughingly. "He is so unlike all the rest, all because he has, since his youth, been doted upon by our old lady. The fact is that he has been spoilt, through over indulgence, by being always in the company of his female cousins. If his female cousins pay no heed to him, he is, at any rate, somewhat orderly; but the day his cousins say one word more to him than usual, much trouble forthwith arises, at the outburst of delight in his heart. That's why I enjoin upon you not to heed him. From his mouth, at one time, issue sugared words and mellifluous praises, and at another, like the heavens devoid of the sun, he becomes a raving fool. So whatever you do, don't believe all he says." Tai yü was assenting to every bit of advice as it was uttered, when unexpectedly she beheld a waiting maid walk in. "Her venerable ladyship over there," she said, "has sent word about the evening meal." Madame Wang hastily took Tai yü by the hand, and emerging by the door of the back room, they went eastwards by the veranda at the back. Past the side gate was a roadway running north and south. On the southern side were a pavilion with 3 divisions, and a reception hall with a colonnade. On the north stood a large screen wall, painted white. Behind it was a very small building, with a door of half the ordinary size. "These are your cousin Feng's rooms," explained madame Wang to Tai yü, as she pointed to them, smiling. "You'll know in future your way to come and find her, and if you ever lack anything, mind you mention it to her, and she'll make it all right." At the door of this court were also several youths, who had recently had the tufts of their hair tied together, who all dropped their hands against their sides and stood in a respectful posture. Madame Wang then led Tai yü by the hand through a corridor, running east and west, into what was dowager lady Chia's back court. Forthwith they entered the door of the back suite of rooms, where stood, already in attendance, a large number of servants, who, when they saw madame Wang arrive, set to work setting the tables and chairs in order. Chia Chu's wife, Ni Li, served the eatables, while Hsi Feng placed the chopsticks, and madame Wang brought the soup in. Dowager lady Chia was seated all alone on the divan, in the main part of the apartment, on the 2 sides of which stood 4 vacant chairs. Hsi Feng at once drew Tai yü, meaning to make her sit in the foremost chair on the left side, but Tai yü steadily and concedingly declined. "Your aunts and sisters-in-law, standing on the right and left," dowager lady Chia smilingly explained, "won't have their repast in here, and as you're a guest, it's but proper that you should take that seat." Then alone it was that Tai yü asked for permission to sit down, seating herself on the chair. Madame Wang likewise took a seat at old lady Chia's insistence, and the 3 cousins, Ying Ch'un and the others, having craved for leave to sit down, at length came forward, and Ying Ch'un took the first chair on the right, Tan Ch'un the second, and Hsi Ch'un the second on the left. Waiting maids stood by, holding in their hands flips and finger bowls and napkins, while Mrs. Li and lady Feng, the 2 of them, kept near the table advising them what to eat, and pressing them to help themselves. In the outer apartments the married women and waiting maids in attendance were, it is true, very numerous, but not even so much as the sound of the cawing of a crow could be heard. The repast over, each one was presented by a waiting maid with tea in a small tray. But the Ling family had all along impressed upon the mind of their daughter that in order to show due regard to happiness, and to preserve good health, it was essential after every meal to wait a while before drinking any tea, so that it should not do any harm to the intestines. When, therefore, Tai yü perceived how many habits there were in this establishment, unlike those which prevailed in her home, she too had no alternative but to conform herself to a certain extent with them. Upon taking over the cup of tea, servants came once more and presented finger bowls for them to rinse their mouths, and Tai yü also rinsed hers, and after they had all again finished washing their hands, tea was eventually served a second time, and this was, at length, the tea that was intended to be drunk. "You can all go," observed dowager lady Chia, "and let us alone to have a chat." Madame Wang rose as soon as she heard these words, and having made a few irrelevant remarks, she led the way and left the room along with the two ladies, Mrs. Li and lady Feng. Dowager lady Chia, having inquired of Tai-yü what book she was reading. "I have just begun reading the Four Books," Tai-yü replied. "What books are my cousins reading?" Tai-yü went on to ask. "Books, you say?" exclaimed dowager lady Chia; "why, all they know are a few characters, that's all." Section 8 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bencroft Joly. Chapter 3, Part 3. The sentence was barely out of her lips, when a continuous sounding of footsteps was heard outside, and a waiting maid entered and announced that Pao-yü was coming. Tai-yü was speculating in her mind how it was that this Pao-yü had turned out such a good-for-nothing fellow, when he happened to walk in. He was, in fact, a young man of tender years, wearing on his head, to hold his hair together, a cap of gold of purplish tinge, inlaid with precious gems. Parallel with his eyebrows was attached a circlet embroidered with gold, and representing two dragons snatching a pearl. He wore an archery-sleeved, deep red jacket, with hundreds of butterflies worked in gold of two different shades, interspersed with flowers, and was girdled with a sash of variegated silk, with clusters of designs, to which was attached long tassels, a kind of sash worn in the palace. Over all, he had a slate blue fringed coat of Japanese brocaded satin, with 8 bunches of flowers in relief, and wore a pair of light blue satin white-soled, half-dress court shoes. His face was like the full moon at mid-autumn, his complexion like morning flowers in spring, the hair along his temples, as if chiselled with a knife, his eyebrows as if pencilled with ink, his nose like a suspended gall-bladder, a well-cut and shapely nose, his eyes like vernal waves, his angry look even resembled a smile, his glance, even when stern, was full of sentiment. Round his neck he had a gold dragon necklet with a fringe, also a cord of variegated silk, to which was attached a piece of beautiful jade. As soon as Tai-yü became conscious of his presence, she was quite taken aback. "How very strange!" she was reflecting in her mind. "It would seem as if I had seen him somewhere or other, for his face appears extremely familiar to my eyes," when she noticed Pao-yü face dowager lady Chia and make his obeisance. "Go and see your mother and then come back," remarked her venerable ladyship, and at once he turned round and quitted the room. On his return, he had already changed his hat and suit. All round his head, he had a fringe of short hair, plaited into small queues, and bound with red silk. The queues were gathered up at the crown, and all the hair, which had been allowed to grow since his birth, was plaited into a thick queue, which looked as black and as glossy as lacquer. Between the crown of the head and the extremity of the queue hung a string of 4 large pearls, with pendants of gold, representing the 8 precious things. On his person, he wore a long silvery red coat, more or less old, bestrewn with embroidery of flowers. He had still round his neck the necklet, precious gem, amulet of recorded name, phylacteries, and other ornaments. Below were partly visible a fir-cone coloured brocaded silk pair of trousers, socks spotted with black designs, with ornamental edges, and a pair of deep red, thick-soled shoes. Got up as he was now, his face displayed a still whiter appearance, as if painted, and his eyes as if they were set off with carnation. As he rolled his eyes, they brimmed with love. When he gave utterance to speech, he seemed to smile. But the chief natural pleasing feature was mainly centred in the curve of his eyebrows. The 10,001 fond sentiments, fostered by him during the whole of his existence, were all amassed in the corner of his eyes. His outward appearance may have been pleasing to the highest degree, but yet it was no easy matter to fathom what lay beneath it. There are a couple of roundelays, composed by a later poet, after the excellent rhythm of the Hsi Xiang Hue, which depict Pao-yü in a most adequate manner. The roundelays run as follows: To gloom and passion prone, without a rhyme, inane and madlike was he many a time. His outer self forsooth fine may have been, but one wild howling waste his mind within. Addled his brain, that nothing he could see, a dunce, to read essays so loth to be. Perverse in bearing, in temper wayward, for human censure he had no regard. When rich, wealth to enjoy he knew not how; when poor, to poverty he could not bow. Alas! what utter waste of lustrous grace! To state, to family, what a disgrace! Of ne'er-do-wells below he was the prime, unfilial like him none up to this time. Ye lads pampered with sumptuous fare and dress, beware, and this youth's footsteps do not press. But to proceed with our story. You have gone and changed your clothes, observed dowager lady Chia, before being introduced to the distant guest. Why don't you yet salute your cousin? Pao-yü had long ago become aware of the presence of a most beautiful young lady, who, he readily concluded, must be no other than the daughter of his aunt Lin. He hastened to advance up to her, and make his bow, and after their introduction he resumed his seat, whence he minutely scrutinised her features, which he thought so unlike those of all other girls. Her two arched eyebrows, thick as clustered smoke, bore a certain not very pronounced frowning wrinkle. She had a pair of eyes, which possessed a cheerful, and yet, one would say, a sad expression, overflowing with sentiment. Her face showed the print of sorrow, stamped on her two dimpled cheeks. She was beautiful, but her whole frame was the prey of a hereditary disease. The tears in her eyes glistened like small specks. Her balmy breath was so gentle, she was as demure as a lovely flower reflected in the water. Her gait resembled a frail willow, agitated by the wind. Her heart, compared with that of Pi Kan, had one more aperture of intelligence, while her ailment exceeded in intensity by 3 degrees the ailment of Hsi Tzu. Pao-yü, having concluded his scrutiny of her, put on a smile and said, "This cousin I have already seen in days gone by." "There you are again with your nonsense!" exclaimed lady Chia sneeringly. "How could you have seen her before?" "Though I may not have seen her ere this," observed Pao-yü with a smirk, "yet, when I look at her face, it seems so familiar, and to my mind it would appear as if we had been old acquaintances. Just as if, in fact, we were now meeting after a long separation." "That will do, that will do," remarked dowager lady Chia. "Such being the case, you will be the more intimate." Pao-yü, thereupon, went up to Tai-yü, and taking a seat next to her, continued to look at her again with all intentness for a good while. "Have you read any books, cousin?" he asked. "I haven't, as yet," replied Tai-yü, "read any books, as I have only been to school for a year. All I know are simply a few characters." "What is your worthy name, cousin?" Pao-yü went on to ask; whereupon Tai-yü speedily told him her name. "Your style?" inquired Pao-yü; to which question Tai-yü replied, "I have no style." "I'll give you a style," suggested Pao-yü smilingly. "Want the double sign, P'in P'in, knitted brows? Do very well." "From what part of the standard book does that come?" T'an Ch'un hastily interposed. "It is stated in the thorough research, in the state of creation, from remote ages to the present day," Pao-yü went on to explain, "that in the western quarter, there exists a stone, called Tai (black), which can be used, in lieu of ink, to blacken the eyebrows with. Besides, The eyebrows of this cousin taper in a way as if they were contracted, so that the selection of these two characters is most appropriate, isn't it?" "This is just another plagiarism, I fear," observed T'an Ch'un, with an ironic smirk. "Exclusive of the 4 books," Pao-yü remarked smilingly, "the majority of works are plagiarised, and it is only I, perchance, who plagiarise? Have you got any jade or not?" he went on to inquire, addressing Tai yü, to the discomfiture of all who could not make out what he meant. "It's because he has a jade himself," Tai yü forthwith reasoned within her mind, "that he asks me whether I have one or not." "No, I haven't one," she replied. "That jade of yours is besides a rare object, and how could every one have one?" As soon as Pao-yü heard this remark, he at once burst out in a fit of his raving complaint, and unclasping the gem, he dashed it disdainfully on the floor. "Rare object, indeed!" he shouted, as he heaped invective on it. "It has no idea how to discriminate the excellent from the mean among human beings! And do tell me, has it any perception or not? I can do without this rubbish." All those who stood below were startled, and in a body they pressed forward, vying with each other as to who should pick up the gem. Dowager lady Chia was so distressed that she clasped Pao-yü in her embrace. "You child of wrath," she exclaimed, "when you get into a passion, it's easy enough for you to beat and abuse people, but what makes you fling away that stem of life?" Pao-yü's face was covered with traces of tears. "All my cousins here, senior as well as junior," he rejoined as he sobbed, "have no gem, and if it's only I to have one, there's no fun in it, I maintain. And now comes this angelic sort of cousin, and she too has none, so that it's clear enough that it is no profitable thing." Dowager lady Chia hastened to coax him. "This cousin of yours," she explained, "would, under former circumstances, have come here with a jade, and it's because your aunt felt unable, as she lay on her deathbed, to reconcile herself to the separation from your cousin, that in the absence of any remedy, she forthwith took the gem belonging to her daughter, along with her in the grave, so that, in the first place, by the fulfilment of the rites of burying the living with the dead, might be accomplished the filial piety of your cousin, and in the second place, that the spirit of your aunt might also, for the time being, use it to gratify the wish of gazing on your cousin. That's why she simply told you she had no jade, for she couldn't very well have had any desire to give vent to self-praise. Now, how can you ever compare yourself with her? And don't you yet carefully and circumspectly put it on? Mind, your mother may come to know what you have done." As she uttered these words, she speedily took the jade over from the hand of the waiting maid, and she herself fastened it on for him. When Pao-yü heard this explanation, he indulged in reflection, but could not even then advance any further arguments. A nurse came at the moment and inquired about Tai yü's quarters, and dowager lady Chia at once added: "Shift Pao-yü along with me into the warm room of my suite of apartments, and put your mistress, Miss Lin, temporarily in the green gauze house; and when the rest of the winter is over, and repairs are taken in hand in spring in their rooms, an additional wing can be put up for her to take up her quarters in." "My dear ancestor," ventured Pao-yü, "the bed I occupy outside the green gauze house is very comfortable, and what need is there again for me to leave it and come and disturb your old ladyship's peace and quiet?" "Well, all right," observed dowager lady Chia after some consideration, "but let each one of you have a nurse, as well as a waiting maid to attend on you. The other servants can remain in the outside rooms and keep night watch, and be ready to answer any call." At an early hour, besides, Hsi Feng had sent a servant round with a grey flowered curtain, embroidered coverlets, and satin quilts and other such articles. Tai yü had brought along with her only 2 servants; the one was her own nurse, dame Wang, and the other was a young waiting maid of 16, whose name was Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai. Dowager lady Chia, perceiving that Xueyin was too youthful and quite a child in her manner, while nurse Wang was, on the other hand, too aged, conjectured that Tai-yü would, in all her wants, not have things as she liked, so she detached two waiting maids who were her own personal attendants, named Tzu Qun and Ying Ko, and attached them to Tai-yü's service. Just as had Ying Chun and the other girls, each one of whom had besides the wet nurses of their youth, 4 other nurses to advise and direct them, and exclusive of 2 personal maids to look after their dress and toilet, 4 or 5 additional young maids to do the washing and sweeping of the rooms, and the running about backwards and forwards on errands. Nurse Wang, Tzu Qun, and other girls entered at once upon their attendance on Tai-yü in the green gauze rooms, while Pao-yu's wet nurse, dame Li, together with an elderly waiting maid called Hsi Jen, were on duty in the room with the large bed. This Hsi Jen had also been, originally, one of dowager lady Chia's servant girls. Her name was, in days gone by, Cheng Chu. As her venerable ladyship, in her tender love for Pao-yü, had feared that Pao-yü's servant girls were not equal to their duties, she readily handed her to Pao-yü, as she had hitherto experience of how sincere and considerate she was at heart. Pao-yü, knowing that her surname was at one time Hua, and having once seen in some verses of an ancient poet the line, "The fragrance of flowers wafts itself into man," lost no time in explaining the fact to dowager lady Chia, who at once changed her name to Hsi Jen. This Hsi Jen had several simple traits. While in attendance upon dowager lady Chia, in her heart and her eyes there was no one but her venerable ladyship, and her alone; and now in her attendance upon Pao-yü, her heart and eyes were again full of Pao-yü, and him alone. But as Pao-yü was of perverse temperament, and did not heed her repeated injunctions, she felt at heart exceedingly grieved. At night, after nurse Li had fallen asleep, seeing that in the inner chambers Tai-yü, Ying Ko and the others had not as yet retired to rest, she disrobed herself and with gentle step walked in. "How is it, miss," she inquired smiling, "that you have not turned in as yet?" Tai-yü at once put on a smile. "Sit down, sister," she rejoined, pressing her to take a seat. Hsi Jen sat on the edge of the bed. "Miss Lin," interposed Ying Ko smirkingly, "has been here in an awful state of mind. She has cried so to herself that her eyes were flooded, as soon as she dried her tears. 'It's only to day I've come,' she said, 'and I've already been the case of the outbreak of your young master's failing. Now had he broken that jade, as he hurled it on the ground, wouldn't it have been my fault?' Hence it was that she was so wounded at heart that I had all the trouble in the world before I could appease her." "Desist at once, miss; don't go on like this," Hsi Jen advised her. "There will, I fear, in the future, happen things far more strange and ridiculous than this; and if you allow yourself to be wounded and affected to such a degree by a conduct such as his, you will, I apprehend, suffer endless wounds and anguish; so be quick and dispel this over sensitive nature." "What you sisters advise me," replied Tai-yü, "I shall bear in mind, and it will be all right." They had another chat, which lasted for some time, before they at length retired to rest for the night. The next day, she and her cousins got up at an early hour, and went over to pay their respects to dowager lady Chia; after which, upon coming to madame Wang's apartments, they happened to find madame Wang and Hsi Feng together, opening the letters, which had arrived from Chin Ling. There were also in the room 2 married women, who had been sent from madame Wang's elder brother's wife's house to deliver a message. Tai-yü was, it is true, not aware of what was up, but T'an Ch'un and the others knew that they were discussing the son of her mother's sister, married in the Hsüeh family, in the city of Chin Ling, a cousin of theirs, Hsüeh Pao, who relying upon his wealth and influence, had, by assaulting a man, committed homicide, and who was now to be tried in the court of the Ying Tien prefecture. Her maternal uncle, Wang Tzu Ting, had now, on the receipt of the tidings, dispatched messengers to bring over news to the Chia family. But the next chapter will explain what was the ultimate issue of the wish entertained in this mansion to send for the Hsüeh family to come to the capital. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bincraft Joly. Chapter 4, Part 1. An ill-fated girl happens to meet an ill-fated young man. The Hulu Bans adjudicates the Hulu case. Tai-yü, for we shall now return to our story, having come, along with her cousin, to Madame Wang's apartments, found Madame Wang discussing certain domestic occurrences with the messengers, who had arrived from her elder brother's wife's home, and conversing also about the case of homicide in which the family of her mother's sister had become involved, and other such relevant topics. Perceiving how pressing and perplexing were the matters in which Madame Wang was engaged, the young ladies promptly left her apartments, and came over to the rooms of their widow sister-in-law, Mrs. Li. This Mrs. Li had originally been the spouse of Chia Chu. Although Chu had died at an early age, he had the good fortune of leaving behind him a son, to whom the name of Chia Lan was given. He was, at this period, just in his 5th year, and had already entered school and applied himself to books. This Mrs. Li was also the daughter of an official of note in Qingling. Her father's name was Li Shuchong, who had, at one time, been imperial libationer. Among his kindred, men as well as women had all devoted themselves to poetry and letters, but ever since Li Shuchong continued the line of succession, he readily asserted that the absence of literary attainments in his daughter was indeed a virtue, so that it soon came about that she did not apply herself in real earnest to learning, with the result that all she studied were some parts of the 4 books for women and the memoirs of excellent women, that all she read did not extend beyond a limited number of characters, and that all she committed to memory were the examples of these few worthy female characters of dynasties of yore, while she attached special importance to spinning and female handiwork. To this reason is to be assigned the name selected for her, of Li Wan, Li the weaver, and the style of Gong Zai, palace seamstress. Hence it was that, though this Li Wan still continued, after the loss of her mate, while she was as yet in the spring of her life, to live amidst affluence and luxury, she nevertheless resembled in every respect a block of rotten wood or dead ashes. She had no inclination whatsoever to inquire after anything, or to listen to anything, while her sole and exclusive thought was to wait upon her relatives and educate her son, and in addition to this, to teach her young sisters-in-law to do needlework and to read aloud. Tai-yü was, it is true, at this period living as a guest in the Chia mansion, where she certainly had the several young ladies to associate with her, but outside her aged father, she thought, there was really no need for her to extend affection to any of the rest. But we will now speak of Chia Yü-ts'un. Having obtained the appointment of prefect of Ying-Tian, he had no sooner arrived at his post than a charge of manslaughter was laid before his court. This had arisen from some rivalry between 2 parties in the purchase of a slave girl, either of whom would not yield his right, with the result that a serious assault occurred, which ended in homicide. Yü-ts'un had, with all promptitude, the servants of the plaintiffs brought before him, and subjected them to an examination. The victim of the assault, the plaintiff deposed, was your servant's master. Having on a certain day purchased a servant girl, she unexpectedly turned out to be a girl who had been carried away and sold by a kidnapper.
This kidnapper had, first of all, got hold of our family's money, and our master had given out that he would, on the third day, which was a propitious day, take her over into the house, but this kidnapper stealthily sold her over again to the Hsüeh family. When we came to know of this, we went in search of the seller to lay hold of him, and bring back the girl by force. But the Hsüeh party has been all along the bully of Ching Ling, full of confidence in his wealth, full of presumption on account of his prestige, and his arrogant menials in a body seized our master and beat him to death. The murderous master and his crew have all long ago made good their escape, leaving no trace behind them, while there only remain several parties not concerned in the affair. Your servants have for a whole year lodged complaints, but there has been no one to do our cause justice, and we therefore implore your lordship to have the blood-stained criminals arrested, and thus conduce to the maintenance of humanity and benevolence, and the living, as well as the dead, will feel boundless gratitude for this heavenly bounty." When Yü ts'un heard their appeal, he flew into a fiery rage. "What!" he exclaimed, "how could a case of such gravity have taken place as the murder of a man, and the culprits have been allowed to run away scot-free, without being arrested? Issue warrants, and dispatch constables to at once lay hold of the relatives of the blood-stained criminals, and bring them to be examined by means of torture." Thereupon he espied a retainer, who was standing by the judgment table, wink at him, signifying that he should not issue the warrants. Yü ts'un gave way to secret suspicion, and felt compelled to desist. Withdrawing from the court-room, he retired into a private chamber, from whence he dismissed his followers, only keeping this single retainer to wait upon him. The retainer speedily advanced and paid his obeisance. "Your worship," he said smiling, "has persistently been rising in official honours, and increasing in wealth, so that, in the course of about 8 or 9 years, you have forgotten me. Your face is, however, extremely familiar," observed Yü ts'un, "but I cannot, for the moment, recall who you are." "Honourable people forget many things," remarked the retainer, as he smiled. "What! have you even forgotten the place where you started in life? And do you not remember what occurred, in years gone by, in the Hu Lu temple?" Yü ts'un was filled with extreme astonishment, and past events then began to dawn upon him. The fact is that this retainer had been at one time a young priest in the Hu Lu temple, but as, after its destruction by fire, he had no place to rest his frame, he remembered how light and easy was, after all, this kind of occupation, and being unable to reconcile himself to the solitude and quiet of a temple, he accordingly availed himself of his years, which were as yet few, to let his hair grow and become a retainer. Yü ts'un had no idea that it was he. Hastily taking his hand in his, he smilingly observed, "You are indeed an old acquaintance," and then pressed him to take a seat, so as to have a chat with more ease, but the retainer would not presume to sit down. "Friendships," Yü ts'un remarked, putting on a smiling expression, "contracted in poor circumstances should not be forgotten. This is a private room, so that if you sat down, what would it matter?" The retainer thereupon craved permission to take a seat, and sat down gingerly, all awry. "Why did you, a short while back," Yü ts'un inquired, "not allow me to issue the warrants?" "Your illustrious office," replied the retainer, "has brought your worship here, and is it likely you have not transcribed some phylactery of your post in this province?" "What is an office phylactery?" asked Yü ts'un with alacrity. "Nowadays," explained the retainer, "those who become local officers provide themselves invariably with a secret list, in which are entered the names and surnames of the most influential and affluent gentry of note in the province. This is in vogue in every province. Should inadvertently, at any moment, one give umbrage to persons of this status, why, not only office, but I fear even one's life, it would be difficult to preserve. That's why these lists are called office phylacteries. This Hsüeh family, just a while back spoken of, how could your worship presume to provoke? This case in question affords no difficulties whatever in the way of a settlement, but the prefects, who have held office before you, have all, by doing violence to the feeling and good nature of these people, come to the end they did." As he uttered these words, he produced, from inside a purse which he had handy, a transcribed office phylactery, which he handed over to Yü ts'un, who upon perusal found it full of trite and unpolished expressions of public opinion, with regard to the leading clans and notable official families in that particular district. They ran as followed: "The Chia family is not Chia, a myth. White jade formed the halls, gold composed their horses. The Feng palace is 300 li in extent, but is no fit residence for a She of Qinling. The eastern seas lack white jade beds, and the Long Wang, king of the dragons, has come to ask for one of the Qinling Wang, Mr. Wang of Qinling. And a plenteous year, snow, Hsüeh, is very plentiful. Their pearls and gems are like sand, their gold like iron." Scarcely had Yü ts'un done reading, when suddenly was heard the announcement, communicated by the beating of a gong, that Mr. Wang had come to pay his respects. Yü ts'un hastily adjusted his official clothes and hat, and went out of the room to greet and receive the visitor. Returning after a short while, he proceeded to question the retainer about what he had been perusing. "These 4 families," explained the retainer, "are all interlaced by ties of relationship, so that if you offend one, you offend all. If you honour one, you honour all. For support and protection, they all have those to take care of their interests. Now this Hsüeh, who is charged with homicide, is indeed the Hsüeh implied by 'in a plenteous year, Hsüeh (snow) is very plentiful.' In fact, not only has he these 3 families to rely upon, but his father's old friends, and his own relatives and friends are both to be found in the capital, as well as abroad in the provinces; and they are, what is more, not few in number. Who is it then that your worship purposes having arrested?" When Yü ts'un had heard these remarks, he forthwith put on a smile, and inquired of the retainer: "If what you say be true, how is then this lawsuit to be settled? Are you also perchance well aware of the place of retreat of this homicide?" "I don't deceive your worship," the retainer ventured smiling, "when I say that not only do I know the hiding place of this homicide, but that I also am acquainted with the man who kidnapped and sold the girl. I likewise knew full well the poor devil and buyer, now deceased. But wait, and I'll tell your worship all, with full details. This person, who succumbed to the assault, was the son of a minor gentry. His name was Feng Yuan. His father and mother are both deceased, and he has likewise no brothers. He looked after some scanty property in order to eke out a living. His age was 18 or 19, and he had a strong penchant for men's, and not much for women's society. But this was too the retribution for sins committed in a previous existence. For coming, by a strange coincidence, in the way of this kidnapper, who was selling the maid, he straightway at a glance fell in love with this girl, and made up his mind to purchase her and make her his second wife, entering an oath not to associate with any male friends, nor even to marry another girl. And so much in earnest was he in this matter, that he had to wait until after the 3rd day before she could enter his household, so as to make the necessary preparations for the marriage. But who would have foreseen the issue? His kidnapper quietly disposed of her again, by sale to the Hsüeh family, his intention being to pocket the prize money from both parties, and effect his escape. Contrary to his calculations, he couldn't after all run away in time, and the two buyers laid hold of him and beat him till he was half dead; but neither of them would take his coin back, each insisting upon possession of the girl. But do you think that young gentleman, Mr. Hsüeh, would yield his claim to her person? Why, he at once summoned his servants and bade them have recourse to force, and taking this young man Feng, they assaulted him till they made mincemeat of him. He was then carried back to his home, where he finally died after the expiry of 3 days. This young Mr. Hsüeh had previously chosen a day on which he meant to set out for the capital, and though he had beaten the young man Feng to death and carried off the girl, he nevertheless behaved in the manner of a man who had no concern in the affair, and all he gave his mind to was to take his family and go along his way, but not in any wise in order to evade the consequences of this occurrence. This case of homicide he looked upon as a most trivial and insignificant matter, which he thought his brother and servants who were on the spot would be enough to settle. But however, enough of this person. Now, does your worship know who this girl is who was sold?" "How could I possibly know?" answered Yü ts'un. "And yet," remarked the Retainer, as he laughed coldly, "this is a person to whom you are indebted for great obligations, for she is no one else than the daughter of Mr. Ch'un, who lived next door to the Hu Lu temple. Her infant name is Ying Lien." "What? Is it really she?" exclaimed Yü ts'un, full of surprise. "I heard that she had been kidnapped ever since she was 5 years old, but has she only been sold recently?" "Kidnappers of this kind," continued the Retainer, "only abduct infant girls, whom they bring up till they reach the age of 12 or 13, when they take them into strange districts and dispose of them through their agents. In days gone by, we used daily to coax this girl, Ying Lien, to romp with us, so that we got to be exceedingly friendly. Hence it is that though, with the lapse of 7 or 8 years, her mien has assumed a more surpassingly lovely appearance, her general features have, on the other hand, undergone no change, and this is why I can recognise her. Besides, in the centre of her 2 eyebrows, she had a spot of the size of a grain of rice, of carnation colour, which she has had ever since she was born into the world. This kidnapper, it also happened, rented my house to live in, and on a certain day, on which the kidnapper was not at home, I even set her a few questions. She said that the kidnapper had so beaten her that she felt intimidated and couldn't on any account venture to speak out, simply averring that the kidnapper was her own father, and that as he had no funds to repay his debts, he had consequently disposed of her by sale. I tried time after time to induce her to answer me, but she again gave way to tears and added no more than, 'I don't really remember anything of my youth.' Of this anyhow there can be no doubt. On a certain day, the young man Feng and the kidnapper met, said the money was paid down, but as the kidnapper happened to be intoxicated, Ying Lien exclaimed as she sighed, 'My punishment has this day been consummated.' Later on again, when she heard that young Feng would, after 3 days, have her taken over to his house, she once more underwent a change, and put on such a sorrowful look that, unable to brook the sight of it, I waited till the kidnapper went out, when I again told my wife to go and cheer her by representing to her that this Mr. Feng's fixed purpose to wait for a propitious day on which to come and take her over was ample proof that he would not look upon her as a servant girl. Furthermore, explained my wife to her, he is a sort of person exceedingly given to fast habits, and has at home ample means to live upon, so that if, besides, with his extreme aversion to women, he actually purchases you now at a fancy price, you should be able to guess the issue without any explanation. You have to bear suspense only for 2 or 3 days, and what need is there to be sorrowful and dejected?" After these assurances, she became somewhat composed, flattering herself that she would from henceforth have a home of her own. But who would believe that the world is but full of disappointments? On the succeeding day, it came about that the kidnapper again sold her to the Hsüeh family. Had he disposed of her to any other party, no harm would have anyhow resulted; but this young gentleman Hsüeh, who is nicknamed by all the foolish and overbearing prince, is the most perverse and passionate being in the whole world. What is more, he throws money away as if it were dust. The day on which he gave the thrashing, with blows like falling leaves and flowing water, he dragged Ying Lien away, more dead than alive, by sheer force, and no one even up to this date is aware whether she be among the dead or the living. This young Feng had a spell of empty happiness, for not only was his wish not fulfilled, but on the contrary, he spent money and lost his life. And was not this a lamentable case? When Yü ts'un heard this account, he also heaved a sigh. "This was indeed," he observed, "a retribution in store for them. Their encounter was likewise not accidental, for had it been, how was it that this Feng Yuan took a fancy to Ying Lien? This Ying Lien had, during all these years, to endure much harsh treatment from the hands of the kidnapper, and had at length obtained the means of escape, and being besides full of warm feeling, had he actually made her his wife, and had they come together, the event would certainly have been happy; but as luck would have it, there occurred again this contretemps. This Hsüeh is, it is true, more laden with riches and honours than Feng was, but when we bear in mind what kind of man he certainly is, with his large bevy of handmaids and his licentious and inordinate habits, cannot ever be held equal to Feng Yuan, who had set his heart upon one person, this may appositely be termed a fantastic sentimental destiny, which, by a strange coincidence, befell a couple consisting of an ill-fated young fellow and girl. But why discuss third parties? The only thing now is, how to decide this case so as to put things right." "Your worship," remarked the Retainer, smiling, "displayed in years gone by such great intelligence and decision; and how is it that today you, on the contrary, become a person without any resources? Your servant has heard that the promotion of your worship to fill up this office is due to the exertions of the Chia and Wang families; and as this Hsüeh Pan is a relative of the Chia mansion, why doesn't your worship take your craft along with the stream, and bring, by the performance of a kindness, this case to an issue, so that you may again in days to come be able to go and face the two dukes, Chia and Wang?" "What you suggest," replied Yü ts'un, "is of course right enough, but this case involves a human life, and honoured as I have been by His Majesty the Emperor, by a restoration to office and selection to an appointment, how can I, at the very moment when I may strain all my energies to show my gratitude, by reason of a private consideration, set the laws at naught? This is a thing which I really haven't the courage to do." "What your worship says is naturally right and proper," remarked the Retainer at these words, smiling sarcastically, "but at the present stage of the world, such things cannot be done. Haven't you heard the saying of a man of old to the effect that great men take action suitable to the times? 'He who presses,' he adds, 'towards what is auspicious and avoids what is inauspicious, is a perfect man.' From what your worship says, not only you couldn't, by any display of zeal, repay your obligations to His Majesty, but what is more, your own life you will find it difficult to preserve. There are still 3 more considerations necessary to ensure a safe settlement." Yü ts'un drooped his head for a considerable time. "What is there, in your idea, to be done?" he at length inquired. "Your servant," responded the Retainer, "has already devised a most excellent plan. It's this: to morrow, when your lordship sits in court, you should, merely for form's sake, make much ado by dispatching letters and issuing warrants for the arrest of the culprits. The murderer will naturally not be forthcoming, and as the plaintiffs will be strong in their displeasure, you will of course have some members of the clan of the Hsüeh family, together with a few servants and others, taken into custody and examined under torture, when your servant will be behind the scenes to bring matters to a settlement, by bidding them report that the victim had succumbed to a sudden ailment, and by urging the whole number of the kindred, as well as the headman of the place, to hand in a declaration to that effect. Your worship can aver that you understand perfectly how to write charms in dust, and conjure the spirit, having had an altar covered with dust placed in the court, you should bid the military and people to come and look unto their heart's content. Your worship can give out that the divining spirit has declared that the deceased Feng Yuan and Hsüeh Pan had been enemies in a former life, that having now met in the narrow road, their destinies were consummated, that Hsüeh Pan has by this time contracted some indescribable disease and perished from the effects of the persecution of the spirit of Feng, that as the calamity had originated entirely from the action of the kidnapper, exclusive of dealing with the kidnapper according to law, the rest need not be interfered with, and so on. Your servant will be in the background to speak to the kidnapper and urge him to make a full confession, and when people find that the response of the divining spirit harmonizes with the statements of the kidnapper, they will, as a matter of course, entertain no suspicion. The Hsüeh family have plenty of money, so that if your worship advocates that they should pay 500, they can afford it, or 1,000 will also be within their means, and this sum can be handed to the Feng family to meet the outlay of burning incense and burial expense. The Feng family are, besides, people of not much consequence, and the fuss made by them being simply for money, they too will, when they have got the cash in hand, have nothing more to say. But may it please your worship to consider carefully this plan, and see what you think of it?" "It isn't a safe course, Yü ts'un observed as he smiled. "Let me further think and deliberate, and possibly by succeeding in suppressing public criticism, the matter might also be settled." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Sao Xie. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 4, Part 2. These two closed their consultation by a fixed determination, and the next day, when he sat in judgment, he marked off a whole company of the plaintiffs as well as of the accused, as were mentioned by name, and had them brought before him. Yü ts'un examined them with additional minuteness, and discovered in point of fact that the inmates of the Feng family were extremely few, that they merely relied upon this charge with the idea of obtaining some compensation for joss sticks and burials, and that the Hsüeh family, presuming on their prestige and confident of patronage, had been obstinate in the refusal to make any mutual concession, with the result that confusion had supervened, and that no decision had been arrived at. Following readily the bent of his feelings, Yü ts'un disregarded the laws, and adjudicated this suit in a random way, and as the Feng family came in for a considerable sum, with which to meet the expense for incense and the funeral, they had, after all, not very much to say in the way of objections. With all dispatch, Yü ts'un wrote and forwarded 2 letters, one to Chia Cheng and the other to Wang Tzu-tsang, at the time commander-in-chief of a metropolitan division, simply informing them that the case in which their worthy nephew was concerned had come to a close, and that there was no need for them to give way to any extreme solicitude. This case had been settled through the exclusive action of the young priest of the Hu-Lu temple, now an official retainer, and Yü ts'un, apprehending, on the other hand, lest he might in the presence of others divulge the circumstances connected with the days gone by when he was in a state of penury, naturally felt very unhappy in his mind. But at a later period, he succeeded, by ultimately finding in him some shortcoming and deporting him to a faraway place, in setting his fears at rest. But we will put Yü Ts'un on one side, and refer to the young man, Hsüeh, who purchased Ying Lien and assaulted Feng Yuan to death. He too was a native of Qingling, and belonged to a family literary during successive generations. But this young Hsüeh had recently, when of tender age, lost his father, and his widowed mother, out of pity for his being the only male issue and a fatherless child, could not help doting on him, and indulging him to such a degree that, when he in course of time grew up to years of manhood, he was good for nothing. In their home, furthermore, was the wealth of a millionaire, and they were at this time in receipt of an income from His Majesty's privy purse, for the purvey of various articles. This young Hsüeh went at school under the name of Pan. His style was Wen Qi. His natural habits were extravagant, his language haughty and supercilious. He had, of course, also been to school, but all he knew was a limited number of characters, and those not well. The whole day long, his sole delight was in cockfighting and horse racing, rambling over hills and doing the sights. Though a purveyor by imperial appointment, he had not the least idea of anything relating to matters of business or of the world. All he was good for was to take advantage of the friendships enjoyed by his grandfather in days of old, to present himself at the Board of Revenue to perfunctorily sign his name, and to draw the allowance and rations, while the rest of his affairs he, needless to say, left his partners and old servants of the family to manage for him. His widowed mother, a Miss Wang, was the youngest sister of Wang Tzu-ts'eng, whose present office was that of commander-in-chief of a metropolitan division, and was, with Madame Wang, the spouse of Chia Cheng, of the Jung Hu mansion, sisters born out of one mother. She was, in this year, more or less 40 years of age, and had only one son, this Hsüeh Pan. She also had a daughter, who was 2 years younger than Hsüeh Pan, and whose infant name was Pao-ch'ai. She was beautiful in appearance and elegant and refined in deportment. In days gone by, when her father lived, he was extremely fond of this girl, and had her read books and study characters, so that, as compared with her brother, she was actually 100 times his superior. Having become aware, ever since her father's death, that her brother could not appease the anguish of her mother's heart, she at once dispelled all thoughts of books, and gave her sole mind to needlework, to the menage, and other such concerns, so as to be able to participate in her mother's sorrow, and to bear the fatigue in lieu of her. As of late, the Emperor on the throne held learning and propriety in high esteem. His Majesty called together and singled out talent and ability, upon which he deigned to display exceptional grace and favour. Besides the number called forth from private life and chosen as imperial secondary wives, the daughters of families of hereditary official status and renown were without exception reported by name to the authorities and communicated to the board, in anticipation of the selection for maids-in-waiting to the imperial princesses and daughters of imperial princes in their studies, and for filling up the offices of persons of eminence to urge them to become excellent. Ever since the death of Hsüeh Pan's father, the various assistants, managers and partners and other employees in the respective provinces, perceiving how youthful Hsüeh Pan was in years and how much he lacked worldly experience, readily availed themselves of the time to begin swindling and defrauding. The business carried on in various places in the capital gradually also began to fall off and to show a deficit. Hsüeh Pan had all along heard that the capital was the one place for gaieties, and was just entertaining the idea of going on a visit, when he eagerly jumped at the opportunity that presented itself, first of all to escort his sister, who was going to wait for the selection, in the second place to see his relatives, and in the third to enter personally the capital, professedly to settle up long-standing accounts and to make arrangements for new outlays, but in reality with the sole purpose of seeing the life and splendour of the metropolis. He therefore had, at an early period, got ready his baggage and small luggage, as well as the presents for relatives and friends, things of every description of local production, presents in acknowledgment of favours received, and other such effects, and he was about to choose a day to start on his journey, when unexpectedly he came in the way of the kidnapper, who offered Ying Lien for sale. As soon as Hsüeh Pan saw how distinguée Ying Lien was in her appearance, he formed the resolution of buying her, and when he encountered Feng Yuan, come with the object of depriving him of her, he, in the assurance of superiority, called his sturdy menials together, who set upon Feng Yuan and beat him to death. forthwith collecting all the affairs of the household and entrusting them one by one to the charge of some members of the clan and several elderly servants of the family, he promptly took his mother, sister, and others, and after all started on his distant journey, while the charge of homicide he, however, treated as child's play, flattering himself that if he spent a few filthy pieces of money, there was no doubt as to its settlement. He had been on his journey how many days he had not reckoned, when on a certain day, as they were about to enter the capital, he furthermore heard that his maternal uncle, Wang Tzu-t'eng, had been raised to the rank of Supreme Governor of 9 provinces, and had been honoured with an imperial command to leave the capital and inspect the frontiers. Hsüeh Pao was at heart secretly elated. "I was just lamenting," he thought, "that on my visit to the capital, I would have my maternal uncle to exercise control over me, and that I wouldn't be able to gambol and frisk to my heart's content. But now that he is leaving the capital on promotion, it's evident that heaven accomplishes man's wishes," as he consequently held consultation with his mother. "Though we have," he argued, "several houses of our own in the capital, yet for these last 10 years or so, there has been no one to live in them, and the people charged with looking after them must unavoidably have stealthily rented them to some one or other. It's therefore needful to let servants go ahead, to sweep and to get the place in proper order, before we can very well go ourselves." "What need is there to go to such trouble?" retorted his mother. "The main object of our present visit to the capital is first of all to pay our respects to our relatives and friends, and it is either at your elder uncle's, my brother's place, or at your other uncle's, my sister's husband's home, both of which families' houses are extremely spacious, that we can put up provisionally, and by, at our ease, we can send servants to make our house tidy. Now won't this be a considerable saving of trouble?" "My uncle, your brother," suggested Hsüeh Pao, "has just been raised to an appointment in an outside province, so that, of course, in his house, things must be topsy-turvy, on account of his departure, and should we betake ourselves like a hive of bees in a long trail, to him for shelter? Won't we appear very inconsiderate?" "Your uncle," remarked his mother, "is, it is true, going on promotion, but there's besides the house of your aunt, my sister. What is more, during these last few years, from both your uncles and aunts, have time after time been sent messages and letters forwarded, asking us to come over, and now that we've come, is it likely, though your uncle is busy with his preparations to start on his journey, that your aunt of the Chia family won't do all she can to press us to stay? Besides, were we to have our house got ready in a scramble, won't it make people think it strange? I, however, know your idea very well, that were we to stay at your uncle's and aunt's, you won't escape being under strict restraint, unlike what would be the case were we to live in our own house, as you would be free then to act as you please. Such being the case, go, on your own account, and choose some place to take up your quarters in, while I myself, who have been separated from your aunt and cousins for these several years, would however like to stay with them for a few days, and I'll go along with your sister and look up your aunt at her home. What do you say? Will this suit you or not?" Hsüeh Pao, upon hearing his mother speak in this strain, knew well enough that he could not bring her round from her determination, and he had no help but to issue the necessary directions to the servants to make straight for the Jung mansion. Madame Wang had by this time already come to know that in the lawsuit in which Hsüeh Pao was concerned, Chia Yü had fortunately intervened and lent his good offices, and was at length more composed in her mind. But when she again saw that her eldest brother had been advanced to a post on the frontier, she was just deploring that, deprived of the intercourse of the relatives of her mother's family, how doubly lonely she would feel, when, after the lapse of a few days, some one of the household brought the unexpected announcement that "Our lady your sister has, with the young gentleman, the young lady, and her whole household, entered the capital, and have dismounted from their vehicles outside the main entrance." This news so delighted madame Wang that she rushed out with a few attendants to greet them in the large entrance hall, and brought Mrs. Hsüeh and the others into her house. The two sisters were now reunited, at an advanced period of their lives, so that mixed feelings of sorrow and joy thronged together, but on these it is, of course, needless to dilate. After conversing for a time on what had occurred subsequent to their separation, Madame Wang took them to pay their obeisance to dowager lady Chia. They then handed over the various kinds of presents and indigenous articles, and after the whole family had been introduced, a banquet was also spread to greet the guests. Hsüeh Pao, having paid his respects to Chia Cheng and Chia Lian, was likewise taken to see Chia She and Chia Chen and the other members. Chia Cheng sent a messenger to tell madame Wang that aunt Hsüeh had already seen many springs and autumns, while their nephew was of a tender age, with no experience, so that there was every fear, were he to live outside, that something would again take place. In the southeast corner of our compound, he sent word, there are in the Pear Fragrance Court over 10 apartments, all of which are vacant and lying idle, and were we to tell the servants to sweep them, and invite aunt Hsüeh and the young gentleman and lady to take up their quarters there, it would be an extremely wise thing. Madame Wang had in fact been entertaining the wish to keep them to live with them, when dowager lady Chia also sent someone to say that Mrs. Hsüeh should be asked to put up in the mansion in order that a greater friendliness should exist between them all. Mrs. Hsüeh herself had all along been desirous to live in one place with her relatives, so as to be able to keep a certain check over her son, fearing that, if they lived in a separate house outside, the natural bent of his habits would run riot, and that some calamity would be brought on. She therefore, there and then, expressed her sense of appreciation and accepted the invitation. She further privately told madame Wang, in clear terms, that every kind of daily expense and general contribution would have to be entirely avoided and withdrawn, as that would be the only thing to justify her to make any protracted stay. And madame Wang, aware that she had in her home no difficulty in this line, promptly, in fact, complied with her wishes. From this date it was that aunt Hsüeh and her children took up their quarters in the Pear Fragrance Court. This court of Pear Fragrance had, we must explain, been at one time used as a place for the quiet retirement of the Duke Jung in his advanced years. It was on a small scale, but ingeniously laid out. There were at least over 10 structures. The front halls and the back houses were all in perfect style. There was a separate door giving onto the street, and the people of the household of Hsüeh Pao used this door to go in and out. At the southwest quarter there was also a side door, which communicated with a narrow roadway. Beyond this narrow road was the eastern court of madame Wang's principal apartment, so that every day, either after her repast or in the evening, Mrs. Hsüeh would readily come over and converse on one thing and another with dowager lady Chia, or have a chat with madame Wang, while Pao-ch'ai came together day after day with Tai-yü, Ying-ch'un, her sisters and the other girls, either to read, to play chess, or to do needlework, and the pleasure which they derived was indeed perfect. Hsüeh Pao, however, had all along from the first instance been loath to live in the Chia mansion, as he dreaded that with the discipline enforced by his uncle, he would not be able to be his own master. But his mother had made up her mind so positively to remain there, and what was more, everyone in the Chia mansion was most pressing in their efforts to keep them, that there was no alternative for him but to take up his quarters temporarily there, while he at the same time directed servants to go and sweep the apartments of their own house, with a view that they should move into them when they were ready. But contrary to expectation, after they had been in their quarters for not over a month, Hsüeh Pao came to be on intimate relations with all the young men among the kindred of the Chia mansion, the half of whom were extravagant in their habits, so that great was, of course, his delight to frequent them. To-day they would come together to drink wine, the next day to look at flowers. They even assembled to gamble, to dissipate, and to go everywhere and anywhere, leading, with all their enticements, Hsüeh Pao so far astray that he became far worse by 100 times than he was hitherto. Although it must be concluded that Chia Cheng was in the education of his children quite correct, and in the control of his family quite systematic, yet, in the first place, the clan was so large, and the members so numerous, that he was unable to attend to the entire supervision; and in the second place, the head of the family at this period was Chia Cheng, who, as the eldest grandchild of the Ning mansion, had likewise now come into the inheritance of the official status, with the result that all matters connected with the clan devolved upon his sole and exclusive control. In the third place, public as well as private concerns were manifold and complex, and being a man of negligent disposition, he estimated ordinary affairs of so little consequence that any respite from his official duties he devoted to no more than the study of books and the playing of chess. Furthermore, this Pear Fragrance Court was separated by 2 rows of buildings from his quarters, and was also provided with a separate door opening into the street, so that being able at their own heart's desire to go out and to come in, these several young fellows could well indulge their caprices and gratify the bent of their minds. Hence it was that Hsüeh Pao, in course of time, gradually extinguished from his memory every idea of shifting their quarters. But what transpired on subsequent days, the following chapter will explain. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 5, Part 1. The spirit of Chia Pao-yü visits the confines of the great void. The monitory vision fairy expounds in ballads the dream of the Red Chamber. Having in the 4th chapter explained to some degree the circumstances attending the settlement of the mother and children of the Hsüeh family in the Jung mansion and other incidental matters, we will now revert to Lin Tai-yü. Ever since her arrival in the Jung mansion, Dowager Lady Chia showed her the highest sympathy and affection, so that in everything connected with sleeping, eating, rising, and accommodation, she was on the same footing as Pao-yü, with the result that Ying Chun, Xi Chun, and Tan Chun, her 3 granddaughters, had after all to take a back seat. In fact, the intimate and close friendliness and love which sprung up between the 2 persons, Pao-yü and Tai-yü, was in the same degree of an exceptional kind, as compared with those existing between the others. By daylight they were wont to walk together and to sit together. At night they would desist together and rest together. Really, it was a case of harmony in language and concord in ideas, of the consistency of varnish or of glue, a close friendship, when at this unexpected juncture there came this girl, Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai, who, though not very much older in years than the others, was nevertheless in manner so correct and in features so beautiful that the consensus of opinion was that Tai-yü herself could not come up to her standard. What is more, in her ways Pao-ch'ai was so full of good tact, so considerate and accommodating, so unlike Tai-yü, who was supercilious, self-confident, and without any regard for the world below, that the natural consequences was that she soon completely won the hearts of the lower classes. Even the whole number of waiting maids would also for the most part play and joke with Pao-ch'ai. Hence it was that Tai-yü fostered in her heart considerable feelings of resentment, but of this, however, Pao-ch'ai had not the least inkling. Pao-yü was likewise in the prime of his boyhood, and was besides, as far as the bent of his natural disposition was concerned, in every respect absurd and perverse, regarding his cousins, whether male or female, one and all with one common sentiment, and without any distinction whatever between the degree of distant or close relationship. Sitting and sleeping, as he now was, under the same roof with Tai-yü in Dowager Lady Chia's suite of rooms, he naturally became comparatively more friendly with her than with his other cousins, and this friendliness led to greater intimacy, and this intimacy once established, rendered unavoidable the occurrence of the blight of harmony from unforeseen slight pretexts. These 2 had had on this very day, for some unknown reason, words between them more or less unfriendly, and Tai-yü was again sitting all alone in her room, giving way to tears. Pao-yü was once more within himself quite conscience-smitten for his ungraceful remarks, and coming forward he humbly made advances, until at length Tai-yü, little by little, came round. As the plum blossom in the eastern part of the garden of the Ning mansion was in full bloom, Chia Jian's spouse, Mrs. Yü, made preparations for a collation, purposing to send invitations to Dowager Lady Chia, Mesdames Xing and Wang, and the other members of the family to come and admire the flowers, and when the day arrived the first thing she did was to take Chia Jung and his wife, the two of them, and come and ask them round in person. Dowager Lady Chia and the other inmates crossed over after their early meal, and they at once promenaded the Hui Fang (concentrated fragrance) garden. First tea was served and next wine, but the entertainment was no more than a family banquet of the kindred of the two mansions of Ning and Jung, so that there was a total lack of any novel or original recreation that could be put on record. After a little time Pao-yü felt tired and languid and inclined for his midday siesta. Take good care, Dowager Lady Chia enjoined some of them, and stay with him while he rests for a while when he can come back. Whereupon Chia Rung's wife, Mrs. Chin, smiled and said with eagerness, "We got ready in here a room for Uncle Bao, so let your venerable ladyship set your mind at ease. Just hand him over to my charge and he will be quite safe. Mothers and sisters," she continued, addressing herself to Pao-yü's nurses and waiting maids, "invite Uncle Bao to follow me in here." Dowager Lady Chia had always been aware of the fact that Mrs. Chin was a most trustworthy person, naturally courteous and scrupulous, and in every action likewise so benign and gentle, indeed the most estimable among the whole number of her great-grandson's wives, so that when she saw her about to go and attend to Pao-yü, she felt that for certainty everything would be well. Mrs. Chin then and there led away a company of attendants, and came into the rooms inside the drawing-room. Pao-yü, upon raising his head and catching sight of a picture hung on the upper wall representing a human figure in perfect style, the subject of which was a portrait of Yen Li, speedily felt his heart sink within him. There was also a pair of scrolls, the text of which was: "A thorough insight into worldly matters arises from knowledge. A clear perception of human nature emanates from literary lore." On perusal of these two sentences, albeit the room was sumptuous and beautifully laid out, he would on no account remain in it. "Let us go at once," he hastened to observe, "let us go at once." Mrs. Chin, upon hearing his objections, smiled. "If this," she said, "is really not nice, where are you going? If you won't remain here, well then, come into my room." Pao-yü nodded his head and gave a faint grin. "Where do you find the propriety," a nurse thereupon interposed, "of an uncle going to sleep in the room of a nephew's wife?" "Ai ya!" exclaimed Mrs. Chin, laughing, "I don't mind whether he gets angry or not, at what I say. But how old can he be as to reverentially shun all these things? Why, my brother was with me here last month, didn't you see him? He's, true enough, of the same age as Uncle Bao, but were the two of them to stand side by side, I suspect that he would be much higher in stature." "How is it," asked Pao-yü, "that I didn't see him? Bring him along and let me have a look at him." "He's separated," they all ventured as they laughed, "by a distance of 20 or 30 li, and how can he be brought along? But you'll see him some day." As they were talking they reached the interior of Mrs. Chin's apartments. As soon as they got in, a very faint puff of sweet fragrance was wafted into their nostrils. Pao-yü readily felt his eyes itch and his bones grow weak. "What a fine smell!" he exclaimed several consecutive times. Upon entering the apartments and gazing at the partition wall, he saw a picture, the handiwork of Tang Po-hu, consisting of begonias drooping in the springtime, on either side of which was one of a pair of scrolls written by Qin Dai-hsü, a literary chancellor of the Sung era, running as follows: "A gentle chill doth circumscribe the dreaming man, because the spring is cold. The fragrant whiff which wafts itself into man's nose is the perfume of wine." On the table was a mirror, one which had been placed in days of yore, in the mirror palace of the Emperor Wu Zetian. On one side stood a gold platter in which Fei Yen, who lived in the Chao state, used to stand and dance. In this platter was laid a quince, which An Lu Shan had flung at the Empress Tai Chen, inflicting a wound on her breast. In the upper part of the room stood a divan ornamented with gems, on which the Emperor's daughter Shou Chang was wont to sleep in the Hanjiang Palace. Hanging were curtains embroidered with strings of pearls by Tung Chang, the imperial princess. "It's nice in here, it's nice in here," exclaimed Pao-yü with a chuckle. "This room of mine," observed Mrs. Ch'in smilingly, "is, I think, good enough for even spirits to live in," and as she uttered these words, she with her own hands opened a gauze coverlet which had been washed by Hsi Shih, and removed a bridal pillow which had been held in the arms of Hung Yang. Instantly the nurses attended to Pao-yü until he had laid down comfortably, when they quietly dispersed, leaving only the 4 waiting maids, Hsi Jen, Chiu Wen, Qing Wen, and She Yue, to keep him company. "Mind be careful as you sit under the eaves," Mrs. Ch'in recommended the young waiting maids, "that the cats do not start a fight." Pao-yü then closed his eyes, and little by little became drowsy and fell asleep. It seemed to him just as if Mrs. Ch'in was walking ahead of him. Forthwith, with listless and unsettled step, he followed Mrs. Ch'in to some spot or other, where he saw carnation-like railings, jade-like steps, verdant trees and limpid pools, a spot where actually no trace of any human being could be met with, where of the shifting mundane dust little had penetrated. Pao-yü felt in his dream quite delighted. "This place," he mused, "is pleasant, and I may as well spend my whole lifetime in here. Though I may have to lose my home, I'm quite ready for the sacrifice, for it's far better being here than being flogged day after day by father, mother, and teacher." While he pondered in this erratic strain, he suddenly heard the voice of some human being at the back of the rocks, giving vent to this song. "Like scattering clouds doth fleet a vernal dream, the transient flowers pass like a running stream. Maidens and youths bear this ye all in mind, in useless grief what profit will ye find?" Pao-yü perceived that the voice was that of a girl. The song was barely at an end when he soon espied in the opposite direction a beautiful girl advancing with majesty and elastic step, a girl quite unlike any ordinary mortal being. There is this poem which gives an adequate description of her. "Lo, she just quits the willow bank, and sudden now she issues from the flower bedecked house. As onward alone she speeds, she startles the birds perched in the trees by the pavilion, to which as she draws nigh, her shadow flits by the verandah. Her fairy clothes now flutter in the wind, a fragrant perfume like unto musk or olea is wafted in the air. Her apparel lotus-like is sudden wont to move, and the jingle of her ornaments strikes the ear. Her dimpled cheeks resemble, as they smile, a vernal peach. Her kingfisher coiffure is like a cumulus of clouds. Her lips part cherry-like, her pomegranate-like teeth conceal a fragrant breath. Her slender waist, so beauteous to look at, is like the skipping snow wafted by a gust of wind. The sheen of her pearls and kingfisher trinkets abounds with splendour, green as the feathers of a duck, and yellow as the blooms of a goose. Now she issues to view, and now is hidden among the flowers. Beautiful she is when displeased, beautiful when in high spirits. With lissom step she treads along the pond as if she soars on wings or sways in air. Her eyebrows are crescent moons, and knit under her smiles. She speaks, and yet she seems no word to utter. Her lotus-like feet with ease pursue their course. She stops, and yet she seems still to be in motion. The charms of her figure all vie with ice in purity, and in splendour with precious gems. Lovely is her brilliant attire, so full of grandeur and refined grace. Lovable her countenance, as if moulded from some fragrant substance, or carved from white jade. Elegant is her person like a phoenix, dignified like a dragon soaring high. What is her chastity like? Like a white plum in spring with snow nestling in its broken skin. Her purity? Like autumn orchids bedecked with dewdrops. Her modesty? Like a fir tree growing in a barren plain. Her comeliness? Like russet clouds reflected in a limpid pool. Her gracefulness? Like a dragon in motion wriggling in a stream. Her refinement? Like the rays of the moon shooting onto a cool river. Sure she is to put Hsi Tze to shame. Bound to put Wang Qiang to the blush. What a remarkable person! Where was she born? And whence does she come? One thing is true, that in fairyland there is no second like her, that in the purple courts of heaven there is no one fit to be her peer. Forsooth, who can it be so surpassingly beautiful? Pao-yü, upon realizing that she was a fairy, was much elated, and with eagerness advanced and made a bow. "My divine sister," he ventured, as he put on a smile, "I don't know whence you come and whither you are going, nor have I any idea what this place is, but I make bold to entreat that you would take my hand and lead me on." "My abode," replied the Fairy, "is above the heavens of divested animosities, and in the ocean of discharged sorrows. I'm the Fairy of monitory vision, of the cave of drooping fragrance, in the mount of emitted spring, within the confines of the great void. I preside over the voluptuous affections and sensual debts among the mortal race, and supervise in the dusty world the envies of women and the lusts of man. It's because I've recently come to hear that the retribution for voluptuousness extends up to this place that I betake myself here in order to find suitable opportunities of disseminating mutual affections. My encounter with you now is also not a matter of accident. This spot is not distant from my confines. I have nothing much there besides a cup of the tender buds of tea, plucked by my own hands, and a pitcher of luscious wine, fermented by me, as well as several sprite-like singing and dancing maidens of great proficiency, and 12 ballads of spiritual song recently completed on the dream of the Red Chamber. But won't you come along with me for a stroll?" Pao-yü at this proposal felt elated to such an extraordinary degree that he could skip from joy, and there and then discarding from his mind all idea of where Mrs. Ch'in was, he readily followed the Fairy. They reached some spot where there was a stone tablet put up in a horizontal position, on which were visible the 4 large characters, "The confines of the great void," on either side of which was one of a pair of scrolls with the 2 antithetical sentences. "When falsehood stands for truth, truth likewise becomes false. When naught be made to ought, ought changes into naught." Past the portal stood the door of a palace, and horizontally above this door were the 4 large characters, "The sea of retribution, the heaven of love." There were also a pair of scrolls with the inscription in large characters, "Passion, alas, thick as the earth, and lofty as the skies, from ages past to the present, hath held incessant sway. How pitiful your lot, ye lustful men and women envious, that your voluptuous debts should be so hard to pay." Pao-yü, after perusal, communed with his own heart. "Is it really so?" he thought. "But I wonder what implies the passion from old till now, and what are the voluptuous debts? Henceforward I must enlighten myself." Pao-yü was bent upon this train of thoughts when he unwittingly attracted several evil spirits into his heart, and with speedy step he followed in the track of the Fairy, and entered 2 rows of doors, which he perceived that the lateral halls were, on both sides, full of tablets and scrolls, the number of which he could not in one moment ascertain. He, however, discriminated in numerous places the inscriptions, "The board of lustful love," "The board of contracted grudges," "The board of matutinal sobs," "The board of nocturnal tears," "The board of vernal affections," "The board of autumnal anguish." After he had perused these inscriptions, he felt impelled to turn round and address the Fairy. "May I venture to trouble my Fairy," he said, "to take me along for a turn into the interior of each of these boards? May I be allowed, I wonder, to do so?" "Inside each of these boards," explained the Fairy, "are accumulated the registers with the records of all women of the whole world, of those who have passed away, as well as of those who have not as yet come into it, and you, with your mortal eye and human body, could not possibly be allowed to know anything in anticipation." But would Pao-yü, upon hearing these words, submit to this decree? He went on to implore her permission again and again, until the Fairy, casting her eye upon the tablet of the board in front of her, observed, "Well, all right, you may go into this board and reap some transient pleasure." End of Section 11. Section 12 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 5, Part 2. Pao-yü was indescribably joyous, and as he raised his head he perceived that the text on the tablet consisted of the 3 characters, "The board of ill-fated lives," and that on each side was a scroll with the inscription: "Upon oneself are mainly brought regrets in spring and autumn gloom, a face, flower-like, may be, and moon-like too, but beauty all for whom?" Upon perusal of the scroll, Pao-yü was at once the more stirred with admiration, and as he crossed the door and reached the interior, the only things that struck his eye were about 10 large presses, the whole number of which were sealed with paper slips. On every one of these slips he perceived that there were phrases peculiar to each province. Pao-yü was in his mind merely bent upon discerning, from the rest, the slip referring to his own native village, when he espied, on the other side, a slip with the large characters, "The principal record of the 12 maidens of Chin-ling." "What is the meaning," therefore inquired Pao-yü, "of the principal record of the 12 maidens of Chin-ling?" "As this is the record," explained the Fairy, "of the most excellent and prominent girls in your honourable province, it is, for this reason, called the principal record." "I've often heard people say," observed Pao-yü, "that Chin-ling is of vast extent, and how can there be only 12 maidens in it? Why, at present, in our own family alone, there are more or less several hundreds of young girls." The Fairy gave a faint smile. "Though there be," she rejoined, "so large a number of girls in your honourable province, those only of any note have been selected and entered into this record. The 2 presses on the 2 sides contain those who are second best, while for all who remain, as they are of the ordinary run, there are consequently no registers to make any entry of them in." Pao-yü, upon looking at the press below, perceived the inscription, "Secondary record of the 12 girls of Chin-ling," while again in another press was inscribed, "Supplementary secondary records of the 12 girls of Chin-ling." Forthwith stretching out his hand, Pao-yü opened first the doors of the press containing the supplementary second record, extracted a volume of the registers and opened it. When he came to examine it, he saw on the front page a representation of something which, though bearing no resemblance to a human being, presented at the same time no similitude to scenery, consisting simply of huge blotches made with ink. The whole paper was full of nothing else but black clouds and turbid mists, after which appeared the traces of a few characters, explaining that "A cloudless moon is rare forsooth to see, and pretty clouds so soon scatter and flee. Thy heart is deeper than the heavens are high, thy frame consists of base ignominy. Thy looks and clever mind resentment will provoke, and thine untimely death vile slander will evoke. A loving noble youth in vain for love will yearn." After reading these lines, Pao-yü looked below, where there was pictured a bouquet of fresh flowers and a bed covered with tattered matting. There were also several distichs running as follows: "Thy self-esteem for kindly gentleness is but a fancy vain, Thy charms that they can match the olea or orchid, but thoughts inane. While an actor will, envious lot, with fortune's smiles be born, a youth of noble birth will, strange to say, be luckless and forlorn." Pao-yü perused these sentences, but could not unfold their meaning, so at once discarding this press, he went over and opened the door of the press of the "secondary records," and took out a book, in which, on examination, he found a representation of a twig of Olea fragrans. Below was a pond, the water of which was parched up and the mud dry, the lotus flowers decayed, and even the roots dead. At the back were these lines: "The lotus root and flower but one fragrance will give. How deep, alas, the wounds of thy life's span will be! What time a desolate tree in 2 places will live? Back to its native home the fragrant ghost will flee." Pao-yü read these lines, but failed to understand what they meant. He then went and fetched the "principal record," and set to looking it over. He saw on the first page a picture of 2 rotten trees, while on these trees was suspended a jade girdle. There was also a heap of snow, and under this snow was a golden hairpin. There were in addition these 4 lines in verse: "Bitter thy cup will be, e'en were the virtue thine to stop the loom. Thine though the gift the willow fluff to sing, pity who will thy doom. High in the tree doth hang the girdle of white jade, and lo, among the snow the golden pin is laid. To Pao-yü the meaning was again, though he read the lines over, quite unintelligible. He was about to make inquiries, but he felt convinced that the fairy would be loath to divulge the decrees of heaven, and though intent upon discarding the book, he could not, however, tear himself away from it. Forthwith, therefore, he prosecuted a further perusal of what came next, when he caught sight of a picture of a bow. On this bow hung a citron. There was also this ode: Full 20 years right and wrong to expound will be thy fate. What place pomegranate blossoms come in bloom will face the palace gate? The third portion of spring, of the first spring in beauty short will fall. When tiger meets with hare, thou wilt return to sleep perennial. Further on was also a sketch of two persons flying a kite, a broad expanse of sea, and a large vessel, while in this vessel was a girl, who screened her face bedewed with tears. These 4 lines were likewise visible: Pure and bright will be thy gift, thy purpose very high, but born thou wilt be late in life, and luck be passed by. At the tomb feast thou wilt repine, tearful along the stream. East winds may blow, but home miles off will be, even in dream. After this followed a picture of several streaks of fleeting clouds, and of a creek whose waters were exhausted, with the text: Riches and honours too, what benefit are they? In swaddling clothes thou'lt be when parents pass away. The rays will slant, quick as the twinkle of an eye. The Hsiang stream will recede, the Chu clouds onward fly. Then came a picture of a beautiful gem which had fallen into the mire, with the verse: Thine aim is chastity, but chaste thou wilt not be. Abstraction is thy faith, but void thou mayst not see. Thy precious gem-like self will, pitiful to say, into the mundane mire collapse at length some day. A rough sketch followed of a savage wolf in pursuit of a beautiful girl, trying to pounce upon her as he wished to devour her. This was the burden of the distich: Thy mate is like a savage wolf prowling among the hills. His wish once gratified, a haughty spirit his heart fills. Though fair thy form, like flowers or willows in the golden moon, upon the yellow beam to hang will shortly be its doom. Below was an old temple, in the interior of which was a beautiful person just in the act of reading the religious manuals as she sat all alone, with this inscription: In light esteem thou hold'st the charms of the 3 springs for their short-lived fate. Thine attire of past years to lay aside, thou changest, a Taoist dress to don. How sad, alas, of a reputed house, a noble kindred the scion! Alone, behold, she sleeps under a glimmering light, an old idol for mate. Next in order came a hill of ice, on which stood a hen phoenix, while under it was this motto: When time ends, sure coincidence, the phoenix doth alight. The talents of this human form all know and living see. For first to yield she kens, then to control, and third genial to be. But sad to say, things in Chinling are in more sorry plight. This was succeeded by a representation of a desolate village, and a dreary inn. A pretty girl sat in there spinning thread. These were the sentiments affixed below: When riches will have flown, will honours then avail? When ruin breaks your home, e'en relatives will fail. But sudden through the aid extended to Dame Liu, a friend in need, fortune will make to rise for you. Following these verses was drawn a pot of orchids, by the side of which was a beautiful maiden in a phoenix crown and cloudy mantle, bridal dress, and to this picture was appended this device: What time spring wanes, then fades the bloom of peach as well as plum. Whoever can like a pot of the olea be winsome? With ice thy purity will vie, vain their envy will be. In vain a laughing stock people will try to make of thee. At the end of this poetical advice came the representation of a lofty edifice, on which was a beauteous girl suspending herself on a beam to commit suicide, with this verse: Love high as heaven, love ocean wide, thy lovely form will don. What time love will encounter love, licence must rise wanton. Why hold that all impiety in Jung doth find its spring? The source of trouble verily is centred most in Ning. Pao-yü was still bent upon prosecuting his perusal, when the fairy, perceiving that his intellect was eminent and bright, and his natural talents quick-witted, and apprehending lest the decrees of heaven should be divulged, hastily closed the book of record, and addressed herself to Pao-yü. "Come along with me," she said smiling, "and see some wonderful scenery. What's the need of staying here and beating this gourd of ennui?" In a dazed state Pao-yü listlessly discarded the record, and again followed the footsteps of the fairy. On their arrival at the back, he saw carnation portieres and embroidered curtains, ornamented pillars and carved eaves; but no words can adequately give an idea of the vermilion apartments glistening with splendour, of the floors garnished with gold, of the snow reflecting lustrous windows, of the palatial mansions made of gems. He also saw fairyland flowers, beautiful and fragrant, and extraordinary vegetation, full of perfume. The spot was indeed Elysian. He again heard the fairy observe with a smiling face, "Come out all of you at once, and greet the honoured guest." These words were scarcely completed when he espied fairies walk out of the mansion, all of whom were, with their dangling lotus sleeves and their fluttering feather habiliments, as comely as spring flowers, and as winsome as the autumn moon. As soon as they caught sight of Pao-yü, they all with one voice resentfully reproached the monitory vision fairy. "Ignorant as to who the honoured guest could be," they argued, "we hastened to come out to offer our greetings simply because you, elder sister, had told us that on this day, and at this very time, there would be sure to come on a visit the spirit of the younger sister of Chiang-chu. That's the reason why we've been waiting for ever so long, and now why do you, in lieu of her, introduce this vile object to contaminate the confines of pure and spotless maidens?" As soon as Pao-yü heard these remarks, he was forthwith plunged in such a state of consternation that he would have retired, but he found it impossible to do so. In fact, he felt the consciousness of the foulness and corruption of his own nature quite intolerable. The monitory vision fairy promptly took Pao-yü's hand in her own, and turning towards her younger sisters, smiled and explained, "You and all of you are not aware of the why and wherefore. Today I did mean to have gone to the Jung mansion to fetch Chiang-chu, but as I went by the Ning mansion, I unexpectedly came across the ghosts of the two dukes of Jung and Ning, who addressed me in this wise: 'Our family has, since the dynasty established itself on the throne, enjoyed merit and fame which pervaded many ages, and riches and honours transmitted from generation to generation. 100 years have already elapsed, but this good fortune has now waned, and this propitious luck is exhausted, so much so that they could not be retrieved. Our sons and grandsons may be many, but there is no one among them who has the means to continue the family estate, with the exception of our kindred grandson Pao-yü alone, who, though perverse in disposition and wayward by nature, is nevertheless intelligent and quick-witted and qualified in a measure to give effect to our hopes. But alas, the good fortune of our family is entirely decayed, so that we fear there is no person to incite him to enter the right way. Fortunately you worthy fairy come at an unexpected moment, and we venture to trust that you will, above all things, warn him against the foolish indulgence of inordinate desire, lascivious affections, and other such things, in the hope that he may, at your instigation, be able to escape the snares of those girls who will allure him with their blandishments, and to enter on the right track, and we two brothers will be ever grateful.' On language such as this being addressed to me, my feelings of commiseration naturally burst forth, and I brought him here and bade him first of all carefully peruse the records of the whole lives of the maidens in his family belonging to the 3 grades, the upper, middle and lower, but as he has not yet fathomed the import, I have consequently led him into this place to experience the vision of drinking, eating, singing, and licentious love, in the hope, there is no saying, of his at length attaining that perception." Having concluded these remarks, she led Pao-yü by the hand into the apartment, where he felt a whiff of subtle fragrance, but what it was that reached his nostrils he could not tell. To Pao-yü's eager and incessant inquiries, the Fairy made reply with a sardonic smile. "This perfume," she said, "is not to be found in the world, and how could you discern what it is? This is made of the essence of the first sprouts of rare herbs, growing on all hills of fame and places of superior excellence, admixed with the oil of every species of splendid shrubs in precious groves, and is called the marrow of conglomerated fragrance." At these words Pao-yü was, of course, full of no other feeling than wonder. The whole party advanced and took their seats, and a young maidservant presented tea, which Pao-yü found of pure aroma, of excellent flavour, and of no ordinary kind. "What is the name of this tea?" he therefore asked, upon which the Fairy explained. "This tea," she added, "originates from the hills of emitted spring, and the valley of drooping fragrance, and is besides brewed in the night dew, found on spiritual plants and divine leaves. The name of this tea is 1,000 red in one whole." At these words Pao-yü nodded his head and extolled its qualities. Espying in the room lutes with jasper mountings, and tripods inlaid with gems, antique paintings, and new poetical works which were to be seen everywhere, he felt more than ever in a high state of delight. Below the windows were also shreds of velvet sputtered about, and a toilet case stained with the traces of time and smudged with cosmetic, while on the partition wall was likewise suspended a pair of scrolls with the inscription: "A lonesome, small, ethereal, beauteous nook, what help is there but Heaven's will to brook?" Pao-yü, having completed his inspection, felt full of admiration, and proceeded to ascertain the names and surnames of the fairies. One was called the Fairy of Lustful Dreams; another, the High Ruler of Propagated Passion. The name of one was the Golden Maiden of Perpetuated Sorrow; of another, the Intelligent Maiden of Transmitted Hatred. In fact, the respective Taoist appellations were not of one and the same kind. In a short while young maidservants came in and laid the table, put the chairs in their places, and spread out wines and eatables. There were actually crystal tankards overflowing with luscious wines, and amber glasses full to the brim with pearly strong liquors. But still less need is there to give any further details about the sumptuousness of the refreshments. Pao-yü found it difficult, on account of the unusual purity of the bouquet of the wine, to again restrain himself from making inquiries about it. "This wine," observed the Monitory Dream Fairy, "is made of the twigs of hundreds of flowers, and the juice of 10,000s of trees, with the addition of must composed of unicorn marrow, and yeast prepared with phoenix milk. Hence the name of 10,000 beauties in one cup was given to it." Pao-yü sang its incessant praise, and while he sipped his wine, 12 dancing girls came forward and requested to be told what songs they were to sing. "Take," suggested the Fairy, "the newly composed 12 sections of the Dream of the Red Chamber, and sing them." The singing girls signified their obedience, and forthwith they lightly clapped the castanets and gently thrummed the virginals. These were the words which they were heard to sing: "At the time of the opening of the heavens and the laying out of the earth, chaos prevailed." They had just sung this one line when the Fairy exclaimed: "This ballad is unlike the ballads written in the dusty world, whose purport is to hand down remarkable events, in which the distinction of scholars, girls, old men and women, and fools is essential, and in which are furthermore introduced the lyrics of the southern and northern palaces. These fairy songs consist either of elegiac effusions on some person, or impressions of some occurrence or other, and are impromptu songs readily set to the music of wind or string instruments, so that any one who is not cognizant of their gist cannot appreciate the beauties contained in them. So you are not likely, I fear, to understand this lyric with any clearness, and unless you first peruse the text and then listen to the ballad, you will, instead of pleasure, feel as if you were chewing wax, devoid of any zest." After these remarks she turned her head round and directed a young maidservant to fetch the text of the Dream of the Red Chamber, which she handed to Pao-yü, who took it over, and as he followed the words with his eyes, with his ears he listened to the strains of this song. End of Section 12. Section 13 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1 by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 5, Part 3. Preface of The Dream of the Red Chamber. When the heavens were opened and earth was laid out, chaos prevailed. What was the germ of love? It arises entirely from the strength of licentious love. What day by the will of heaven I felt wounded at heart, and what time I was at leisure, I made an attempt to disburden my sad heart, and with this object in view I indited this Dream of the Red Chamber on the subject of a disconsolate gold trinket and an unfortunate piece of jade. Waste of a whole lifetime. All maintain that the match between gold and jade will be happy. All I can think of is the solemn oath contracted in days gone by the plant and stone. Vain will I gaze upon the snow, Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai, pure as crystal and lustrous like a gem of the eminent priest living among the hills. Never will I forget the noiseless fairy grove, Lin Tai-yü, beyond the confines of the mortal world. Alas, now only I have come to believe that human happiness is incomplete, and that a couple may be bound by the ties of wedlock for life, but that after all their hearts are not easy to lull into contentment. Vain knitting of the brows! The one is a spirit flower of fairyland, the other is a beautiful jade without a blemish. Do you maintain that their union will not be remarkable? Why, how then is it that he has come to meet her again in this existence? If the union will, you say, be strange, how is it then that their love affair will be but empty words? The one in her loneliness will give way to useless sighs, the other in vain will yearn and crave. The one will be like the reflection of the moon in water, the other like a flower reflected in a mirror. Consider how many drops of tears can there be in the eyes, and how could they continue to drop from autumn to winter, and from spring to flow till summer time? But to come to Pao-yü. After he had heard these ballads, so diffuse and vague, he failed to see any point of beauty in them; but the plaintive melody of the sound was nevertheless sufficient to drive away his spirit and exhilarate his soul. Hence it was that he did not make any inquiries about the arguments, and that he did not ask about the matter treated, but simply making these ballads the means for the time being of dispelling melancholy, he therefore went on with the perusal of what came below. Despicable spirit of death! You will be rejoicing that glory is at its height when hateful death will come once again, and with eyes wide with horror you will discard all things, and dimly and softly the fragrant spirit will waste and dissolve. You will yearn for native home, but distant will be the way, and lofty the mountains. Hence it is that you will betake yourself in search of father and mother while they lie under the influence of a dream, and hold discourse with them. Your child, you will say, has already trodden the path of death. O my parents, it behooves you to speedily retrace your steps, and make good your escape. Separated from relatives, you will speed on a journey of 3,000 li, at the mercy of wind and rain, and tear yourself from all your family ties and your native home. Your fears will be lest anguish should do any harm to your parents in their failing years. Father and mother, you will bid them, do not think with any anxiety of your child. From ages past, poverty as well as success have both had a fixed destiny, and is it likely that separation and reunion are not subject to predestination? Though we may now be far apart in two different places, we must each of us try and preserve good cheer. Your abject child has, it is true, gone from home, but abstain from distressing yourselves on her account. Sorrow in the midst of joy. While wrapped as yet in swaddling clothes, father and mother, both alas will depart, and dwell though you will in that mass of gauze, who is there who will know how to spoil you with any fond attention? Born you will be fortunately with ample moral courage, and high-minded and boundless resources, for your parents will not have in the least their child's secret feelings at heart. You will be like a moon appearing to view when the rain holds up, shedding its rays upon the jade hall, or a gentle breeze wafting its breath upon it. Wedded to a husband, fairy-like fair and accomplished, you will enjoy a happiness enduring as the earth and perennial as the heavens, and you will be the means of snapping asunder the bitter fate of your youth. But after all the clouds will scatter in Gao Tang, and the waters of the Xiang river will get parched. This is the inevitable destiny of dissolution and continuance which prevails in the mortal world, and what need is there to indulge in useless grief? Intolerable to the world. Your figure will be as winsome as an olea fragrans, your talents as ample as those of a fairy. You will by nature be so haughty that of the whole human race few will be like you. You will look upon a meat diet as one of dirt, and treat splendour as coarse and loathsome. And yet you will not be aware that your high notions will bring upon you the excessive hatred of man. You will be very eager in your desire after chastity, but the human race will despise you. Alas, you will wax old in that antique temple hall under a faint light, where you will waste ungrateful for beauty, looks and freshness. But after all you will still be worldly, corrupt and unmindful of your vows. Just like a spotless white jade you will be, whose fate is to fall into the mire. And what need will there be for the grandson of a prince or the son of a duke to deplore that his will not be the good fortune of winning your affections? The voluptuary. You will resemble a wolf in the mountains, a savage beast devoid of all human feeling. Regardless in every way of the obligations of days gone by, your sole pleasure will be in the indulgence of haughtiness, extravagance, licentiousness, and dissolute habits. You will be inordinate in your conjugal affections, and look down upon the beautiful charms of the child of a marquis as if they were cat-tail rush or willow, trampling upon the honourable daughter of a ducal mansion as if she were one of the common herd. Pitiful to say, the fragrant spirit and beauteous ghost will in a year softly and gently pass away. The perception that all things are transient like flowers. You will look lightly upon the 3 springs, and regard the blush of the peach and the green of the willow as of no avail. You will beat out the fire of splendour, and treat solitary retirement as genial. What is it that you say about the delicate peaches in the heavens, marriage, being excellent, and the petals of the almond in the clouds being plentiful, children? Let him who has after all seen one of them, really a mortal being, go safely through the autumn, wade safely through old age, behold the people in the white poplar village groan and sigh, and the spirits under the green maple whine and moan. Still more wide in expanse than even the heavens is the dead vegetation which covers the graves. The moral is this, that the burden of man is poverty one day and affluence another; that bloom in spring and decay in autumn constitute the doom of vegetable life. In the same way this calamity of birth and the visitation of death, who is able to escape? But I have heard it said that there grows in the western quarter a tree called the Po Suo, patient bearing, which bears the fruit of immortal life. The bane of intelligence. Yours will be the power to estimate, in a thorough manner, the real motives of all things, as yours will be intelligence of an excessive degree. But instead of reaping any benefit, you will cast the die of your own existence. The heart of your previous life is already reduced to atoms, and when you shall have died, your nature will have been intelligent to no purpose. Your home will be in easy circumstances, your family will enjoy comforts, but your connections will at length fall a prey to death, and the inmates of your family scatter, each one of you speeding in a different direction, making room for others. In vain you will have harassed your mind with cankering thoughts for half a lifetime, for it will be just as if you had gone through the confused mazes of a dream on the third watch. Sudden a crash will be heard, like the fall of a spacious palace, and a dusky gloominess will supervene, such as is caused by a lamp about to spend itself. Alas, a spell of happiness will be suddenly dispelled by adversity. Woe is man in the world, for his ultimate doom is difficult to determine. Leave behind a residue of happiness. Hand down an excessive happiness. Hand down an excessive happiness. Unexpectedly you will come across a benefactor. Fortunate enough your mother, your own mother, will have laid by a store of virtue and secret meritorious actions. My advice to you, mankind, is to relieve the destitute and succour the distressed. Do not resemble those who will harp after lucre and show themselves unmindful of the ties of friendship, that wolf-like maternal uncle of yours and that impostor of a brother. True it is that addition and subtraction, increase and decrease, reward and punishment, rest in the hands of heaven above. Splendour at last. Loving affection in a mirror will be still more ephemeral than fame in a dream. That fine splendour will fleet how soon! Make no further allusion to embroidered curtain, to bridal coverlet, for though you may come to wear on your head a pearl-laden coronet, and on your person a jacket ornamented with phoenixes, yours will not nevertheless be the means to atone for the short life of your husband. Though the saying is that mankind should not have, in their old age, the burden of poverty to bear, yet it is also essential that a store of benevolent deeds should be laid up for the benefit of sons and grandsons. Your son may come to be dignified in appearance, and wear on his head the official tassel, and on his chest may be suspended the gold seal resplendent in lustre. He may be imposing in his majesty, and he may rise high in status and emoluments, but the dark and dreary way which leads to death is short. Are the generals and ministers who have been from ages of old still in the flesh, forsooth? They exist only in a futile name, handed down to posterity to reverence. Death ensues when things propitious reign. Upon the ornamented beam will settle at the close of spring the fragrant dust. Your reckless indulgence of licentious love and your naturally moon-like face will soon be the source of the ruin of a family. The decadence of the family estate will emanate entirely from Ching, while the wane of the family affairs will be entirely attributable to the fall of Ning. Licentious love will be the main reason of the long-standing grudge. The flying birds each perch upon the trees. The family estates of those in official positions will fade. The gold and silver of the rich and honoured will be scattered. Those who will have conferred benefit will, even in death, find the means of escape. Those devoid of human feelings will reap manifest retribution. Those indebted for a life will make in due time payment with their lives. Those indebted for tears have already gone to exhaust their tears. Mutual injuries will be revenged in no light manner. Separation and reunion will both alike be determined by predestination. You wish to know why your life will be short? Look into your previous existence. Verily, riches and honours, which will come with old age, will likewise be a question of chance. Those who will hold the world in light esteem will retire within the gate of abstraction, while those who will be allured by enticement will have forfeited their lives. The Chia family will fulfil its destiny as surely as birds take to the trees after they have exhausted all they had to eat, and which as they drop down will pile up a hoary, vast, and lofty heap of dust, leaving indeed a void behind. When the maidens had finished the ballads, they went on to sing the supplementary record, but the monetary vision fairy, perceiving the total absence of any interest in Pao-yü, heaved a sigh. "You silly brat!" she exclaimed. "What, haven't you even now attained perception?" "There's no need for you to go on singing," speedily observed Pao-yü, as he interrupted the singing maidens, and feeling drowsy and dull, he pleaded being under the effects of wine, and begged to be allowed to lie down. The fairy then gave orders to clear away the remains of the feast, and escorted Pao-yü to a suite of female apartments, where the splendour of such objects as were laid out was a thing which he had not hitherto seen. But what evoked in him wonder still more intense was the sight, at an early period, of a girl seated in the room, who, in the freshness of her beauty and winsomeness of her charms, bore some resemblance to Pao-ch'ai, while in elegance and comeliness, on the other hand, to Tai-yü. While he was plunged in a state of perplexity, the fairy suddenly remarked, "All those female apartments and ladies' chambers in so many wealthy and honourable families in the world are, without exception, polluted by voluptuous opulent puppets and by all that bevy of profligate girls. But still more despicable are those from old till now numberless dissolute roués, one and all of whom maintain that libidinous affections do not constitute lewdness, and who try further to prove that licentious love is not tantamount to lewdness. But all these arguments are mere apologies for their shortcomings, and a screen for their pollutions. For if libidinous affection be lewdness, still more does the perception of licentious love constitute lewdness. Hence it is that the indulgence of sensuality and the gratification of licentious affection originate entirely from a relish of lust, as well as from a hankering after licentious love. Lo, you who are the object of my love are the most lewd being under the heavens from remote ages to the present time." Pao-yü was quite dumbstruck by what he heard, and hastily smiling, he said by way of reply, "My fairy labours under a misapprehension. Simply because of my reluctance to read my books, my parents have on repeated occasions extended to me injunction and reprimand, and would I have the courage to go so far as to rashly plunge into lewd habits? Besides, I am still young in years, and have no notion what is implied by lewdness." "Not so," exclaimed the fairy. "Lewdness, although one thing in principle, is, as far as meaning goes, subject to different constructions, as is exemplified by those in the world whose heart is set upon lewdness. Some delight solely in faces and figures, others find insatiable pleasure in singing and dancing, some in dalliance and raillery, others in the incessant indulgence of their lusts, and these regret that all the beautiful maidens under the heavens cannot minister to their short-lived pleasure. These several kinds of persons are foul objects steeped skin and all in lewdness. The lustful love, for instance, which has sprung to life and taken root in your natural affections, I, and such as myself, extend to it the character of an abstract lewdness. But abstract lewdness can be grasped by the mind, but cannot be transmitted by the mouth, can be fathomed by the spirit, but cannot be divulged in words. As you are now imbued with this desire only in the abstract, you are certainly well fit to be a trustworthy friend in fairyland inner apartments. But on the path of the mortal world you will inevitably be misconstrued and defamed. Every mouth will ridicule you, every eye will look down upon you with contempt. After meeting recently your worthy ancestors, the two Dukes of Ning and Jung, who opened their hearts and made their wishes known to me with such fervour, but I will not have you solely on account of the splendour of our inner apartments look down despisingly upon the path of the world. I consequently led you along, my son, and inebriated you with luscious wines, steeped you in spiritual tea, and admonished you with excellent songs, bringing also here a young sister of mine, whose infant name is Jian-mei, and her style Ke-jing, to be given to you as your wedded wife. Tonight the time will be propitious and suitable for the immediate consummation of the union, with the express object of letting you have a certain insight into the fact that if the condition of the abode of spirits within the confines of fairyland be still so imperfect, how much more so should be the nature of the affections which prevail in the dusty world, with the intent that from this time forth you should positively break loose from bondage, perceive and amend your former disposition, devote your attention to the works of Confucius and Mencius, and set your steady purpose upon the principles of morality." Having ended these remarks, she initiated him into the mysteries of licentious love, and pushing Pao-yü into the room, she closed the door and took her departure all alone. Pao-yü in a dazed state complied with the admonitions given him by the fairy, and the natural result was, of course, a violent flirtation, the circumstances of which it would be impossible to recount. When the next day came, he was by that time so attached to her by ties of tender love, and their conversation was so gentle and full of charm, that he could not brook to part from Ke-ching. Hand in hand the two of them therefore went out for a stroll, when they unexpectedly reached a place where nothing else met their gaze than thorns and brambles which covered the ground, and a wolf and a tiger walking side by side. Before them stretched the course of a black stream, which obstructed their progress, and over this stream there was, what is more, no bridge to enable one to cross it. While they were exercising their minds with perplexity, they suddenly espied the fairy coming from the back in pursuit of them. "Desist at once," she exclaimed, "from making any advance into the stream. It is urgent that you should, with all speed, turn your faces around." Pao-yü lost no time in standing still. "What is this place?" he inquired. "This is the ford of enticement," explained the fairy. "Its depth is 10,000 jang. Its breadth is 1,000 li. In its stream there are no boats or paddles by means of which to effect a passage. There is simply a raft, of which Mu-ju Shih directs the rudder, and which Hui-shih chen punts with the poles. They receive no compensation in the shape of gold or silver, but when they come across any one whose destiny it is to cross, they ferry him over. You would now have by accident strolled as far as here, and had you fallen into the stream, you would have rendered quite useless the advice and admonition which I previously gave you." These words were scarcely concluded, when suddenly was heard from the midst of the ford of enticement a sound like a peal of thunder, whereupon a whole crowd of goblins and sea urchins laid hands upon Pao-yü and dragged him down. This so filled Pao-yü with consternation that he fell into a perspiration as profuse as rain, and he simultaneously broke forth and shouted, "Rescue me, Ke-ching!" These cries so terrified Hsi Jen and the other waiting maids that they rushed forward, and taking Pao-yü in their arms, "Don't be afraid, Pao-yü," they said, "we are here." But we must observe that Mrs. Ch'in was just inside the apartment, in the act of recommending the young waiting maids to be mindful that the cats and dogs did not start a fight, when she unawares heard Pao-yü in his dream call her by her infant name. In a melancholy mood she therefore communed within herself. "As far as my infant name goes, there is in this establishment no one who has any idea what it is, and how is it that he has come to know it, and that he utters it in his dream?" And she was at this period unable to fathom the reason. But, reader, listen to the explanations given in the chapter which follows. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Zhao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 6, Part 1. Chia Pao-yü reaps his first experience in licentious love. Old goody Liu pays a visit to the Rungkuo mansion. Mrs. Qin, to resume our narrative, upon hearing Pao-yü call her in his dream by her infant name, was at heart very exercised, but she did not however feel at liberty to make any minute inquiry. Pao-yü was at this time in such a dazed state, as if he had lost something, and the servants promptly gave him a decoction of lungan. After he had taken a few sips, he forthwith rose and tidied his clothes. Hsi Jen put out her hand to fasten the band of his garment, and as soon as she did so and it came in contact with his person, it felt so icy cold to the touch, covered as it was all over with perspiration, that she speedily withdrew her hand in utter surprise. "What's the matter with you?" she exclaimed. A blush suffused Pao-yü's face, and he took Hsi Jen's hand in a tight grip. Hsi Jen was a girl with all her wits about her. She was, besides, a couple of years older than Pao-yü, and had recently come to know something of the world, so at the sight of his state she to a great extent readily accounted for the reason in her heart. From modest shame she unconsciously became purple in the face, and not venturing to ask another question, she continued adjusting his clothes. This task accomplished, she followed him over to old lady Chia's apartments, and after a hurry-scurry meal they came back to this side, and Hsi Jen availed herself of the absence of the nurses and waiting maids to hand Pao-yü another garment to change. "Please, dear Hsi Jen, don't tell anyone," entreated Pao-yü with concealed shame. "What did you dream of?" inquired Hsi Jen, smiling, as she tried to stifle her blushes. "And whence comes all this perspiration?" "It's a long story," said Pao-yü, "which only a few words will not suffice to explain." He accordingly recounted minutely, for her benefit, the subject of his dream. When he came to where the fairy had explained to him the mysteries of love, Hsi Jen was overpowered with modesty and covered her face with her hands, and as she bent down, she gave way to a fit of laughter. Pao-yü had always been fond of Hsi Jen on account of her gentleness, pretty looks, and graceful and elegant manner, and he forthwith expounded to her all the mysteries he had been taught by the fairy. Hsi Jen was, of course, well aware that dowager lady Chia had given her over to Pao-yü, so that her present behaviour was likewise no transgression, and subsequently she secretly attempted with Pao-yü a violent flirtation, and lucky enough no one broke in upon them during their tête-à-tête. From this date Pao-yü treated Hsi Jen with special regard, far more than he showed to the other girls, while Hsi Jen herself was still more demonstrative in her attentions to Pao-yü. But for a time we will make no further remark about them. As regards the household of the Jung mansion, the inmates may, on adding up the total number, not have been found many, yet counting the high as well as the low, there were 300 persons and more. Their affairs may not have been very numerous, still there were every day 10 and 20 matters to settle. In fact, the household resembled, in every way, ravelled hemp, devoid even of a clue end which could be used as an introduction. Just as we were considering what matter and what person it would be best to begin writing of, by a lucky coincidence, suddenly from a distance of 1,000 li, a person, small and insignificant as a grain of mustard seed, happened, on account of her distant relationship with the Jung family, to come on this very day to the Jung mansion on a visit. We shall therefore readily commence by speaking of this family, as it after all affords an excellent clue for a beginning. The surname of this mean and humble family was in point of fact Wang. They were natives of this district. Their ancestor had filled a minor office in the capital, and had, in years gone by, been acquainted with lady Feng's grandfather, that is, madame Wang's father. Being covetous of the influence and affluence of the Wang family, he consequently joined ancestors with them, and was recognized by them as a nephew. At that time there were only madame Wang's eldest brother, that is, lady Feng's grandfather, and madame Wang herself, who knew anything of these distant relations from the fact of having followed their parents to the capital. The rest of the family had, one and all, no idea about them. This ancestor had, at this late date, been dead long ago, leaving only one son called Wang Cheng. As the family estate was in a state of ruin, he once more moved outside the city walls and settled down in his native village. Wang Cheng also died soon after his father, leaving a son, known in his infancy as Kou, who married a Miss Liu, by whom he had a son called by the infant name of Peng'er, as well as a daughter, Ching'er. His family consisted of four, and he earned a living from farming. As Kou was always busy with something or other during the day, and his wife, dame Liu, on the other hand, drew the water, pounded the rice, and attended to all the other domestic concerns, The brother and sister, Ching'er and Pang'er, the two of them, had no one to look after them. Hence it was that Kou-erh brought over his mother-in-law, old goody Liu, to live with them. This goody Liu was an old widow with a good deal of experience. She had besides no son round her knees, so that she was dependent for her maintenance upon a couple of acres of poor land, with the result that when her son-in-law received her in his home, she naturally was ever willing to exert heart and mind to help her daughter and her son-in-law to earn their living. This year the autumn had come to an end, winter had commenced, and the weather had begun to be quite cold. No provision had been made in the household for the winter months, and Kou-erh was inevitably exceedingly exercised in his heart. Having had several cups of wine to dispel his distress, he sat at home and tried to seize upon every trifle to give vent to his displeasure. His wife had not the courage to force herself in his way, and hence goody Liu it was who encouraged him, as she could not bear to see the state of the domestic affairs. "Don't pull me up for talking too much," she said, "but who of us country people isn't honest and open-hearted? As the size of the bowl we hold, so is the quantity of the rice we eat. In your younger days, you were dependent on the support of your old father, so that eating and drinking became quite a habit with you. That's how, at the present time, your resources are quite uncertain. When you had money, you looked ahead and didn't mind behind, and now that you have no money, you blindly fly into huffs. A fine fellow and a capital hero you have made! Living though we now be away from the capital, we are after all at the feet of the Emperor. This city of Chang'an is strewn all over with money, but the pity is that there's no one able to go and fetch it away, and it's no use your staying at home and kicking your feet about." "All you, old lady, know," rejoined Kou-erh, after he had heard what she had to say, "is to sit on the couch and talk trash. It is likely you would have me go and play the robber." "Who tells you to become a robber?" asked goody Liu. "But it would be well, after all, that we should put our heads together and devise some means, for otherwise is the money, pray, able of itself to run into our house?" "Had there been a way," observed Kou-erh, smiling sarcastically, "would I have waited up to this moment? I have besides no revenue collectors as relatives, or friends in official positions, and what way could we devise? But even had I any, they wouldn't be likely, I fear, to pay any heed to such as ourselves." "That too doesn't follow," remarked goody Liu. "The planning of affairs rests with man, but the accomplishment of them rests with heaven. After we have laid our plans, we may, who can say, by relying on the sustenance of the gods, find some favourable occasion. Leave it to me. I'll try and devise some lucky chance for you people. In years gone by, you joined ancestors with the Wang family of Chinling, and 20 years back they treated you with consideration. But of late you've been so high and mighty, and not condescended to go and bow to them, that an estrangement has arisen. I remember how in years gone by I and my daughter paid them a visit. The second daughter of the family was really so pleasant, and knew so well how to treat people with kindness, and without, in fact, any high airs. She's at present the wife of Mr. Chia, the second son of the Jungkuo mansion, and I hear people say that now that she's advanced in years, she's still more considerate to the poor, regardful of the old, and very fond of preparing vegetable food for the bonzes and performing charitable deeds. The head of the Wang mansion has, it is true, been raised to some office on the frontier, but I hope that this lady Secunda will anyhow notice us. How is it then that you don't find your way as far as there? For she may possibly remember old times, and some good may, no one can say, come of it. I only wish that she would display some of her kind-heartedness, and pluck one hair from her person, which would be, yea, thicker than our waist." "What you suggest, mother, is quite correct," interposed Mrs. Liu, Kou-erh's wife, who stood by and took up the conversation. "But with such mouth and phiz as yours and mine, how could we present ourselves before her door? Why, I fear that the man at her gate won't also like to go and announce us, and we'd better not go and have our mouths slapped in public." Ko'r, who would have thought it, prized highly both affluence and fame, so that when he heard these remarks he forthwith began to feel at heart a little more at ease. When he furthermore heard what his wife had to say, he at once caught up the word as he smiled. "Old mother," he rejoined, "since that be your idea, and what's more, you have in days gone by seen this lady on one occasion, why shouldn't you, old lady, start to-morrow on a visit to her, and first ascertain how the wind blows?" "Ai ya!" exclaimed old goody. "It may very well be said that the marquis' door is like the wide ocean. What sort of a thing am I? Why, the servants of that family wouldn't even recognize me. Even were I to go, it would be on a wild goose chase." "No matter about that," observed Ko'r. "I'll tell you a good way. You just take along with you your grandson, little P'angerr, and go first and call upon Chou Jui, who is attached to that household, and then once you've seen him, there will be some little chance. This Chou Jui at one time was connected with my father in some affair or other, and we were on excellent terms with him." "That I too know," replied goody Liu, "but the thing is that you've had no dealings with him for so long, that who knows how he's disposed towards us now. This would be hard to say. Besides, you're a man, and with a mouth and phiz like that of yours, you couldn't on any account go on this errand. My daughter is a young woman, and she too couldn't very well go and expose herself to public gaze. But by my sacrificing this old face of mine, and by going and knocking it against the wall, there may, after all, be some benefit, and all of us might reap profit." That very same evening they laid their plans, and the next morning, before the break of day, old goody Liu speedily got up, and having performed her toilette, she gave a few useful hints to Pan Erh, who being a child of 5 or 6 years of age, was, when he heard that he was to be taken into the city, at once so delighted that there was nothing that he would not agree to. Without further delay, goody Liu led off Pan Erh and entered the city, and reaching the Ning Rung street, she came to the main entrance of the Jung mansion, where next to the marble lions were to be seen a crowd of chairs and horses. Goody Liu could not, however, muster her courage to go by, but having shaken her clothes, and said a few more seasonable words to Pan Erh, she subsequently squatted in front of the side gate, whence she could see a number of servants swelling out their chests, pushing out their stomachs, gesticulating with their hands, and kicking their feet about, while they were seated at the main entrance chattering about one thing and another. Goody Liu felt constrained to edge herself forward. "Gentlemen," she ventured, "may happiness betide you." The whole company of servants scrutinized her for a time. "Where do you come from?" they at length inquired. "I've come to look up Mr. Chou, an attendant of my lady's," remarked goody Liu, as she forced a smile. "Which of you gentlemen shall I trouble to do me the favour of asking him to come out?" The servants, after hearing what she had to say, paid, the whole number of them, no heed to her; and it was after the lapse of a considerable time that they suggested, "Go and wait at a distance, at the foot of that wall, and in a short while the visitors who are in their house will be coming out." Among the party of attendants was an old man, who interposed. "Don't baffle her object," he expostulated. "Why make a fool of her?" And turning to goody Liu, "This Mr. Chou," he said, "is gone south. His house is at the back row; his wife is anyhow at home. So go round this way until you reach the door at the back street, where, if you will ask about her, you will be on the right track." Goody Liu, having expressed her thanks, forthwith went, leading Pan Erh by the hand round to the back door, where she saw several peddlers resting their burdens. There were also those who sold things to eat, and those who sold playthings and toys; and besides these, 20 or 30 boys bawled and shouted, making quite a noise. Goody Liu readily caught hold of one of them. "I'd like to ask you just a word, my young friend," she observed. "There's a Mrs. Chou here. Is she at home?" "Which Mrs. Chao?" inquired the boy. "We here have three Mrs. Chaos, and there are also two young married ladies of the name of Chou. What are the duties of the one you want, I wonder?" "She's a waiting woman of my lady," replied goody Liu. "It's easy to get at her," added the boy. "Just come along with me." Leading the way for goody Liu into the backyard, they reached the wall of a court, when he pointed and said, "This is her house. Mother Chou," he went on to shout with alacrity, "there's an old lady who wants to see you." Chou Jui's wife was at home, and with all haste she came out to greet her visitor. "Who is it?" she asked. Goody Liu advanced up to her. "How are you?" she inquired. "Mrs. Chou?" Mrs. Chou looked at her for some time before she at length smiled and replied, "Old goody Liu, are you well? How many years is it since we've seen each other? Tell me, for I forget just now. But please come in and sit." "You're a lady of rank," answered goody Liu, smiling, as she walked along, "and do forget many things. How could you remember such as ourselves?" With these words still in her mouth, they had entered the house, whereupon Mrs. Chou ordered a hired waiting maid to pour the tea. While they were having their tea, she remarked, "How Pan Erh has managed to grow!" and then went on to make inquiries on the subject of various matters which had occurred after their separation. "Today," she also asked of goody Liu, "were you simply passing by, or did you come with any express object?" "I have come, the fact is, with an object," promptly replied goody Liu. "First of all, to see you, my dear sister in law, and in the second place also to inquire after my lady's health. If you could introduce me to see her for a while, it would be better; but if you can't, I must readily borrow your good offices, my sister in law, to convey my message." Mr. Chou Jui's wife, after listening to these words, at once became to a great extent aware of the object of her visit. Her husband had, however, in years gone by, in his attempt to purchase some land, obtained considerably the support of Kou Erh, so that when she, on this occasion, saw goody Liu in such a dilemma, she could not make up her mind to refuse her wish. Being, in the second place, keen upon making a display of her own respectability, she therefore said smilingly, "Old goody Liu, pray compose your mind. You've come from far off with a pure heart and honest purpose, and how can I ever not show you the way how to see this living Buddha? Properly speaking, when people come, and guests arrive, and verbal messages have to be given, these matters are not any of my business, as we all here have each one kind of duties to carry out. My husband has the special charge of the rents of land coming in during the two seasons of spring and autumn, and when at leisure he takes the young gentlemen out of doors, and then his business is done. As for myself, I have to accompany my lady and young married ladies on anything connected with out of doors; but as you are a relative of my lady, and have besides treated me as a high person, and come to me for help, I'll after all break this custom and deliver your message. There's only one thing, however, and which you, old lady, don't know. We here are not what we were 5 years before. My lady now doesn't much worry herself about anything, and it's entirely lady Secunda who looks after the ménage. But who do you presume is this lady Secunda? She's the niece of my lady and the daughter of my master, the eldest maternal uncle of bygone days. Her infant name was Feng Ko." "Is it really she?" inquired promptly goody Liu, after this explanation. "Isn't it strange? What I said about her years back has come out quite correct. But from all you say, shall I today be able to see her?" "That goes without saying," replied Chou Jui's wife. "When any visitors come nowadays, it's always lady Feng who does the honours and entertains them, and it's better today that you should see her for a while, for then you will not have walked all this way to no purpose." "Oh mi to fu!" exclaimed old goody Liu. "I leave it entirely to your convenience, sister in law." "What's that you're saying?" observed Chou Jui's wife. "The proverb says, 'Our convenience is the convenience of others.' All I have to do is to just utter one word, and what trouble will that be to me?" Saying this, she bade the young waiting maid go to the side pavilion and quietly ascertain whether in her old ladyship's apartment table had been laid. The young waiting maid went on this errand, and during this while the two of them continued a conversation on certain irrelevant matters. "This lady Feng," observed goody Liu, "can this year be no older than 20, and yet so talented as to manage a household such as this. The like of her is not easy to find." "Hai, my dear old goody," said Chou Jui's wife, after listening to her, "it's not easy to explain, but this lady Feng, though young in years, is nevertheless in the management of affairs superior to any man. She has now excelled the others and developed the very features of a beautiful young woman. To say the least, she has 10,000 eyes in her heart, and were they willing to wager their mouths, why 10 men gifted with eloquence couldn't even outdo her. But by and by, when you've seen her, you'll know all about her. There's only this thing, she can't help being rather too severe in her treatment of those below her." While yet she spake, the young waiting maid returned. "In her venerable lady's apartment," she reported, "repast has been spread and already finished. Lady Secunda is in madame Wang's chamber." As soon as Chou Jui's wife heard this news, she speedily got up and pressed goody Liu to be off at once. "This is," she urged, "just the hour for her meal, and as she is free, we had better first go and wait for her, for were we to be even one step too late, a crowd of servants will come with their reports, and it will then be difficult to speak to her. And after her siesta, she'll have still less time to herself." As she passed these remarks, they all descended the couch together. Goody Liu adjusted their dresses, and having impressed a few more words of advice on Pan Erh, they followed Chou Jui's wife through the winding passages to Chia Lin's house. They came in the first instance into the side pavilion, where Chou Jui's wife placed old goody Liu to wait a little, while she herself went ahead, past the screen wall, and into the entrance of the court. Hearing that lady Feng had not come out, she went in search of an elderly waiting maid of lady Feng, Ping Erh by name, who enjoyed her confidence, to whom Chou Jui's wife first recounted from beginning to end the history of old goody Liu. "She has come to day," she went on to explain, "from a distance to pay her obeisance. In days gone by, our lady used often to meet her, so that on this occasion she can't but receive her, and this is why I've brought her in. I'll wait here for lady Feng to come down and explain everything to her, and I trust she'll not call me to task for officious rudeness." P'ing Erh, after hearing what she had to say, speedily devised the plan of asking them to walk in, and to sit there pending lady Feng's arrival, when all would be right. Section 15 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 6, Part 2. Chou Jui's wife thereupon went out and led them in. When they ascended the steps of the main apartment, a young waiting maid raised a woolen portière, and as soon as they entered the hall, they smelt a whiff of perfume as it came wafted into their faces. What the scent was they could not discriminate, but their persons felt as if they were among the clouds. The articles of furniture and ornaments in the whole room were so brilliant to the sight, and so vying in splendour, that they made the head swim and the eyes to blink, and old goody Liu did nothing else the while than nod her head, smack her lips, and invoke Buddha. Forthwith she was led to the eastern side into the suite of apartments, where was the bedroom of Chia Lian's eldest daughter, Ping Erh, who was standing by the edge of the stove couch, casting a couple of glances at old goody Liu, and felt constrained to inquire how she was, and to press her to have a seat. Goody Liu, noticing that Ping Erh was entirely robed in silks, and that she had gold pins fixed in her hair, and silver ornaments in her coiffure, and that her countenance resembled a flower or the moon in beauty, readily imagined her to be lady Feng, and was about to address her as my lady, but when she heard Mrs. Chou speak to her as Miss Ping, and Ping Er promptly addressed Chou Jui's wife as Mrs. Chou, she eventually became aware that she could be no more than a waiting maid of a certain respectability. She at once pressed old goody Liu and Pang Er to take a seat on the stove couch. Ping Er and Chou Jui's wife sat face to face on the edges of the couch. The waiting maids brought in tea. After they had partaken of it, old goody Liu could hear nothing but a lo tang noise, resembling very much the sound of a bolting frame winnowing flour, and she could not resist looking now to the east, and now to the west. Suddenly, in the great hall, she espied, suspended on a pillar, a box at the bottom of which hung something like the weight of a balance, which incessantly wagged to and fro. "What can this thing be?" communed goody Liu in her heart. "What can be its use?" While she was aghast, she unexpectedly heard a sound of tang, like the sound of a golden bell or copper cymbal, which gave her quite a start. In a twinkle of the eyes followed 8 or 9 consecutive strokes, and she was bent on inquiring what it was, when she caught sight of several waiting maids enter in a confused crowd. "Our lady has come down," they announced. Ping Er, together with Chou Jui's wife, rose with all haste. "Old goody Liu," they urged, "do sit down and wait till it's time, when we'll come and ask you in." Saying this, they went out to meet lady Feng. Old goody Liu, with suppressed voice and ear intent, waited in perfect silence. She heard at a distance the voices of some people laughing, whereupon about 10 or 20 women in rustling clothes and petticoats made their entrance one by one into the hall, and thence into the room on the other quarter. She also detected 2 or 3 women with red lacquered boxes in their hands come over on this part and remain in waiting. "Get the repast ready," she heard some one from the off side say. The servants gradually dispersed and went out, and there only remained in attendance a few of them to bring in the courses. For a long time not so much as the caw of a crow could be heard, when she unexpectedly perceived 2 servants carry in a couch table and lay it on this side of the divan. Upon this table were placed bowls and plates, in proper order replete as usual with fish and meats, but of these only a few kinds were slightly touched. As soon as Pang Er perceived all these delicacies, he set up such a noise, and would have some meat to eat, but goody Liu administered to him such a slap that he had to keep away. Suddenly she saw Mrs. Chou appear, full of smiles, and as she waved her hand, she called her. Goody Liu understood her meaning, and at once, pulling Pang Er off the couch, she proceeded to the centre of the hall, and after Mrs. Chou had whispered to her again for a while, they came at length with slow step into the room on this side, where they saw on the outside of the door, suspended by brass hooks, a deep red flowered soft portière. Below the window, on the southern side, was a stove couch, and on this couch was spread a crimson carpet. Leaning against the wooden partition wall on the east side stood a chain embroidered back cushion and a reclining pillow. There was also spread a large watered satin sitting cushion with a gold embroidered centre, and on the side stood cuspidors made of silver. Lady Feng, when at home, usually wore on her head a frontpiece of dark marten à la Chao Chun, surrounded with tassels of strung pearls. She had on a robe of peach red flowered satin, a short pelisse of slate blue stiff silk lined with squirrel, and a jupe of deep red foreign crêpe lined with ermine. Resplendent with pearl powder and with cosmetics, she sat in there, stately and majestic, with a small brass poker in her hands, with which she was stirring the ashes of the hand stove. P'ing Erh stood by the side of the couch, holding a very small lacquered tea tray. In this tray was a small teacup with a cover. Lady Feng neither took any tea, nor did she raise her head, but was intent upon stirring the ashes of the hand stove. "How is it you haven't yet asked her to come in?" she slowly inquired, and as she spake she turned herself round, and was about to ask for some tea, when she perceived that Mrs. Chou had already introduced the two persons, and that they were standing in front of her. She forthwith pretended to rise, but did not actually get up, and with a face radiant with smiles, she ascertained about their health, after which she went in to chide Chou Jui's wife. "Why didn't you tell me they had come before?" she said. Old goody Liu was already by this time prostrated on the ground, and after making several obeisances, "How are you, my lady?" she inquired. "Dear Mrs. Chou," lady Feng immediately observed, "do pull her up, and don't let her prostrate herself. I'm yet young in years and don't know her much. What's more, I've no idea what's the degree of the relationship between us, and I daren't speak directly to her." "This is the old lady about whom I spoke a short while back," speedily explained Mrs. Chou. Lady Feng nodded her head assentingly. By this time old goody Liu had taken a seat on the edge of the stove couch. As for Pan Erh, he had gone farther and taken refuge behind her back, and though she tried by every means to coax him to come forward and make a bow, he would not, for the life of him, consent. "Relatives though we be," remarked lady Feng, as she smiled, "we haven't seen much of each other, so that our relations have been quite distant. But those who know how matters stand will assert that you all despise us, and won't often come to look us up, while those mean people, who don't know the truth, will imagine that we have no eyes to look at any one." Old goody Liu promptly invoked Buddha. "We are at home in great straits," she pleaded, "and that is why it wasn't easy for us to manage to get away and come. Even supposing we had come as far as this, had we not given your ladyship a slap on the mouth, those gentlemen would also, in point of fact, have looked down upon us as a mean lot." "Why such language as this," exclaimed lady Feng smilingly, "cannot help making one's heart full of displeasure. We simply rely upon the reputation of our grandfather to maintain the status of a penniless official, that's all. Why, in whose household is there anything substantial? We are merely the denuded skeleton of what we were in days of old, and no more. As the proverb has it, the Emperor himself has 3 families of poverty-stricken relatives, and how much more such as you and I?" Having passed these remarks, she inquired of Mrs. Chou, "Have you let madame know, yes or no?" "We are now waiting," replied Mrs. Chou, "for my lady's orders." "Go and have a look," said lady Feng. "But should there be any one there, or should she be busy, then don't make any mention, but wait until she's free. Then you can tell her about it, and see what she says." Chou Jui's wife, having expressed her compliance, went off on this errand. During her absence, lady Feng gave orders to some servants to take a few fruits and hand them to Pan Erh to eat, and she was inquiring about one thing and another, when there came a large number of married women who had the direction of affairs in the household, to make their several reports. P'ing Erh announced their arrival to lady Feng, who said, "I am now engaged in entertaining some guests, so let them come back again in the evening; but should there be anything pressing, then bring it in and I'll settle it at once." P'ing Erh left the room, but she returned in a short while. "I've asked them," she observed, "but as there's nothing of any urgency, I told them to disperse." Lady Feng nodded her head in token of approval, when she perceived Chou Jui's wife come back. "Our lady," she reported as she addressed lady Feng, "says that she has no leisure to day; that if you, lady Secunda, will entertain them, it will come to the same thing; that she's much obliged for their kind attention in going to the trouble of coming; that if they have come simply on a stroll, then well and good; but that if they have aught to say, they should tell you, lady Secunda, which will be tantamount to their telling her." "I've nothing to say," interposed old goody Liu. "I simply come to see our elder and our younger lady, which is a duty on my part, a relative as I am." "Well, if there's nothing particular that you've got to say, all right," Mrs. Chou forthwith added; "but if you do have anything, don't hesitate telling lady Secunda, and it will be just as if you had told our lady." As she uttered these words, she winked at goody Liu. Goody Liu understood what she meant, but before she could give vent to a word, her face got scarlet, and though she would have liked not to make any mention of the object of her visit, she felt constrained to express her shame and speak out. "Properly speaking," she observed, "this being the first time I see you, my lady, I shouldn't mention what I've to say. But as I come here from far off to seek your assistance, my old friend, I have no help but to mention it." She had barely spoken as much as this when she heard the youths at the inner door cry out, "The young gentleman from the Eastern Mansion has come." Lady Feng promptly interrupted her. "Old goody Liu," she remarked, "you needn't add anything more." She at the same time inquired, "Where's your master, Mr. Jung?" when became audible the sound of footsteps moving along the way, and in walked a young man of 17 or 18. His appearance was handsome, his person slender and graceful. He had on light furs, a girdle of value, costly clothes, and a beautiful cap. At this stage, goody Liu did not know whether it was best to sit down or to stand up, neither could she find anywhere to hide herself. "Pray sit down," urged lady Feng with a laugh. "This is my nephew." Old goody Liu then wriggled herself now one way and then another on to the edge of the couch, where she took a seat. "My father," Chia Jung smilingly ventured, "has sent me to ask a favour of you, O aunt. On some previous occasion, our grand aunt gave you, dear aunt, a stove couch glass screen, and as tomorrow father has invited some guests of high standing, he wishes to borrow it to lay out for a little show, after which he purposes sending it back again." "You're late by a day," replied lady Feng. "It was only yesterday that I gave it to some one else." Chia Jung, upon hearing this, forthwith, with giggles and smiles, made near the edge of the couch a sort of genuflection. "Aunt," he went on, "if you don't lend it, father will again say that I don't know how to speak, and I shall get another sound thrashing. You must have pity upon your nephew, aunt." "I've never seen anything like this," observed lady Feng sneeringly. "The things belonging to the Wang family are all good, but where have you put all those things of yours? The only good way is that you shouldn't see anything of ours, for as soon as you catch sight of anything, you at once entertain a wish to carry it off." "Pray, aunt," entreated Chia Jung with a smile, "do show me some compassion." "Mind your skin," lady Feng warned him, "if you do chip or spoil it in the least." She then bade P'ing Erh take the keys of the door of the upstairs room and send for several trustworthy persons to carry it away. Chia Jung was so elevated that his eyebrows dilated and his eyes smiled. "I've brought myself," he added with vehemence, "some men to take it away. I won't let them recklessly bump it about." Saying this, he speedily got up and left the room. Lady Feng suddenly bethought herself of something, and turning towards the window, she called out, "Jung, come back." Several servants who stood outside caught up her words. "Mr. Jung," they cried, "you're requested to go back." Whereupon Chia Jung turned round and retraced his steps, and with hands drooping respectfully against his sides, he stood ready to listen to his aunt's wishes. Lady Feng was, however, intent upon gently sipping her tea, and after a good long while of abstraction, she at last smiled. "Never mind," she remarked, "you can go. But come after you've had your evening meal, and then I'll tell you about it. Just now there are visitors here, and besides, I don't feel in the humour." Chia Jung thereupon retired with gentle step. Old goody Liu by this time felt more composed in body and heart. "I've today brought your nephew," she then explained, "not for anything else, but because his father and mother haven't at home so much as anything to eat. The weather besides is already cold, so that I had no help but to take your nephew along and come to you, old friend, for assistance." As she uttered these words, she again pushed P'ing Erh forward. "What did your father at home tell you to say?" she asked of him. "And what did he send us over here to do? Was it only to give our minds to eating fruits?" Lady Feng had long ago understood what she meant to convey, and finding that she had no idea how to express herself in a decent manner, she readily interrupted her with a smile. "You needn't mention anything," she observed. "I am well aware of how things stand." And addressing herself to Mrs. Chou, she inquired, "Has this old lady had breakfast, yes or no?" Old goody Liu hurried to explain. "As soon as it was daylight," she proceeded, "we started with all speed on our way here, and had we even so much as time to have any breakfast?" Lady Feng promptly gave orders to send for something to eat. In a short while, Chou Jui's wife had called for a table of viands for the guests, which was laid in the room on the eastern side, and then came to take goody Liu and Pan Erh over to have their repast. "My dear Mrs. Chou," enjoined lady Feng, "give them all they want, as I can't attend to them myself," which said, they hastily passed over into the room on the eastern side. Lady Feng, having again called Mrs. Chou, asked her, "When you first informed madame about them, what did she say?" "Our lady observed," replied Chou Jui's wife, "that they don't really belong to the same family; that in former years their grandfather was an official at the same place as our old master; that hence it came that they joined ancestors; that these few years there hasn't been much intercourse between their family and ours; that some years back, whenever they came on a visit, they were never permitted to go empty-handed; and that as their coming on this occasion to see us is also a kind attention on their part, they shouldn't be slighted. If they've anything to say," our lady continued, "tell lady Secunda to do the necessary, and that will be all right." "Isn't it strange," exclaimed lady Feng, as soon as she had heard the message, "since we are all one family, how is it I am not familiar even with so much as their shadow?" While she was uttering these words, old goody Liu had had her repast and come over, dragging Pan Erh, and licking her lips and smacking her mouth, she expressed her thanks. Lady Feng smiled. "Do pray sit down," she said, "and listen to what I'm going to tell you. What you, old lady, meant a little while back to convey, I'm already as much as yourself well acquainted with. Relatives as we are, we shouldn't in fact have waited until you came to the threshold of our doors, but ought, as is but right, to have attended to your needs. But the thing is that of late the household affairs are exceedingly numerous, and our lady, advanced in years as she is, couldn't at a moment, it may possibly be, bethink herself of you at all. What's more, when I took over charge of the management of the ménage, I myself didn't know of all these family connections. Besides, though to look at us from outside everything has a grand and splendid aspect, people aren't aware that large establishments have such great hardships, which, were we to recount to others, they would hardly like to credit as true. But since you've now come from a great distance, and this is the first occasion that you open your mouth to address me, how can I very well allow you to return to your home with empty hands? By a lucky coincidence, Our Lady gave, yesterday, to the waiting maids 20 taels to make clothes with, a sum which they haven't as yet touched, and if you don't despise it as too little, you may take it home as a first instalment, and employ it for your wants." When old goody Liu heard the mention made by lady Feng of their hardships, she imagined that there was no hope; but upon hearing her again speak of giving her 20 taels, she was exceedingly delighted, so much so that her eyebrows dilated and her eyes gleamed with smiles. "We too know," she smilingly remarked, "all about difficulties, but the proverb says, 'A dying camel of leanness is even bigger by much than a horse.' No matter what those distresses may be, were you yet to pluck one single hair from your body, my old friend, it would be stouter than our own waist." Chou Jui's wife stood by, and on hearing her make these coarse utterances, she did all she could to give her a hint by winking and make her desist. Lady Feng laughed and paid no heed, but calling P'ing Erh, she bade her fetch the parcel of money which had been given to them on the previous day, and also to bring a string of cash. And when these had been placed before goody Liu's eyes, "This is," said lady Feng, "silver to the amount of 20 taels, which was for the time given to these young girls to make winter clothes with. But some other day, when you've nothing to do, come again on a stroll, in evidence of the good feeling which should exist between relatives. It's besides already late, and I don't wish to detain you longer, and all for no purpose. But on your return home, present my compliments to all those of yours to whom I should send them." As she spake, she stood up. Old goody Liu gave utterance to 1,010,000 expressions of gratitude, and taking the silver and cash, she followed Chou Jui's wife on her way to the outhouses. "Well, mother dear," inquired Mrs. Chou, "what did you think of my lady, that you couldn't speak, and that whenever you opened your mouth it was all 'your nephew'? I'll make just one remark, and I don't mind if you do get angry. Had he even been your kindred nephew, you should in fact have been somewhat milder in your language. For that gentleman, Mr. Jung, is her kith and kin nephew, and whence has appeared such another nephew of hers as P'ing-erh?" Old goody Liu smiled. "My dear sister-in-law," she replied, "as I gazed upon her, were my heart and eyes, pray, full of admiration or not? And how then could I speak as I should?" As they were chattering, they reached Chou Jui's house. They had been sitting for a while, when old goody Liu produced a piece of silver, which she was purposing to leave behind to be given to the young servants in Chou Jui's house to purchase fruit to eat. But how could Mrs. Chou satiate her eye with such a small piece of silver? She was determined in her refusal to accept it, so that old goody Liu, after assuring her of her boundless gratitude, took her departure out of the back gate she had come in from. Reader, you do not know what happened after old goody Liu left, but listen to the explanation which will be given in the next chapter. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irie. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 7, Part 1. Presentation of artificial flowers made in the palace. Jia Lian disports himself with Xi Feng. Pao-yü meets Jin Zhong at a family party. To resume our narrative, Chou Jui's wife, having seen old goody Liu off, speedily came to report the visit to Madame Wang. But contrary to her expectation, she did not find Madame Wang in the drawing room, and it was after inquiring of the waiting maids that she eventually learnt that she had just gone over to have a chat with Aunt Hsüeh. Mrs. Chou, upon hearing this, hastily went out by the eastern corner door, and through the yard on the east, into the pear fragrance court. As soon as she reached the entrance, she caught sight of Madame Wang's waiting maid, Qin Shuaner, playing about on the terrace steps, with a young girl who had just let her hair grow. When they saw Chou Jui's wife approach, they forthwith surmised that she must have some message to deliver, so they pursed up their lips and directed her to the inner room. Chou Jui's wife gently raised the curtain screen, and upon entering discovered Madame Wang in voluble conversation with Aunt Hsüeh about family questions and people in general. Mrs. Chou did not venture to disturb them, and accordingly came into the inner room, where she found Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai in a house dress, with her hair simply twisted into a knot round the top of the head, sitting on the inner edge of the stove couch, leaning on a small divan table, in the act of copying a pattern for embroidery with the mating maid Ying-er. When she saw her enter, Pao-ch'ai hastily put down her pencil, and turning round with a face beaming with smiles, "Sister Chou," she said, "take a seat." Chou Jui's wife likewise promptly returned the smile. "How is my young lady?" she inquired as she sat down on the edge of the couch. "I haven't seen you come over on the other side for 2 or 3 days. Has Mr. Pao-yü perhaps given you offence?" "What an idea!" exclaimed Pao-ch'ai, with a smile. "It's simply that I've had for the last couple of days my old complaint again, and that I've in consequence kept quiet all this time and looked after myself." "Is that it?" asked Chou Jui's wife. "But after all, what rooted kind of complaint are you subject to, miss? You should lose really no time in sending for a doctor to diagnose it, and give you something to make you all right. With your tender years, to have an organic ailment is indeed no trifle." Pao-ch'ai laughed when she heard these remarks. "Pray," she said, "don't allude to this again. For this ailment of mine I've seen, I can't tell you how many doctors, taken no end of medicine, and spent I don't know how much money, but the more we did so, not the least bit of relief did I see. Lucky enough, we eventually came across a bald-pated bonze, whose specialty was the cure of nameless illnesses. We therefore sent for him to see me, and he said that I had brought this along with me from the womb as a sort of inflammatory virus, that luckily I had a constitution strong and hale, so that it didn't matter, and that it would be of no avail if I took pills or any medicines. He then told me a prescription from abroad, and gave me also a packet of certain powder as a preparation, with a peculiar smell and strange flavour. He advised me, whenever my complaint broke out, to take a pill, which would be sure to put me right again. And this has, after all, strange to say, done me a great deal of good." "What kind of prescription is this one from abroad, I wonder?" remarked Mrs. Chou. "If you, miss, would only tell me, it would be worth our while bearing it in mind and recommending it to others. And if ever we came across any one afflicted with this disease, we would also be doing a charitable deed." "You'd better not ask for the prescription," rejoined Pao-ch'ai, smiling. "Why, it's enough to wear one out with perplexity. The necessaries and ingredients are few and all easy to get, but it would be difficult to find the lucky moment. You want 12 ounces of the pollen of the white peony, which flowers in spring, 12 ounces of the pollen of the white summer lily, 12 ounces of the pollen of the autumn hibiscus flower, and 12 ounces of the white plum in bloom in the winter. You take the 4 kinds of pollen, then put them in the sun, on the very day of the vernal equinox of the succeeding year, to get dry, and then you mix them with the powder and pound them well together. You again want 12 mace of water, fallen on rain-water day." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Mrs. Chou promptly, as she laughed. "From all you say, why you want 3 years' time! And what if no rain falls on rain-water day? What would one do then?" "Quite so," Pao-ch'ai remarked smilingly. "How can there be such an opportune rain on that very day? But to wait is also the best thing. There's nothing else to be done. Besides, you want 12 mace of dew collected on white dew day, and 12 mace of the hoarfrost gathered on frost descent day, and 12 mace of snow fallen on slight snow day. You next take these 4 kinds of waters and mix them with the other ingredients, and make pills of the size of lungnan. You keep them in an old porcelain jar, and bury them under the roots of some flowers. And when the ailment betrays itself, you produce it and take a pill, washing it down with 2 candareens of a yellow cedar decoction." "Oh, mito fu!" cried Mrs. Chou, when she heard all this, bursting out laughing. "It's really enough to kill one! You might wait 10 years and find no such lucky moments." "Fortunate for me, however," pursued Pao-ch'ai, "in the course of a year or two, after the bonze had told me about this prescription, we got all the ingredients, and after much trouble we compounded a supply, which we have now brought along with us from the south to the north, and lies at present under the pear trees." "Has this medicine any name or other of its own?" further inquired Mrs. Chou. "It has a name," replied Pao-ch'ai. "The mangy-headed bonze also told it me. He called it cold fragrance pill." Chou Jui's wife nodded her head as she heard these words. "What do you feel like, after all, when this complaint manifests itself?" she went on to ask. "Nothing much," replied Pao-ch'ai. "I simply pant and cough a bit, but after I've taken a pill, I get over it, and it's all gone." Mrs. Chou was bent upon making some further remark, when Madame Wang was suddenly heard to inquire, "Who is in here?" Mrs. Chou went out hurriedly and answered, and forthwith told her all about old goody Liu's visit. Having waited for a while, and seeing that Madame Wang had nothing to say, she was on the point of retiring, when Aunt Hsüeh unexpectedly remarked, smiling, "Wait a bit, I've something to give you to take along with you." And as she spoke she called for Xiang Ling. The sound of the screen board against the sides of the door was heard, and in walked the waiting maid, who had been playing with Chin Chuan-er. "Did my lady call?" she asked. "Bring that box of flowers," said Mrs. Hsüeh. Xiang Ling assented, and brought from the other side a small embroidered silk box. "These," explained Aunt Hsüeh, "are a new kind of flower made in the palace. They consist of 12 twigs of flowers of piled gauze. I thought of them yesterday, and as they will, the pity is, only get old, if uselessly put away, why not give them to the girls to wear them in their hair? I meant to have sent them over yesterday, but I forgot all about them. You come today most opportunely, and if you will take them with you, you shall have got them off my hands. To the 3 young ladies in your family, give 2 twigs each, and of the 6 that will remain, give a couple to Miss Lin, and the other 4 to lady Feng." "Better to keep them and give them to your daughter Pao-ch'ai to wear," observed Madame Wang, "and have done with it. Why think of all the others?" "You don't know, sister," replied Aunt Hsüeh, "what a crotchety thing Pao-ch'ai is. She has no liking for flour or powder." With these words on her lips, Chou Jui's wife took the box and walked out of the door of the room, perceiving that Chin Chuan-er was still sunning herself outside. Chou Jui's wife asked her, "Isn't this Xiang Ling, the waiting maid that we've often heard of as having been purchased just before the departure of the Hsüeh family for the capital, and on whose account there occurred some case of manslaughter or other?" "Of course it is she," replied Chin Chuan. But as they were talking, they saw Xiang Ling draw near smirkingly, and Chou Jui's wife at once seized her by the hand, and after minutely scrutinizing her face for a time, she turned round to Chin Chuan-er and smiled. "With these features she really resembles slightly the style of lady Jung of our eastern mansion." "So I too maintain," said Chin Chuan-er. Chou Jui's wife then asked Xiang Ling, "At what age did you enter this family? And where are your father and mother at present?" and also inquired, "In what year of your teens are you, and of what place are you a native?" But Xiang Ling, after listening to all these questions, simply nodded her head and replied, "I can't remember." When Mrs. Chou and Chin Chuan-er heard these words, their spirits changed to grief, and for a while they felt affected and wounded at heart. But in a short time, Mrs. Chou brought the flowers into the room at the back of Madame Wang's principal apartment. The fact is that dowager lady Chia had explained that as her granddaughters were too numerous, it would not be convenient to crowd them together in one place; that Pao-yü and Tai-yü should only remain with her in this part to break her loneliness, but that Ying ch'un, Tan ch'un and Hsi ch'un, the 3 of them, should move on this side in the 3 rooms within the antechamber at the back of Madame Lady Wang's quarters, and that Li Wan should be told off to be their attendant, and to keep an eye on them. Chou Jui's wife, therefore, on this occasion came first to these rooms as they were on her way, but she only found a few waiting maids assembled in the antechamber waiting silently to obey a call. Ying ch'un's waiting maid, Hsüeh Chi, together with Shi Shu, Tan ch'un's waiting maid, just at this moment raised the curtain and made their egress, each holding in her hand a teacup and saucer, and Chou Jui's wife, readily concluding that the young ladies were sitting together, also walked into the inner room, where she saw only Ying ch'un and Tan ch'un seated near the window, in the act of playing chess. Mrs. Chou presented the flowers and explained whence they came and what they were. The girls forthwith interrupted their game, and both with a courtesy expressed their thanks and directed the waiting maids to put the flowers away. Mrs. Chou complied with their wishes, and handing over the flowers, "Miss Hsi Ch'un," she remarked, "is not at home, and possibly she's over there with our old lady." "She's in that room, isn't she?" inquired the waiting maids. Mrs. Chou at these words readily came into the room on this side, where she found Shih Chun in the company of a certain Chih Neng, a young nun of the moon reflected on water convent, talking and laughing together. On seeing Chou Jui's wife enter, Shih Chun at once asked what she wanted, whereupon Chou Jui's wife opened the box of flowers and explained who had sent them. "I was just telling Chih Neng," remarked Shih Chun, laughing, "that I also purpose shortly shaving my head and becoming a nun, and strange enough, here you again bring me flowers. But supposing I shave my head, where can I wear them?" They were all very much amused for a time with this remark, and Shih Chun told her waiting maid, Ju Hua, to come and take over the flowers. "What time did you come over?" then inquired Mrs. Chou of Chih Neng. "Where is that bald-pated and crotchety superior of yours gone?" "We came," explained Chih Neng, "as soon as it was day. After calling upon Madame Wang, my superior went over to pay a visit in the mansion of Mr. Yü and told me to wait for her here." "Have you received," further asked Mrs. Chou, "the monthly allowance for incense offering due on the 15th or not?" "I can't say," replied Chih Neng. "Who is now in charge of the issue of the monthly allowances to the various temples?" interposed Shih Chung, addressing Mrs. Chou as soon as she heard what was said. "It's Yu Xin," replied Chou Jui's wife, "who's entrusted with the charge." "That's how it is," observed Shih Chun with a chuckle. "Soon after the arrival of the superior, Yu Xin's wife came over and kept on whispering with her for some time, so I presume it must have been about this allowance." Mrs. Chou then went on to bandy a few words with Chih Neng, after which they came over to lady Feng's apartments. Proceeding by a narrow passage, she passed under Li Wan's back windows, and went along the wall ornamented with creepers on the west. Going out of the western side gate, she entered lady Feng's court, and walked over into the entrance hall, where she only found the waiting girl, Feng Er, sitting on the doorsteps of lady Feng's apartments. When she caught sight of Mrs. Chou approaching, she at once waved her hand, bidding her go to the eastern room. Chou Jui's wife understood her meaning, and hastily came on tiptoe to the chamber on the east, where she saw a nurse patting lady Feng's daughter to sleep. Mrs. Chou promptly asked the nurse, in a low tone of voice, "Is the young lady asleep at this early hour? But even if she is, I must wake her up." The nurse nodded her head in assent, but as these inquiries were being made, a sound of laughter came from over the other side, in which lady Feng's voice could be detected, followed shortly after by the sound of a door opening, and out came P'ing Erh with a large brass basin in her hands, which she told Feng Er to fill with water and take inside. P'ing Erh forthwith entered the room on this side, and upon perceiving Chou Jui's wife, "What have you come here again for, my old lady?" she readily inquired. Chou Jui's wife rose without any delay and handed her the box. "I've come," said she, "to bring you a present of flowers." Upon hearing this, P'ing Erh opened the box and took out 4 sprigs, and turning round walked out of the room. In a short while she came from the inner room with 2 sprigs in her hand, and calling first of all Tsai Ming, she bade her take the flowers over to the mansion on the other side and present them to Madame Jung, after which she asked Mrs. Chou to express her thanks on her return. Chou Jui's wife thereupon came over to dowager lady Chia's room on this side of the compound, and as she was going through the entrance hall, she casually came face to face with her daughter, got up in gala dress, just coming from the house of her mother-in-law. "What are you running over here for at this time?" promptly inquired Mrs. Chou. "Have you been well of late, mother?" asked her daughter. "I've been waiting for ever so long at home, but you never come out. What's there so pressing that has prevented you from returning home? I waited till I was tired, and then went on all alone, and paid my respects to our venerable lady. I'm now on my way to inquire about our lady Wang. What errand haven't you delivered as yet, ma, and what is it you're holding?" "Ay, as luck would have it," rejoined Chou Jui's wife smilingly, "old goody Liu came over today, so that besides my own 101 duties, I've had to run about here and there ever so long, and all for her. While attending to these, Mrs. Hsüeh came across me and asked me to take these flowers to the young ladies, and I've been at it up to this very moment, and haven't done yet. But coming at this time, you must surely have something or other that you want me to do for you. What's it?" "Really, Ma, you're quick at guessing," exclaimed her daughter with a smile. "I'll tell you what it's all about. The day before yesterday, your son-in-law had a glass of wine too many and began altercating with some person or other, and someone, I don't know why, spread some evil report saying that his antecedents were not clear and lodged a charge against him at the Yamen, pressing the authorities to deport him to his native place. That's why I've come over to consult with you as to who we should appeal to do us this favor of helping us out of our dilemma." "I knew at once," Mrs. Chou remarked after listening, "that there was something wrong, but this is nothing hard to settle. Go home and wait for me. I'll come straight away, as soon as I've taken these flowers to Miss Lin. Our Madame Wang and Lady Secunda have both no leisure to attend to you now. So go back and wait for me. What's the use of so much hurry?" Her daughter, upon hearing this, forthwith turned round to go back, when she added as she walked away, "Mind, mother, and make haste." "All right," replied Chou Jui's wife. "Of course I will. You are young yet, and without experience, and that's why you are in this flurry." As she spoke, she betook herself into Tai-yü's apartments. Contrary to her expectation, Tai-yü was not at this time in her own room, but in Pao-yü's, where they were amusing themselves in trying to solve the 9 strung rings puzzle. On entering, Mrs. Chou put on a smile. "Aunt Hsüeh," she explained, "has told me to bring these flowers and present them to you to wear in your hair." "What flowers?" exclaimed Pao-yü. "Bring them here and let me see them." As he uttered these words, he readily stretched out his hands and took them over, and upon opening the box and looking in, he discovered, in fact, 2 twigs of a novel and artistic kind of artificial flowers, of piled gauze made in the palace. Tai-yü merely cast a glance at them as Pao-yü held them. "Have these flowers," she inquired eagerly, "been sent to me alone, or have all the other girls got some too?" "Each of the young ladies has the same," replied Mrs. Chou, "and these 2 twigs are intended for you, miss." Tai yü forced a smile. "Oh, I see," she observed. "If all the others hadn't chosen, even these which remain over wouldn't have been given to me." Chou Jui's wife did not utter a word in reply. "Sister Chou, what took you over on the other side?" asked Pao yü. "I was told that our Madame Wang was over there," explained Mrs. Chou, "and as I went to give her a message, Aunt Hsüeh seized the opportunity to ask me to bring over these flowers." "What was cousin Pao-ch'ai doing at home?" asked Pao yü. "How is it she's not even been over for these few days?" "She's not quite well," remarked Mrs. Chou. When Pao yü heard this news, "Who'll go," he speedily ascertained of the waiting maids, "and inquire after her? Tell her that cousin Lin and I have sent round to ask how our aunt and cousin are getting on. Ask her what she's ailing from, and what medicines she's taking, and explain to her that I know I ought to have gone over myself, but that on my coming back from school a short while back, I again got a slight chill, and that I'll go in person another day." When Pao yü was yet speaking, Hsi Hsüeh volunteered to take the message, and went off at once, and Mrs. Chou herself took her leave without another word. Mrs. Chou's son-in-law was in fact Lin Tai-yü, the intimate friend of Yü ts'un. Having recently become involved with a party in a lawsuit on account of the sale of some curios, he had expressly charged his wife to come and sue for the favour of a helping hand. Chou Jui's wife, relying upon her master's prestige, did not so much as take the affair to heart, and having waited till evening, she simply went over and requested lady Feng to befriend her, and the matter was forthwith ended. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Shao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 7, Part 2. When the lamps were lit, lady Feng came over, after having disrobed herself, to see madame Wang. "I've already taken charge," she observed, "of the things sent round today by the Chen family. As for the presents from us to them, we should avail ourselves of the return of the boats by which the fresh delicacies for the new year were forwarded, to hand them to them to carry back." Madame Wang nodded her head in token of approval. "The birthday presents," continued lady Feng, "for lady Ling Nang, the mother of the Earl of Ling Nang, have already been got together, and whom will you depute to take them over?" "See," suggested madame Wang, "who has nothing to do. Let 4 maids go, and all will be right. Why come again and ask me?" "Our eldest sister-in-law, Chen," proceeded lady Feng, "came over to invite me to go to morrow to their place for a little change. I don't think there'll be anything for me to do to morrow." "Whether there be or not," replied madame Wang, "it doesn't matter. You must go, for whenever she comes with an invitation, it includes us who are your seniors; so that, of course, it isn't such a pleasant thing for you; but as she doesn't ask us this time, but only asks you, it's evident that she's anxious that you shall have a little distraction, and you mustn't disappoint her good intention. Besides, it's certainly right that you should go over for a change." Lady Feng assented, and presently Li Wan, Ying Ch'un and the other cousins likewise paid each her evening salutations, and retired to their respective rooms, where nothing of any notice transpired. The next day, lady Feng completed her toilet, and came over first to tell madame Wang that she was off, and then went to say good bye to dowager lady Chia. But when Pao-yü heard where she was going, he also wished to go, and as lady Feng had no help but to give in, and to wait until he had changed his clothes, the sister and brother-in-law got into a carriage, and in a short while entered the Ning mansion. Mrs. Yu, the wife of Chia Chen, and Mrs. Ch'in, the wife of Mr. Chia Jung, the 2 sisters-in-law, had, along with a number of maids, waiting girls and other servants, come as far as the ceremonial gate to receive them, and Mrs. Yu, upon meeting lady Feng, for a while indulged, as was her wont, in humorous remarks; after which, leading Pao-yü by the hand, they entered the drawing room and took their seats. Mrs. Ch'in handed tea round. "What have you people invited me to come here for?" promptly asked lady Feng. "If you have anything to present me with, hand it to me at once, for I've other things to attend to." Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Ch'in had barely any time to exchange further remarks, when several matrons interposed smilingly. "Had our lady not come to day, there would have been no help for it; but having come, you can't have it all your own way." While they were conversing about one thing and another, they caught sight of Chia Jung come in to pay his respects, which prompted Pao-yü to inquire: "Isn't my elder brother at home to day?" "He's gone out of town to day," replied Mrs. Yu, "to inquire after his grandfather. You'll find sitting here," she continued, "very dull; and why not go out and have a stroll?" "A strange coincidence has taken place to day," urged Mrs. Ch'in with a smile. "Some time back you, uncle Pao, expressed a wish to see my brother, and to day he too happens to be here at home. I think he's in the library; but why not go and see for yourself, uncle Pao?" Pao-yü descended at once from the stove couch, and was about to go, when Mrs. Yu bade the servants to mind and go with him. "Don't you let him get into trouble," she enjoined. "It's a far different thing when he comes over under the charge of his grandmother, when he's all right." "If that be so," remarked lady Feng, "why not ask the young gentleman to come in, and then I too can see him? There isn't, I hope, any objection to my seeing him?" "Never mind, never mind," observed Mrs. Yu smilingly; "it's as well that you shouldn't see him. This brother of mine is not like the boys of our Chia family,
accustomed to roughly banging and knocking about. Other people's children are brought up politely and properly, and not in this vixenish style of yours. Why, you'd ridicule him to death!" "I won't laugh at him then, that's all," smiled lady Feng. "Tell them to bring him in at once." "He's shy," proceeded Mrs. Ch'in, "and has seen nothing much of the world, so that you're sure to be put out when you see him, sister." "What an idea!" exclaimed lady Feng. "Were he even no cha himself, I'd like to see him. So don't talk trash. If, after all, you don't bring him round at once, I'll give you a good slap on the mouth." "I daren't be obstinate," answered Mrs. Ch'in smiling. "I'll bring him round." In a short while, she did in fact lead in a young lad, who, compared with Pao-yü, was somewhat more slight, but, from all appearances, superior to Pao-yü in eyes and eyebrows, good looks, which were so clear and well defined, in white complexion and in ruddy lips, as well as graceful appearance and pleasing manners. He was, however, bashful and timid, like a girl. In a shy and demure way, he made a bow to lady Feng and asked after her health. Lady Feng was simply delighted with him. "You take a low seat next to him," she ventured laughingly, as she pushed Pao-yü back. Then, readily stooping forward, she took this lad by the hand and asked him to take a seat next to her. Presently she inquired about his age, his studies and such matters, when she found that at school he went under the name of Ch'in Chung. The matrons and maids in attendance on lady Feng, perceiving this was the first time their mistress met Ch'in Chung, and knowing that she had not at hand the usual presents, forthwith ran over to the other side and told P'ing Erh about it. P'ing Erh, aware of the close intimacy that existed between lady Feng and Mrs. Ch'in, speedily took upon herself to decide, and selecting a piece of silk and 2 small gold medals, bearing the wish that he should attain the highest degree, the senior wranglership, she handed them to the servants who had come over to take away. Lady Feng, however, explained that her presents were too mean by far, but Mrs. Ch'in and the others expressed their appreciation of them, and in a short time the repast was over, and Mrs. Yu, lady Feng and Mrs. Ch'in played at dominoes; but of this no details need be given, while both Pao-yü and Ch'in Chung sat down, got up and talked as they pleased. Since he had first glanced at Ch'in Chung and seen what kind of person he was, he felt at heart as if he had lost something; and after being plunged in a dazed state for a time, he began again to give way to foolish thoughts in his mind. "There are then such beings as he in the world!" he reflected. "I now see there are! I'm, however, no better than a wallowing pig or a mangy cow. Despicable destiny! Why was I ever born in this household of a marquis and in the mansion of a duke? Had I seen the light in the home of some penniless scholar or poverty-stricken official, I could long ago have enjoyed the communion of his friendship, and I would not have lived my whole existence in vain. Though more honourable than he, it is evident that silk and satins only serve to swathe this rotten trunk of mine, and choice wines and rich meats only to gorge this filthy drain and miry sewer of this body of mine. Wealth and splendour! Ye are no more than contaminated with pollution by me." Ever since Ch'in Chung had noticed Pao-yü's unusual appearance, his sedate deportment, and what is more, his hat ornamented with gold and his dress full of embroidery, attended by beautiful maids and handsome youths, he did not indeed think it a matter of surprise that every one was fond of him. "Born as I have had the misfortune to be," he went on to commune within himself, "in an honest though poor family, how can I presume to enjoy his companionship? This is verily a proof of what a barrier poverty and wealth set between man and man. What a serious misfortune is this too, in this mortal world!" In wild and inane ideas of the same strain, indulged these 2 youths. Pao-yü, by and by, further asked of him what books he was reading, and Ch'in Chung, in answer to these inquiries, told him the truth. A few more questions and answers followed, and after about 10 remarks, a greater intimacy sprang up between them. Tea and fruits were shortly served, and while they were having their tea, Pao-yü suggested: "We too don't take any wine, and why shouldn't we have our fruit served on the small couch inside, and go and sit there, and thus save you all the trouble?" The two of them thereupon came into the inner apartment to have their tea, and Mrs. Ch'in attended to the laying out of fruit and wines for lady Feng, and hurriedly entered the room and hinted to Pao-yü: "Dear uncle Pao, your nephew is young, and should he happen to say anything disrespectful, do please overlook it for my sake; for though he's shy, he's naturally of a perverse and wilful disposition, and is rather given to having his own way." "Off with you!" cried Pao-yü laughing, "I know it all." Mrs. Ch'in then went on to give a bit of advice to her brother, and at length came to keep lady Feng company. Presently lady Feng and Mrs. Yu sent another servant to tell Pao-yü that there was outside everything they might wish to eat, and that they should mind and go ask for it; and Pao-yü simply signified that they would, but his mind was not set upon drinking or eating. All he did was to keep making inquiries of Ch'in Chung about recent family concerns. Ch'in Chung went on to explain that his tutor had last year relinquished his post, that his father was advanced in years and afflicted with disease, and had multifarious public duties to preoccupy his mind, so that he had as yet had no time to make arrangements for another tutor, and that all he did was no more than to keep up his old tasks; that as regards study, it was likewise necessary to have the company of one or two intimate friends, as then only, by dint of a frequent exchange of ideas and opinions, one could arrive at progress; and Pao-yü gave him no time to complete, but eagerly urged: "Quite so! But in our household we have a family school, and those of our kindred who have no means sufficient to engage the services of a tutor, are at liberty to come over for the sake of study, and the sons and brothers of our relatives are likewise free to join the class. As my own tutor went home last year, I am now also wasting my time doing nothing, for my father's intention was that I too should have gone over to this school, so that I might at least temporarily keep up what I have already read, pending the arrival of my tutor next year, when I could again very well resume my studies at home. But my grandmother raised objections, maintaining first of all that the boys who attend the family classes being so numerous, she feared we would be sure to be up to mischief, which wouldn't be at all proper; and that in the second place, as I had been ill for some time, the matter should be dropped for the present. But as from what you say, your worthy father is very much exercised on this score, you should, on your return, tell him all about it and come over to our school. I'll also be there as your schoolmate, and as you and I will reap mutual benefit from each other's companionship, won't it be nice?" When my father was at home the other day, Ch'in Chung smiled and said, he alluded to the question of a tutor, and explained that the free schools were an excellent institution. He even meant to have come and talked matters over with his son-in-law's father about my introduction, but with the urgent concerns here, he didn't think it right for him to come about this small thing and make any trouble. But if you really believe that I might be of use to you, in either grinding the ink or washing the slab, why shouldn't you at once make the needful arrangements, so that neither you nor I may idle our time? And as we shall be able to come together often and talk matters over, and set at the same time our parents' minds at ease, and to enjoy the pleasure of friendship, won't it be a profitable thing?" "Compose your mind," suggested Pao-yü. "We can by and by, first of all, tell your brother-in-law and your sister as well, sister-in-law Secunda Lien; and on your return home to day, lose no time in explaining all to your worthy father; and when I get back, I'll speak to my grandmother, and I can't see why our wishes shouldn't speedily be accomplished." By the time they had arrived at this conclusion, the day was far advanced and the lights were about to be lit, and they came out and watched them once more for a time as they played at dominoes. When they came to settle their accounts, Mrs. Ch'in and Mrs. Yu were again the losers, and had to bear the expense of a theatrical and dinner party; and while deciding that they should enjoy this treat the day after the morrow, they also had the evening repast. Darkness having set in, Mrs. Yu gave orders that two youths should accompany Mrs. Ch'in home. The matrons went out to deliver the direction, and after a somewhat long interval, Ch'in Chung said good bye and was about to start on his way. "Whom have you told off to escort him?" asked Mrs. Yu. "Chiao Ta," replied the matrons, "has been told to go, but it happens that he's under the effects of drink and making free use again of abusive language." Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Ch'in remonstrated. "What's the use," they said, "of asking him? That mean fellow shouldn't be chosen, but you will go again and provoke him." "People always maintain," added lady Feng,
that you are far too lenient. But fancy allowing servants in this household to go on in this way! Why, what will be the end of it?" "You don't mean to tell me," observed Mrs. Yu, "that you don't know of this Chiao Ta? Why, even the gentlemen one and all pay no heed to his doings. Your eldest brother, Chia Cheng, he too doesn't notice him. It's all because when he was young he followed our ancestor in 3 or 4 wars, and because on one occasion, by extracting our senior from the heap of slain and carrying him on his back, he saved his life. He himself suffered hunger and stole food for his master to eat. They had no water for 2 days, and when he did get half a bowl, he gave it to his master, while he himself had sewage water. He now simply presumes upon the sentimental obligations imposed by these services. When the seniors of the family still lived, they all looked upon him with exceptional regard, but who at present ventures to interfere with him? He is also advanced in years, and doesn't care about any decent manners. His sole delight is wine, and when he gets drunk, there isn't a single person whom he won't abuse. I've again and again told the stewards not to henceforth ask Chiao Ta to do any work whatever, but to treat him as dead and gone, and here he's sent again to day." "How can I not know all about this Chiao Ta?" remarked lady Feng. "But the secret of all this trouble is that you won't take any decisive step. Why not pack him off to some distant farm and have done with him? And as she spoke, is our carriage ready?" she went on to inquire. "All ready and waiting," interposed the married women. Lady Feng also got up and said good bye, and hand in hand with Pao-yü, they walked out of the room, escorted by Mrs. Yu and the party, as far as the entrance of the main hall, where they saw the lamps shedding a brilliant light, and the attendants all waiting on the platforms. Chiao Ta, however, availing himself of Chia Chen's absence from home and elated by wine, began to abuse the head steward, Lai Erh, for his injustice. "You bully of the weak and coward with the strong," he cried, "when there's any pleasant charge, you send the other servants, but when it's a question of seeing anyone home in the dark, then you ask me, you disorderly clown! In a nice way you act the steward indeed! Do you forget that if Mr. Chiao Ta chose to raise one leg, it would be a good deal higher than your head? Remember, please, that 20 years ago, Mr. Chiao Ta wouldn't even so much as look at anyone, no matter who it was, not to mention a pack of hybrid creatures like yourselves." While he went on cursing and railing with all his might, Chia Jung appeared, walking by lady Feng's carriage. All the servants having tried to hush him and not succeeding, Chia Jung became exasperated, and forthwith blew him up for a time. "Let some one bind him," he cried, "and to morrow, when he's over the wine, I'll call him to task, and we'll see if he won't seek death." Chiao Ta showed no consideration for Chia Jung. On the contrary, he shouted with more vigour. Going up to Chia Jung, "Brother Hung," he said, "don't put on the airs of a master with Chiao Ta! Not to speak of a man such as you, why, even your father and grandfather wouldn't presume to display such side with Chiao Ta! Were it not for Chiao Ta, and him alone, where would your office, honours, riches and dignity be? Your ancestor, whom I brought back from the jaws of death, heaped up all this estate, but to this very day have I received no thanks for the services I rendered. On the contrary, you come here and play the master. Don't say a word more, and things may come right, but if you do, I'll plunge the blade of a knife white in you and extract it red." Lady Feng, from inside the carriage, remarked to Chia Jung, "Don't you yet pack off this insolent fellow? Why, if you keep him in your house, won't he be a source of mischief? Besides, were relatives and friends to hear about these things, won't they have a laugh at our expense, that a household like ours should be devoid of all propriety?" Chia Jung assented.
The whole band of servants, finding that Chiao Ta was getting too insolent, had no help but to come up and throw him over, and binding him, they dragged him towards the stables. Chiao Ta abused even Chia Chen with still more vehemence, and shouted in a boisterous manner: "I want to go," he cried, "to the family ancestral temple and mourn my old master. Who would have ever imagined that he would leave behind such vile creatures of descendants as you all, day after day, indulging in obscene and incestuous practices, in scraping of the ashes, and in philandering with brothers-in-law. I know all about your doings. The best thing is to hide one's stump of an arm in one's sleeve. Wash one's dirty clothes at home." The servants, who stood by, upon hearing this wild talk, were quite at their wits' end, and they at once seized him, tied him up, and filled his mouth to the fullest extent with mud, mixed with some horse refuse. Lady Feng and Chia Jung heard all he said from a distance, but pretended not to hear; but Pao-yü, seated in the carriage as he was, also caught this extravagant talk, and inquired of lady Feng: "Sister, did you hear him say something about scraping of the ashes? What's it?" "Don't talk such rubbish!" hastily shouted lady Feng. "It was the maudlin talk of a drunkard. A nice boy you are! Not to speak of your listening, but you must also inquire. Wait and I'll tell your mother, and we'll see if she doesn't seriously take you to task." Pao-yü was in such a state of fright that he speedily entreated her to forgive him. "My dear sister," he craved, "I won't venture again to say anything of the kind." "My dear brother, if that be so, it's all right," rejoined lady Feng reassuringly. "On our return we'll speak to her venerable ladyship, and ask her to send some one to arrange matters in the family school, and invite Ch'in Chung to come to school for his studies." While this conversation was going on, they arrived at the Jung mansion. Reader, do you wish to know what follows? If you do, the next chapter will unfold it. End of section 17.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Dream of the Red Chamber by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencroft Jolly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By a strange coincidence, Chia Pao-yü becomes acquainted with the golden clasp. In an unexpected meeting, Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai sees the jade of spiritual perception. Pao-yü and lady Feng, we will now explain, paid on their return home their respects to all the inmates, and Pao-yü availed himself of the first occasion to tell dowager lady Chia of his wish that Ch'in Chung should come over to the family school. The presence for himself of a friend as schoolmate would, he argued, be fitly excellent to stir him to zeal, and he went on to speak in terms of high praise of Ch'in Chung, his character and his manners, which most of all made people esteem him. Lady Feng, besides, stood by him and backed his request. "In a day or two," she added, "Ch'in Chung will be coming to pay his obeisance to your venerable ladyship." This bit of news greatly rejoiced the heart of dowager lady Chia, and lady Feng likewise did not let the opportunity slip, without inviting the old lady to attend the theatrical performance to come off the day after the morrow. Dowager lady Chia was, it is true, well on in years, but was nevertheless very fond of enjoyment, so that when the day arrived, and Mrs. Yu came over to invite her round, she forthwith took Madame Wang, Lin Tai-yü, Pao-yü, and others along and went to the play. It was about noon when dowager lady Chia returned to her apartments for her siesta, and Madame Wang, who was habitually partial to a quiet life, also took her departure after she had seen the old lady retire. Lady Feng subsequently took the seat of honour, and the party enjoyed themselves immensely till the evening when they broke up. But to return to Pao-yü. Having accompanied his grandmother Chia back home, and waiting till her ladyship was in her midday sleep, he had, in fact, an inclination to return to the performance, but he was afraid lest he should be a burden to Mrs. Chin and the rest, and lest they should not feel at ease. Remembering, therefore, that Pao-ch'ai had been at home unwell for the last few days, and that he had not been to see her, he was anxious to go and look her up, but he dreaded that if he went by the side gate at the back of the drawing-room, he would be prevented by something or other, and, fearing what would be making matters worse, lest he should come across his father, he consequently thought it better to go on his way by a detour. The nurses and waiting-maids thereupon came to help him to change his clothes, but they saw him not change, but go out again by the second door. These nurses and maids could not help following him out, but they were still under the impression that he was going over to the other mansion to see the theatricals. Contrary to their speculations, upon reaching the entrance hall, he forthwith went to the east, then turned to the north, and walking round by the rear of the hall, he happened to come face to face with two of the family companions, Mr. Chan Kuang and Mr. Dan Bing. As soon as they caught sight of Pao-yü, they both readily drew up to him, and as they smiled, the one put his arm around his waist, while the other grasped him by the hand. "Oh, divine brother!" they both exclaimed, "this we call dreaming a pleasant dream, for it's no easy thing to come across you." While continuing their remarks, they paid their salutations and inquired after his health, and it was only after they had chatted for ever so long that they went on their way. The nurse called out to them and stopped them. "Have you two gentlemen," she said, "come out from seeing master?" They both nodded assent. "Your master," they explained, "is in the Meng Pao-ch'ai small library, having his siesta, so that you can go through there with no fear." As they uttered these words, they walked away. This remark also evoked a smile from Pao-yü, but without further delay he turned a corner, went towards the north, and came into the Pear Fragrance Court, where, as luck would have it, he met the head manager of the household treasury, Hsüeh, who, in company with the head of the granary, Dai Liang, and several other head stewards, 7 persons in all, was issuing out of the account room. On seeing Pao-yü approaching, they in a body stood still and hung down their arms against their sides. One of them alone, a certain butler called Chen Hua, promptly came forward, as he had not seen Pao-yü for many a day, and bending on one knee, paid his respects to Pao-yü. Pao-yü at once gave a smile and pulled him up. "The day before yesterday," smiled all the bystanders, "we were somewhere together, and saw some characters written by your master Secundus in a composite style. The writer is certainly better than it was before. When will you give us a few sheets to stick on the wall?" "Where did you see them?" inquired Pao-yü with a grin. "They are to be found in more than one place," they replied, "and every one praises them very much, and what's more, asks us for a few." "They are not worth having," observed Pao-yü smilingly, "but if you do want any, tell my young servants, and it will be all right." As he said these words, he moved onwards. The whole party waited till he had gone by, before they separated, each one to go his own way. But we need not dilate on matters of no moment, but return to Pao-yü. On coming to the Pear Fragrance Court, he entered first into Aunt Hsüeh's room, where he found her getting some needlework ready to give to the waiting maids to work at. Pao-yü forthwith paid his respects to her, and Aunt Hsüeh, taking him by the hand, drew him towards her and clasped him in her embrace. "With this cold weather," she smilingly urged, "it's too kind of you, my dear child, to think of coming to see me. Come along on the stove couch at once. Bring some tea," she continued, addressing the servants, "and make it as hot as it can be." "Isn't Hsüeh Pan at home?" Pao-yü having inquired. "He's like a horse without a halter," Mrs. Hsüeh remarked with a sigh. "He's daily running here and there and everywhere, and nothing can induce him to stay at home one single day." "Is sister Pao-ch'ai all right then?" asked Pao-yü. "Yes," replied Mrs. Hsüeh, "she's well again. "It was very kind of you 2 days ago to again think of her, and send round to inquire after her. She's now in there, and you can go and see her. It's warmer there than it's here. Go and sit with her inside, and as soon as I've put everything away, I'll come and join you and have a chat." Pao-yü, upon hearing this, jumped down with alacrity from the stove couch, and walked up to the door of the inner room, where he saw hanging a portiere somewhat the worse for use, made of red silk. Pao-yü raised the portiere, and making one step towards the interior, he found Pao-ch'ai sitting on the couch, busy over some needlework. On the top of her head was gathered, and made into a knot, her chevelure, black as lacquer and glossy like pomade. She wore a honey-coloured wadded robe, a rose-brown short-sleeved jacket, lined with the fur of the squirrel of 2 colours, gold and silver, and a jupe of leek-yellow silk. Her whole costume was neither too new, neither too old, and displayed no sign of extravagance. Her lips, though not rouged, were naturally red. Her eyebrows, though not pencilled, were yet blue-black. Her face resembled a silver basin, and her eyes juicy plums. She was sparing in her words, chary in her talk, so much so that people said that she posed as a simpleton. She was quiet in the acquittal of her duties, and scrupulous as to the proper season for everything. "I practise simplicity," she would say of herself. "How are you? Are you quite well again, sister?" inquired Pao-yü, as he gazed at her, whereupon Pao-ch'ai raised her head, and perceiving Pao-yü walked in, she got up at once and replied with a smile, "I'm all right again. Many thanks for your kindness in thinking of me." While uttering this, she pressed him to take a seat on the stove couch, and as he sat down on the very edge of the couch, she told Ying Erh to bring tea, and asked likewise after Dowager lady Chia and lady Feng. "And are all the rest of the young ladies quite well?" she inquired. Saying this, she scrutinised Pao-yü, who she saw had a headdress of purplish gold twisted threads, studded with precious stones. His forehead was bound with a gold circlet, representing 2 dragons, clasping a pearl. On his person he wore a light yellow archery-sleeved jacket, ornamented with rampant dragons, and lined with fur from the ribs of the silver fox, and was clasped with a dark sash, embroidered with different coloured butterflies and birds. Round his neck was hung an amulet, consisting of a clasp of longevity, a talisman of recorded name, and, in addition to these, the precious jade which he had had in his mouth at the time of his birth. "I've daily heard every one speak of this jade," said Pao-ch'ai with a smile, "but haven't, after all, had an opportunity of looking at it closely. But anyhow, today I must see it." As she spoke, she drew near. Pao-yü himself approached, and taking it from his neck, he placed it in Pao-ch'ai's hand. Pao-ch'ai held it in her palm. It appeared to her very much like the egg of a bird, resplendent as it was like a bright russet cloud, shiny and smooth like variegated curd, and covered with a net for the sake of protection. Readers, you should know that this was the very block of useless stone which had been on the Ta Huang hills, and which had dropped into the Xueqin cave in a state of metamorphosis. A later writer expresses his feelings in a satirical way as follows: "New Hua's fusion of stones was e'er a myth inane, but from this myth hath sprung fiction still more insane. Lost is the subtle life, divine and real, gone. Assumed mean subterfuge, foul bags of skin and bone. Fortune, when once adverse, how true, gold glows no more. In evil days, alas, the jade's splendour is o'er. Bones white and bleached in nameless hill-like mounds are flung, bones once of youths renowned and maidens fair and young." A rejected stone has in fact already given a record of the circumstances of its transformation, and the inscription in sealed characters engraved upon it by the bald-headed bonze and writ below will now be also appended a faithful representation of it. But its real size is so very diminutive as to allow of its being held by a child in his mouth while yet unborn, that, were it to have been drawn in its exact proportions, the characters would, it is feared, have been so insignificant in size that the beholder would have had to waste much of his eyesight, and it would besides have been no pleasant thing. Well, therefore, its shape has been adhered to. Its size has unavoidably been slightly enlarged, to admit of the reader being able conveniently to peruse the inscription even by very lamplight, and though he may be under the influence of wine. These explanations have been given to obviate any such sneering remarks as what could be, pray, the size of the mouth of a child in his mother's womb, and how could it grasp such a large and clumsy thing? On the face of the jade was written, "Precious gem of spiritual perception. If thou wilt lose me not, and never forget me, eternal life and constant luck will be with thee." On the reverse was written, "To exorcise evil spirits and the accessory visitations, to cure predestined sickness, to prognosticate weal and woe." Pao-ch'ai, having looked at the amulet, twisted it again to the face, and scrutinizing it closely, read aloud, "If thou wilt lose me not, and never forget me, eternal life and constant luck will be with thee." She perused these lines twice, and turning round, she asked Ying Erh laughingly, "Why don't you go and pour the tea? What are you standing here like an idiot?" "These two lines which I've heard," smiled Ying Erh, "would appear to pair with the two lines on your necklace, miss." "What?" eagerly observed Pao-yü with a grin when he caught these words. "Are there really 8 characters too on your necklet, cousin? Do let me to see it." "Don't listen to what she says," remarked Pao-ch'ai, "there are no characters on it." "My dear cousin," pleaded Pao-yü entreatingly, "how is it you've seen mine?" Pao-ch'ai was brought quite at bay by this remark of his, and she consequently added, "There are also 2 propitious phrases engraved on this charm, and that's why I wear it every day. Otherwise, what pleasure would there be in carrying a clumsy thing?" As she spoke, she unfastened the button, and produced from inside her crimson robe a crystal-like locket, set with pearls and gems, and with a brilliant golden fringe. Pao-yü promptly received it from her, and upon minute examination found that there were in fact 4 characters on each side, the 8 characters on both sides forming 2 sentences of good omen. The similitude of the locket is likewise then given below. On the face of the locket is written, "Part not from me and cast me not away," and on the reverse, "And youth perennial freshness will display." Pao-yü examined the charm, and having also read the inscription twice over aloud, and then twice again to himself, he said as he smiled, "Dear cousin, these 8 characters of yours form together with mine an antithetical verse." "They were presented to her," ventured Ying Erh, "by a mangy pated bonze, who explained that they should be engraved on a golden trinket." Pao-ch'ai left her no time to finish what she wished to say, but speedily called her to task for not going to bring the tea, and then inquired of Pao-yü where he had come from. Pao-yü had by this time drawn quite close to Pao-ch'ai, and perceived whiff after whiff of some perfume or other, of what kind he could not tell. "What perfume have you used, my cousin," he forthwith asked, "to fumigate your dresses with? I really don't remember smelling any perfumery of the kind before." "I'm very averse," replied Pao-ch'ai blandly, "to the odour of fumigation. Good clothes become impregnated with the smell of smoke." "In that case," observed Pao-yü, "what scent is it?" "Yes, I remember," Pao-ch'ai answered after some reflection, "it's the scent of the cold fragrance pills which I took this morning." "What are those cold fragrance pills?" remarked Pao-yü smiling, "that they have such a fine smell? Give me, cousin, a pill to try." "Here you are with your nonsense again," Pao-ch'ai rejoined laughingly. "Is a pill a thing to be taken recklessly?" She had scarcely finished speaking when she heard suddenly some one outside say, "Mrs. Lin is coming," and shortly Lin Tai-yü walked in a jaunty manner. "Oh, I've come at a wrong moment!" she exclaimed forthwith, smirking significantly when she caught sight of Pao-yü. Pao-yü and the rest lost no time in rising and offering her a seat, whereupon Pao-ch'ai added with a smile, "How can you say such things?" "Had I known sooner," continued Tai-yü, "that he was here, I would have kept away." "I can't fathom this meaning of yours," protested Pao-ch'ai. "If one comes," Tai-yü urged smilingly, "then all come, and when one doesn't come, then no one comes. Now were he to come today, and I to come tomorrow, wouldn't there be, by a division of this kind, always some one with you every day? and in this way you wouldn't feel too lonely nor too crowded. How is it, cousin, that you didn't understand what I meant to imply?" "Is it snowing?" inquired Pao-yü, upon noticing that she wore a cloak made of crimson camlet buttoning in front. "It has been snowing for some time," ventured the matrons who were standing below. "Fetch my wrapper," Pao-yü remarked, and Tai-yü readily laughed. "Am I not right? I come, and of course he must go at once." "Did I ever mention that I was going?" questioned Pao-yü. "I only wish it brought to have it ready when I want it." "It's a snowy day," consequently remarked Pao-yü's nurse, Dame Li, "and we must also look to the time. But you had better remain here and amuse yourself with your cousin. Your aunt has in there got ready tea and fruits. I'll tell the waiting maid to go and fetch your wrapper and the boys to return home." Pao-yü assented, and Nurse Li left the room and told the boys they were at liberty to go. By this time Mrs. Hsüeh had prepared tea and several kinds of nice things, and kept them all to partake of those delicacies. Pao-yü having spoken highly of some goose feet and duck's tongues he had tasted some days before at his elder sister-in-law's, Miss Yu's aunt, Hsüeh promptly produced several dishes of the same kind, made by herself, and gave them to Pao-yü to try. "With a little wine," added Pao-yü with a smile, "they would be first rate." Mrs. Hsüeh thereupon bade the servants fetch some wine of the best quality. Dame Li came forward and remonstrated. "My lady," she said, "never mind the wine." Pao-yü smilingly pleaded, "My nurse, I'll take just 1 cup and no more." "It's no use," Nurse Li replied. "Were your grandmother and mother present, I wouldn't care if you drank a whole jar. I remember the day when I turned my eyes away but for a moment, and some ignorant fool or other, merely with the view of pandering for your favour, gave you only a drop of wine to drink, and how this brought reproaches upon me for a couple of days. You don't know my lady, you have no idea of his disposition, it's really dreadful, and when he has had a little wine he shows far more temper. On days when her venerable ladyship is in high spirits, she allows him to have his own way about drinking, but he is not allowed to have wine on any and every day, and why should I have to suffer inside and all for nothing at all?" "You antiquated thing," replied Mrs. Hsüeh, laughing. "Set your mind at ease, and go and drink your own wine. I won't let him have too much, and should even the old lady say anything, let the fault be mine." Saying this, she asked a waiting maid to take Nurse Li along with her and give her also a glass of wine, so as to keep her out the cold air. When Nurse Li heard these words, she had no alternative but to go for a time with all the others and have some wine to drink. "The wine need not be warmed, I prefer it cold," Pao-yü went on to suggest meanwhile. "That won't do," remonstrated Miss Hsüeh. "Cold wine will make your hand tremble when you write." "You have," interposed Pao-ch'ai, smiling, "the good fortune, cousin Pao-yü, of having daily opportunities of acquiring a knowledge of every kind of subject. And yet don't you know that the properties of wine are mostly heating? If you drink wine warm, its effects soon dispel; but if you drink it cold, it at once congeals in you, and as upon your intestines devolves the warming of it, how can you not derive any harm? And won't you yet from this time change this habit of yours, leave off at once drinking that cold wine?" Pao-yü, finding that the words he had heard contained a good deal of sense, speedily put down the cold wine, and having asked them to warm it, he at length drank it. Tai-yü was bent upon cracking melon seeds, saying nothing but simply pursing up her lips and smiling, when, strange coincidence, Lin Tai-yü's waiting maid walked in and handed her mistress a small hand stove. "Who told you to bring it?" ascertained Tai-yü, grinning. "I'm sorry to have given whoever it is the trouble, I'm obliged to her, but did she ever imagine that I would freeze to death?" "Tzu Chuan was afraid," replied Hsüeh, "that you would feel cold, and she asked me to bring it over." Tai-yü took it over and held it in her lap. "How is it," she smiled, "that you listen to what she tells you, but that you treat what I say, day after day, as so much wind blowing past your ears? How is it that you at once do what she bids you, with even greater alacrity than you would an imperial edict?" End of chapter 8, part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Dream of the Red Chamber by Xueqin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Pao-yü heard this, he felt sure in his mind that Tai-yü was availing herself of this opportunity to make fun of him, but he made no remark, merely laughing to himself and paying no further notice. Pao-ch'ai, again, knew full well that his habit was a weak point with Tai-yü, so she too did not go out of her way to heed what she said. "You've always been delicate and unable to stand the cold," interposed Aunt Hsüeh, "and is it not a kind attention on their part to have thought of you?" "You don't know, aunt, how it really stands," responded Tai-yü, smiling. "Fortunately enough, it was sent to me here at your quarters, for had it been in any one else's house, wouldn't it have been a slight upon them? Is it forsooth nice to think that people haven't so much as a hand stove, and that one has fussily to be sent over from home? People won't say that the waiting maids are too officious, but will imagine that I'm in the habit of behaving in this offensive fashion." "You're far too punctilious," remarked Mrs. Hsüeh, "as to entertain such notions. No such ideas as these crossed my mind just now." While they were conversing, Pao-yü had taken so much as 3 cups of wine, and Nurse Li came forward again to prevent him from having any more. Pao-yü was just then in a state of exultation and excitement, a state enhanced by the conversation and laughter of his cousins, so that was he ready to agree to having no more. But he was constrained in a humble spirit to entreat for permission. "My dear nurse," he implored, "I'll just take 2 more cups, and then have no more." "You'd better be careful," added Nurse Li. "Your father is at home today, and see that you're ready to be examined in your lessons." When Pao-yü heard this mention, his spirits at once sank within him, and gently putting the wine aside, he dropped his head upon his breast. Tai-yü promptly remonstrated. "You've thrown cold water," she said, "over the spirits of the whole company. Why, if uncle should ask to see you, well, say that Aunt Hsüeh detained you. This old nurse of yours has been drinking, and again makes us the means of clearing her muddled head." While saying this, she gave Pao-yü a big nudge with the intent of stirring up his spirits, adding, as she addressed him in a low tone of voice, "Don't let us heed that old thing, but mind our own enjoyment." Dame Li also knew very well Tai-yü's disposition, and therefore remarked, "Now, Miss Lin, don't you urge him on. You should, after all, give him good advice, as he may, I think, listen to a good deal of what you say to him." "Why should I urge him on?" rejoined Lin Tai-yü with a sarcastic smile. "Nor will I trouble myself to give him advice. You, old lady, are far too scrupulous. Old lady Chia has also seen, time after time, given him wine, and if he now takes a cup or 2 more here, at his aunt's Lady Hsüeh's house, there's no harm that I can see. Is it perhaps, who knows, that aunt is a stranger in this establishment, and that we have in fact no right to come over here to see her?" Nurse Li was both vexed and amused by the words she had just heard. "Really," she observed, "every remark this girl Lin utters is sharper than a razor. I didn't say anything much." Pao-ch'ai, too, could not suppress a smile, and as she pinched Tai-yü's cheek, she exclaimed, "Oh, the tongue of this frowning girl! One can neither resent what it says, nor yet listen to it with any gratification." "Don't be afraid," Mrs. Hsüeh went on to say. "Don't be afraid, my son. You've come to see me, and although I've nothing good to give you, you mustn't, through fright, let the trifle you've taken lie heavy on your stomach, and thus make me uneasy. But just drink at your pleasure, and as much as you like, and let the blame fall on my shoulders. What's more, you can stay to dinner with me, and then go home, or if you do get tipsy, you can sleep with me. That's all." She thereupon told the servants to heat some more wine. "I'll come," she continued, "and keep you company while you have 2 or 3 cups, after which we'll have something to eat." It was only after these assurances that Pao-yü's spirit began at length once more to revive, and dame Li then directed the waiting maids what to do. "You remain here," she enjoined, "and mind, be diligent while I go home and change, when I'll come back again. Don't allow him," she also whispered to Aunt Hsüeh, "to have all his own way and drink too much." Having said this, she betook herself back to her quarters, and during this while, though there were 2 or 3 nurses in attendance, they did not concern themselves with what was going on. As soon as they saw that Nurse Li had left, they likewise all quietly slipped out at the first opportunity they found, while there remained but 2 waiting maids, who were only too glad to curry favour with Pao-yü. But fortunately Aunt Hsüeh, by much coaxing and persuading, only let him have a few cups, and the wine being then promptly cleared away, pickled bamboo shoots and chicken skin soup were prepared, of which Pao-yü drank with relish several bowlsful, eating besides more than half a bowl of finest rice congee. By this time Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai and Lin Tai-yü had also finished their repast, and when Pao-yü had drunk a few cups of strong tea, Mrs. Hsüeh felt more easy in her mind. Xueqin and the others, 3 or 4 of them in all, had also had their meal, and came in to wait upon them. "Are you now going or not?" inquired Tai-yü of Pao-yü. Pao-yü looked askance with his drowsy eyes. "If you want to go," he observed, "I'll go with you." Tai-yü, hearing this, speedily rose. "We've been here nearly the whole day," she said, "and ought to be going back." As she spoke, the 2 of them bade good-bye, and the waiting maids at once presented a hood to each of them. Pao-yü readily lowered his head slightly and told a waiting maid to put it on. The girl promptly took the hood, made of deep red cloth, and shaking it out of its folds, she put it on Pao-yü's head. "That will do!" hastily exclaimed Pao-yü. "You stupid thing! Gently a bit! Is it likely you've never seen anyone put one on before? Let me do it myself." "Come over here, and I'll put it on you," suggested Tai-yü, as she stood on the edge of the couch. Pao-yü eagerly approached her, and Tai-yü carefully kept the cap, to which his hair was bound, fast down, and taking the hood, she rested its edge on the circlet round his forehead. She then raised the ball of crimson velvet, which was as large as a walnut, and put it in such a way that, as it waved tremulously, it should appear outside the hood. These arrangements completed, she cast a look for a while at what she had done. "That's right now," she added. "Throw your wrapper over you." When Pao-yü caught these words, he eventually took the wrapper and threw it over his shoulders. "None of your nurses," hurriedly interposed Aunt Hsüeh, "are yet come, so you had better wait a while." "Why should we wait for them?" observed Pao-yü. "We have the waiting maids to escort us, and surely they should be enough." Mrs. Hsüeh, finding it difficult to set her mind at ease, deputed 2 married women to accompany the 2 cousins, and after they had both expressed to these women their regret at having troubled them, they came straightway to Dowager Lady Char's suite of apartments. Her venerable ladyship had not as yet had her evening repast. Hearing that they had been at Mrs. Hsüeh's, she was extremely pleased, but noticing that Pao-yü had had some wine, she gave orders that he should be taken to his room and put to bed, and not be allowed to come out again. "Do take good care of him," she therefore enjoined the servants, and when suddenly she bethought herself of Pao-yü's attendants, "How is it," she at once inquired of them all, "that I don't see Nurse Li here?" They did not venture to tell her the truth, that she had gone home, but simply explained that she had come in a few moments back, and that they thought she must have again gone out on some business or other. "She's better off than your venerable ladyship," remarked Pao-yü, turning round and swaying from side to side. "Why then ask after her? Were I rid of her, I believe I might live a little longer." While uttering these words, he reached the door of his bedroom, where he saw pen and ink laid out on the writing table. "That's nice," exclaimed Ching Wen, as she came to meet him with a smile on her face. "You told me to prepare the ink for you, but though when you get up you're full of the idea of writing, you only wrote 3 characters when you discarded the pencil and ran away, fooling me by making me wait the whole day. Come now at once and exhaust all this ink before you're let off." Pao-yü then remembered what had taken place in the morning. "Where are the 3 characters I wrote?" he consequently inquired, smiling. "Why, this man is tipsy," remarked Ching Wen sneeringly. "As you were going to the other mansion, you told me to stick them over the door. I was afraid lest anyone else should spoil them, as they were being pasted, so I climbed up a high ladder, and was ever so long in putting them up myself. My hands are even now numb with cold." "Oh, I forgot all about it," replied Pao-yü, grinning. "If your hands are cold, come, and I'll rub them warm for you." Promptly stretching out his hand, he took those of Ching Wen in his, and the 2 of them looked at the 3 characters which he recently had written, and which were pasted above the door. In a short while Tai-yü came. My dear cousin, Pao-yü said to her smilingly, tell me, without any prevarication, which of the 3 characters is the best written? Tai-yü raised her hand and perceived the 3 characters, red, ru, all. They're all well done, she rejoined with a smile. How is it you've written them so well? By and by, you must also write a tablet for me. Are you making fun of me? Asked Pao-yü, smiling. What about Sister Hsüeh? He went on to inquire. Qing-wen pouted her lips, pointed towards the stove couch in the inner room, and on looking in, Pao-yü espied Hsüeh, fast asleep in her daily costume. Well, Pao-yü observed, laughing, there's no harm in it, but it's rather early to sleep. When I was having my early meal on the other side, he proceeded, speaking to Qing-wen, there was a small dish of dumplings with bean curd outside, and as I thought she would like to have some, I asked Mrs. Yu for them, telling her that I would keep them and eat them in the evening. I told someone to bring them over, but have you perchance seen them? Be quick and drop that subject, suggested Qing-wen. As soon as they were brought over, I at once knew they were intended for me. As I had just finished my meal, I put them by in there. But when Nurse Li came, she saw them. Pao-yü, she said, is not likely to eat them, so I'll take them and give them to my grandson. And forthwith she bade someone take them over to her home. While she was speaking, Hsüeh brought in tea, and Pao-yü pressed his cousin Lin to have a cup. Miss Lin has gone long ago, observed all of them as they burst out laughing. And do you offer her tea? Pao-yü drank about half a cup, when he also suddenly bethought himself of some tea, which had been brewed in the morning. This morning, he therefore inquired of Hsüeh, when you made a cup of maple dew tea, I told you that the kind of tea requires brewing 3 or 4 times before its colour appears. And how is it that you now again bring me this tea? I did really put it by, answered Hsüeh, but Nurse Li came and drank it, and then went off. Pao-yü, upon hearing this, dashed the cup he held in his hand on the ground, and as it broke into small fragments with a crash, it spattered Hsüeh's petticoat all over. Of whose family is she the mistress? Inquired Pao-yü of Hsüeh, as he jumped up, that you all pay such deference to her. I just simply had a little of her milk when I was a brat, and that's all. And now she's got into the way of thinking herself more high and mighty than even the heads of the family. She should be packed off, and then we shall all have peace and quiet. Saying this, he was bent upon going there and then to tell Dowager Lady Chia to have his nurse driven away. Hsüeh was really not asleep, but simply feigning with the idea when Pao-yü came to startle him in play. At first, when she heard him speak of writing and inquire after the dumplings, she did not think it necessary to get up. But when he flung the teacup on the floor and got into a temper, she promptly jumped up and tried to appease him, and to prevent him by coaxing him carrying out his threat. A waiting maid sent by Dowager Lady Chia came in meanwhile to ask what was the matter. I had just gone to pour tea, replied Hsüeh, without the least hesitation, and I slipped on the snow and fell, while the cup dropped from my hand and broke. Your decision to send her away is good, she went on to advise Pao-yü, and we are all willing to go also. And why not avail yourself of this opportunity to dismiss us in a body? It will be for our good, and you too, on the other hand, needn't perplex yourself about not getting better people to come and wait on you. When Pao-yü heard this taunt, he had at length not a word to say, and supported by Hsüeh and the other attendants on the couch, they divested him of his clothes. They failed to understand the drift of what Pao-yü kept on still muttering, and all they could make out was an endless string of words. But his eyes grew heavier and drowsier. They forthwith waited upon him until he went to sleep, when Hsüeh unclasped the jade of spiritual perception, and rolling it up in a handkerchief, she lay it under the mattress with the idea that when he put it on the next day it should not chill his neck. Pao-yü fell sound asleep the moment he lay his head on the pillow. By this time Nurse Li and the others had come in, but when they heard that Pao-yü was tipsy, they too did not venture to approach, but gently made inquiries as to whether he was asleep or not. On hearing that he was, they took their departure with their minds more at ease. The next morning, the moment Pao-yü awoke, someone came in to tell him that young Mr. Rong, living in the mansion on the other side, had brought Ch'in Chung to pay him a visit. Pao-yü speedily went out to greet them, and take them over to pay their respects to dowager lady Chia. Her venerable ladyship, upon perceiving that Ch'in Chung, with his handsome countenance and his refined manners, would be a fit companion for Pao-yü in his studies, felt extremely delighted at heart, and having readily detained him to tea and kept him to dinner, she went further and directed a servant to escort him to see Madame Wang and the rest of the family. With the fond regard of the whole household for Mrs. Ch'in, they were, when they saw what a kind of person Ch'in Chung was, so enchanted with him that at the time of his departure they all had presents to give him. Even dowager lady Chia herself presented him with a purse and a golden image of the god of learning, with the view that it should incite him to study in harmony. Your house, she further advised him, is far off, and when it's cold or hot it would be inconvenient for you to come all that way, so you'd better come and live over here with me. You'll then be always with your cousin Pao-yü, and you won't be together in your studies with those fellow pupils of yours who have no idea what progress means. Ch'in Chung made a suitable answer to each one of her remarks, and on his return home he told everything to his father. His father, Ch'in Yeh, held at present the post of secretary in the Peking Field Force, and was well nigh 70. His wife had died at an early period, and as she left no issue, he adopted a son and a daughter from a foundling asylum. But who would have thought it, the boy also died, and there only remained a girl, known as Ko Ching in her infancy, who, when she grew up, was beautiful in face and graceful in manners, and who, by reason of some relationship with the Chia family, was consequently united by the ties of marriage to one of the household. Qin Pan Ye was in his 50th year when he at length got this son. As his tutor had the previous year left to go south, he remained at home, keeping up his former lessons, and his father had been just thinking of talking over the matter with his relatives of the Chia family and sending his son to the private school, when, as luck would have it, the opportunity of meeting Pao-yü presented itself. Knowing besides that the family school was under the direction of the venerable scholar Chia Pao-yü, and hoping that by joining his class his son might advance in knowledge and by these means reap reputation, he was therefore intensely gratified. The only drawbacks were that his official emoluments were scanty, and both the eyes of everyone in the other establishment were set upon riches and honours, so that he could not contribute anything short of the amount given by others. But his son's welfare throughout life was a serious consideration, and he, needless to say, had to scrape together from the east, and to collect from the west, and making a parcel with all deference of 24 tiles for an introduction present, he came along with Ch'in Chung to Tai-yü's house to pay their respect. But he had to wait subsequently until Pao-yü could fix on an auspicious date on which they could together enter the school. As for what happened after they came to school, the next chapter will divulge. End of chapter 8, part 2.
Section 20 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9. Chia Zheng gives good advice to his wayward son. Li Gui receives a reprimand. Jia Rui and Li Gui rebuke the obstinate youths. Ming Yan causes trouble in the schoolroom. But to return to our story. Mr. Qing, the father, and Qing Zhong, his son, only waited until the receipt, by the hands of a servant, of a letter from the Chia family about the date on which they were to go to school. Indeed, Pao-yü was only too impatient that he and Qing Zhong should come together, and, without loss of time, he fixed upon 2 days later as the day upon which they were definitely to begin their studies, and he dispatched a servant with a letter to this effect. On the day appointed, as soon as it was daylight, Pao-yü turned out of bed. Hsi Jen had already by that time got books, pencils, and all writing necessaries in perfect readiness, and was sitting on the edge of the bed in a moping mood. But as soon as she saw Pao-yü approach, she was constrained to wait upon him in his toilet and ablutions. Pao-yü, noticing how despondent she was, made it a point to address her. "My dear sister," he said, "how is it you aren't again yourself? Is it likely that you bear me a grudge for being about to go to school, because when I leave you, you will all feel dull?" Hsi Jen smiled. "What an ideal!" she replied. "Study is a most excellent thing, and without it a whole lifetime is a mere waste, and what good comes in the long run? There is only one thing, which is simply that when engaged in reading your books, you should set your mind on your books, and that you should think of home when not engaged in reading. Whatever you do, don't romp together with them, for were you to meet our master, your father, it will be no joke. Although it's asserted that a scholar must strain every nerve to excel, yet it's preferable that the tasks should be somewhat fewer, as, in the first place, when one eats too much, one cannot digest it, and in the second place, good health must also be carefully attended to. This is my view on the subject, and you should at all times consider it in practice." While Hsi Jen gave utterance to a sentence, Pao-yü nodded his head in sign of approval of that sentence. Hsi Jen then went on to speak. "I've also packed up," she continued, "your long pelisse, and handed it to the pages to take it over. So mind you, when it's cold in the schoolroom, please remember to put on this extra clothing, for it's not like home, where you have people to look after you. The foot stove and the hand stove I've also sent over, and urged that pack of lazybones to attend to their work, for if you say nothing, they will be so engrossed in their frolics that they will be loath to move, and let you, all for nothing, take a chill and ruin your constitution." "Compose your mind," replied Pao-yü. "When I go out, I know well enough how to attend to everything my own self. But you people shouldn't remain in this room and mope yourselves to death, and it would be well if you would often go over to cousin Lin's for a romp." While saying this, he had completed his toilet, and Hsi Jen pressed him to go and wish good morning to dowager lady Chia, Chia Cheng, Madame Wang, and the other members of the family. Pao-yü, after having gone on to give a few orders to Qing Wen and She Yue, at length left his apartments, and coming over, paid his obeisance to dowager lady Chia. Her venerable ladyship had likewise, as a matter of course, a few recommendations to make to him, which ended, he next went and greeted Madame Wang, and leaving again her quarters, he came into the library to wish Chia Cheng good morning. As it happened, Chia Cheng had on this day returned home at an early hour, and was at this moment, in the library, engaged in a friendly chat with a few gentlemen, who were family companions. Suddenly perceiving Pao-yü come in to pay his respects, and report that he was about to go to school, Chia Cheng gave a sardonic smile. "If you do again," he remarked, "make allusions to the words going to school, you'll make even me blush to death with shame. My advice to you is that you should after all go your own way and play. That's the best thing for you, and mind you don't pollute with dirt this floor by standing here, and soil this door of mine by leaning against it." The family companions stood up and smiling expostulated. "Venerable sir," they pleaded, "why need you be so down upon him? Our worthy brother is this day going to school, and may in 2 or 3 years be able to display his abilities and establish his reputation. He will, beyond doubt, not behave like a child, as he did in years gone past. But as the time for breakfast is also drawing nigh, you should, worthy brother, go at once." When these words had been spoken, 2 among them, who were advanced in years, readily took Pao-yü by the hand and led him out of the library. "Who are in attendance upon Pao-yü?" Chia Cheng having inquired, he heard a suitable reply, "We, sir," given from outside, and 3 or 4 sturdy fellows entered at an early period and fell on one knee, and bowed and paid their obeisance. When Chia Cheng came to scrutinize who they were, and he recognized Li Gui, the son of Pao-yü's nurse, he addressed himself to him. "You people," he said, "remain waiting upon him the whole day long at school, but what books has he after all read? Books, indeed! Why, he has read and filled his brains with a lot of trashy words and nonsensical phrases, and learnt some ingenious way of waywardness. Wait till I have a little leisure, and I'll set to work, first and foremost, and flay your skin off, and then settle accounts with that good for nothing." This threat so terrified Li Gui that he hastily fell on both his knees, pulled off his hat, knocked his head on the ground, and gave vent to repeated assenting utterances. "Oh, quite so, sir. Our elder brother Mr. Pao has," he continued, "already read up to the third book of the Book of Odes, up to where there's something or other like 'Yo, yo, the deer bleat, the lotus leaves and duckweed.' Your servant wouldn't presume to tell a lie." As he said this, the whole company burst out into a boisterous fit of laughter, and Chia Cheng himself could not also contain his countenance and had to laugh. "Were he even," he observed, "to read 30 books of the Book of Odes, it would be as much an imposition upon people and no more, as when the thief who, in order to steal the bell, stops up his own ears. You go and present my compliments to the gentleman in the schoolroom, and tell him, from my part, that the whole lot of odes and old writings are of no use, as they are subjects for empty show, and that he should, above all things, take the 4 books, and explain them to him, from first to last, and make him know them all thoroughly by heart. That this is the most important thing." Li Gui signified his obedience with all promptitude, and perceiving that Chia Cheng had nothing more to say, he retired out of the room. During this while, Pao-yü had been standing all alone outside in the court, waiting quietly with suppressed voice, and when they came out he at once walked away in their company. Li Gui and his companions observed as they shook their clothes. "Did you, worthy brother, hear what he said, that he would first of all flay our skins off? People's servants acquire some respectability from the master whom they serve, but we poor fellows fruitlessly wait upon you, and are beaten and blown up in the bargain. It would be well if we were, from henceforward, to be treated with a certain amount of regard." Pao-yü smiled. "Dear brother," he added, "don't feel aggrieved. I'll invite you to come round tomorrow." "My young sister," replied Li Gui, "who presumes to look forward to an invitation? All I entreat you is to listen to 1 or 2 words I have to say, that's all." As they talked, they came over once more to dowager lady Chia's on this side. Ch'in Chung had already arrived, and the old lady was first having a chat with him. Forthwith the two of them exchanged salutations, and took leave of her ladyship, but Pao-yü, suddenly remembering that he had not said good bye to Tai-yü, promptly betook himself again to Tai-yü's quarters to do so. Tai-yü was, at this time, below the window, facing the mirror, and adjusting her toilet. Upon hearing Pao-yü mention that he was on his way to school, she smiled and remarked, "That's right, you're now going to school, and you'll be sure to reach the lunar palace and pluck the oleifragans, but I can't go along with you." "My dear cousin," rejoined Pao-yü, "wait for me to come out from school. Before you have your evening meal, wait also until I come to prepare the cosmetic of rouge." After protracted chat, he at length tore himself away and took his departure. "How is it," interposed Tai-yü, as she once again called out to him and stopped him, "that you don't go and bid farewell to your cousin Pao-ch'ai?" Pao-yü smiled, and saying not a word by way of reply, he straightway walked to school, accompanied by Ch'in Chung. This public school, which it must be noticed was also not far from his quarters, had been originally instituted by the founder of the establishment, with the idea that, should there be among the young fellows of his clan any who had not the means to engage a tutor, they should readily be able to enter this class for the prosecution of their studies; that all those of the family who held official position should all give the institution pecuniary assistance, with a view to meet the expenses necessary for allowances to the students, and that they were to select men advanced in years and possessed of virtue to act as tutors of the family school. The two of them, Ch'in Chung and Pao-yü, had now entered the class, and after they and the whole number of their schoolmates had made each other's acquaintance, their studies were commenced. Ever since this time, these two were wont to come together, go together, get up together, and sit together, till they became more intimate and close. Besides, dowager lady Chia got very fond of Ch'in Chung, and would again and again keep him to stay with them for 3 and 5 days at a time, treating him as if he were one of her own great-grandsons. Perceiving that in Ch'in Chung's home there was not much in the way of sufficiency, she also helped him in clothes and other necessaries, and scarcely had 1 or 2 months elapsed before Ch'in Chung got on friendly terms with every one in their own mansion. Pao-yü was, however, a human being who could not practice contentment and observe propriety, and as his sole delight was to have every caprice gratified, he naturally developed a craving disposition. "We two, you and I, are," he was also wont secretly to tell Ch'in Chung, "of the same age, and fellow scholars besides, so that there is no need in the future to pay any regard to our relationship of uncle and nephew, and we should treat each other as brothers or friends, that's all." Ch'in Chung at first explained that he could not be so presumptuous, but as Pao-yü would not listen to any such thing, but went on to address him as brother, and to call him by his style Jing Qing, he had likewise himself no help, but to begin calling him, at random, anything and anyhow. There were, it is true, a large number of pupils in the school, but these consisted of the sons and younger brothers of that same clan, and of several sons and nephews of family connections. The proverb oppositely describes that there are 9 species of dragons, and that each species differs; and it goes of course without saying that in a large number of human beings there were dragons and snakes, confusedly admixed, and that creatures of a low standing were included. Ever since the arrival of the 2 young fellows, Ch'in Chung and Pao-yü, both of whom were in appearance as handsome as budding flowers, and they, on the one hand, saw how modest and genial Ch'in Chung was, how he blushed before he uttered a word, how he was timid and demure like a girl, and on the other hand, how that Pao-yü was naturally proficient in abasing and demeaning himself, how he was so affable and good-natured, considerate in his temperament and so full of conversation, and how that these two were, in consequence, on such terms of intimate friendship, it was, in fact, no matter of surprise that the whole company of fellow students began to foster envious thoughts, that they behind their backs passed on their account, this one disparaging remark and that one another, and that they insinuated slanderous lies against them, which extended inside as well as outside the schoolroom. Indeed, after Hsüeh P'an had come over to take up his quarters in Madame Wang's suite of apartments, he shortly came to hear of the existence of a family school, and that this school was mainly attended by young fellows of tender years, and inordinate ideas were suddenly aroused in him. While he therefore fictitiously gave out that he went to school, he was as irregular in his attendance as the fisherman who catches fish for 3 days and suns his nets for the next 2, simply presenting his school fee gift to Chia Tai-ju and making not the least progress in his studies, his sole dream being to knit a number of familiar friendships. Who would have thought it, there were in this school young pupils who, in their greed to obtain money, clothes and eatables from Hsüeh P'an, allowed themselves to be cajoled by him, and played tricks upon, but on this topic it is likewise superfluous to dilate at any length. There were also 2 lovable young scholars, relatives of what branch of the family is not known, and whose real surnames and names have also not been ascertained, who, by reason of their good and winsome looks, were, by the pupils in the whole class, given 2 nicknames, to one that of Xiang Lian, fragrance love, and to the other Yü Ai, precious affection. But although every one entertained feelings of secret admiration for them, and had a wish to take liberties with the young fellows, they lived, nevertheless, one and all, in such terror of Hsüeh P'an's imperious influence, that they had not the courage to come forward and interfere with them. As soon as Ch'in Chung and Pao-yü had, at this time, come to school, and they had made the acquaintance of these 2 fellow pupils, they too could not help becoming attached to them and admiring them, but as they also came to know that they were great friends of Hsüeh P'an, they did not, in consequence, venture to treat them lightly, or to be unseemly in their behaviour towards them. Xiang Lian and Yü Ai both kept to themselves the same feelings, which they fostered for Qin Zhong and Pao-yü, and to this reason is to be assigned the fact that though these four persons nurtured fond thoughts in their hearts, there was, however, no visible sign of them. Day after day, each one of them would, during school hours, sit in 4 distinct places, but their 8 eyes were secretly linked together, and, while indulging either in innuendos or in double entendres, their hearts, in spite of the distance between them, reflected the whole number of their thoughts. But though their outward attempts were devoted to evade the detection of other people's eyes, it happened again that, while least expected, several sly lads discovered the real state of affairs, with the result that the whole school stealthily frowned their eyebrows at them, winked their eyes at them, or coughed at them, or raised their voices at them, and these proceedings were, in fact, not restricted to one single day. As luck would have it, on this day, Tai Ju was, on account of business, compelled to go home, and having left them as a task no more than a heptameter line for an antithetical couplet, explaining that they should find a sentence to rhyme, and that the following day when he came back, he would set them their lessons, he went on to hand the affairs connected with the class to his elder grandson, Chia Jui, whom he asked to take charge. Wonderful to say, Hsüeh Pao had of late not frequented school very often, not even so much as to answer the roll, so that Qin Zhong availed himself of his absence to ogle and smirk with Xiang Lian, and these two pretending that they had to go out, came into the back court for chat. "Does your worthy father at home mind you having any friends?" Qin Zhong was the first to ask. But this sentence was scarcely ended, when they heard a sound of coughing coming from behind. Both were taken much aback, and speedily turning their heads round to see, they found that it was a fellow scholar of theirs, called Chin Rong. Xiang Lian was naturally of somewhat hasty temperament, so that with shame and anger mutually impelling each other, he inquired of him, "What's there to cough at? Isn't it likely you wouldn't have us speak to each other?" "I don't mind your speaking," Chin Rong observed laughing, "but would you perchance not have me cough? I'll tell you what, however, if you have anything to say, why not utter it in intelligible language? Were you allowed to go on in this mysterious manner, what strange doings would you be up to? But I have sure enough found you out, so what's the need of still prevaricating? But if you will, first of all, let me partake of a share in your little game, you and I can hold our tongue and utter not a word. If not, why the whole school will begin to turn the matter over." At these words, Qin Zhong and Xiang Lian were so exasperated that their blood rushed up to their faces. "What have you found out?" they hastily asked. "What I have now detected," replied Chin Rong smiling, "is the plain truth." And saying this, he went on to clap his hands and to call out with a loud voice as he laughed, "They have molded some nice well-baked cakes. Won't you fellows come and buy one to eat? These two have been up to larks. Won't you come and have some fun?" Both Qin Zhong and Xiang Lian felt resentful as well as fuming with rage, and with a hurried step they went in search of Chia Jui, to whom they reported Chin Rong, explaining that Chin Rong had insulted them both without any rhyme or reason. The fact is that this Chia Jui was, in an extraordinary degree, a man with an eye to the main chance, and devoid of any sense of propriety. His wont was at school to take advantage of public matters to serve his private interest, and to bring pressure upon his pupils with the intent that they should regale him. While subsequently he also lent his countenance to Hsüeh Pao, scheming to get some money or eatables out of him, he left him entirely free to indulge in disorderly behaviour, and not only did he not go out of his way to hold him in check, but, on the contrary, he encouraged him, infamous though he was already, to become a bully, so as to curry favour with him. But this Hsüeh Pao was by nature gifted with a fickle disposition. To-day he would incline to the east, and to-morrow to the west, so that having recently obtained new friends, he put Xiang Lian and Yü Ai aside. Chin Rong too was at one time an intimate friend of his, but ever since he had acquired the friendship of the two lads, Xiang Lian and Yü Ai, he forthwith deposed Chin Rong. Of late, he had already come to look down upon even Xiang Lian and Yü, with the result that Chia Jui as well was deprived of those who could lend him support or stand by him, but he bore Hsüeh Pan no grudge for wearying with old friends as soon as he found new ones, but felt angry that Xiang Lian and Yü had not put in a word on his behalf with Hsüeh Pan. Chia Jui, Jing Rong, and in fact the whole crowd of them were, for this reason, just harboring a jealous grudge against these two, so that when he saw Qin Zhong and Xiang Lian come on this occasion and lodge a complaint against Jing Rong, Chia Jui readily felt displeasure creep into his heart. And although he did not venture to call Qin Zhong to account, he nevertheless made an example of Xiang Lian. And instead of taking his part, he called him a busybody and denounced him in much abusive language, with the result that Xiang Lian did not, contrariwise, profit in any way, but brought displeasure upon himself. Even Qin Zhong grumbled against the treatment, as each of them resumed their places. Jing Rong became still more haughty, and wagging his head and smacking his lips, he gave vent to many more abusive epithets, but as it happened that they also reached Yü ears, the two of them, though seated apart, began an altercation in a loud tone of voice. Jing Rong, with obstinate pertinacity, clung to his version. "Just a short while back," he said, "I actually came upon them as they were indulging in demonstrations of intimate friendship in the back court. These two had resolved to be one in close friendship, and were eloquent in their protestations, mindful only in persistently talking their trash, but they were not aware of the presence of another person." But his language had, contrary to all expectations, given, from the very first, umbrage to another person, and who do you, gentle reader, imagine this person to have been? End of section 20. Recording by Li Jing. Section 21 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 9, Part 2. This person was, in fact, one whose name was Chia Se, a grandson likewise of a main branch of the Ning mansion. His parents had died at an early period, and he had, ever since his youth, lived with Chia Zhen. He had at this time grown to be 16 years of age, and was, as compared with Chia Rong, still more handsome and good-looking. These two cousins were united by ties of the closest intimacy, and were always together, whether they went out or stayed at home. The inmates of the Ning mansion were many in number, and their opinions of a mixed kind, and that whole bevy of servants, devoid as they were of all sense of right, solely excelled in the practice of inventing stories to backbite their masters. And this is how some mean person or other again, who it was is not known, insinuated slanderous and opprobrious reports against Chia Se. Chia Zhen had, presumably, also come to hear some unfavorable criticisms on his account, and having, of course, to save himself from odium and suspicion, he had, at this juncture, after all, to apportion him separate quarters, and to bid Chia Se move outside the Ning mansion, where he went and established a home of his own to live in. This Chia Se was handsome as far as external experiences went, and intelligent withal in his inward natural gifts, but though he nominally came to school, it was simply, however, as a mere blind. For he treated, as he had ever done, as legitimate occupations, such things as cock-fighting, dog-racing, and visiting places of easy virtue. And, as above, he had Chia Zhen to spoil him by over-indulgence, and below there was Chia Rong to stand by him, who of the clan could consequently presume to run counter to him? Seeing that he was on the closest terms of friendship with Chia Rong, how could he reconcile himself to the harsh treatment which he now saw Qin Zhong receive from some persons? Being now bent upon pushing himself forward to revenge the injustice, he was, for the time, giving himself up to communing with his own heart. Qin Zhong, Jia Rui, and the rest are," he pondered, "friends of Uncle Hsüeh, but I too am on friendly terms with him, and he with me. And if I do come forward and they tell old Hsüeh, won't we impair the harmony which exists between us? And if I don't concern myself, such idle tales make, when spoken, every one feel uncomfortable. And why shouldn't I now devise some means to hold them in check, so as to stop their mouths as prevent any loss of face?" Having concluded this train of thought, he also pretended that he had to go out, and, walking as far as the back, he with low voice called to his side Ming Yan, the page attending upon Pao-yü in his studies, and in one way and another he made use of several remarks to egg him on. This Ming Yan was the smartest of Pao-yü's attendants, but he was also young in years and lacked experience, so that he lent a patient ear to what Chia Se had to say about the way Chin Jung had insulted Qin Zhong. "Even your own master, Pao-yü," Chia Se added, "is involved, and if you don't let him know a bit of your mind, he will next time be still more arrogant." This Ming Yan was always ready, even with no valid excuse, to be insolent and overbearing to people, so that after hearing the news and being furthermore instigated by Chia Se, he speedily rushed into the schoolroom and cried out, "Jin Rong!" Nor did he address him as Mr. Jin, but merely shouted, "What kind of fellow is this called Jin?" Chia Se presently shuffled his feet, while he designedly adjusted his dress and looked at the rays of the sun. "It's time," he observed, and walking forthwith, first up to Jia Rui, he explained to him that he had something to attend to, and would like to get away a little early; and as Jia Rui did not venture to stop him, he had no alternative but to let him have his way and go. During this while, Ming Yan had entered the room and promptly seizing Jin Rong in a grip. "What we do, whether proper or improper," he said, "doesn't concern you. It's enough anyway that we don't defile your father. A fine brat you are indeed, to come out and meddle with your Mr. Ming." These words plunged the scholars of the whole class in such consternation that they all wistfully and absently looked at him. "Ming Yan," hastily shouted out Jia Rui, "you are not to kick up a rumpus." Jin Rong was so full of anger that his face was quite yellow. "What a subversion of propriety! A slave and a menial to venture to behave in this manner! I'll just simply speak to your master," he exclaimed as he readily pushed his hands off and was about to go and lay hold of Pao-yü to beat him. Qin Zhong was on the point of turning round to leave the room, when with the sound of whiff which reached him from behind, he at once caught sight of square inkslap come flying that way. Who had thrown it he could not say, but it struck the desk where Chia Lan and Chia Jun were seated. These two, Chia Lan and Chia Jun, were also the great-grandsons of a close branch of the Jung mansion. This Chia Jun had been left fatherless at an early age, and his mother doted upon him in an unusual manner, and it was because at school he was on most friendly terms with Chia Lan that these two sat together at the same desk. Who would have believed that Chia Jun would, in spite of being young in years, have had an extremely strong mind, and that he would be mostly up to mischief without the least fear of any one? He watched with listless eye from his seat Jin Rong's friend stealthily assist Jin Rong as they flung an inkslap to strike Ming Yan, but when, as luck would have it, it hit the wrong mark, and fell just in front of him, smashing to atoms the porcelain inkslap and water bottle, and smudging his whole book with ink. Chia Jun was of course much incensed, and hastily gave way to abuse. "You consummate pugnacious criminal rowdies! Why, doesn't this amount to all of you taking a share in the fight?" And as he uttered this abuse, he too forthwith seized an inkslap which he was bent upon flinging. Chia Lan was one who always tried to avoid trouble, so that he lost no time in pressing down the inkslap, while with all the words his mouth would express, he tried to pacify him, adding, "My dear brother, it's no business of yours and mine." Chia Jun could not repress his resentment, and perceiving that the inkslap was held down, he at once laid hold of a box containing books, which he flung in this direction. But being, after all, short of stature and weak of strength, he was unable to send it anywhere near the mark, so that it dropped instead, when it got as far as the desk belonging to Pao-yü and Ch'in Chung, while a dreadful crash became audible as it fell smash on the table. The books, papers, pencils, ink slabs, and other writing materials were all scattered over the whole table, and Pao-yü's cup besides containing tea was itself broken to pieces and the tea spilled. Chia Jun forthwith jumped forward with the intent of assailing the person who had flung the ink slab at the very moment that Chin Jung took hold of a long bamboo pole which was nearby, but as the space was limited and the pupils many, how could he very well brandish a long stick? Ming Yen at an early period received a whack, and he shouted wildly, "Don't you fellows yet come to start a fight?" Pao-yü had, besides, along with him several pages, one of whom was called Sao Hong, another Chu Yao, another Mo Yu. These three were naturally up to every mischief, so that with one voice, bawling boisterously, "You children of doubtful mothers, have you taken up arms?" Mo Yu promptly took up the bar of a door, while Sao Hong and Chu Yao both laid hold of horsewhips, and they all rushed forward like a hive of bees. Chia Jui was driven to a state of exasperation. Now he kept this one in check, and the next moment he reasoned with another, but who would listen to his words? They followed the bent of their inclinations, and stirred up a serious disturbance. Of the whole company of wayward young fellows, some there were who gave slight blows for fun's sake; others there were who were not gifted with much pluck, and hid themselves on one side. There were those, too, who stood on the tables, clapping their hands and laughing immoderately, shouting out, "Go at it!" The row was, at this stage, like water bubbling over in a cauldron, when several elderly servants like Li Gui and others, who stood outside, heard the uproar commence inside, and one and all came in with all haste and united in their efforts to pacify them. Upon asking, "What's the matter?" the whole bevy of voices shouted out different versions, this one giving this account, while another again another story. But Li Gui temporized by rebuking Ming Yen and others, four in all, and packing them off. Qin Zhong's head had, at an early period, come into contact with Jin Rong's pole, and had had the skin grazed off. Pao-yü was in the act of rubbing it for him, with the overlap of his coat, but realizing that the whole lot of them had been hushed up, he forthwith bade Li Gui to collect his books. "Bring my horse round," he cried. "I'm going to tell Mr. Chia Tai-ju that we have been insulted. I won't venture to tell him anything else, but tell him I will that having come with all propriety and made our report to Mr. Chia Jui, Mr. Chia Jui, instead of helping us, threw the fault upon our shoulders. That while he heard people abuse us, he went so far as to instigate them to beat us; that Ming Yen, seeing others insult us, did naturally take our part; but that they, instead of desisting, combined together and struck Ming Yen and even broke open Qin Zhong's head. And that how is it possible for us to continue our studies in here?" "My dear sir," replied Li Gui coaxingly, "don't be so impatient. As Mr. Chia Tai-ju has had something to attend to and gone home, were you now, for a trifle like this, to go and disturb that aged gentleman, it will make us, indeed, appear as if we had no sense of propriety. My idea is that, wherever a thing takes place, there should it be settled, and what's the need of going and troubling an old man like him? This is all you, Mr. Chia Jui, who is to blame, for in the absence of Mr. Chia Tai-ju, you, sir, are the head in the school, and every one looks to you to take action. Had all the pupils been at fault, those who deserved a beating should have been beaten, and those who merited punishment should have been punished. And why did you wait until things came to such a pass, and didn't even exercise any check?" "I blew them up," pleaded Chia Jui, "but no one of them would listen." "I'll speak out whether you, worthy sir, resent what I'm going to say or not," ventured Li Gui. "It's you, sir, who all along have after all had considerable blame attached to your name, that's why all these young men wouldn't hear you. Now if this affair is bruited until it reaches Mr. Chia Tai-ju's ears, why even you, sir, will not be able to escape condemnation. And why don't you at once make up your mind to disentangle the ravelled mess, and dispel all trouble and have done with it?" "Disentangle what? inquired Pao-yü. "I shall certainly go and make my report." "If Chin Jung stays here," interposed Qin Zhong, sobbing, "I mean to go back home." "Why that?" asked Pao-yü. "Is it likely that others can safely come and that you and I can't? I feel it my bounden duty to tell everyone everything at home so as to expel Chin Jung. This Chin Jung," he went on to inquire as he turned towards Li Gui, "is the relative or friend of what branch of the family?" Li Gui gave way to reflection and then said by way of reply, "There's no need whatever for you to raise this question, for were you to go and report the matter to the branch of the family to which he belongs, the harmony which should exist between cousins will be still more impaired." "He's the nephew of Mrs. Huang, of the Eastern Mansion," interposed Ming Yen from outside the window. "What a determined and self-confident fellow he must be to even come and bully us! Mrs. Huang is his paternal aunt. That mother of yours is only good for tossing about like a millstone, for kneeling before our lady Lien and begging for something to pawn. I've no eye for such a specimen of mistress." "What?" speedily shouted Li Gui. "Does this son of a dog happen to know of the existence of all these gnawing maggots? These disparaging facts?" Pao-yü gave a sardonic smile. "I was wondering whose relative he was," he remarked. "Is he really sister-in-law Huang's nephew? Well, I'll go at once and speak to her." As he uttered these words, his purpose was to start there and then, and he called Ming Yen in to come and pack up his books. Ming Yen walked in and put the books away. "Master," he went on to suggest, in an exultant manner, "there's no need for you to go yourself to see her. I'll go to her house and tell her that our old lady has something to ask of her. I can hire a carriage to bring her over, and then, in the presence of her venerable ladyship, she can be spoken to, and won't this way save a lot of trouble?" "Do you want to die?" speedily shouted Li Gui. "Mind, when you go back, whether right or wrong, I'll first give you a good bumping. And then go and report you to our master and mistress, and just tell them that it's you, and only you, who instigated Mr. Pao-yü. I've succeeded, after ever so much trouble, in coaxing them, and mending matters to a certain extent, and now you come again to continue a new plan. It's you who stirred up this row in the schoolroom, and not to speak of your finding, as would have been the proper course, some way of suppressing it, there you are, instead, still jumping into the fire." Ming Yen, at this juncture, could not muster the courage to utter a sound. By this time Chia Jui had also apprehended that, if the row came to be beyond clearing up, he himself would likewise not be clear of blame, so that circumstances compelled him to pocket his grievances and to come and entreat Qin Zhong as well as to make apologies to Pao-yü. These two young fellows would not at first listen to his advances, but Pao-yü at length explained that he would not go and report the occurrence, provided only Chin Jung admitted his being in the wrong. Chin Jung refused, at the outset, to agree to this, but he ultimately could find no way out of it, as Chia Jui himself urged him to make some temporizing apology. Li Gui and the others felt compelled to tender Chin Jung some good advice. "It's you," they said, "who have given rise to the disturbance, and if you don't act in this manner, how will the matter ever be brought to an end?" So that Chin Jung found it difficult to persist in his obstinacy, and was constrained to make a bow to Qin Jung. Pao-yü was, however, not yet satisfied, but would insist upon his knocking his head on the ground; and Chia Jui, whose sole aim was to temporarily smother the affair, quietly again urged Chin Jung, adding that the proverb has it, that if you keep down the anger of a minute, you will for a whole lifetime feel no remorse. Whether Chin Jung complied or not to his advice is not known, but the following chapter will explain. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katarina Huang. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 10, Part 1. Widow Jin, prompted by a desire to reap advantage, puts up temporarily with an insult. Dr. Zhang, in discussing Mrs. Jin's illness, minutely exhausts its origin. We will now resume our story. As the persons against Jin Rong were so many, and their pressure so great, and as, what was more, Jia Rui urged him to make amends, he had to knock his head on the ground before Qin Zhong. Pao-yü then gave up his clamorous remonstrance, and the whole crowd dispersed from school. Jin Rong himself returned home all alone, but the more he pondered on the occurrence, the more incensed he felt. Qin Zhong, he argued, is simply Jia Rong's young brother-in-law, and is no son or grandson of the Jia family. And he too joins the class and prosecutes his studies on no other footing than that of mine. But it's because he replies upon Pao-yü's friendship for him that he had no eye for anyone. This being the case, he should be somewhat proper in his behavior, and there would be then not a word to say about it. He has, besides, all along been very mystical with Pao-yü, imagining that we are all blind and have no eyes to see what's up. Here he goes again today and mixes with people in illicit intrigues, and it's all because they happened to obtrude themselves before my very eyes that this rumpus had broken out. But of what need I fear? His mother, née Hu, hearing his mutter, "Why meddle again," she explained, "in things that don't concern you? I had endless trouble in getting to speak to your paternal aunt, and your aunt had, on the other hand, 1,001 ways and means to diverse, before she could appeal to Lady Secunda, of the Western Mansion, and then only it was that you got this place to study in. Had we not others to depend upon for your studies, would we have in our house the means sufficient to engage a teacher? Besides, in other people's school, tea and eatables are all ready and found, and these 2 years that you've been there for your lessons, we've likewise effected at home a great saving in what would otherwise have been necessary for your eating and use. Something has been, it's true, economized, but you have further a liking for spick-and-span clothes. Besides, it's only through your being there to study that you've come to know Mr. Hsüeh, that Mr. Hsüeh, who has even in 1 year given us so much pecuniary assistance as 70 and 80 taels. And now you would go and raise a row in this schoolroom. Why, if we were bent upon fighting such another place, I tell you plainly, and once for all, that we would find it more difficult than if we tried to scale the heavens. Now do quietly play for a while, and then go to sleep, and you'll be ever so much better for it then." Jin Rong then upon stifled his anger and held his tongue, and, after a short while, he in fact went to sleep on his own accord. The next day he again went to school, and no further comment need be made about it. But we will go on to explain that a young lady related to her had at one time been given in marriage to a descendant of the eldest branch of the Jia family, whose names were written, with the jade radical, Jia Huang by name. But how could the whole number of members of the clan equal in affluence and power the 2 mansions of Ning and Rong? This fact goes, as a matter of course, without saying. The Jia Huang couple enjoyed some small income, but they also went, on frequent occasions, to the mansions of Ning and Rong to pay their respects, and they knew likewise so well how to adulate Lady Feng and Mrs. Yu that Lady Feng and Mrs. Yu would often grant them that assistance and support which afforded them the means of meeting their daily expenses. It just occurred on this occasion that the weather was clear and fine, and that there happened, on the other hand, to be nothing to attend to at home. So, forthwith taking along with her a matron, Mrs. Jia Huang, got into a carriage and came over to see Widow Jin and her nephew. While engaged in a chat, Jin Rong's mother accidentally broached the subject of the affair which has transpired in the schoolroom of the Jia mansion on the previous day, and she gave, for the benefit of her young sister-in-law, a detailed account of the whole occurrence from beginning to end. This Mrs. Huang would not have had her temper ruffled had she not come to hear what had happened, but having heard about it, anger sprung from the very depths of her heart. "This fellow, Qin Zhong," she exclaimed, "is a relative of the Jia family, but is it likely that Rong Er isn't, in like manner, a relative of the Jia family? And when relatives are many, there is no need to put on airs. Besides, does his conduct consist, for the most part, of anything that would make one get any face? In fact, Pao-yü himself shouldn't do injury to himself by condescending to look at him. But, as things have come to this pass, give me time, and I'll go to the Eastern Mansion and see Our Lady Zhen, and then have a chat with Qin Zhong's sister and ask her to decide who's right and who's wrong." Jin Rong's mother, upon hearing these words, was terribly distressed. "It's all through my hasty tongue," she observed with vehemence, "that I've told you all, sister-in-law, but please, sister, give up at once the idea of going over to say anything about it. Don't trouble yourself as to who is in the right and who is in the wrong, for were any unpleasantness to come out of it, how could we here stand on our legs? And were we not to stand on our legs, not only would we never be able to engage a tutor, but the result would be, on the contrary, that for his own person will be superadded many an expense for eatables and necessaries." "What do I care about how many?" replied Mrs. Huang. "Wait till I've spoken about it, and we'll see what will be the result." Nor would she accede to her sister-in-law's entreaties, but bidding at the same time the matron look after the carriage, she got into it and came over to the Ning mansion. On her arrival at the Ning mansion, she entered by the eastern side gate, and dismounting from the carriage, she went in to call on Mrs. Yu, the spouse of Jia Zhen, with whom she had not the courage to put on any high airs, but gently and quietly she made inquiries after her health, and after passing some irrelevant remarks, she ascertained, "How is it I don't see Lady Rong today?" "I don't know," replied Mrs. Yu. "What's the matter with her these last few days? But she hasn't been herself for 2 months and more. And the doctor who was asked to see her declares that it is nothing connected with any happy event. A couple of days back, she felt, as soon as the afternoon came, both to move and both even to utter a word, while the brightness of her eyes was all dimmed. And I told her, you needn't stick to etiquette, For there's no use for you to come in the forenoon and evening, as required by conventionalities, but what you must do is to look after your own health. Should any relative come over, there's also myself to receive them, and should any of the senior generation think your absence strange, I'll explain things for you, if you'll let me. I also advised Brother Rong on the subject. You shouldn't, I said, allow anyone to trouble her, nor let her be put out of temper, but let her quietly attend to her health, and she'll get all right. Should she fancy anything to eat, just come over here and fetch it. For, in the event of anything happening to her, were you to try and find another such a wife to wed, with such a face and such a disposition, why, I fear, were you even to seek with a lantern in hand, there would really be no place where you could discover her. And with such a temperament and deportment as hers, which of our relatives and which of our elders don't love her? That's why my heart has been very distressed these 2 days. As luck would have it, early this morning her brother turned up to see her, but who would have fancied him to be such a child and so ignorant of what is proper and not proper to do? He saw well enough that his sister was not well, and what's more, all these matters shouldn't have been recounted to her. For even supposing he had received the gravest offense imaginable, it behoved him anyhow not to have broached the subject to her. Yesterday, one would scarcely believe it, a fight occurred in the schoolroom, and some pupil or other who attends the class somehow insulted him. Besides, in this business, there were a good many incident and improper utterances, but all these he went and told his sister. Now, sister-in-law, you are well aware that though our son Rong's wife talks and laughs when she sees people, that she is nevertheless imaginative and withal too sensitive, so that no matter what she hears, she's for the most part bound to brood over it for 3 days and 5 nights, before she loses sight of it. And it's from this excessive sensitiveness that this complaint of hers arises. Today, when she heard that someone had insulted her brother, she felt both vexed and angry. Vexed that those fox-like, cur-like friends of his had moved right and wrong, and intrigued with this one and deluded that one. Angry that her brother had, by not learning anything profitable, and not having his mind set upon study, been the means of bringing about a roll at school, and on account of this affair, she was so upset that she did not even have her early meal. I went over a short while back and consoled her for a time, and likewise gave her brother a few words of advice, and after having packed off that brother of hers to the mansion on the other side, in search of Pao-yü, and having stood by and seen her have half a bowl of bird's nest soup, I at length came over. Now, sister-in-law, tell me, is my heart sore or not? Besides, as there's nowadays no good doctor, the mere thought of her complaint makes my heart feel as if it were actually pricked with needles. But do you and yours, perchance, know of any good practitioner? Mrs. Jin had, while listening to these words, been at an early period so filled with concern that she cast away to distant lands the reckless rage she had been in recently while at her sister-in-law's house, when she had determined to go and discuss matters over with Mrs. Qin. Upon hearing Mrs. Yu inquire of her about a good doctor, she lost no time in saying by way of reply, "Neither have we heard of anyone speak of a good doctor, but from the account I've just heard of Mrs. Qin's illness, it may still, there's no saying, be some felicitous ailment. So, sister-in-law, don't let anyone treat her recklessly, for were she to be treated for the wrong thing, the result may be dreadful." "Quite so," replied Mrs. Yu. But while they were talking, Chia Zhen came in from out of doors, and upon catching sight of Mrs. Jin, "Isn't this Mrs. Huang?" he inquired of Mrs. Yu, whereupon Mrs. Jin came forward and paid her respect to Chia Zhen. "Invite this lady to have her repast here before she goes," observed Chia Zhen to Mrs. Yu, and as he uttered these words, he forthwith walked into the room on the off side. The object of Mrs. Jin's present visit has originally been to talk to Mrs. Qin about the insult which her brother had received from the hands of Jia Zhong. But when she heard that Mrs. Qin was ill, she did not have the courage to even so much as make mention of the object of her errand. Besides, as Chia Zhen and Mrs. Yu had given her a most cordial reception, her resentment was transformed into pleasure. So that after a while spent in a further chat about one thing and another, she at length returned to her home. It was only after the departure of Mrs. Jin that Chia Zhen came over and took a seat. "What did she have to say for herself during the visit today?" he asked of Mrs. Yu. "She said nothing much," replied Mrs. Yu. "When she first entered the room, her face bore somewhat of an angry look, but after a lengthy chat, and as soon as mention of our son's wife's illness was made, this angered look after all gradually abated. You also asked me to keep her for the repast, but having heard that our son's wife was so ill, she could not very well stay, so that all she did was to sit down, and after making a few more irrelevant remarks, she took her departure. But she had no request to make. To return, however, now to the illness of Rong's wife. It's urgent that you should find somewhere a good doctor to diagnose it for her, and whatever you do, you should lose no time. The whole body of doctors who at present go in and out of our household, are they worth having? Each one of them listens to what the patient has to say of the ailment, and then, adding a string of flowery sentences, out he comes with a long rigmarole. But they are exceedingly diligent in paying us visits, and in one day, 3 or 4 of them are here at least 4 and 5 times in rotation. They come and feel her pulse, they hold consultation together, and write their prescriptions. But, though she has taken their medicines, she has seen no improvement. On the contrary, she's compelled to change her clothes 3 and 5 times each day, and to sit up to see the doctor, a thing which, in fact, does the patient no good. This child, too, is somewhat simple, observed Chia Zhen. For what need has she to be taking off her clothes and changing them for others? And were she again to catch a chill, she would add something more to her illness. And won't it be dreadful? The clothes may be no matter how fine, but what is their worth after all? The health of our child is what is important to look to. And were she even to wear out a suit of new clothes a day, what would that too amount to? I was about to tell you that a short while back Feng Ziying came to see me, and perceiving that I had somewhat of a worried look, he asked me what was up, and I told him that our son's wife was not well at all. that as we couldn't get any good doctor, we couldn't determine with any certainty whether she was in an interesting condition or whether she was suffering from some disease, that as we could neither tell whether there was any danger or not, my heart was, for this reason, really very much distressed. Feng Ziying then explained that he knew a young doctor who had made a study of his profession, Zhang by surname and You Shi by name, whose learning was profound to a degree, who was, besides, most proficient in the principles of medicine, and had the knack of discriminating whether a patient would live or die, that this year he had come to the capital to purchase an official rank for his son, and that he was now living with him in his house. In view of these circumstances, not knowing but that if, perchance, the case of our daughter-in-law were placed in his hands, he couldn't avert the danger, I readily dispatched a servant, with a card of mine, to invite him to come. But the hour today being rather late, he probably wouldn't be round, but I believe he's sure to be here tomorrow. Besides, Feng Ziying was also on his return home to personally entreat him on my behalf, so that he's bound, when he has asked him, to come and see her. Let's therefore wait till Dr. Zhang has been here and seen her, when we can talk matters over. Mrs. Yu was very much cheered when she heard what was said. End of section 22, recording by Katarina Huang. Section 23 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katarina Huang. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 10, Part 2. The day after tomorrow, she felt obliged to add, is again our senior's Mr. Jia Jing's birthday. And how are we to celebrate it after all? I've just been over to our senior's and paid my respects, replied Jia Zhen, and further invited the old gentleman to come home and receive the congratulations of the whole family. I'm accustomed, our senior explained, to peace and quiet, and have no wish to go over to that worldly place of yours, for you people are certain to have published that it's my birthday, and to entertain the design to ask me to go round to receive the bowls of the whole lot of you. But won't it be better if you were to give the record of meritorious acts, which I annotated some time ago, to someone to copy out clean for me, and have it printed? Compared with asking me to come and uselessly receive the obeisances of you all, this will be yea, even 100 times more profitable. In the event of the whole family wishing to pay me a visit on any of the 2 days, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, if you were to stay at home and entertain them in proper style, that will be all that is wanted. Nor will there be any need to send me anything. Even you needn't come 2 days from this. And should you not feel contented at heart, well, you had better bow your head before me today before you go. But if you do come again the day after tomorrow, with a lot of people to disturb me, I shall certainly be angry with you. After what he said, I will not venture to go and see him 2 days hence. But you had better send for Lai Sheng and bid him get ready a banquet to continue for a couple of days. Mrs. Yu, having asked Jia Rong to come round, told him to direct Lai Sheng to make the usual necessary preparations for a banquet to last for a couple of days, with due regard to a profuse and sumptuous style. You go by and by, she advised him, in person to the Western Mansion, and invite Dowager Lady Jia, Madams Xin and Wang, and your sister-in-law, Secunda Lady Lin, to come over for a stroll. Your father has also heard of a good doctor, and having already sent someone to ask him round, I think that by tomorrow he is sure to come, and you had better tell him, in a minute manner, the serious symptoms of her ailment during these few days. Chia Rong, having signified his obedience to each of her recommendations and taken his leave, was just in time to meet the youths coming back from Feng Ziying's house, whither he had gone a short while back to invite the doctor round. Your slave, he consequently reported, has just been with a card of masters to Mr. Feng's house and asked the doctor to come. The gentleman here, replied the doctor, has just told me about it. But today, I've had to call on people the whole day, and I've only this moment come home, and I feel now my strength so worn out that I couldn't really stand any exertion. In fact, were I even to get as far as the mansion, I shouldn't be in a fit state to diagnose the pulses. I must therefore have a night's rest, but tomorrow for certain, I shall come to the mansion. My medical knowledge, he went on to observe, is very shallow, and I don't deserve the honor of such eminent recommendation. But as Mr. Feng has already thus spoken of me in your mansion, I cannot but present myself. It will be all right if in anticipation you deliver this message for me to your honorable master, but as for your worthy master's card, I cannot really presume to keep it. It was again, at his instance, that I've brought this back. But, sir, please mention this result for me to master. Chia Rong turned back again, and entered the house, delivered the message to Jia Zhen and Mrs. Yu, whereupon he walked out, and calling Lai Sheng before him, he transmitted to him the orders to prepare the banquet for a couple of days. After Lai Sheng had listened to the directions, he went off, of course, to get ready the customary preparations. But upon these we shall not dilate, but confine ourselves to the next day. At noon, a servant on duty at the gate announced that the Dr. Zhang, who had been sent for, had come, and Jia Zhen conducted him along the court into the large reception hall, where they sat down, and after they had partaken of tea, he broached the subject. Yesterday, he explained, the estimable Mr. Feng did me the honor to speak to me of your character and proficiency, venerable doctor, as well as of your thorough knowledge of medicine, and I, your mean brother, was filled with an immeasurable sense of admiration. Your junior, remonstrated Dr. Zhang, is a coarse, despicable, and mean scholar, and my knowledge is shallow and vile. But as worthy Mr. Feng did me the honor yesterday of telling me that your family, sir, had condescended to look upon me, a low scholar, and to favour me too with an invitation, could I presume not to obey your commands? But as I cannot boast of the least particle of real learning, I feel overburdened with shame. Why need you be so modest? Observed Jia Zhen. Doctor, do please walk in at once to see our son's wife, for I look up, with full reliance, to your lofty intelligence to dispel my solicitude. Jia Rong forthwith walked in with him. When they reached the inner apartment, and he caught sight of Mrs. Qin, he turned round and asked Jia Rong, "This is your honourable spouse, isn't it?" "Yes, it is," assented Jia Rong. "But please, doctor, take a seat, and let me tell you the symptoms of my humble wife's ailment, before her pulse be felt. Will this do?" "My mean idea is," remarked the doctor, "that it would, after all, be better that I should begin by feeling her pulse, before I ask you to inform me what the source of the ailment is. This is the first visit I pay to your honourable mansion. Besides, I possess no knowledge of anything. But as our worthy Mr. Feng would insist upon my coming over to see you, I had in consequence no alternative but to come. After I have now made a diagnosis, you can judge whether what I say is right or not. Before you explain to me the phases of the complaint during the last few days, and we can deliberate together upon some prescription, as to the suitableness or unsuitableness of which your honourable father will then have to decide, and what is necessary will have been done. Doctor, rejoined Chia Rong, you are indeed eminently clear-sighted. All I regret at present is that we have met so late. But please, doctor, diagnose the state of the pulse, so as to find out whether there be hope of a cure or not. If a cure can be effected, it will be the means of allaying the solicitude of my father and mother. The married women attached to that menage forthwith presented a pillow, and as it was being put down for Mrs. Qin to rest her arm on, they raised the lower part of her sleeve so as to leave her wrist exposed. The doctor thereupon put out his hand and pressed it on the pulse of the right hand, regulating his breath to the pulsation, so as to be able to count the beatings. He with due care and minuteness felt the action for a considerable time, when, substituting the left hand, he again went through the same operation. Let us go and sit outside, he suggested, after he had concluded feeling her pulses. Chia Rong readily adjourned, in company with the doctor, to the outer apartment, where they seated themselves on the stove couch. A matron having served tea, "Please take a cup of tea, doctor," Chia Rong observed. When tea was over, "Judging," he inquired, "Doctor, from the present action of the pulses, is there any remedy or not?" "The action of the pulse under the forefinger on the left hand of your honourable spouse," proceeded the doctor, "is deep and agitated. The left hand pulse under the second finger is deep and faint. The pulse under the forefinger on the right hand is gentle and lacks vitality. The right hand pulse under my second finger is superficial and has lost all energy. The deep and agitated beating of the fore-pulse of the left hand arises from the febrile state, due to the weak action of the heart. The deep and delicate condition of the second part of the pulse of the left wrist emanates from the sluggishness of the liver, and the scarcity of the blood in that organ. The action of the forefinger pulse of the right wrist is faint and lacks strength, as the breathing of the lungs is too weak. The second finger pulse of the right wrist is superficial and devoid of vigour, as the spleen must be affected injuriously by the liver. The weak action of the heart, and its febrile state, should be the natural causes which conduce to the present irregularity in the catamenia and insomnia at night. The poverty of the blood in the liver and the sluggish condition of that organ must necessarily produce pain in the ribs, while the overdue of the catamenia, the cardiac fever, and debility of the respiration of the lungs should occasion frequent giddiness in the head and swimming of the eyes. The certain recurrence of perspiration between the periods of 3 to 5 and 5 to 7, and the sensation of being seated on board ship. The obstruction of the spleen by the liver should naturally create distaste for liquid or food, debility of the vital energies and prostration of the four limbs. From my diagnosis of these pulses, there should exist these various symptoms before the pulses and the symptoms can be said to harmonize. But should perchance any doctor maintain that the state of the pulses imports a felicitous event, your servant will not presume to give an ear to such an opinion. A matron who was attached as a personal attendant to Mrs. Qin, and who happened to be standing by, interposed. "How could it be otherwise?" she ventured. "In real truth, doctor, You speak like a supernatural being, and there's verily no need for us to say anything. We have now, ready at hand, in our household, a good number of medical gentlemen, who are in attendance upon her, but none of these are proficient enough to speak in this positive manner. Some there are who say that it is a genital complaint. Others maintain that it's an organic disease. This doctor explains that there is no danger, while another, again, holds that there is fear of a crisis either before or after the winter solstice. But there is, in one word, nothing certain said by them. May it please you, sir, now to favor us with your clear directions. This complaint of your lady's, observed the doctor, has certainly been neglected by the whole number of doctors, for had a treatment with certain medicines been initiated at the time of the first occurrence of her habitual sickness, I cannot but opine that, by this time, a perfect cure would have been effected. But seeing that the organic complaint has now been, through neglect, allowed to reach this phase, the calamity was, in truth, inevitable. My ideas are that this illness stands, as yet, a certain chance of recovery. 3 chances out of 10. But we will see how she gets on, after she has had these medicines of mine. Should they prove productive of sleep at night, then there will be added furthermore 2 more chances in the grip of our hands. From my diagnosis, your lady is a person gifted with a preeminently excellent and intelligent disposition, but an excessive degree of intelligence is the cause of frequent contrarieties, and frequent contrarieties give origin to an excessive amount of anxious cares. This illness arises from the injury done, by worrying and fretting, to the spleen, and from the inordinate vigor of the liver. Hence it is that the relief cannot come at the proper time and season. Has not your lady, may I ask, heretofore at the period of the catamenia, suffered, if indeed not from anemia, then necessarily from plethora? Am I right in assuming this or not? To be sure she did, replied the matron, but she has never been subject to anemia, but to a plethora, varying from either 2 to 3 days, and extending, with much irregularity, to even 10 days. Quite so, observed the doctor, after hearing what she had to say, and this is the source of this organic illness. Had it in past days been treated with such medicine as could strengthen the heart and improve the respiration, would it have reached this stage? This has now overtly made itself manifest in an ailment originating from the paucity of water and the vigor of fire. But let me make use of some medicines, and we'll see how she gets on. There and then he set to work, and wrote a prescription, which he handed to Chia Rong, the purpose of which was decoction for the improvement of respiration, the betterment of the blood, and the restoration of the spleen. Ginseng, Atractylose lancea, Yunnan root, prepared Di root, Aralius agilis, peony roots, Levisticum from Sichuan, Sophora tomentosa, Cyperus rotundus, prepared with rice, gentian, soaked in vinegar, 淮山药 root, real a glue, Corydalis ambiguae, and dried licorice. 7 Fujian lotus seeds, the cores of which should be extracted, and 2 large zizyphi to be used as an preparative. What exhausted intelligence! Chia Rong, after perusing it, exclaimed. But I would also ask you, doctor, to be good enough to tell me whether this illness will, in the long run, endanger her life or not. The doctor smiled. You, sir, who are endowed with most eminent intelligence, are certain to know that when a human illness has reached this phase, it is not a derangement of a day or of a single night. But after these medicines have been taken, we shall also have to watch the effect of the treatment. My humble opinion is that, as far as the winter of this year goes, there is no fear. In fact, after the spring equinox, I entertain hopes of a complete cure. Chia Rong was likewise a person with all his wits about him, so that he did not press any further minute questions. Chia Rong forthwith escorted the doctor and saw him off, and taking the prescription and the diagnosis, he handed them both to Chia Zhen for his perusal, and in like manner recounted to Chia Zhen and Mrs. Yu all that had been said on the subject. The other doctors have hitherto not expressed any opinions as positive as this one has done, observed Mrs. Yu, addressing herself to Chia Zhen, so that the medicines to be used are, I think, surely the right ones. He really isn't a man, rejoined Chia Zhen, accustomed to give much of his time to the practice of medicine in order to earn rice for his support. And it's Feng Ziying who is so friendly with us, who is mainly to be thanked for succeeding, after ever so much trouble, in inducing him to come. But now that we have this man, the illness of our son's wife may, there is no saying, stand a chance of being cured. But on that prescription of his there is ginseng mentioned, so you had better make use of that caddy of good quality which was bought the other day. Chia Rong listened until the conversation came to a close, after which he left the room, and bade a servant go and buy the medicines, in order that they should be prepared and administered to Mrs. Qin. What was the state of Mrs. Qin's illness after she partook of these medicines, we do not know. But, reader, listen to the explanation given in the chapter which follows. End of section 23. Recording by Katarina Huang.
Section 24 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Shui-chin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 11, Part 1. In honor of Cha Qing's birthday, a family banquet is spread in the Ning mansion. At the sight of Si Feng, Cha Rui entertains feelings of licentious love. We will now explain, in continuation of our story, that on the day of Cha Qing's birthday, Cha Chen began by getting ready luscious delicacies and rare fruits, which he packed in 16 spacious present boxes, and bade Cha Rong take them, along with the servants belonging to the household, over to Cha Qing. Turning round towards Cha Rong, "Mind," he said, "that you observe whether your grandfather be agreeable or not, before you set to work and pay your obeisance. My father," tell him, "has complied with your directions, venerable senior, and not presumed to come over, but he has at home ushered the whole company of the members of the family into your apartments, where they all paid their homage facing the side of honor." After Cha Rong had listened to these injunctions, he speedily led off the family domestics and took his departure. During this interval, one by one arrived the guests. First came Cha Lien and Cha Se, who went to see whether the seats in the various places were sufficient. "Is there to be any entertainment or not?" they also inquired. "Our master," replied the servants, "had at one time intended to invite the venerable Mr. Cha Qing to come and spend this day at home, and hadn't for this reason presumed to get up any entertainment. But when the other day he came to hear that the old gentleman was not coming, he at once gave us orders to go in search of a troupe of young actors, as well as a band of musicians, and all these people are now engaged making their preparations on the stage in the garden." Next came, in a group, Mesdames Xing and Wang, Lady Feng, and Pao-yü, followed immediately after by Cha Chen and Mrs. Yu, Mrs. Yu's mother having already arrived and being in there in advance of her. Salutations were exchanged between the whole company, and they pressed one another to take a seat. Chia Chen and Mrs. Yü both handed the tea round. "Our venerable lady," they explained as they smiled, "is a worthy senior, while our father is, on the other hand, only her nephew, so that on a birthday of a man of his age we should really not have had the audacity to invite her ladyship. But as the weather at this time is cool, and the chrysanthemums in the whole garden are in luxuriant blossom, we have requested our venerable ancestor to come for a little distraction, and to see the whole number of her children and grandchildren amuse themselves." This was the object we had in view, but, contrary to our expectations, our worthy senior has not again conferred upon us the lustre of her countenance. Lady Feng did not wait until Madame Wang could open her mouth, but took the initiative to reply. "Our venerable lady," she urged, "had, even so late as yesterday, said that she meant to come, but in the evening, upon seeing her brother Pao eating peaches, the mouth of the old lady once again began to water, and after partaking of a little more than the half of one, she had, about the 5th watch, to get out of bed 2 consecutive times, with the result that all the forenoon today she felt her body considerably worn out. She therefore bade me inform our worthy senior that it was utterly impossible for her to come today, adding, however, that, if there were any delicacies, she fancied a few kinds, but that they should be very tender." When Chia Chen heard these words, he smiled. "Our dowager lady," he replied, "is, I argued, so fond of amusement that, if she doesn't come today, there must, for certainty, be some valid reason, and that's exactly what happens to be the case." "The other day I heard your eldest sister explain," interposed Madame Wang, "that Sha Rung's wife was anything but well. But what's after all the matter with her?" "She has," observed Mrs. Yü, "contracted this illness verily in a strange manner. Last moon, at the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival, she was still well enough to be able to enjoy herself during half the night, in company with our dowager lady and Madame Wang. On her return, she continued in good health, until after the 20th, when she began to feel more and more languid every day, and loth likewise to eat anything. And this has been going on for well nigh half a month and more. She hasn't, besides, been anything like her old self for 2 months. May she not," remarked Madame Xing, taking up the thread of the conversation, "be ailing for some happy event?" But while she was uttering these words, someone from outside announced, "Our senior master, second master, and all the gentlemen of the family have come, and are standing in the reception hall." Whereupon Chia Chen and Chia Lien quitted the apartment with hurried step, and during this while Mrs. Yü reiterated how that some time ago a doctor had also expressed the opinion that she was ailing for a happy event, but that the previous day had come a doctor, recommended by Fang Tzu Ying, a doctor who had from his youth up made medicine his study, and was very proficient in the treatment of diseases, who asserted after he had seen her that it was no felicitous ailment, but that it was some grave complaint. It was only yesterday, she explained, that he wrote his prescription, and all she has had is but 1 dose, and already today the giddiness in the head is considerably better. As regards the other symptoms, they have as yet shown no marked improvement. I maintain, remarked Lady Feng, that, were she not quite unfit to stand the exertion, would she in fact on a day like this be unwilling to strain every nerve and come round. You saw her, observed Mrs. Yü, on the 3rd in here. How that she bore up with a violent effort for ever so long, but it was all because of the friendship that exists between you two, that she still longed for your society, and couldn't brook the idea of tearing herself away. When Lady Feng heard these words, her eyes got quite red, and after a time she at length exclaimed, "In the heavens of a sudden come wind and rain, while with man, in a day and in a night, woe and weal survene." But with her tender years, if for a complaint like this she were to run any risk, what pleasure is there for any human being to be born and to sojourn in the world? She was just speaking when Chia Rung walked into the apartment, and after paying his respects to Madame Xing, Madame Wang, and Lady Feng, he then observed to Mrs. Yü, "I have just taken over the eatables to our venerable ancestor, and at the same time I told him that my father was at home waiting upon the senior and entertaining the junior gentlemen of the whole family, and that in compliance with grandfather's orders he did not presume to go over. The old gentleman was much delighted by what he heard me say, and having signified that that was all in order, bade me tell father and you, mother, to do all you can in your attendance upon the senior gentlemen and ladies, and joining me to entertain with all propriety my uncles, aunts, and my cousins. He also went on to urge me to press the men to cut, with all dispatch, the blocks for the record of meritorious deeds, and to print 10,000 copies for distribution. All these messages I have duly delivered to my father, but I must now be quick and go out, so as to send the eatables for the elder, as well as for the younger gentlemen of the entire household." "Brother Rung exclaimed Lady Feng, "wait a moment. How is your wife getting on? How is she, after all, today?" "Not well," replied Chia Jung. "But were you, aunt, on your return to go in and see her, you will find out for yourself." Chia Jung forthwith left the room. During this interval, Mrs. Yü addressed herself to Mesdames Hsing and Wang. "My ladies," she asked, "will you have your repast here, or will you go into the garden for it? There are now in the garden some young actors engaged in making their preparations." "It's better in here," Madame Wang remarked, as she turned towards Madame Hsing. Mrs. Yü thereupon issued directions to the married women and matrons to be quick in serving the eatables. The servants, in waiting outside the door, with one voice signified their obedience, and each of them went off to fetch what fell to her share. In a short while the courses were all laid out, and Mrs. Yü pressed Madames Hsing and Wang, as well as her mother, into the upper seats, while she, together with Lady Feng and Pao-yü, sat at a side table. "We've come," observed Madames Hsing and Wang, "with the original idea of paying our congratulations to our venerable senior on the occasion of his birthday. And isn't this as if we had come for our own birthdays?" "The old gentleman," answered Lady Feng, "is a man fond of a quiet life, and as he has already consummated a process of purification, he well may be looked upon as a supernatural being, so that the purpose to which your ladyships have given expression may be considered as manifest to his spirit upon the very advent of the intention." As this sentence was uttered, the whole company in the room burst out laughing. Mrs. Yu's mother, Mesdames Hsing and Wang, and Lady Feng, having one and all partaken of the banquet, rinsed their mouths and washed their hands, which over, they expressed a wish to go into the garden. Chia Jung entered the room. "The senior gentlemen," he said to Mrs. Yü, "as well as all my uncles and cousins, have finished their repast, but the elder gentleman, Mr. Chia Hsua, who excused himself on the score of having at home something to attend to, and Mr. Secundus, Chia Cheng, who is not partial to theatrical performances and is always afraid that people will be too boisterous in their entertainment, have both of them taken their departure. The rest of the family gentlemen have been taken over by Uncle Secundus, Mr. Lien, and Mr. Se to the other side to listen to the play. A few moments back, Prince Nan Un, Prince Tung Ping, Prince Shi Ning, Prince Pei Ching, these 4 princes, with Nu, Duke of Chen Guo, and 5 other dukes, sit in all, and Shi, Marquis of Chung Ching, and other 7, in all 8 marquises, sent their messengers with their cards and presents. I have already told father all about it, but before I did so the presents were put away in the counting room. The lists of presents were all entered in the book, and the 'received with thanks' cards were handed to the respective messengers of the various mansions. The men themselves were also tipped in the customary manner, and all of them were kept to have something to eat before they went on their way. But, mother, you should invite the 2 ladies, your mother and my aunt, to go over and sit in the garden." "Just so," observed Mrs. Yü, "but we've only now finished our repast, and we're about to go over." "I wish to tell you, madam," interposed Lady Feng, "that I shall go first and see Brother Jung's wife, and then come and join you." "All right," replied Madame Wang. "We should all have been fain to have paid her a visit, did we not fear lest she should look upon our disturbing her with displeasure. But just tell her that we would like to know how she is getting on." "My dear sister," remarked Mrs. Yü, "as our son's wife has a ready ear for all you say, do go and cheer her up, and if you do so, it will besides set my own mind at ease. But be quick and come as soon as you can into the garden." Pao-yü being likewise desirous to go along with Lady Feng to see Lady Qin, Madame Wang remarked, "Go and see her just for a while, then come over at once into the garden, for remember she is your nephew's wife, and you couldn't sit in there long." Mrs. Yü forthwith invited Mesdames Wang and Hsing, as well as her own mother, to adjourn to the other side, and they all in a body walked into the garden of concentrated fragrance, while Lady Feng and Pao-yü betook themselves, in company of Chia Jung, over to this side. Having entered the door, they with quiet step walked as far as the entrance of the inner chamber. Mrs. Qin, upon catching sight of them, was bent upon getting up, but "Be quick," remonstrated Lady Feng, "and give up all idea of standing up, for take care your head will feel dizzy." Lady Feng hastened to make a few hurried steps forward to grasp Mrs. Qin's hand in hers. "My dear girl," she exclaimed, "how is it that during the few days I've not seen you, you have grown so thin?" Readily she then took a seat on the rug on which Mrs. Qin was seated, while Pao-yü, after inquiring too about her health, sat in the chair on the opposite side. "Bring the tea in at once," called out Chia Jung, "for Aunt and Uncle Secundus have not had any tea in the drawing-room." Mrs. Qin took Lady Feng's hand in her own and forced a smile. "This is all due to my lack of good fortune, for in such a family as this, my father and mother-in-law treat me just as if I were a daughter of their own flesh and blood. Besides, your nephew, my husband, may, it is true, my dear aunt, be young in years, but he is full of regard for me, as I have regard for him, and we have had so far no misunderstanding between us. In fact, among the senior generation, as well as that of the same age as myself, in the whole clan, putting you aside, aunt, about whom no mention need be made, there is not one who has not ever had anything but love for me, and not one who has not ever shown me anything but kindness. But since I've fallen ill with this complaint, all my energy has, even every bit of it, been taken out of me, so that I've been unable to show to my father and mother-in-law any mark of filial attention, yea, so much as for one single day, and to you, my dear aunt, with all this affection of yours for me, I have every wish to be dutiful to the utmost degree, but in my present state, I'm really not equal to it. My own idea is, that it isn't likely that I shall last through this year. Pao-yü kept, while she spoke, his eyes fixed intently upon a picture on the opposite side, representing some begonias drooping in the springtime, and upon a pair of scrolls, with this inscription, written by Lin Tai-yü: "A gentle chill doth circumscribe the dreaming man, because the spring is cold. The fragrant whiff, which wafts itself into man's nose, is the perfume of wine." And he could not help recalling to his mind his experiences at the time when he had fallen asleep in this apartment, and had in his dream visited the confines of the great void. He was just plunged in a state of abstraction, when he heard Mrs. Qin give utterance to these sentiments, which pierced his heart as if they were 10,000 arrows, with the result that tears unwittingly trickled from his eyes. Lady Feng, perceiving him in tears, felt it extremely painful within herself to bear the sight, but she was on pins and needles lest the patient should detect their frame of mind, and feel, instead of benefit, still more sore at heart, which would not, after all, be quite the purpose of her visit, which was to afford her distraction and consolation. "Pao-yü," she therefore exclaimed, "you are like an old woman. Ill as she is, simply makes her speak in this wise, and however could things come to such a pass? Besides, she is young in years, so that after a short indisposition her illness will get all right. Don't," she said as she turned towards Mrs. Qin, "give way to silly thoughts and idle ideas, for by so doing, won't you yourself be aggravating your ailment?" "All that her sickness in fact needs," observed Chia Pao-yü, "is that she should be able to take something to eat, and then there will be nothing to fear." "Brother Pao," urged Lady Feng, "your mother told you to go over, as soon as you could, so that don't stay here, and to go on in the way you're doing. For you after all incite this lady also to feel uneasy at heart. Besides, your mother over there is solicitous on your account. You had better go ahead with your Uncle Pao," she consequently continued, addressing herself to Chia Rung, "while I sit here a little longer." When Chia Rung heard this remark, he promptly crossed over with Pao-yü into the garden of concentrated fragrance, while Lady Feng went on both to cheer her up for a time and to impart to her in an undertone a good deal of confidential advice. Mrs. Yü had dispatched servants on 2 or 3 occasions to hurry Lady Feng before she said to Mrs. Qin, "Do all you can to take good care of yourself, and I'll come and see you again. You're bound to get over this illness, and now in fact that you've come across that renowned doctor, you have really nothing more to fear." "He might," observed Mrs. Qin as she smiled, "even be a supernatural being and succeed in healing my disease, but he won't be able to remedy my destiny. For, my dear aunt, I feel sure that with this complaint of mine, I can do no more than drag on from day to day." "If you encourage such ideas," remonstrated Lady Feng, "how can this illness ever get all right? What you absolutely need is to cast away all these notions, and then you'll improve. I hear, moreover, that the doctor asserts that if no cure be effected, the fear is of a change for the worse in spring, and not till then. Did you and I, moreover, belong to a family that hadn't the means to afford any ginseng, it would be difficult to say how we would manage to get it, but were your father and mother-in-law to hear that it's good for your recovery, why not to speak of 2 mace of ginseng a day, but even 2 caddies will be also within their means. So mind you do take every care of your health. I'm now off on my way into the garden. Excuse me, my dear aunt," added Mrs. Qin, "that I can't go with you. But when you have nothing to do, I entreat you to come over and see me, and you and I can sit and have a long chat." End of section 24. Section 25 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Dream of the Red Chamber, by Xiao Shui Qin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 11, Part 2. After Lady Feng had heard these words, her eyes unwillingly got quite red again. "When I'm at leisure I shall, of course," she rejoined, "come often to see you," and forthwith leading off the matrons and married women, who had come over with her, as well as the women and matrons of the Ning mansion,
She passed through the inner part of the house and entered, by a circuitous way, the side gate of the park, when she perceived yellow flowers covering the ground, white willows flanking the slopes, diminutive bridges spanning streams, resembling the Zhou Ye, zigzag pathways looking as if they led to the steps of heaven, limpid springs dripping from among the rocks, flowers hanging from hedges emitting their fragrance, as they were flapped by the winds, red leaves on the tree-tops swaying to and fro, groves picture-like, half-stripped of foliage, the western breeze coming with sudden gusts, and the wail of the oriole still audible, the warm sun shining with genial rays, and the cicada also adding its chirp, structures visible to the gaze at a distance in the southeast, soaring high on various sites, and resting against the hills, 3 halls visible near-by on the northwest, stretching in one connected line on the bank of the stream, strains of music filling the pavilion, imbued with an unwonted subtle charm, and maidens in fine attire penetrating the groves, lending an additional spell to the scene. Lady Feng, while engaged in contemplating the beauties of the spot, advanced onwards step by step. She was plunged in a state of ecstasy, when suddenly, from the rear of the artificial rockery, egressed a person, who approached her, and facing her said, "My respects to you, sister-in-law." Lady Feng was so startled by this unexpected appearance that she drew back. "Isn't this Mr. Ray?" she ventured. "What, sister-in-law?" exclaimed Chia Ray. "Don't you recognize even me?" "It isn't that I didn't recognize you," explained Lady Feng, "but at the sudden sight of you I couldn't conceive that it would possibly be you, sir, in this place." "This was, in fact, bound to be," replied Chia Ray, "for there's some subtle sympathy between me and you, sister-in-law. Here I just stealthily leave the entertainment in order to revel for a while in this solitary place, when, against every expectation, I come across you, sister-in-law. And isn't this a subtle sympathy?" As he spoke he kept his gaze fixed on Lady Feng, who, being an intelligent person, could not but arrive, at the sight of his manner, at the whole truth in her surmises. "It isn't to be wondered at," she consequently observed, as she smiled hypocritically, "that your eldest brother should make frequent allusion to your qualities, for after seeing you on this occasion, and hearing you utter these few remarks, I have readily discovered what an intelligent and genial person you are. I am just now on my way to join the ladies on the other side, and have no leisure to converse with you, but wait until I've nothing to attend to, when we can meet again." "I meant to have gone over to your place and paid my respects to you, sister-in-law," pleaded Chia Ray, "but I was afraid lest a person of tender years like yourself mightn't lightly receive any visitors." Lady Feng gave another sardonic smile. "Relatives," she continued, "of one family as we are, what need is there to say anything of tender years?" After Chia Ray had heard these words, he felt his heart swell within him with such secret joy that he was urged to reflect. "I have at length today, when I least expected it, obtained this remarkable encounter with her." But as the display of his passion became still more repulsive, Lady Feng urged him to go. "Be off at once," she remarked, "and join the entertainment, for mind, if they find you out, they will mulct you in so many glasses of wine." By the time this suggestion had reached Chia Ray's ears, half his body had become stiff like a log of wood, and as he betook himself away with lothful step, he turned his head round to cast glances at her. Lady Feng purposely slackened her pace, and when she perceived that he had gone a certain distance, she gave way to reflection. "This is indeed," she thought, "knowing a person as far as face goes, and not as heart. Can there be another such beast as he? If he really continues to behave in this manner, I shall soon enough compass his death with my own hands, and he'll then know what stuff I'm made of." Lady Feng at this juncture moved onwards, and after turning round a chain of hillocks, she caught sight of 2 or 3 matrons coming along with all speed. As soon as they espied Lady Feng, they put on a smile. "Our mistress," they said, "perceiving that your ladyship was not forthcoming, has been in a great state of anxiety, and bade your servants come again to request you to come over." "Is your mistress," observed Lady Feng, "so like a quick-footed demon?" While Lady Feng advanced leisurely, she inquired, "How many plays have been recited?" To which question one of the matrons replied, "They have gone through 8 or 9. But while engaged in conversation, they had already reached the back door of the Tower of Celestial Fragrance, where she caught sight of Pao-yü, playing with a company of waiting-maids and pages. "Brother Pao," Lady Feng exclaimed, "don't be up to too much mischief." "The ladies are all sitting upstairs," interposed one of the maids. "Please, my lady, this is the way up." At these words Lady Feng slackened her pace, raised her dress, and walked up the stairs, where Mrs. Yu was already at the top of the landing waiting for her. "You two," remarked Mrs. Yu, smiling, "are so friendly that having met you couldn't possibly tear yourself away to come. You had better tomorrow move over there and take up your quarters with her, and have done. But sit down and let me, first of all, present you a glass of wine." Lady Feng speedily drew near Mesdames Xing and Wang, and begged permission to take a seat, while Mrs. Yü brought the programme and pressed Lady Feng to mark some plays. "The senior ladies occupy the seats of honor," remonstrated Lady Feng, "and how can I presume to choose?" "We, and our relative by marriage, have selected several plays," explained Mesdames Xing and Wang, "and it's for you now to choose some good ones for us to listen to." Standing up, Lady Feng signified her obedience, and taking over the programme and perusing it from top to bottom, she marked off one entitled "The Return of the Spirit," and another called "Thrumming and Singing," after which she handed back the programme, observing, "When they have done with the Ennoblement of Two Officers, which they are singing just at present, it will be time enough to sing these two." "Of course it will," retorted Madame Wang. "But they should get over it as soon as they can, so as to allow your elder brother and your sister-in-law to have rest. Besides, their hearts are not at ease." "You senior ladies don't come often," expostulated Mrs. Yü. "And you and I will derive more enjoyment were we to stay a little longer. It's as yet early in the day." Lady Feng stood up and looked downstairs. "Where have all the gentlemen gone to?" she inquired. "The gentlemen have just gone over to the pavilion of plenteous effulgence," replied a matron who stood by. "They have taken along with them 10 musicians, and gone in there to drink their wine." "It wasn't convenient for them," remarked Lady Feng, "to be over here, but who knows what they have again gone to do behind our backs?" "Could every one," interposed Mrs. Yü, "resemble you, a person of such propriety?" While they indulged in chatting and laughing, the plays they had chosen were all finished, whereupon the tables were cleared of the wines, and the repast was served. The meal over, the whole company adjourned into the garden, and came and sat in the drawing-room. After tea, they at length gave orders to get ready the carriages, and they took their leave of Mrs. Yü's mother. Mrs. Yü, attended by all the secondary wives, servants, and married women, escorted them out, while Chia Chen, along with the whole bevy of young men, stood by the vehicles, waiting in a group for their arrival. After saluting Mesdames Xing and Wang, "Aunts," they said, "you must come over again tomorrow for a stroll." "We must be excused," observed Madame Wang. "We've sat here the whole day today, and are, after all, feeling quite tired. Besides, we shall need to have some rest tomorrow." Both of them thereupon got into their carriages and took their departures, while Chia Jui still kept a fixed gaze upon Lady Feng. And it was after Chia Chen had gone in that Li Kuei led round the house, and that Pao-yü mounted and went off, following in the track of Mesdames Xing and Wang. Chia Chen and the whole number of brothers and nephews belonging to the family had, during this interval, partaken of their meal, and the whole party at length broke up. But in like manner all the inmates of the clan and the guests spent on the morrow another festive day. But we need not advert to it with any minuteness. After this occasion, Lady Feng came in person and paid frequent visits to Mrs. Qin. But as there were some days on which her ailment was considerably better, and others on which it was considerably worse, Chia Chen, Mrs. Yü, and Chia Rong were in an awful state of anxiety. Chia Jui, it must moreover be noticed, came over, on several instances, on a visit to the Rong mansion, but it invariably happened that he found that Lady Feng had gone over to the Ning mansion. This was just the 30th of the 11th moon, the day on which the winter solstice fell. In the few days preceding that season, Dowager Lady Chia, Madame Wang, and Lady Feng did not let one day go by without sending someone to inquire about Mrs. Qin. And as the servants, on their return, repeatedly reported that, during the last few days, neither had her ailment aggravated nor had it undergone any marked improvement, Madame Wang explained to Dowager Lady Chia that as a complaint of this nature had reached this kind of season without getting any worse, there was some hope of recovery. "Of course there is," observed the old lady. "What a dear child she is! Should anything happen to her, won't it be enough to make people die from grief?" And as she spake, she felt for a time quite sore at heart. "You and she," continuing, she said to Lady Feng, "have been friends for ever so long. Tomorrow is the glorious first, and you can't go. But after tomorrow you should pay her a visit and minutely scrutinize her appearance, and should you find her any better, come and tell me on your return. Whatever things that dear child has all along a fancy for, do send her round a few, even as often as you can, by some one or other." Lady Feng assented to each of her recommendations, and when the second arrived, she came, after breakfast, to the Ning mansion to see how Mrs. Qin was getting on, and though she found her none the worse, the flesh all over her face and person had however become emaciated and parched up. She readily sat with Mrs. Qin for a long while, and after they had chatted on one thing and another, she again reiterated the assurances that this illness involved no danger, and distracted her for ever so long. "Whether I get well or not," observed Mrs. Qin, "we'll know in spring. Now winter is just over, and I'm anyhow no worse, so that possibly I may get all right. And yet there's no saying. But, my dear sister-in-law, do press our old lady to compose her mind. Yesterday her ladyship sent me some potato dumplings with minced dates in them, and though I had two, they seem after all to be very easily digested. I'll send you round some more tomorrow, Lady Feng suggested. I'm now going to look up your mother-in-law, and will then hurry back to give my report of our dowager lady. Please, sister-in-law, Mrs. Ch'in said, present my best respects to her venerable ladyship, as well as to Madame Wang. Lady Feng signified that she would comply with her wishes, and forthwith leaving the apartment, she came over and sat in Mrs. Yu's suite of rooms. How do you, who don't see our son's wife very often, happen to find her? Inquired Mrs. Yu. Lady Feng drooped her head for some time. There's no help, she ventured, for this illness. But you should likewise make every subsequent preparation, for it would also be well if you could scour it away. I've done so much as to secretly give orders, replied Mrs. Yu, to get things ready. But for that thing, the coffin, there's no good timber to be found, so that it will have to be looked after by and by. Lady Feng swallowed hastily a cup of tea, and after a short chat, I must be hurrying back, she remarked, to deliver my message to our dowager lady. You should, urged Mrs. Yu, be sparse in what you tell her ladyship, so as not to frighten an old person like her. I know well enough what to say, replied Lady Feng. Without any further delay, Lady Feng then sped back. On her arrival at home, she looked up the old lady. Brother Rung's wife, she explained, presents her compliments and pays obeisance to your venerable ladyship. She says that she's much better, and entreats you, her worthy senior, to set your mind at ease. That as soon as she's a little better, she will come and prostrate herself before your ladyship. How do you find her? Inquired the dowager Lady Chia. For the present there's nothing to fear, continued Lady Feng, for her mien is still good. After the old lady had heard these words, she was plunged for a long while in deep reflection, and as she turned towards Lady Feng, "Go and divest yourself of your toilette," she said, "and have some rest." Lady Feng, in consequence, signified her obedience, and walked away, returning home after paying Madame Wang a visit. Ping Erh helped Lady Feng to put on the house costume, which she had warmed by the fire, and Lady Feng eventually took a seat and asked whether there was anything doing at home. Ping Erh then brought the tea, and after going over to hand the cup, "There's nothing doing," she replied. "As regards the interest on the 300 taels, Wang Er's wife has brought it in, and I've put it away. Besides this, Mr. Ray sent round to inquire if your ladyship was at home or not, as he meant to come and pay his respects and to have a chat." "Hung!" exclaimed Lady Feng at these words. "Why should this beast compass his own death? We'll see when he comes what is to be done. Why is this Mr. Ray so bent on coming?" Ping Erh having inquired, Lady Feng readily gave her an account of how she had met him in the course of the 9th moon in the Ning mansion, and of what had been said by him. "What a mangy frog to be bent upon eating the flesh of a heavenly goose!" ejaculated Ping Erh. "A stupid and disorderly fellow with no conception of relationship, to harbour such a thought! But we'll make him find an unnatural death. Wait till he comes," added Lady Feng, "when I feel certain I shall find some way." What happened, however, when Chia Rui came, has not as yet been ascertained, but listen, reader, to the explanation given in the next chapter. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 12, Part 1. Wang Xifeng maliciously lays a trap for Chia Rui, under pretence that his affection is reciprocated. Chia Tianxiang gazes at the face of the mirror of voluptuousness. Lady Feng, it must be noticed in continuation of our narrative, was just engaged in talking with Peng Erh, when they heard some one announce that Mr. Ray had come. Lady Feng gave orders that he should be invited to step in, and Chia Rui, perceiving that he had been asked to walk in, was at heart elated at the prospect of seeing her. With a face beaming with smiles, Lady Feng inquired again and again how he was, and, with simulated tenderness, she further pressed him to take a seat, and urged him to have a cup of tea. Chia Rui, noticed how still more voluptuous lady Feng looked in her present costume, and, as his eyes burnt with love, "How is it," he inquired, "that my elder brother Secundus is not yet back?" "What the reason is, I cannot tell," lady Feng said by way of reply. "May it not be," Chia Jui smilingly insinuated, "that some fair damsel has got hold of him on the way, and that he cannot brook to tear himself from her to come home?" "That makes it plain that there are those among men who fall in love with any girl they cast their eyes on," hinted lady Feng. "Your remarks are, sister in law, incorrect, for I'm none of this kind," Chia Jui explained smirkingly. "How many like you can there be?" rejoined lady Feng with a sarcastic smile. "In 10, not one even could be picked out." When Chia Jui heard these words, he felt in such high glee that he rubbed his ears and smoothed his cheeks. "My sister in law," he continued, "you must of course be extremely lonely, day after day." "Indeed I am," observed lady Feng, "and I only wish some one would come and have a chat with me to break my dull monotony." "I daily have ample leisure," Chia Jui ventured with a simper, "and wouldn't it be well if I came every day to dispel your dullness, sister in law?" "You are simply fooling me!" exclaimed lady Feng laughing. "It isn't likely you would wish to come over here to me." "If in your presence, sister in law, I utter a single word of falsehood, may the thunder from heaven blast me!" protested Chia Jui. "It's only because I had all along heard people say you were a dreadful person, and that you cannot condone even the slightest shortcoming committed in your presence, that I was induced to keep back by fear; but after seeing you, on this occasion, so chatty, so full of fun, and most considerate to others, how can I not come? Were it to be the cause of my death, I would be even willing to come." "You're really a clever person," lady Feng observed sarcastically, "and oh, so much superior to both Chia Jung and his brother! Handsome as their presence was to look at, I imagined their minds to be full of intelligence; but who would have thought that they would, after all, be a couple of stupid worms without the least notion of human affection." The words which Chia Jui heard fell in so much the more with his own sentiments that he could not restrain himself from again pressing forward nearer to her; and as with eyes strained to give intentness to his view, he gazed at lady Feng's purse. "What rings have you got on?" he went on to ask. "You should be a little more deferential," remonstrated lady Feng in a low tone of voice, "so as not to let the waiting maids detect us." Chia Jui withdrew backward with as much alacrity as if he had received an imperial decree or a mandate from Buddha. "You ought to be going," lady Feng suggested, as she gave him a smile. "Do let me stay a while longer," entreated Chia Jui. "You are indeed ruthless, my sister in law." But with gentle voice did lady Feng again expostulate. "In broad daylight," she said, "with people coming and going, it is not really convenient that you should abide in here; so you had better go, and when it's dark and the watch is set, you can come over and quietly wait for me in the corridor on the eastern side." At these words, Chia Jui felt as if he had received some jewel or precious thing. "Don't make fun of me," he remarked with vehemence. "The only thing is that crowds of people are ever passing from there, and how will it be possible for me to evade detection?" "Set your mind at ease," lady Feng advised. "I shall dismiss on leave all the youths on duty at night, and when the doors on both sides are closed, there will be no one else to come in." Chia Jui was delighted beyond measure by the assurance, and with impetuous haste he took his leave and went off, convinced at heart of the gratification of his wishes. He continued, up to the time of dusk,
a prey to keen expectation; and when indeed darkness fell, he felt his way into the Jung mansion, availing himself of the moment when the doors were being closed to slip into the corridor, where everything was actually pitch dark, and not a soul to be seen going backwards or forwards. The door leading over to dowager lady Chia's apartments had already been put under key, and there was but one gate, the one on the east, which had not as yet been locked. Chia Jui lent his ear, and listened for ever so long, but he saw no one appear. Suddenly, however, was heard a great sound like "lo tung," and the east gate was also bolted; but though Chia Jui was in a great state of impatience, he none the less did not venture to utter a sound. All that necessity compelled him to do was to issue, with quiet steps, from his corner, and to try the gates by pushing; but they were closed as firmly as if they had been made fast with iron bolts; and much though he may, at this juncture, have wished to find his way out, escape was, in fact, out of the question. On the south and north was one continuous dead wall, which, even had he wished to scale, there was nothing which he could clutch and pull himself up by. This room, besides, was one of the interior, of which was exposed to the wind, which entered through the fissure of the door, and was perfectly empty and bare; and the weather being at this time that of December, and the night too very long, the northerly wind, with its biting gusts, was sufficient to penetrate the flesh and to cleave the bones, so that the whole night long he had a narrow escape from being frozen to death; and he was yearning, with intolerable anxiety, for the break of day, when he espied an old matron go first and open the door on the east side, and then come in and knock at the western gate. Chia Jui, seeing that she had turned her face away, bolted out like a streak of smoke, as he hugged his shoulders with his hands from intense cold. As luck would have it, the hour was as yet early, so that the inmates of the house had not all got out of bed; and making his escape from the postern door, he straightway betook himself home, running back the whole way. Chia Jui's parents had, it must be explained, departed life at an early period, and he had no one else besides his grandfather, Tai Ju, to take charge of his support and education. This Tai Ju had, all along, exercised a very strict control, and would not allow Chia Jui to even make one step too many, in the apprehension that he might gad about out of doors drinking and gambling, to the neglect of his studies. Seeing on this unexpected occasion that he had not come home the whole night, he simply felt positive in his own mind that he was certain to have run about, if not drinking, at least gambling, and dissipating in houses of the demi-monde, up to the small hours; but he never even gave so much as a thought to the possibility of a public scandal, as that in which he was involved. The consequence was that during the whole length of the night he boiled with wrath. Chia Jui himself, on the other hand, was in such a state of trepidation that he could wipe the perspiration off his face by handfuls, and he felt constrained, on his return home, to have recourse to deceitful excuses, simply explaining that he had been at his eldest maternal uncle's house, and that when it got dark, they kept him to spend the night there. "Hitherto," remonstrated Tai Ju, "when about to go out of doors, you never ventured to go, on your own hook, without first telling me about it; and how is it that yesterday you surreptitiously left the house? For this offence alone you deserve a beating, and how much more for the lie imposed upon me!" Into such a violent fit of anger did he consequently fly, that laying hands on him, he pulled him over and administered to him 30 or 40 blows with a cane; nor would he allow him to have anything to eat, but bade him remain on his knees in the court conning essays, impressing on his mind that he would not let him off, before he had made up for the last 10 days' lessons. Chia Jui had, in the first instance, frozen the whole night, and, in the next place, came in for a flogging. With a stomach, besides, gnawed by the pains of hunger, he had to kneel in a place exposed to draughts, reading the while literary compositions, so that the hardships he had to endure were of manifold kinds. Chia Jui's infamous intentions had at this junction undergone no change; but far from his thoughts being even then any idea that lady Feng was humbugging him, he seized, after the lapse of a couple of days, the first leisure moments to come again in search of that lady. Lady Feng pretended to bear him a grudge for his breach of faith, and Chia Jui was so distressed that he tried by vows and oaths to establish his innocence. Lady Feng, perceiving that he had of his own accord, fallen into the meshes of the net laid for him, could not but devise another plan to give him a lesson and make him know what was right and mend his ways. With this purpose, she gave him another assignation. "Don't go over there," she said, "to night, but wait for me in the empty rooms giving on to a small passage at the back of these apartments of mine; but whatever you do, mind, don't be reckless." "Are you in real earnest?" Chia Jui inquired. "Why, who wants to play with you?" replied lady Feng. "If you don't believe what I say, well, then don't come." "I'll come, yea, I'll come, were I even to die!" protested Chia Jui. "You should first at this very moment get away," lady Feng having suggested. Chia Jui, who felt sanguine that when evening came, success would for a certainty crown his visit, took at once his departure in anticipation of his pleasure. During this interval, lady Feng hastily set to work to dispose of her resources, and to add to her stratagems, and she laid a trap for her victim; while Chia Jui, on the other hand, was, until the shades of darkness, a prey to incessant expectation. As luck would have it, a relative of his happened to likewise come on that very night to their house, and to only leave after he had had dinner with them, and at an hour of the day when the lamps had already been lit; but he had still to wait until his grandfather had retired to rest, before he could, at length, with precipitate step, betake himself into the Jung mansion. Straightway he came into the rooms in the narrow passage, and waited with as much trepidation as if he had been an ant in a hot pan. He however waited and waited, but he saw no one arrive. He listened, but not even the sound of a voice reached his ear. His heart was full of intense fear, and he could not restrain giving way to surmises and suspicion. "May it not be," he thought, "that she is not coming again, and that I may have once more to freeze for another whole night?" While indulging in these erratic reflections, he discerned some one coming, looking like a black apparition, who Chia Jui readily concluded in his mind must be lady Feng; so that, unmindful of distinguishing black from white, he, as soon as that person arrived in front of him, speedily clasped her in his embrace like a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey, or a cat clawing a rat, and cried: "My darling sister, you have made me wait till I'm ready to die!" As he uttered these words, he dragged the comer, in his arms, on to the couch in the room, and while indulging in kisses and protestations of warm love, he began to cry out at random epithets of endearment. Not a sound, however, came from the lips of the other person, and Chia Jui had, in the fulness of his passion, exceeded the bounds of timid love, and was in the act of becoming still more affectionate in his protestations, when a sudden flash of light struck his eye, by the rays of which he espied Chia Se, with a candle in hand, casting the light round the place. "Who is in this room?" he exclaimed. "Uncle Jui," he heard some one on the couch explain, laughing, "was trying to take liberties with me." Chia Jui at one glance became aware that it was no other than Chia Jung, and a sense of shame at once so overpowered him that he could find nowhere to hide himself, nor did he know how best to extricate himself from the dilemma. Turning himself round, he made an attempt to make good his escape, when Chia Se with one grip clutched him in his hold. "Don't run away," he said. "Sister-in-law Lien has already reported your conduct to madame Wang, and explained that you had tried to make her carry out an improper flirtation with you; that she had temporised by having recourse to a scheme to escape your importunities; and that she had imposed upon you in such a way as to make you wait for her in this place. Our lady was so terribly incensed that she well nigh succumbed, and hence it is that she bade me come and catch you. Be quick now and follow me; let us go and see her." After Chia Jui heard these words, his very soul could not be contained within his body. "My dear nephew," he entreated, "do tell her that it wasn't I, and I'll show you my gratitude to morrow in a substantial manner." "Letting you off," rejoined Chia Se, "is no difficult thing; but how much, I wonder, are you likely to give? Besides, what you now utter with your lips, there will be no proof to establish, so you had better write a promissory note." "How could I put what happened in black and white on paper?" observed Chia Jui. "There is no difficulty about that either," replied Chia Se. "Just write an account of a debt due for losses in gambling, to some one outside, for payment of which you had to raise funds by a loan of a stated number of taels from the head of the house, and that will be all that is required." "That is in fact easy enough," Chia Jui having added by way of answer. Chia Se turned round and left the room, and returning with paper and pencils, which had been got ready beforehand for the purpose, he bade Chia Jui write. The two of them, Chia Jung and Chia Se, tried, the one to do a good turn, and the other to be perverse in his insistence, but Chia Jui put down no more than 50 taels, and appended his signature. Chia Se pocketed the note, and endeavoured subsequently to induce Chia Jung to come away. But Chia Jung was, at the outset, obdurate and unwilling to give in, and kept on repeating: "To-morrow, I'll tell the members of our clan to look into your nice conduct." These words plunged Chia Jui into such a state of dismay that he even went so far as to knock his head on the ground; but as Chia Se was trying to get unfair advantage of him, though he had at first done him a good turn, he had to write another promissory note for 50 taels before the matter was dropped. End of Section 26. Section 27 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Shao Xuexin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 12, Part 2. Taking up again the thread of the conversation, Chia Se remarked: "Now when I let you go, I'm quite ready to bear the blame, but the gate at our old lady's over there is already bolted, and Mr. Chia Cheng is just now engaged in the hall, looking at the things which have arrived from Nanking, so that it would certainly be difficult for you to pass through that way. The only safe course, at present, is by the back gate; but if you do go by there, and perchance meet any one, even I will be in for a mess, so you might as well wait until I go first and have a peep, when I'll come and fetch you. You couldn't anyhow conceal yourself in this room, for in a short time they'll be coming to stow the things away, and you had better let me find a safe place for you." These words ended, he took hold of Chia Jui, and extinguishing again the lantern, he brought him out into the court, feeling his way up to the bottom of the steps of the large terrace. "It's safe enough in this nest," he observed, "but just squat down quietly, and don't utter a sound. Wait until I come back before you venture out." Having concluded this remark, the two of them, Chia Se and Chia Jung, walked away, while Chia Jui was, all this time, out of his senses, and felt constrained to remain squatting at the bottom of the terrace stairs. He was about to consider what course was open for him to adopt, when he heard a noise just over his head, and, with a splash, the contents of a bucket consisting entirely of filthy water was emptied straight down over him from above, drenching, as luck would have it, his whole person and head. Chia Jui could not suppress an exclamation. "Ai ya!" he cried, but he hastily stopped up his mouth with his hands, and did not venture to give vent to another sound. His whole head and face were a mass of filth, and his body felt icy cold; but as he shivered and shook, he espied Chia Se come running. "Get off!" he shouted, "with all speed! Off with you at once!" As soon as Chia Jui returned to life again, he bolted with hasty strides out of the back gate, and ran the whole way home. The night had already reached the third watch, so that he had to knock at the door for it to be opened. "What's the matter?" inquired the servants, when they saw him in this sorry plight, an inquiry which placed him in the necessity of making some false excuse. "The night was dark," he explained, "and my foot slipped, and I fell into a gutter." Saying this, he betook himself speedily to his own apartment, and it was only after he had changed his clothes and performed his ablutions, that he began to realise that lady Feng had made a fool of him. He consequently gave way to a fit of wrath. But, upon recalling to mind the charms of lady Feng's face, he felt again extremely aggrieved that he could not there and then clasp her in his embrace, and as he indulged in these wild thoughts and fanciful ideas, he could not the whole night long close his eyes. From this time forward his mind was, it is true, still with lady Feng, but he did not have the courage to put his foot into the Jung mansion, and with Chia Jung and Chia Se both coming time and again to dun him for the money, he was likewise full of fears lest his grandfather should come to know everything. His passion for lady Feng was, in fact, already a burden hard to bear, and when, moreover, the troubles of debts were superadded to his tasks, which were also during the whole day arduous, he, a young man of about 20, as yet unmarried, and a prey to constant cravings for lady Feng which were difficult to gratify, could not avoid giving way, to a great extent, to such evil habits as exhausted his energies. His lot had, what is more, been on 2 occasions to be frozen, angered, and to endure much hardship, so that with the attacks received time and again from all sides, he unconsciously soon contracted an organic disease. In his heart inflammation set in, his mouth lost the sense of taste, his feet got soft as cotton from weakness, his eyes stung as if there were vinegar in them. At night he burnt with fever; during the day, he was repeatedly under the effects of lassitude. Perspiration was profuse, while with his expectorations of phlegm, he brought up blood. The whole number of these several ailments came upon him before the expiry of a year, with the result that, in course of time, he had not the strength to bear himself up. Of a sudden he would fall down, and with his eyes, albeit closed, his spirit would be still plunged in confused dreams, while his mouth would be full of nonsense, and he would be subject to strange starts. Every kind of doctor was asked to come in, and every treatment had recourse to; and though of such medicines as cinnamon, aconitum seeds, turtle shell, ophiopogon, yule chu herb, and the like, he took several tens of catties, he nevertheless experienced no change for the better; so that by the time the 12th moon drew once again to an end, and spring returned, this illness had become still more serious. Tai ju was very much concerned, and invited doctors from all parts to attend to him, but none of them could do him any good; and as later on he had to take nothing else but decoctions of pure ginseng, Tai ju could of course not afford it. Having no other help but to come over to the Jung mansion and make requisition for some, madame Wang asked lady Feng to weigh 2 taels of it and give it to him. "The other day," rejoined lady Feng, "not long ago, when we concocted some medicine for our dowager lady, you told us, madame, to keep the pieces that were whole, to present to the spouses of General Yang to make physic with; and as it happens, it was only yesterday that I sent some one round with them." "If there's none over here in our place," suggested madame Wang, "just send a servant to your mother in law's, on the other side, to inquire whether they have any; or it may possibly be that your elder brother in law, Chen, over there might have a little. If so, put all you get together and give it to them; and when he shall have taken it and got well, and you shall have saved the life of a human being, it will really be to the benefit of you all." Lady Feng acquiesced, but without directing a single person to institute any search, she simply took some refuse twigs, and making up a few mace, she despatched them with a meagre message that they had been sent by madame Wang, and that there was, in fact, no more; subsequently reporting to madame Wang that she had asked for and obtained all that there was, and that she had collected as much as 2 taels and forwarded to them. Chia Jui was, meanwhile, very anxious to recover his health, so that there was no medicine that he would not take, but the outlay of money was of no avail, for he derived no benefit. On a certain day, and at an unexpected moment, a lame Taoist priest came to beg for alms, and he averred that he had the special gift of healing diseases arising from grievances received; and as Chia Jui happened, from inside, to hear what he said, he forthwith shouted out, "Go at once and bid that divine come in and save my life," while he reverentially knocked his head on the pillow. The whole bevy of servants felt constrained to usher the Taoist in, and Chia Jui, taking hold of him with a dash, "My Buddha," he repeatedly cried out, "save my life!" The Taoist heaved a sigh. "This ailment of yours," he remarked, "is not one that could be healed with any medicine. I have a precious thing here which I'll give you, and if you gaze at it every day, your life can be saved." When he had done talking, he produced from his pouch a looking glass, which could reflect a person's face on the front and back as well. On the upper part of the back were engraved the 4 characters: "Precious mirror of voluptuousness." Handing it over to Chia Jui, "This object," he proceeded, "emanates from the primordial confines of the great void, and has been wrought by the monitory dream fairy in the palace of unreality and spirituality, with the sole intent of healing the illnesses which originate from evil thoughts and improper designs. Possessing, as it does, the virtue of relieving mankind and preserving life, I have consequently brought it along with me into the world, but I only give it to those intelligent, preeminent, and refined princely men to set their eyes on. On no account must you look at the front side, and you should only gaze at the back of it. This is urgent. This is expedient. After 3 days, I shall come and fetch it away, by which time I'm sure it will have made him all right." These words finished, he walked away with leisurely step, and though all tried to detain him, they could not succeed. Chia Jui received the mirror. "This Taoist," he thought, "would seem to speak sensibly, and why should I not look at it and try its effect?" At the conclusion of these thoughts, he took up the mirror of voluptuousness and cast his eyes on the obverse side, but upon perceiving naught else than a skeleton standing in it, Chia Jui sustained such a fright that he lost no time in covering it with his hands, and abusing the Taoist. "You good for nothing!" he exclaimed, "why should you frighten me so? But I'll go further and look at the front and see what it's like." While he reflected in this manner, he readily looked into the face of the mirror, wherein he caught sight of lady Feng standing, nodding her head and beckoning to him. With one gush of joy, Chia Jui felt himself, in a vague and mysterious manner, transported into the mirror, where he held an affectionate tête-à-tête with lady Feng. Lady Feng escorted him out again. On his return to bed, he gave vent to an exclamation of "Ai ya!" and opening his eyes, he turned the glass over once more, but still, as hitherto, stood the skeleton in the back part. Chia Jui had, it is true, experienced all the pleasant sensations of a tête-à-tête, but his heart nevertheless did not feel gratified, so that he again turned the front round and gazed at lady Feng, as she still waved her hand and beckoned to him to go. Once more entering the mirror, he went on in the same way for 3 or 4 times, until this occasion, when just as he was about to issue from the mirror, he espied 2 persons come up to him, who made him fast with chains round the neck and hauled him away. Chia Jui shouted, "Let me take the mirror and I'll come along!" But only this remark could he utter, for it was forthwith beyond his power to say one word more. The servants, who stood by in attendance, saw him at first still holding the glass in his hand and looking in, and then, when it fell from his grasp, open his eyes again to pick it up; but when at length the mirror dropped, and he at once ceased to move, they in a body came forward to ascertain what had happened to him. He had already breathed his last. The lower part of his body was icy cold, his clothes moist from profuse perspiration. With all promptitude, they changed him there and then, and carried him to another bed. Tai Ju and his wife wept bitterly for him, to the utter disregard of their own lives, while in violent terms they abused the Taoist priest. "What kind of magical mirror is it?" they asked. "If we don't destroy this glass, it will do harm to not a few men in the world." Having forthwith given directions to bring fire and burn it, a voice was heard in the air to say, "Who told you to look into the face of it? "You yourselves have mistaken what is false for what is true, and why burn this glass of mine?" Suddenly the mirror was seen to fly away into the air, and when Tai ju went out of doors to see, he found no one else than the limping Taoist, shouting, "Who is he who wishes to destroy the mirror of voluptuousness?" While uttering these words, he snatched the glass, and as all eyes were fixed upon him, he moved away lissomely, as if swayed by the wind. Tai ju at once made preparations for the funeral, and went everywhere to give notice that on the third day the obsequies would commence, that on the seventh the procession would start to escort the coffin to the iron fenced temple, and that on the subsequent day it would be taken to his original home. Not much time elapsed before all the members of the Chia family came, in a body, to express their condolences. Chia She, of the Jung mansion, presented 20 taels, and Chia Cheng also gave 20 taels. Of the Ning mansion, Chia Chen likewise contributed 20 taels. The remainder of the members of the clan, of whom some were poor and some rich and not equally well off, gave either 1 or 2 taels, or 3 or 4, some more, some less. Among strangers there were also contributions, respectively presented by the families of his fellow scholars, amounting likewise collectively to 20 or 30 taels. The private means of Tai ju were, it is true, precarious, but with the monetary assistance he obtained, he anyhow performed the funeral rites with all splendour and éclat. But who would have thought it, at the close of the winter of this year, Lin Ruhai contracted a serious illness, and forwarded a letter, by some one, with the express purpose of fetching Lin Tai-yü back. These tidings, when they reached dowager lady Chia, naturally added to the grief and distress she already suffered, but she felt compelled to make speedy preparations for Tai-yü's departure. Pao-yü too was intensely cut up, but he had no alternative but to defer to the affection of the father and daughter, nor could he very well place any hindrance in the way. Old lady Chia, in due course, made up her mind that she would like Chia Lien to accompany her, and she also asked him to bring her back again along with him. But no minute particulars need be given of the manifold local presents and of the preparations, which were of course everything that could be wished for in excellence and perfectness. Forthwith the day for starting was selected, and Chia Lien, along with Lin Tai-yü, said good bye to all the members of the family, and followed by their attendants, they went on board their boats, and set out on their journey for Yachou. But reader, should you have any wish to know fuller details, listen to the account given in the subsequent chapter. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 13, Part 1. Qin Keqing dies, and Chia Rong is invested with the rank of military officer to the imperial bodyguard. Wang Xifeng lends her help in the management of the Rongguo mansion. Lady Feng, it must be added, in prosecuting our narrative, was ever since Chia Lian's departure to accompany Tai Yü to Yangzhou really very dejected at heart, and every day, when evening came, she would, after simply indulging in a chat and a laugh with P'ing Erh, turn in a heedless frame of mind, for the night. In the course of the night of this day, she had been sitting with P'ing Erh by lamplight clasping the hand-stuff, and weary of doing her work of embroidery, she had at an early hour given orders to warm the embroidered quilt, and both had gone to bed. And as she was bending her fingers, counting the progress of the journey, and when they should be arriving, unexpectedly the third watch struck. P'ing Erh had already fallen fast asleep, and lady Feng was feeling at length her sleepy eyes slightly doze, when she faintly discerned Mrs. Ch'in walking from outside. "My dear sister-in-law," she said as she smiled, "sleep in peace. I'm on my way back today, and won't even you accompany me just one stage? But as you and I have been great friends all along, I cannot part from you, sister-in-law, and have therefore come to take my leave of you. There is besides a wish of mine, which isn't yet accomplished, and if I don't impart it to you, it isn't likely that telling anyone else will be of any use." Lady Feng could not make out the sense of the words she heard. "What wish is it you have?" she inquired. "Do tell me, and will be safe enough with me." "You are, my dear sister-in-law, a heroine among women," observed Mrs. Ch'in, "so much so that those famous men, with sashes and official hats, cannot excel you. How is it that you are not aware of even a couple of lines of common adages, of that trite saying, 'When the moon is full, it begins to wane; when the waters are high, they must overflow,' and of that other, which says that, 'If you ascend high, heavy must be your fall.' Our family has now enjoyed splendor and prosperity for already well nigh a century, but a day comes when at the height of good fortune calamity arises. And if the proverb that 'when the tree falls the monkeys scatter' be fulfilled, will not futile have been the reputation of culture and old standing of a whole generation?" Lady Feng at these words felt her heart heavy and overpowered by intense awe and veneration. "The fears you express are well founded," she urgently remarked, "but what plan is there adequate to preserve it from future injury?" "My dear sister-in-law," rejoined Mrs. Ch'in with a sardonic smile, "you are very simple indeed. When woe has reached its climax, weal supervenes. Prosperity and adversity, from days of yore up to the present time, now pass away, and now again revive, and how can prosperity be perpetuated by any human exertion? But if now we could in the time of good fortune make provision against any worldly concerns, which might arise at any season of future adversity, we might in fact prolong and preserve it. Everything, for instance, is at present well regulated, but there are two matters which are not on a sure footing, and if such and such a suitable action could be adopted with regard to those concerns, it will in subsequent days be found easy to perpetuate the family welfare in its entity." "What matters are these?" inquired lady Feng. "Though at the graves of our ancestors," explained Mrs. Ch'in, "sacrifices and oblations be offered at the 4 seasons, there is nevertheless no fixed source of income. In the second place, the family school is, it is true, in existence, but it has no definite granting aid. According to my views, now that the times are prosperous, there is, as a matter of course, no lack of offerings and contributions. But by and by, when reserves set in, whence will these two outlays be met from? Would it not be as well, and my ideas are positive on this score, to avail ourselves of the present time, when riches and honours still reign, to establish in the immediate vicinity of our ancestral tombs a large number of farms, cottages, and estates, in order to enable the expenditure for offerings and grants to entirely emanate from this source? And if the household school were also established on this principle, the old and young in the whole clan can, after they have, by common consent, determined upon rules, exercise in days to come control, in the order of branches, over the affairs connected with the landed property, revenue, ancestral worship and school maintenance for the year of their respective term. Under this rotatory system, there will likewise be no animosities, neither will there be any mortgages or sales, or any of these numerous malpractices; and should any one happen to incur blame, his personal effects can be confiscated by government. But the properties from which will be derived the funds for ancestral worship, even the officials should not be able to appropriate; so that when reserves do supervene, the sons and grandsons of the family may be able to return to their homes, and prosecute their studies, or go in for farming. Thus, while they will have something to fall back upon, the ancestral worship will, in like manner, be continued in perpetuity. But if the present affluence and splendor be looked upon as bound to go on without intermission, and with no thought for the day to come, no enduring plan be after all devised, presently, in a little while, there will, once again, transpire a felicitous occurrence of exceptional kind, which, in point of fact, will resemble the splendor of oil scorched on violent fire, of fresh flowers decorated with brocades. You should bear in mind that it will also be nothing more real than a transient pageant, nothing but a short-lived pleasure. Whatever you do, don't forget the proverb, that there's no banquet, however sumptuous, from which the guests do not disperse. And unless you do, at an early date, take precautions against later evils, regret will, I apprehend, be of no avail." "What felicitous occurrence will take place?" lady Feng inquired with alacrity. "The decrees of heaven cannot be divulged, but as I have been very friendly with you, sister-in-law, for so long, I will present you, before I take my leave, with 2 lines which it behoves you to keep in mind," rejoined Mrs. Ch'in, as she consequently proceeded to recite what follows: "The 3 springs, when over, all radiance will wane. The inmates to seek each a home will be fain." Lady Feng was bent upon making further inquiries, when she heard a messenger at the second gate strike the cloudy board 4 consecutive blows. It was indeed the announcement of a death, and it woke up lady Feng with a start. A servant reported that Lady Jung of the Eastern Mansion was no more. Lady Feng was so taken aback that a cold perspiration broke out all over her person, and she fell for a while into vacant abstraction. But she had to change her costume with all possible haste, and to come over to Madame Wang's apartments. By this time, all the members of the family were aware of the tidings, and there was not one of them who did not feel disconsolate. One and all of them were much wounded at heart. The elder generation bethought themselves of the dutiful submission which she had all along displayed. Those of the same age as herself reflected upon the friendship and intimacy which had ever existed with her. Those younger than her remembered her past benevolence. Even the servants of the household, whether old or young, looked back upon her qualities of sympathy with the poor, pity of the destitute, affection for the old, and consideration for the young. And not one of them all was there who did not mourn her loss, and give way to intense grief. But these irrelevant details need not be dilated upon. Suffice it to confine ourselves to Pao-yü. Consequent upon Lin Tai-yü's return home, he was left to his own self, and felt very lonely. Neither would he go and disport himself with others, but with the daily return of dusk, he was wont to retire quietly to sleep. On this day, while he was yet under the influence of a dream, he heard the announcement of Mrs. Ch'in's death, and turning himself round quickly, he crept out of bed, when he felt as if his heart had been stabbed with a sword. With a sudden retch, he straightway expectorated a mouthful of blood, which so frightened Hsi Jen and the rest that they rushed forward and supported him. "What is the matter?" they inquired, and they meant also to go and let dowager lady Chia know, so as to send for a doctor, but Pao-yü dissuaded them. "There's no need of any flurry, it's nothing at all," he said. "It's simply that the fire of grief has attacked the heart, and that the blood did not circulate through the arteries." As he spoke, he speedily raised himself up, and after asking for his clothes and changing, he came over to see dowager lady Chia. His wish was to go at once to the other side, and Hsi Jen, though feeling uneasy at heart, seeing the state of mind he was in, did not again hinder him, as she felt constrained to let him please himself. When old lady Chia saw that he was bent upon going, "The breath is just gone out of the body," she consequently remonstrated, "and that side is still solid. In the second place, it's now dark, and the wind is high, so you had better wait until to-morrow morning, when you will be in ample time." Pao-yü would not agree to this, and dowager lady Chia gave orders to get the carriage ready, and to depute a few more attendants and followers to go with him. Under this escort he went forward and straightway arrived in front of the Ning mansion, where they saw the main entrance wide open, the lamps on the two sides giving out a light as bright as day, and people coming and going in confused and large numbers, while the sound of weeping inside was sufficient to shake the mountains and to move the hills. Pao-yü dismounted from the carriage, and with a hurried step walked into the apartment, where the coffin was laid. He gave vent to bitter tears for a few minutes, and subsequently paid his salutations to Mrs. Yu. Mrs. Yu, as it happened, had just had a relapse of her old complaint of pains in the stomach, and was lying on her bed. He eventually came out again from her chamber to salute Chia Zhen, just at the very moment that Chia Tai-ru, Tai Xiu, Chia Chi, Chia Xiao, Chia Dun, Chia She, Chia Zheng, Chia Cong, Chia Bian, Chia Hang, Chia Guang, Chia Chen, Chia Qiong, Chia Ling, Chia Qiang, Chia Chang, Chia Lin, Chia Yun, Chia Qing, Chia Zhen, Chia Ping, Chia Zao, Chia Hen, Chia Fen, Chia Fang, Chia Lan, Chia Jun, Chia Zhi, and the other relatives of the families had likewise arrived in a body. Chia Zheng wept so bitterly that he was like a man of tears. Of the whole family, whether young or old, distant relatives or close friends, he was just explaining to Chia Tai-ru and the rest, who did not know that this girl was 100 times better than even our son. But now that her spirit has retired, it's evident that this elder branch of the family will be cut off, and that there will be no survivor. While he gave vent to these words, he again burst into tears, and the whole company of relatives set to work at once to pacify him. "She has already departed this life," they argued, "and tears are also of no avail. Besides, the pressing thing now is to consult as to what kind of arrangements are to be made." Chia Zhen clapped his hands. "What arrangements are to be made?" he exclaimed. "Nothing is to be done but what is within my means." As they conversed, they perceived Qin Ye and Qin Zhong, as well as several relations of Mrs. Yu, arrive, together with Mrs. Yu's sisters, and Chia Zhen forthwith bade Chia Qiong, Chia Shen, Chia Ling, and Chia Se, the four of them, to go and entertain the guests, while he, at the same time, issued directions to go and ask the astrologer of the imperial observatory to come and choose the days for the ceremonies. This astrologer decided that the coffin should remain in the house for 7 times 7 days, that is 49 days, and after the 3rd day, the morning rites should be begun and the formal cards should be distributed, that all that was to be done during those 49 days was to invite 108 Buddhist bonzes to perform, in the main hall, the high confession mass, in order to forge the souls of departed relatives across the abyss of suffering, and afterwards to transmute the spirit of Mrs. Qing, that, in addition, an altar should be erected in the Tower of a Heavenly Fragrance, where 9 times 9 virtuous Taoist priests should, for 19 days, offer up prayers for absolution from punishment, and purification from retribution. That after these services, the tablet should be moved into the garden of concentrated fragrance, and that in the presence of the tablet, 15 additional eminent bonzes and 15 renowned Taoist priests should confront the altar and perform meritorious deeds every 7 days. The news of the death of the wife of his eldest grandson reached Chia Jing, but as he himself felt sure that, at no distant date, he would ascend to the regions above, he was loath to return again to his home, and so expose himself to the contamination of the world, as to completely waste the meritorious excellence acquired in past days. For this reason, he paid no heed to the event, but allowed Chia Zhen a free hand to accomplish the necessary preparations. Chia Zhen, to whom we again revert, was fond of display and extravagance, so that he found, on inspection of coffins, those few made of pine wood unsuitable to his taste; when, strange coincidence, Hsüeh Pao came to pay his visit of condolence, and perceiving that Chia Zhen was in quest of a good coffin, "In our establishment," he readily suggested, "we have a lot of timber of some kind or other called Jiang wood, which comes from the Tie Wang Mount in Huanghai, and which made into coffins will not rot, not for 10,000 years. This lot was, in fact, brought down some years back by my late father, and had at one time been required by His Highness I Chung, a prince of the royal blood. But as he became guilty of some mismanagement, it was, in consequence, not used, and is still lying stored up in our establishment. And another thing besides is that there is no one with means to purchase it. But if you do want it, you should come and have a look at it." Chia Chen, upon hearing this, was extremely delighted, and gave orders that the planks should be there and then brought over. When the whole family came to inspect them, they found those for the size and the bottom to be all 8 inches thick, the grain like betel nuts, the smell like sandalwood or musk, while, when tapped with the hand, the sound emitted was like that of precious stones, so that one and all agreed in praising the timber for its remarkable quality. "What is their price?" Chia Chen inquired with a smile. "Even with 1,000 taels in hand," explained Hsüeh Pao laughingly, "I feel sure you wouldn't find any place where you could buy the bike. Why ask about price? If you just give the workmen a few taels for their labor, it would be quite sufficient." Chia Chen, at these words, lost no time in giving expression to profuse assurances of gratitude, and was forthwith issued directions that the timber should be split, sawn, and made up, when Chia Chen proffered his advice. "Such articles shouldn't," he said, "be, in my idea, enjoyed by persons of the common run. It would be quite ample if the body were placed in a coffin made of pine of the best quality." But Chia Chen would not listen to any suggestion. Suddenly he further heard that Mrs. Ch'in's waiting maid, Rui Zhu by name, had, after she had become alive to the fact that her mistress had died, knocked her head against a post and likewise succumbed to the blows. This unusual occurrence the whole clan extolled in high terms, and Chia Chen promptly directed that, with regard to ceremonies, she should be treated as a granddaughter, and that the body should, after it had been placed in the coffin, be also deposited in the hall of attained immortality in the garden of concentrated fragrance. There was likewise a young waiting maid, called Pao-zhu, who, as Mrs. Ch'in left no issue, was willing to become an adopted child, and begged to be allowed to undertake the charge of dashing the mourning bowl, and accompanying the coffin, which pleased Chia Chen so much that he speedily transmitted orders that from that time forth Pao-zhu should be addressed by all as young miss. Pao-zhu, after the rites of an unmarried daughter, mourned before the coffin to such an unwonted degree, as if bent upon snapping her own life, while the members of the entire clan, as well as the inmates of the mansions, each and all, readily observed, in their conduct, the established mourning usages, without of course any transgression or confusion. Chia Jung, pondered Chia Chen, has no higher status than that of graduate by purchase, and were this designation written on the funeral streamer, it will not be imposing. And in point of fact, the retinue will likewise be small. He therefore was exceedingly unhappy in his own mind, when, as luck would have it, on this day, which was the 4th day of the first 7, Tai Quan, a eunuch of the palace of high renown, whose office was that of palace overseer, first prepared sacrificial presents, which he sent round by messengers, and next came himself in an official chair, preceded by criers beating the gong, to offer sacrificial oblations. Chia Chen promptly received him, and pressed him into a seat, and when they adjourned into the hall of the loitering bees, tea was presented. Chia Chen had already arrived at a fixed purpose, so that he seized an opportunity to tell him of his wish to purchase an office for Chia Jung's advancement. Tai Quan understood the purport of his remark. "It is, I presume," he added smilingly, "that the funeral rites should be a little more sumptuous." "My worthy sir," eagerly rejoined Chia Chen, "your surmise on that score is perfectly correct." "The question," explained Tai Quan, "comes up at an opportune moment, for there is just at present a good vacancy. of the 300 officers who at present constitute the imperial bodyguard, there are 2 wanting. Yesterday, Marquis Shangyang's third brother came to appeal to me with 1,500 taels of ready money, which he brought over to my house. You know the friendship of old standing which exists between him and me, so that, placing other considerations aside, I without a second thought sent it for his father's sake. But there still remains another vacancy, which, who would have thought it, fat General Feng, of Yongxing, asked to purchase for his son. But I have had no time to give him an answer. Besides, as our child wants to purchase it, you had better at once write a statement of his antecedents." Chia Chen lost no time in bidding some one write the statement on red paper, which Tai Quan found, on perusal, to record that Chia Jung was a graduate, by purchase, of the district of Jiangning of the Yingtian prefecture in Jiangnan, that Chia Tai-hua, his great-grandfather, had been commander-in-chief of the metropolitan camp, and an hereditary general of the first class, with the prefix of spiritual majesty, that his grandfather Chia Jing was a metropolitan graduate of the tripos in the Ping Chen year, and that his father Chia Zhen had inherited a rank of nobility of the 3rd degree, and was a general with the prefix of majestic intrepidity. Tai Quan, after perusal, turned his hand behind him and passed the statement to a constant attendant of his to put away. "Go back," he enjoined him, "and give it to His Excellency Mr. Zhao at the head of the Board of Revenue, and tell him that I present him my compliments, and would like him to draw up a warrant of subaltern of the imperial bodyguard of the 5th grade, and to also issue a commission, that he should take the particulars from this statement and fill them up, and that tomorrow I'll come and have the money weighed and sent over." The young attendant signified his obedience, and Tai Quan thereupon took his leave. Chia Chen did all he could to detain him, but with no success, so that he had no alternative but to escort him as far as the entrance of the mansion. As he was about to mount into his chair, Chia Chen inquired, "As regards the money, should I go and pay it into the board, or am I to send it to the board of eunuchs?" "If you were to go and pay it at the board," observed Tai Quan, "you are sure to suffer loss, so that it would be better if you just weighed exactly 1,000 taels and sent them over to my place, for then an end will be put to all trouble." Chia Chen was incessant in his expression of gratitude. "When the period of mourning has expired," he consequently added, "I shall lead in person my despicable eldest son to your mansion, to pay our obeisance and express our thanks." They then parted company, but close upon this, were heard again the voices of runners. It was in fact the spouse of Shih Ting, the Marquis of Chung Qing, who was just arriving. Shi Xiangyun, Mesdames Wang and Xing, lady Feng, and the rest came out at once to greet her and lead her into the main building. When they further saw the sacrificial presents of the 3 families, of the Marquis of Jinxiang, the Marquis of Chuanning, and the Earl of Shaoshan, likewise spread out in front of the tablet. Section 28. Section 29 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 13, Part 2. In a short while, these 3 noblemen descended from their chairs, and Chia Chen received them in the large hall. In like manner, all the relatives and friends arrived in such quick succession, one coming, another going, that it is impossible to remember even so much as their number. One thing need to be said that during these 49 days the street on which the Ningguo mansion stood was covered with a sheet of white, formed by the people coming and going, and thronged with clusters of flowers, as the officials came and went. At the instance of Chia Zhen, Chia Rong the next day donned his gala dress and went over for his papers; and on his return the articles in use in front of the coffin, as well as those belonging to the cortege and other such things, were all regulated by the rules prescribed for an official status of the 5th degree, while on the tablet and notice alike the inscription consisted of "Spirit of Lady Ching, by marriage of the Chia mansion, and by patent a lady of the 5th rank of the titles of honor." The main entrance of the garden of concentrated fragrance, adjoining the street, was opened wide, and on both sides were raised sheds for the musicians, and 2 companies of players, dressed in blue, discoursed music at the proper times, while one pair after another of the paraphernalia was drawn out so straight as if cut by a knife or slit by an axe. There were also 2 large carmine boards, carved with gilt inscriptions, erected outside the gate, the designations in bold characters on the upper sides being "God of the imperial antechamber, charged with the protection of the inner palace and roads in the red prohibited city." On the opposite side, facing each other, rose, high above the ground, 2 altars for the services of the Buddhist and Taoist priests, while a placard bore the inscription in bold type: "Funeral obsequies of Lady Ching, by marriage of the Chia mansion, by patent a lady of the 5th rank, consort of the eldest grandson of the hereditary Duke of Ningguo, and guard of the imperial antechamber, charged with the protection of the inner palace and roads in the red prohibited city. We, Wan Xu, by heaven's commands, charged with the perennial preservation of perfect peace in the kingdom of the 4 continents, as well as the lands contained therein, head controller of the school of void and asceticism, and superior in chief of the Buddhist hierarchy, and Ye Sheng, principal controller, since the creation of the disciples of perfect excellence, and superior in chief of the Taoist priesthood, and others having in a reverent spirit purified ourselves by abstinence, now raise our eyes up to heaven, prostrate ourselves humbly before Buddha, and devoutly pray all the Jialans, Jiedis, Gong Caos, and other divinities to extend their sacred bounties, and from afar to display their spiritual majesty during the 49 days of the funeral rites, for the deliverance from judgment and the absolution from retribution of the spirit of Lady Ching, so that it may enjoy a peaceful and safe passage, whether by sea or by land, and other such prayers to this effect, which are in fact not worth the trouble of putting on record. Chia Zhen had, it is true, all his wishes gratified. But as his wife was laid up in the inner chambers, with a relapse of her old complaint, and was not in a fit state to undertake the direction of the ceremonies, he was very much distressed lest, when the high officials and their wives came and went, there should occur any breach of the prescribed conventionalities, which he was afraid would evoke ridicule. Hence it was that he felt in low spirits. But while he was plunged in solicitude, Pao-yü, who happened to be close by, readily inquired, "Everything may be safely looked upon as being satisfactorily settled, and why need you, elder brother, still be so full of concern?" Chia Zhen forthwith explained to him how it was that in the ladies' apartments there was no one to do the honors. But Pao-yü at these words smiled. "What difficulty is there about it?" he remarked. "I'll recommend some one to take temporary charge of the direction of things for you during the month, and I can guarantee that everything will be properly carried out." "Who is it?" Chia Zhen was quick to ask, but as Pao-yü perceived that there were still too many relatives and friends seated around, he did not feel as if he could very well speak out, so that he went up to Chia Zhen and whispered a couple of remarks in his ear. Chia Zhen's joy knew no bounds when he heard this suggestion. "Everything will indeed be properly carried out," he added laughingly, "but I must now be going at once." With these words, he drew Pao-yü along, and taking leave of the whole number of visitors, they forthwith came into the drawing rooms. This day was luckily not a grand occasion, so that few relatives and friends had come. In the inner apartments there were only a small number of ladies and close kinship. Mesdames Hsing and Wang and lady Feng and the women of the whole household were entertaining the guests, when they heard the servant announce that Mr. Chia Chen had come. This announcement took the whole body of ladies and young ladies so much by surprise that, with a rushing sound, they tried to hide in the back rooms, but they were not quick enough to effect their escape. Lady Feng alone composedly stood up. Chia Chen was himself at this time rather unwell, and being also very much cut up, he entered the room shuffling along, propping himself up with a staff. "You are not well," therefore remarked Madame Hsing and the others, "and you've had besides so much to attend to during those consecutive days, that what you require is rest to get all right, and why do you again come over?" Chia Chen was, as he leant on his staff, straining every nerve to bend his body so as to fall on his knees and pay his respects to them, and express his sense of obligation for the trouble they had taken, when Madame Hsing and the other ladies hastily called Pao-yü to raise him up, bidding a servant move a chair for him to sit on. Chia Chen would not take a seat, but making an effort to return a smile. "Your nephew," he urged, "has come over, as there is favour that I want to ask of my two aunts as well as of my eldest cousin." "What is it?" promptly inquired Madame Hsing and the rest. "My aunts," Chia Chen replied with all haste, "you surely are aware that your grandson's wife is now no more. Your nephew's wife is also laid up unwell, and, as I see that things in the inner apartments are really not what they should properly be, I would trouble my worthy eldest cousin to undertaking here the direction of affairs for a month, and if she does, my mind will be set at ease." Madame Hsing smiled. "Is it really about this that you've come?" she asked. "Your eldest cousin is at present staying with your aunt Secunda, and all you have to do is to speak to her, and it will be all right." "However could a mere child like her," speedily remonstrated Madame Wang, "carry out all these matters? And shouldn't she manage things properly, she will, on the contrary, make people laugh, so it would therefore be better that you should trouble some one else." "What your ideas are, aunt," rejoined Chia Chen smiling, "your nephew has guessed. You are afraid lest my eldest cousin should have to bear fatigue and annoyance; for as to what you say, that she cannot manage things, why my eldest cousin has, from her youth up, ever been in her romping and playing so firm and decided, and now that she has entered the married estate, and has the run of affairs in that mansion, she must have reaped so much the more experience, and have become quite an old hand. I've been thinking these last few days that outside my eldest cousin, there's no one else who could come to my help; and aunt, if you don't do it for the face of your nephew and your nephew's wife, do it, at least, for the affection you bore to her who is no more." While he uttered these words, tears trickled down his face. The fears that Madame Wang inwardly entertained were that lady Feng had no experience in funeral matters, and she apprehended that if she was not equal to managing them, she would incur the ridicule of others; but when she now heard Chia Chen make the appeal in such a disconsolate mood, she relented considerably in her resolution. But as she turned her eyes towards lady Feng to ascertain her wishes, she saw that she was plunged in abstraction. Lady Feng had all along found the greatest zest in taking the initiative in everything, with the idea of making a display of her abilities, so that when she perceived how earnest Chia Chen was in his entreaties, she had, at an early period, made up her mind to give a favourable reply. Seeing besides Madame Wang show signs of relenting, she readily turned round and said to her, "My elder cousin has made his appeal in such a solicitous way that your ladyship should give your consent and have done with it." "Do you think you are equal to the task?" inquired Madame Wang in a whisper. "What's there that I couldn't be equal to?" replied lady Feng. "For urgent matters outside, my cousin may be said to have already made full provision, and all there is to be done is to keep an eye over things inside. But should there occur anything that I don't know, I can ask you, madame, and it will be right." Madame Wang, perceiving the reasonableness of what she heard her say, uttered not a word, and when Chia Chen saw that lady Feng had assented, "How much you do attend to I don't mind," he observed, forcing another smile, "but I must in any case entreat you, cousin, to assume the onerous charge. As a first step, I'll pay my obeisance to you in here, and when everything has been finished, I shall then come over into that mansion to express my thanks." With these words still on his lips, he made a low bow, but lady Feng had scarcely had time to return the compliment before Chia Chen had directed a servant to fetch the warrant of the Ning mansion, which he bade Pao-yü hand over to lady Feng. "Cousin," he added, "take whatever steps you think best, and if you want anything, all you have to do is to simply send for it with this, and there will even be no use to consult me. The only thing I must ask you is, not to be too careful in order to save my expense, for the main consideration is that things should be handsomely done. In the second place, it will be well if you were also to treat servants here in the same way as in the other mansion, and not to be too scrupulous in the fear that any one might take offence. Outside these two concerns, there's nothing else to disturb my mind." Lady Feng did not venture to take over the warrant at once, but merely turned round to ascertain what were madame Wang's wishes. "In view of the reason brother Chen advances," madame Wang rejoined, "you had better assume the charge at once and finish with it. Don't, however, act on your own ideas, but when there's aught to be done, be careful and send some one to consult your cousin's wife, ever so little though it be on the subject." Pao-yü had already taken over the warrant from Chia Chen's grasp and forcibly handed it to lady Feng. "Will your cousin," he went on to question, "take up your quarters here, or will you come every day? Should you cross over day after day, it will be ever so much more fatiguing for you, so that I shall speedily have a separate court got ready for you in here, where you, cousin, can put up for these several days and be more comfortable." "There's no need," replied lady Feng smiling, "for on that side they can't do without me, and it will be better if I were to come daily." "Do as you like," Chia Chen observed, and after subsequently passing a few more irrelevant remarks, he at length left the room. After a time the lady relatives dispersed, and madame Wang seized the opportunity to inquire of lady Feng, "What do you propose doing to day?" "You had better, please madame, go back," urged lady Feng, "for I must first of all find out some clue, before I can go home." Madame Wang, upon hearing these words, returned to her quarters, in advance, in company with madame Hsing, where we will leave them. Lady Feng, meanwhile, came into a colonnade, which enclosed a suite of 3 apartments, and taking a seat, she gave way to reflection. "The first consideration," she communed within herself, "is that the household is made up of mixed elements, and things might be lost. The second is that the preparations are under no particular control, with the result that, when the time comes, the servants might shirk their duties. The third is that, the necessary expenditure being great, there will be reckless disbursements and counterfeit receipts. The fourth, that with the absence of any distinction in the matter of duties, whether large or small, hardship and ease will be unequally shared. And the fifth, that the servants being arrogant, through leniency, those with any self-respect will not brook control, while those devoid of faith will not be able to improve their ways." These 5 were, in point of fact, usages in vogue in the Ning mansion; but as you are unable, reader, to ascertain here how lady Feng set things right, listen to the explanations given in the following chapter. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 14, Part 1. Lin Ruhai dies in the city of Yangzhou. Chia Pao-yü meets the Prince of Beijing on the way. When Lei Shen, be it noticed, in continuing our story, the major domo in the Ningguo mansion, came to hear that from inside an invitation had been extended to lady Feng to act as deputy, he summoned together his co-workers and other servants. Lady Secunda, of the Western mansion, he harangued them, has now been asked to take over the control of internal affairs, and should she come we must, when we apply for anything, or have anything to say, be circumspect in our service. We should all every day come early and leave late, and it's better that we should exert ourselves during this 1 month and take rest after it's over. We mustn't throw away our old face, for she's well known to be an impetuous thing, with a soured face and a hard heart, who, when angry, knows no distinction of persons." The whole company unanimously admitted that he was right, and one of their number too observed smilingly, "It's but right that for the inner apartments we should, in fact, get her to come and put things in proper order, as everything is very much what it should not be." But while he uttered these words, they saw Lai Wang's wife coming, with an indenting hand, to fetch paper for the supplications and prayers, the amount of which was mentioned on the order, and they one and all hastened to press her into a seat and to help her to a cup of tea, while a servant was told to fetch the quantity of paper required. When it was brought, Lai Wang carried it in his arms and came, the whole way with his wife, as far as the ceremonial gate, when he at length delivered it over to her and she clasped it and walked into the room all alone. Lady Feng issued prompt directions to Ts'ai Ming to prepare a register, and sending, there and then, for Lai Shen's wife, she asked her to submit, for her perusal, the roll with the servants' names. She furthermore fixed upon an early hour of the following day to convene the domestics and their wives in the mansion, in order that they should receive their orders. But after cursorily glancing over the number of entries in the list, and making a few inquiries of Lai Shen's wife, she soon got into her curricle and went home. On the next day, at 6 2/4, she speedily came over. The matrons and married women of the Ningguo mansion assembled together as soon as they heard of her arrival. But perceiving lady Feng, assisted by Lai Shen's wife, engaged in apportioning the duties of each servant, they could not presume to intrude, but remained outside the window listening to what was going on. "As I've been asked to take over the charge," they heard lady Feng explain to Lai Shen's wife, "I'm, needless to say, sure to incur the displeasure of you all, for I can't compare with your mistress, who has such a sweet temper, and allows you to have your own way. But say nothing more of those ways, which prevailed hitherto among your people in this mansion, you must now do as I tell you. For, on the slightest disregard of my orders, I shall, with no discrimination between those who may be respectable and those who may not be, clearly and distinctly call all alike to account." Having concluded these remarks, she went on to order Ts'ai Ming to read the roll, and as their names were uttered, one by one was called in and passed under inspection. After this inspection, which was got over in a short time, she continued giving further directions. "These 20," she said, "should be divided into 2 companies, 10 in each company, whose sole daily duties should be to attend inside to the guests, coming and going, and to serve tea for them; while with any other matters, they needn't have anything to do. These other 20 should also be divided into 2 companies, whose exclusive duties will be, day after day, to look after the tea and eatables of the relatives of our family; and these too will have no business to concern themselves with outside matters. These 40 will again be divided into 2 companies, who will have nothing else to look to than to remain in front of the coffin and offer incense, renew the oil, hang up the streamers, watch the coffin, offer sacrifices of rice and oblations of tea, and mourn with the mourners. and neither need they mind anything outside these duties. These 4 servants will be especially attached to the inner tea rooms, to look after cups, saucers, and the tea articles generally; and in the event of the loss of any single thing, the 4 of them will have to make it good between them. These other 4 servants will have the sole charge of the articles required for eatables and wine, and should any get mislaid, compensation will have likewise to be made by them. These 8 servants will only have to attend to taking over the sacrificial offerings, while these 8 will have nothing more to see to beyond keeping an eye over the lamps, oil, candles, and paper wanted everywhere. I'll have a whole supply served out and handed to you 8 to by and by apportion to the various places, in quantities which I will determine. These 30 servants are each day, by rotation, to keep watch everywhere during the night, looking after the gates and windows, taking care of the fires and candles, and sweeping the grounds; while the servants, who remain, are to be divided for duty in the houses and rooms, each one having charge of a particular spot. And beginning from the tables, chairs, and curios in each place, up to the very cuspidors and brooms, even to each blade of grass or sprout of herb which may be there, the servants looking after this part will be called upon to make good anything that may be either mislaid or damaged. You, Lai Sheng's wife, will every day have to exercise general supervision and inspection; and should there be those who be lazy, any who may gamble, drink, fight, or wrangle, come at once and report the matter to me. And you mustn't show any leniency, for if I come to find it out, I shall have no regard to the good old name of 3 or 4 generations which you may enjoy. You now all have your fixed duties, so that whatever batch of you after this acts contrary to these orders, I shall simply have something to say to that batch and to no one else. The servants, who have all along been in my service, carry watches on their persons, and things, whether large or small, are invariably done at a fixed time. But in any case, you also have clocks in your master's rooms, so that at 6:30 I shall come and read the roll, and at 10 you'll have breakfast. Whenever there is any indent of any permits to be made or any report to be submitted, it should be done at 11:30 a.m. and no later. At 7 p.m., after the evening paper has been burnt, I shall come to each place in person to hold an inspection; and on my return the servants on watch for the night will hand over the keys. The next day I shall again come over at 6:30 in the morning; and needless to say we must all do the best we can for these few days, and when the work has been finished, your master is sure to recompense you." When she had done speaking, she went on to give orders that tea, oil, candles, feather dusters, brooms, and other necessaries should be issued, according to the fixed quantities. She also had furniture, such as table covers, antimacassars, cushions, rugs, cuspidors, stools, and the like, brought over and distributed; while, at the same time, she took up the pencil and made a note of the names of the persons in charge of the various departments, and of the articles taken over by the respective servants, in entries remarkable for the utmost perspicacity. The whole body of servants received their charge and left; but they all had work to go and attend to, not as in former times, when they were at liberty to select for themselves what was convenient to do, while the arduous work, which remained over, no one could be found to take in hand. Neither was it possible for them in the various establishments to any longer avail themselves of the confusion to carelessly mislay things. In fact, visitors came and guests left, but everything after all went off quietly, unlike the disorderly way which prevailed hitherto, when there was no clue to the ravel, and all such abuses as indolence and losses and the like were completely eradicated. Lady Feng, on her part, perceiving the weight her influence had in enjoining the observance of her directions, was in her heart exceedingly delighted. But as she saw that Chia Chen was, in consequence of Mrs. Yu's indisposition, even so much the more grieved as to take very little to drink or to eat, she daily, with her own hands, prepared, in the other mansion, every kind of fine congee and luscious small dishes, which she sent over, in order that he might be tempted to eat. And Chia Chen had likewise given additional directions that every day the finest delicacies should be taken into the antechamber for the exclusive use of lady Feng. Lady Feng was not one to shirk exertion and fatigue, so that, day after day, she came over at the proper time, called the roll, and managed business, sitting all alone in the antechamber, and not congregating with the whole bevy of sisters-in-law. Indeed, even when relatives or visitors came or went, she did not go to receive them, or see them off. This day was the 35th day, the very day of the 5th seven, and the whole company of bonzes had just commenced the services for unclosing the earth, and breaking hell open, for sending a light to show the way to the departed spirit, for its being admitted to an audience by the king of hell, for arresting all the malicious devils, as well as for soliciting the soul-saving Buddha to open the golden bridge and to lead the way with streamers. The Taoist priests were engaged in reverently reading the prayers, in worshipping the three pure ones, and in prostrating themselves before the Gemmy-lord. The disciples of abstraction were burning incense, in order to release the hungered spirits, and were reading the Water Regrets Manual. There was also a company of 12 nuns of tender years, got up in embroidered dresses, and wearing red shoes, who stood before the coffin, silently reading all the incantations for the reception of the spirit from the lower regions, with the result that the utmost bustle and stir prevailed. Lady Feng, well aware that not a few guests would call on this day, was quick to get out of bed at 4 sharp, to dress her hair and perform her ablutions. After having completed every arrangement for the day, she changed her costume, washed her hands, and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of milk. By the time she had rinsed her mouth, it was exactly 6:30, and Lai Wang's wife, at the head of a company of servants, had been waiting a good long while, when lady Feng appeared in front of the entrance hall, mounted her carriage, and betook herself, preceded by a pair of transparent horn lanterns, on which were written, in large type, the 3 characters Jung Kuo Mansion, to the main entrance gate of the Ning household. The door lanterns shed brilliant rays from where they were suspended, while on either side the lanterns, of uniform colours, propped upright, emitted a lustrous light as bright as day. The servants of the family, got up in their mourning clothes, covered the ground far and wide like a white sheet. They stood drawn in 2 rows, and requested that the carriage should drive up to the main entrance. The youths retired, and all the married women came forward, and raising the curtain of the carriage, lady Feng alighted. And as with one arm she supported herself on Feng Er, 2 married women, with lanterns in their hands, lighted the way. Pressed round by the servants, lady Feng made her entry. The married women of the Ning mansion advanced to greet her, and to pay their respects; and this over, lady Feng, with graceful bearing, entered the garden of concentrated fragrance. Ascending the spirit hall, where the tablet was laid, the tears, as soon as she caught sight of the coffin, trickled down her eyes like pearls whose string had snapped; while the youths in the court, and their number was not small, stood in a reverent posture, with their arms against their sides, waiting to burn the paper. Lady Feng uttered one remark, by way of command: "Offer the tea and burn the paper." When the sound of 2 blows on the gong was heard and the whole band struck up together. A servant had at an early period placed a large armchair in front of the tablet, and lady Feng sat down, and gave way to loud lamentations. Promptly all those who stood inside or outside, whether high or low, male or female, took up the note, and kept on wailing and weeping until Chia Chen and Mrs. Yu, after a time, sent a message to advise her to withhold her tears, when at length lady Feng desisted. Lai Wang's wife served the tea, and when she had finished rinsing her mouth, lady Feng got up, and taking leave of all the members of the clan, she walked all alone into the antechamber, where she ascertained, in the order of their names, the number of the servants of every denomination in there. They were all found to be present, with the exception of one, who had failed to appear, whose duties consisted in receiving and escorting the relatives and visitors. Orders were promptly given to summon him, and the man appeared in a dreadful fright. "What!" exclaimed lady Feng, as she forced a smile. Is it you who have been remiss? Is it because you are more respectable than they that you don't choose to listen to my words?' 'Your servant,' he pleaded, 'has come at an early hour every day, and it's only to day that I come late by one step, and I entreat your ladyship to forgive this my first offence.' While yet he spoke, she perceived the wife of Wang Xing, of the Jungkuo mansion, come forward and pop her head in to see what was going on. But lady Feng did not let this man go, but went on to inquire of Wang Xing's wife what she had come for. Wang Xing's wife drew near. 'I've come,' she explained, 'to get an order, so as to obtain some thread to make tassels for the carriages and chairs.' Saying this, she produced the permit and handed it up, whereupon lady Feng directed Ts'ai Ming to read the contents aloud. 'For 2 large sedan chairs,' he said, '4 small sedan chairs, and 4 carriages, are needed in all so many large and small tassels, each tassel requiring so many catties of beads and threads.' Lady Feng finding, after she had heard what was read, that the numbers and quantities corresponded, forthwith bade Ts'ai Ming make the proper entry, and when the order from the Jungkuo mansion had been fetched, and thrown at her, Wang Xing's wife took her departure. Lady Feng was on the very point of saying something, when she espied 4 managers of the Jungkuo mansion walk in, all of whom wanted permits to indent for stores. Having asked them to read out the list of what they required, she ascertained that they wanted 4 kinds of articles in all. Drawing attention to 2 items, 'These entries,' she remarked, 'are wrong, and you had better go again and make out the account clearly, and then come and fetch a permit.' With these words, she flung down the requisitions, and the 2 men went their way in lower spirits than when they had come. Lady Feng then caught sight of the wife of Chang Ts'ai's standing by, and asked her what was her business, whereupon Chang Ts'ai's wife promptly produced an indent. 'The covers of the carriages and sedan chairs,' she reported, 'has just been completed, and I've come to fetch the amount due to the tailors for wages.' Lady Feng, upon hearing her explanation, took over the indent, and directed Ts'ai Ming to enter the items in the book. After Wang Xing had handed over the money, and obtained the receipt of the accountant, duly signed, which tallied with the payment, he subsequently walked away in company with Chang Ts'ai's wife. Lady Feng simultaneously proceeded to give orders that another indent should be read, which was for money to purchase paper with to paste on the windows of Pao-yü's outer schoolroom, and repairs to which had been brought to completion; and as soon as lady Feng heard the nature of the application, she there and then gave directions that the permit should be taken over, and an entry made, and that the money should be issued after Chang Ts'ai's wife had delivered everything clearly. 'If tomorrow he were to come late,' lady Feng then remarked, 'and if the day after I were to come late, why by and by there will be no one here at all. I should have liked to have let you off, but if I be lenient with you on this first instance, it will be hard for me, on the occurrence of another offence, to exercise any control over the rest. It's much better therefore that I should settle accounts with you.' The moment she uttered these words, she put on a serious look, and gave orders that he should be taken out, and administered 20 blows with the bamboo. When the servants perceived that lady Feng was in an angry mood, they did not venture to dilly-dally, but dragged him out, and gave him the full number of blows; which done, they came in to report that the punishment had been inflicted. Lady Feng likewise threw down the Ning mansion order, and exclaimed, addressing herself to Lai Shen, 'Cut him a month's wages and rice, and tell them all to disperse, and have done with it.' All the servants at length withdrew to attend to their respective duties, while the man too, who had been flogged, walked away, as he did all he could to conceal his shame and stifle his tears. About this time arrived and went, in an incessant stream, servants from both the Jung and Ning mansions, bent upon applying for permits and returning permits, and with one by one again did lady Feng settle accounts. And, as in due course, the inmates of the Ning mansion came to know how terrible lady Feng was, each and all were ever since so wary and dutiful that they did not venture to be lazy. End of Section 30. Section 31 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 14, Part 2. But without going into further details on this subject, we shall now return to Pao-yü. Seeing that there were a lot of people about, and fearing lest Ch'in Chung might receive some offense, he lost no time in coming along with him to sit over at lady Feng's. Lady Feng was just having her repast, and upon seeing them arrive, "Your legs are long enough, and couldn't you have come somewhat quicker?" she laughingly observed. "We've had our rice, thanks," replied Pao-yü. "Have you had it," inquired lady Feng, "outside here or over on the other side?" "Would we eat anything with all that riff-raff?" exclaimed Pao-yü. "We've really had it over there, in fact. I now come after having had mine with dowager lady Chia." As he uttered these words, they took their seats. Lady Feng had just finished her meal, when a married woman from the Ning mansion came to get an order to obtain an advance of money to purchase incense and lanterns with. "I calculated," observed lady Feng, "that you would come to-day to make a requisition, but I was under the impression that you had forgotten. Had you really done so, you would certainly have had to get them on your own account, and I would have been the one to benefit." "Didn't I forget? I did," rejoined the married woman as she smiled. "And it's only a few minutes back that it came to my mind. Had I been 1 second later, I wouldn't have been in time to get the things." These words ended, she took over the order and went off. Entries had, at the time, to be made in the books, and orders to be issued, and Ch'in Chung was induced to interpose with a smirk. "In both these mansions of yours, such orders are alike in use, but were any outsider stealthily to counterfeit one and to abscond after getting the money, what could ever be done?" "In what you say," replied lady Feng, "you take no account of the laws of the land." "How is it that from our house no one comes to get any orders or to obtain anything?" Pao-yü having inquired. "At the time they come to fetch them," rejoined lady Feng, "you're still dreaming. But let me ask you one thing. When will you two at last begin your evening course of studies?" "Oh, I wish we were able to begin our studies this very day," Pao-yü added. "That would be the best thing. But they are very slow in putting the schoolroom in order, so that there's no help for it." Lady Feng laughed. "Had you asked me," she remarked, "I can assure you it would have been ready quick enough." "You two would have been of no use," observed Pao-yü, "for it will certainly be ready by the time they ought to finish it in." "But in order that they should do the work," suggested lady Feng, "it's also necessary that they should have the material. They can't do without them, and if I don't give them any permits, it will be difficult to obtain them." Pao-yü at these words readily drew near to lady Feng, and there and then applied for the permits. "My dear sister," he added, "do give them the permits to enable them to obtain the material and effect the repairs." "I feel quite sore from fatigue," ventured lady Feng, "and how can I stand you rubbing against me? But compose your mind. They have this very day got the paper, and gone to paste it, and would they, for whatever they need, have still waited until they had been sent for? They are not such fools after all." Pao-yü would not believe it, and lady Feng at once called Ts'ai Ming to look up the list, which she handed for Pao-yü's inspection. But while they were arguing, a servant came in to announce that Chao Erh, who had gone to Su Chou, had returned, and lady Feng all in a flurry directed that he should be asked to walk in. Chao Erh bent one knee and paid his obeisance. "Why have you come back?" lady Feng readily inquired. "Mr. Secondus Chia Lian," he reported, "sent me back to tell you that Mr. Lin, our dowager lady's son-in-law, died on the 3rd of the 9th moon. That Master Secondus is taking Miss Lin along with him to escort the coffin of Mr. Lin as far as Suzhou, and that they hope to be back sometime about the end of the year. Master dispatched me to come and announce the news, to bring his compliments, and to crave our old lady's instructions, as well as to see how you are getting on in my lady's home. He also bade me take back to him a few long fur pelisses." "Have you seen any one else besides me?" lady Feng inquired. "I've seen every one," rejoined Chao Erh, and withdrew hastily at the conclusion of this remark, out of the apartment, while lady Feng turned towards Pao-yü with a smile and said, "Your cousin Lin can now live in our house forever." "Poor thing!" exclaimed Pao-yü. "I presume that during all these days she has wept who knows how much." And saying this, he wrinkled his brow and heaved a deep sigh. Lady Feng saw Chao Erh on his return, but as she could not very well, in the presence of third persons, make minute inquiries about Chia Lian, she had to continue a prey to inward solicitude till it was time to go home. For, not having got through what she had to do, she was compelled to wait patiently until she went back in the evening, when she again sent word for Chao Erh to come in, and asked him with all minuteness whether the journey had been pleasant throughout, and for full particulars. That very night, she got in readiness the long pelisses, which she herself, with the assistance of P'ing Erh, packed up in a bundle, and after careful thought as to what things he would require, she put them in the same bundle and committed them to Chao Erh's care. She went on to solicitously impress upon Chao Erh to be careful in his attendance aboard. "Don't provoke your masters to wrath," she said, "and from time to time to advise him not to drink too much wine, and don't entice him to make the acquaintance of any low people; for if you do, when you come back I will cut your legs off." The preparations were hurriedly and confusedly completed, and it was already the 4th watch of the night when she went to sleep. But soon again the day dawned, and after hastily performing her toilet and ablutions, she came over to the Ning mansion. As Chia Chen realized that the day for escorting the body away was drawing nigh, he in person went out in a curricle, along with geomancers, to the temple of the Iron Fence to inspect a suitable place for depositing the coffin. He also, point by point, enjoined the resident managing bonds, Si K'ung, to mind and get ready brand new articles of decoration and furniture, and to invite a considerable number of bonzes of note to be at hand to lend their services for the reception of the coffin. Si K'ung lost no time in getting ready the evening meal, but Chia Chen had, in fact, no wish for any tea or rice; and as the day was far advanced, and he was not in time to enter the city, he had, after all, to rest during that night as best as he could in a chaste room in the temple. The next morning, as soon as it was day, he hastened to come into the city and to make every preparation for the funeral. He likewise deputed messengers to proceed ahead to the temple of the Iron Fence to give, that very night, additional decorative touches to the place where the coffin was to be deposited, and to get ready tea and all the other necessaries for the use of the persons who would be present at the reception of the coffin. Lady Feng, seeing that the day was not far distant, also apportioned duties and made provision for everything beforehand with circumspect care, while at the same time she chose in their own mansion such carriages, sedan chairs and retinues as were to accompany the cortege, in attendance upon Madame Wang, and gave her mind furthermore to finding a place where she herself could put up in at the time of the funeral. About this very time, it happened that the consort of the Duke Shan Kuo departed this life, and that Mesdames Wang and Xing had likewise to go and offer sacrifices, and to follow the burial procession; that the birthday occurred of the consort of Prince Hsi An, that presents had to be forwarded on the occasion of this anniversary, and that the consort of the Duke of Chen Kuo gave birth to first child, a son, and congratulatory gifts had, in like manner, to be provided. Besides, her uterine brother Wang Ren was about to return south, with all his family, and she had too to write her home letters, to send her reverent compliments to her father and mother, as well as to get the things ready that were to be taken along. There was also Ying Ch'un, who had contracted some illness, and the doctor had every day to be sent for, and medicines to be administered, the notes of the doctor to be looked after, consisting of the bulletins of the diagnosis and the prescriptions, with the result that the various things that had to be attended to by lady Feng were so manifold that it would, indeed, be difficult to give an exhaustive idea of them. In addition to all this, the day for taking the coffin away was close at hand, so that lady Feng was so hard pressed for time that she had even no desire for any tea to drink or anything to eat, and that she could not sit or rest in peace. As soon as she put her foot into the Ning mansion, the inmates of the Jung mansion would follow close upon her heels, and the moment she got back into the Jung mansion, the servants again of the Ning mansion would follow her about. In spite, however, of this great pressure, lady Feng, whose natural disposition had ever been to try and excel, was urged to strain the least of her energies, as her sole dread was lest she could incur unfavorable criticism from any one, and so excellent were the plans she devised, that every one in the clan, whether high or low, readily conceded her unlimited praise. On the night of this day, the body had to be watched, and in the inner suite of apartments 2 companies of young players as well as jugglers entertained the relatives, friends and other visitors during the whole of the night. Mrs. Yu was still laid up in the inside room, so that the whole task of attending to and entertaining the company devolved upon lady Feng alone, who had to look after everything; for though there were, in the whole clan, many sisters-in-law, some there were too bashful to speak, others too timid to stand on their feet, while there were also those who were not accustomed to meet in company, and those likewise who were afraid of people of high estate and shy of officials. Of every kind there were, but the whole number of them could not come up to lady Feng's standard, whose deportment was correct, and whose speech was according to rule. Hence it was that she did not even so much as heed any of that large company, but gave directions and issued orders, adopting any course of action which she fancied, just as if there were no bystander. The whole night, the lanterns emitted a bright light and the fires brilliant rays, while guests were escorted on their way out and officials greeted on their way in, but of this hundredfold bustle and stir nothing need, of course, be said. The next morning at the dawn of day, and at a propitious moment, 64 persons, dressed all alike in blue, carried the coffin, preceded by a streamer with the record in large characters: "Coffin of Lady Ch'in, a lady of the 5th degree, by marriage of the Chia mansion, deceased at the middle age, consort of the grandson of the Ning Kuo duke, with the 1st rank title of honor, whose status is a guard of the imperial antechamber, charged with the protection of the inner palace and roads in the red prohibited city." The various paraphernalia and ornaments were all brand new, hurriedly made for the present occasion, and the uniform lustrous brilliancy they shed was sufficient to dazzle the eyes. Pao Chu, of course, observed the rites prescribed for unmarried daughters, and dashed the bow and walked by the coffin, as she gave way to most bitter lamentations. At that time, among the officials who escorted the funeral procession, were Niu Jizong, the grandson of the Cheng Kuo duke, who had now inherited the status of earl of the 1st degree; Liu Fang, the grandson of Liu Biao, duke of Li Kuo, who had recently inherited the rank of viscount of the 1st class; Chen Ruiwen, a grandson of Chen Yi, duke of Qi Kuo, who held the hereditary rank of general of the 3rd degree, with the prefix of majestic authority; Ma Shang, the grandson of Ma Kui, duke of Zhi Kuo, by inheritance general of the 3rd rank with the prefix of majesty afar; Hou Shaokang, an hereditary viscount of the 1st degree, grandson of the duke of Hsiu Kuo, Hou Xiaoming by name; while the death of the consort of the duke of Shan Kuo had obliged his grandson Shi Guangzhu to go into mourning, so that he could not be present. These were the 6 families which had, along with the 2 households of Jung and Ning, been, at one time, designated the 8 dukes. Among the rest, there were besides the grandson of the prince of Nan'an, the grandson of the prince of Xi'an, Shi Ding, marquis of Chongjing, Jiang Zining, and hereditary baron of the second grade, grandson of the earl of Pingyuan, Xie Jing, and hereditary baron of the second order and captain of the metropolitan camp, grandson of the marquis of Dingchen, Qi Jianhui, and hereditary baron of the second rank, a grandson of the marquis of Xiangyang, Qiu Liang, in command of the 5 cities, grandson of the marquis of Jingtian. The remainder were Wei Qi, the son of the earl of Jingxiang, Feng Ziying, the son of a general, whose prefix was supernatural martial spirit, Chen Yejun, Wei Ruolan, and others, grandsons and sons of princes who could not be enumerated. In the way of ladies, there were also in all about 10 large official sedan chairs full of them, 30 or 40 private chairs, and including the official and non-official chairs, and carriages containing inmates of the household, there must have been over 110, so that with the various kinds of paraphernalia, articles of decoration, and hundreds of knickknacks, which preceded, the vast expanse of the cortege covered a continuous line extending over 3 or 4 li. They had not been very long on their way, when they reached variegated sheds soaring high by the roadside, in which banquets were spread, feasts laid out, and music discoursed in unison. These were the viatory sacrificial offerings contributed by the respective families. The first shed contained the sacrificial donations of the mansion of the prince of Dongping, the second shed those of the prince of Nan'an, the third those of prince of Xining, and the fourth those of the prince of Peking. Indeed, of these 4 princes, the reputation enjoyed in former days by the prince of Peking had been the most exalted, and to this day his sons and grandsons still succeeded to the inheritance of the princely dignity. The present incumbent of the princedom of Peking, Shui Rong, had not as yet come of age, but he was gifted with the presence of exceptional beauty, and with a disposition condescending and genial. At the demise, recently, of the consort of the eldest grandson of the mansion of Ningguo, he, in consideration of the friendship which had formerly existed between the 2 grandfathers, by virtue of which they had been inseparable, both in adversity as well as in prosperity, treating each other as if they had not been of different surnames, was consequently induced to pay no regard to princely dignity or to his importance, but having like the others paid, on the previous day, his condolences and presented sacrificial offerings, he had further now raised a shed wherein to offer libations. Having directed every one of his subordinate officers to remain in this spot in attendance, he himself went at the 5th watch to court, and when he acquitted himself of his public duties, he forthwith changed his attire for mourning costume, and came along, in an official sedan chair, preceded by gongs and umbrellas. Upon reaching the front of the shed, the chair was deposited on the ground, and as his subordinate officers pressed on either side and waited upon him, neither the military nor the populace, which composed the mass of people, ventured to make any commotion. In a short while, the long procession of the Ning mansion became visible, spreading far and wide, covering in its course from the north the whole ground like a silver mountain. At an early hour, the forerunners, messengers, and other attendants on the staff of the Ning mansion apprised Chia Zhen of the presence of the sheds, and Chia Zhen with all alacrity gave orders that the foremost part of the cortege should halt. Attended by Chia She and Chia Zhen, the 3 of them came with hurried step to greet the Prince of Peking, whom they saluted with due ceremony. Shui Rong, who was seated in his sedan chair, made a bow and returned their salutations with a smile, proceeding to address them and to treat them, as he had done hitherto, as old friends, without any airs of self-importance. "My daughter's funeral has," observed Chia Zhen, "put your highness to the trouble of coming, an honor which we, though noble by birth, do not deserve." Shui Rong smiled. "With the terms of friendship," he added, "which have existed for so many generations between our families, is there any need for such apologies?" Turning his head round there and then, he gave directions to the senior officer of his household to preside at the sacrifices and to offer libations in his stead. and Chia She and the others stood together on one side and made obeisance in return, and then came in person again and gave expression to their gratitude for his bounty. Shui Rong was most affable and complacent. "Which is the gentleman," he inquired of Chia Cheng, "who was born with a piece of jade in his mouth? I've long had a wish to have the pleasure of seeing him, and as he's sure to be on the spot on an occasion like this, why shouldn't you invite him to come round?" Chia Cheng speedily drew back, and bidding Pao-yü change his mourning clothes, he led him forward and presented him. Pao-yü had all along heard that Shui Rong was a worthy prince, perfect in ability as well as in appearance, pleasant and courteous, not bound down by any official custom of state right, so that he had repeatedly felt a keen desire to meet him. With the sharp control, however, which his father exercised over him, he had not been able to gratify his wish. But on this occasion, he saw on the contrary that he came to call him, and it was all but natural that he should be delighted. Whilst advancing, he scrutinized Shui Rong with the corner of his eye, who, seated as he was in the sedan chair, presented an imposing sight. But, reader, what occurred on his approach is not yet known, but listen to the next chapter, which will divulge it. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 15, Part 1. Lady Feng, née Wang, exercises her authority in the Iron Fence Temple. Qin Jingqing, Qin Zhong, amuses himself in the mantou (bread) nunnery. But we shall now resume our story. When Pao-yü raised his eyes, he noticed that Shui Rong, Prince of Peking, wore on his head a princely cap with pure white tassels and silvery feathers, that he was apparelled in a white ceremonial robe, with a pattern representing the tooth-like ripple of a river and the waters of the sea, embroidered with 5-clawed dragons, and that he was girded with a red leather belt, inlaid with white jade, that his face was like a beauteous gem, that his eyes were like sparkling stars, and that he was, in very truth, a human being full of graceful charms. Pao-yü hastily pressed forward and made a reverent obeisance, and Shui Rong lost no time in extending his arms from inside the sedan chair and embracing him. At a glance he saw that Pao-yü had on his head a silver cap, to which the hair was attached, that he had, round his forehead, a flap on which were embroidered a couple of dragons issuing from the sea, that he wore a white archery sleeve robe ornamented with dragons, and that his waist was encircled by a silver belt inlaid with pearls, that his face resembled vernal flowers, and that his eyes were like drops of lacquer. Shui Rong smiled. "Your name is," he said, "no trumped-up story, for you, verily, resemble a precious gem. But where's the valuable trinket you had in your mouth?" he inquired. As soon as Pao-yü heard this inquiry, he hastened to produce the jade from inside his clothes, and to hand it over to Shui Rong. Shui Rong minutely examined it, and having also read the motto on it, he consequently ascertained whether it was really efficacious or not. "It's true that it's said to be," Pao-yü promptly explained, "but it hasn't yet been put to the test." Shui Rong extolled it with unbounded praise, and, as he did so, he set the variegated tassels in proper order, and, with his own hands, attached it on to Pao-yü's neck. Taking also his hand in his, he inquired of Pao-yü what was his age, and what books he was reading at present, to each of which questions Pao-yü gave suitable answer. Shui Rong, perceiving the perspicacity of his speech, and the propriety of his utterances, simultaneously turned towards Chia Cheng, and observed with a smile on his face, "Your worthy son is, in very truth, like a young of a dragon, or like the nestling of a phoenix. And this isn't an idle compliment which I, a despicable prince, utter in your venerable presence. but how much more glorious will be in the future the voice of the young phoenix than that of the old phoenix, it isn't easy to ascertain." Chia Cheng forced a smile. "My cur-like son," he replied, "cannot presume to such bountiful praise and golden commendation, but if, by the virtue of your highness' excess of happiness, he does indeed realize your words, he will be a source of joy to us all." "There's one thing, however," continued Shih Jung, "with the excellent abilities which your worthy scion possesses, he is sure, I presume, to be extremely loved by her dowager ladyship, his grandmother, and by all classes. But for young men of our age, it's a great drawback to be doted upon, for with over fondness, we cannot help utterly frustrating the benefits of education. When I, a despicable prince, was young, I walked in this very track, and I presume that your honourable son cannot likewise but do the same. By remaining at home, your worthy scion will find it difficult to devote his attention to study, and he will not reap any harm, were he to come, at frequent intervals, to my humble home. For, though my deserts be small, I nevertheless enjoy the great honour of the acquaintance of all the scholars of note in the empire, so that, whenever any of them visit the capital, not one of them is there who does not lower his blue eyes upon me. Hence it is that in my mean adobe, eminent worthies rendezvous; and were your esteemed son to come, as often as he can, and converse with them and meet them, his knowledge would, in that case, have every opportunity of making daily strides towards improvement." Chia Cheng speedily bent his body and expressed his acquiescence, by way of reply; whereupon Shih Jung went further, and taking off from his wrist a chaplet of pearls, he presented it to Pao-yü. "This is the first time we meet," he observed. "Our meeting was so unexpected that I have no suitable congratulatory present to offer you. This was conferred upon me by His Majesty, and is a string of chaplet pearls, scented with Ling Ling, which will serve as a temporary token of respectful congratulations." Pao-yü hastened to receive it from his hands, and turning round, he reverently presented it to Chia Cheng. Chia Cheng and Pao-yü jointly returned thanks, and forthwith Chia She, Chia Cheng, and the rest came forward in a body, and requested the prince to turn his chair homewards. "The departed," expostulated Shih Jung, "has already ascended the spiritual regions, and is no more a mortal being in this dusty world exposed to vicissitude like you and I. Although a mean prince like me has been the recipient of the favour of the emperor, and has undeservedly been called to the princely inheritance, how could I presume to go before the spiritual hearse and return home?" Chia She and the others, perceiving how persistent he was in his refusal, had no course but to take their leave, express their sense of gratitude, and to rejoin the cortege. They issued orders to their servants to stop the band, and to hush the music, and making the procession go by, they at length left the way clear for Shih Jung to prosecute his way. But we will now leave him, and resume our account of the funeral of the Ning mansion. All along its course the road was plunged in unusual commotion. As soon as they reached the city gates, Chia She, Chia Cheng, Chia Chen, and the others again received donations from all their fellow officers and subordinates, in sacrificial sheds erected by their respective families, and after they returned thanks to one after another, they eventually issued from the city walls, and proceeded eventually along the highway, in the direction of the Temple of the Iron Fence. Chia Chen, at this time, went together with Chia Jung up to all their seniors, and pressed them to get into their sedan chairs, and to ride their horses; and Chia She and all of the same age as himself were consequently induced to mount into their respective carriages or chairs. Chia Chen and those of the same generation were likewise about to ride their horses, when lady Feng, through her solicitude on Pao-yü's account, gave way to fears lest now that they had reached the open country he should do as he pleased, and not listen to the words of any of the household, and lest Chia Chen should not be able to keep him in check; and, as she dreaded that he might go astray, she felt compelled to bid a youth call him to her, and Pao-yü had no help but to appear before her curricle. "My dear brother," lady Feng remarked smiling, You are a respectable person, and like a girl in your ways, and shouldn't imitate those monkeys on horseback. Do get down and let both of you and I sit together in this carriage, and won't that be nice?" At these words, Pao yü readily dismounted, and climbed up into the carriage occupied by lady Feng, and they both talked and laughed as they continued their way. But not a long time elapsed before two men, on horseback, were seen approaching from the opposite direction. Coming straight up to lady Feng's vehicle, they dismounted, and said, as they leaned on the sides of her carriage, "There's a halting place here, and will it not please your ladyship to have a rest and change?" Lady Feng directed them to ask the two ladies Xing and Wang what they would like to do, and the two men explained, "These ladies have signified that they had no desire to rest, and they wish your ladyship to suit your convenience." Lady Feng speedily issued orders that they should have a rest, before they prosecuted their way, and the servant youth led the harnessed horses through the crowd of people and came towards the north, while Pao yü, from inside the carriage, urgently asked that Mr. Qin should be requested to come. Ch'in Chung was at this moment on horseback following in the track of his father's carriage, when unexpectedly he caught sight of Pao yü's page come at a running pace and invite him to have some refreshment. Ch'in Chung perceived from a distance that the horse, which Pao yü had been riding, walked behind lady Feng's vehicle, as it went towards the north, with its saddle and bridles all piled up, and readily concluding that Pao yü must be in the same carriage with that lady, he too turned his horse and came over in haste and entered, in their company, the door of a farmhouse. This dwelling of the farmers did not contain many rooms, so that the women and girls had nowhere to get out of the way, and when the village lasses and countrywomen perceived the bearing and costumes of lady Feng, Pao yü, and Ch'in Chung, they were inclined to suspect that celestial beings had descended into the world. Lady Feng entered the thatched house, and, in the first place, asked Pao yü and the rest to go out and play. Pao yü took the hint, and, along with Ch'in Chung, he led off the servant boys and went to romp all over the place. The various articles in use among the farmers they had not seen before, with the result that, after Pao yü had inspected them, he thought them all very strange, but he could neither make out their names nor their uses. But among the servant boys there were those who knew, and they explained to them, one after another, what they were called, as well as what they were for. As Pao yü, after this explanation, nodded his head, "It isn't strange," he said, "that an old writer has this line in his poetical works, 'Who can realize that the food in a bowl is, grain by grain, all the fruit of labor?' This is indeed so." As he spoke, they had come into another house, and at the sight of a spinning wheel on a stove bed, they thought it still more strange and wonderful, but the servant boys again told them that it was used for spinning the yarn to weave cloth with, and Pao yü speedily jumping on to the stove bed, set to work turning the wheel for the sake of fun, when a village lass of about 17 or 18 years of age came forward and asked them not to meddle with it and spoil it. The servant boys promptly stopped her interference, but Pao yü himself desisted, as he added, "It's because I hadn't seen one before that I came to try it for fun." "You people can't do it," rejoined the lass. "Let me turn it for you to see." Ch'in Chung secretly pulled Pao yü and remarked, "It's great fun in this village." But Pao yü gave him a nudge and observed, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you." Watching intently as he uttered these words, the village girl who started reeling the thread, and presented, in very truth, a pretty sight. But suddenly an old woman from the other side gave a shout, "My girl Secunda, come over at once!" And the lass discarded spinning wheel and hastily went on her way. Pao yü was the while feeling disappointed and unhappy when he espied a servant, whom lady Feng had sent, come and call them both in. Lady Feng had washed her hands and changed her costume, and asked him whether he would change or not, and Pao yü, having replied, "No, it doesn't matter after all if I don't change," the female attendants served tea, cakes, and fruits, and also poured the scented tea. Lady Feng and the others drank their tea, and waiting until they had put the various articles by, and made all the preparations, they promptly started to get into their carriages. Outside, Wang Er had got ready tips and gave them to the people of the farm, and the farm women and all the inmates went up to them to express their gratitude. But when Pao-yü came to look carefully, he failed to see anything of the lass who had reeled the thread. But they had not gone far before they caught sight of this girl Secunda, coming along with a small child in her arms, who, they concluded, was her younger brother, laughing and chatting in company with a few young girls. Pao-yü could not suppress the voice of love, but being seated in the carriage, he was compelled to satisfy himself by following her with his eyes. Soon, however, the vehicle sped on as rapidly as a cloud impelled by the wind, so that when he turned his head round, there was already no vestige to be seen of her. But while they were bandying words, they had unexpectedly overtaken the great concourse of the cortege. Likewise, at an early stage men were stationed ahead, with Buddhist drums and gold cymbals, with streamers and jeweled coverings, and the whole company of bronzes belonging to the iron fence temple had already been drawn out in a line by the sides of the road. In a short while they reached the interior of the temple, where additional sacrifices were offered, and Buddhistic services performed, and where altars had again been erected to burn incense on. The coffin was deposited in a side room of the inner court, and Pao Zhu got ready a bedroom in which she could keep her watch. In the outer apartments, Chia Chen did the honors among the whole party of relatives and friends, some of whom asked to be allowed to stay for their meals, while others at this stage took their leave. And after they had one by one returned thanks, the dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons, each in respective batches, got up to go, and they kept on leaving from between 1 and 3 p.m. before they had finally all dispersed. In the inner chambers, the ladies were solely entertained and attended to by lady Feng. First to make a move were the consorts of officials, and noon had also come, by the time the whole party of them had taken their departure. Those that remained were simply a few relatives of the same clan and others like them, who eventually left after the completion of the 3 days' rationalistic liturgies. The two ladies Hsing and Wang, well aware at this time that lady Feng could on no account return home, desired to enter the city at once, and Madame Wang wanted to take Pao-yü home. But Pao-yü, who had, on an unexpected occasion, come out into the country, entertained, of course, no wish to go back, and he would agree to nothing else than to stay behind with lady Feng, so that Madame Wang had no alternative but to hand him over to her charge and to start. This temple of the iron fence had, in fact, been erected in days gone by, at the expense of the two dukes, Ning and Jung, and there still remained up to these days acres of land, from which were derived the funds for incense and lights for such occasions, on which the coffins of any members, old or young, who died in the capital, had to be deposited in this temple. And the inner and outer houses in this compound were all kept in readiness and good order, for the accommodation of those who formed part of the cortege. At this time, as it happened, the descendants mustered an immense crowd, and among them were poor and rich of various degrees, or with likes and dislikes diametrically opposed. There were those who, being in straitened circumstances at home, and easily contented, readily took up their quarters in the temple. And there were those with money and position, and with extravagant ideas, who maintained that the accommodation in the temple was not suitable, and, of course, went in search of additional quarters, either in country houses or in convents, where they could have their meals and retire after the ceremonies were over. On the occasion of Mrs. Ch'in's funeral, all the members of the clan put up temporarily in the iron fence temple. Lady Feng alone looked down upon it as inconvenient, and consequently dispatched a servant to go and tell Jing Xu, a nun in the bread convent, to empty 2 rooms for her to go and live in. This bread convent had at one time been styled the Shuiyue nunnery, water moon, but as good bread was made in that temple, it gave rise to this nickname. This convent was not very distant from the temple of the Iron Fence, so that as soon as the bonzes brought their functions to a close, and the sacrifice of evening was offered, Chia Chen asked Chia Rong to request lady Feng to retire to rest. And as lady Feng perceived that there still remained several sisters-in-law to keep company to the female relatives, she readily, of her own accord, took leave of the whole party, and, along with Pao-yü and Qin Zhong, came to the Water Moon Convent. Qin Ye, it must be noticed, was advanced in years and a victim to many ailments, so that he was unable to remain in the temple long, and he bade Qin Zhong tarry until the coffin had been set in its resting place, with the result that Qin Zhong came along, at the same time as lady Feng and Pao-yü, to the Water Moon Convent, where Jing Xu appeared, together with two neophytes, Zhi Shan and Zhi Neng, to receive them. After they had exchanged greetings, lady Feng and the others entered the chaste apartments to change their clothes and wash their hands, and when they had done, as she perceived how much taller in stature Zhi Neng had grown, and how much handsomer were her features, she felt prompted to inquire, "How is it that your priors and yourselves haven't been all these days as far as our place?" "It's because during these days we haven't had any time which we could call our own," explained Jing Xu. "Owing to the birth of a son in Mr. Hu's mansion, dame Hu sent over about 10 tales, and asked that we should invite several head nuns to read during 3 days the service for the churching of women, with the result that we've been so very busy and had so little leisure that we couldn't come over to pay our respects to your ladyship." End of section 32. Section 33 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 15, Part 2. But leaving aside the old nun, who kept lady Feng company, we will now return to the two lads Pao-yü and Qin Zhong. They were up to their pranks in the main building of the convent, when seeing Zhi Neng come over. "Here's Neng er," Pao-yü exclaimed with a smile. "Why notice a creature like her?" remarked Qin Zhong, to which Pao-yü rejoined laughingly, "Don't be sly! Why then did you the other day, when you were in the old lady's rooms, and there was not a soul present, hold her in your arms? And do you want to fool me now?" "There was nothing of the kind," observed Qin Zhong, smiling. "Whether there was or not," replied Pao-yü, "doesn't concern me. But if you will stop her and tell her to pour a cup of tea and bring it to me to drink, I'll then keep hands off." "This is indeed very strange," Qin Zhong answered laughing. "Do you fear that if you told her to pour you one, that she wouldn't? And what need is there that I should tell her?" "If I ask her," Pao-yü observed, "to pour it, she wouldn't be as ready as she would were you to tell her about it." Qin Zhong had no help but to speak. "Neng er," he said, "bring a cup of tea." This Neng er had, since her youth, been in and out of the Jung mansion, so that there was no one that she did not know; and she had also, time after time, romped and laughed with Pao-yü and Qin Zhong. Being now grown up, she gradually came to know the import of love, and she readily took a fancy to Qin Zhong, who was an amorous being. Qin Zhong too returned her affection on account of her good looks; and, although he and she had not had any very affectionate tête-à-tête, they had, however, long ago come to understand each other's feelings and wishes. Zhi Neng walked away, and returned after having poured the tea. "Give it to me," Qin Zhong cried out smirkingly, while Pao-yü likewise shouted, "Give it to me." Zhi Neng compressed her lips and sneeringly rejoined, "Are you going to have a fight even over a cup of tea? Is it forsooth likely that there's honey in my hand?" Pao-yü was the first to grasp and take over the cup, but while drinking it, he was about to make some inquiry, when he caught sight of Zhi Shan, who came and called Zhi Neng away to go and lay the plates with fruit on the table. Not much time elapsed before she came round to request the two last to go and have tea and refreshments. But would they eat such things as were laid before them? They simply sat for a while and came out again and resumed their play. Lady Feng, too, stayed for a few moments, and then returned, with the old nun as her escort, into the unsullied rooms to lie down. By this time, all the matrons and married women discovered that there was nothing else to be done, and they dispersed in succession, retiring each to rest. There only remained in attendance several young girls who enjoyed her confidence, and the old nun speedily availed herself of the opportunity to speak. "I've got something," she said, "about which I mean to go to your mansion to beg of Madame Wang, but I'll first request you, my lady, to tell me how to set to work." "What's it?" ascertained lady Feng. "Oh, mi to fu!" exclaimed the old nun, "it's this. In days gone by, I first lived in the Ch'ang'an district. When I became a nun and entered the monastery of excellent merit, there lived, at that time, a subscriber, Zhang by surname, a very wealthy man. He had a daughter, whose infant name was Jinge. The whole family came in the course of that year to the convent I was in, to offer incense, and, as luck would have it, they met Li Yanei, a brother of a secondary wife of the prefect of the Ch'ang'an prefecture. This Li Yanei fell in love at first sight with her, and would wed Jinge as his wife. He sent go-betweens to ask her in marriage, but, contrary to his expectations, Jinge had already received the engagement presents of the son of the ex-major of the Ch'ang'an prefecture. The Zhang family, on the other hand, were afraid that if they withdrew from the match, the major would not give up his claim, and they therefore replied that she was already promised to another. But who would have thought it, this Mr. Li was seriously bent upon marrying the young lady, but while the Zhang family were at a loss what plan to devise, and both parties were in a dilemma, the family of the major came unexpectedly to hear of the news, and without even looking thoroughly into the matter, they there and then had recourse to insult and abuse. "Is a girl," they insinuated, "to be promised to the sons of several families?" And obstinately refusing to allow the restitution of the betrothal presents, they at once had recourse to litigation and brought an action against the girl's people. That family was at their wits' end, and had no alternative but to find some one to go to the capital to obtain means of assistance, and, losing all patience, they insisted upon the return of the presents. I believe that the present commander of the troops at Ch'ang'an, Mr. Yün, is on friendly terms with your honorable family, and could one solicit Madame Wang to put in a word with Mr. Chia Zhen to send a letter and ask Mr. Yün to speak to that major, I have no fear that he will not agree. Should your ladyship be willing to take action, the Zhang family are even ready to present all they have, though it may entail the ruin of their estate." "This affair is, it's true, of no great moment," lady Feng replied smiling, after hearing this appeal, "but the only thing is that Madame Wang does no longer attend to matters of this nature." "If madame doesn't heed them," suggested the old nun, "you, my lady, can safely assume the direction." "I'm neither in need of any money to spend," added lady Feng with a smirk, "nor do I undertake such matters." These words did not escape Ching Hsu's ear. They scattered to the winds her vain hopes. After a minute or so, she heaved a sigh. "What you say may be true enough," she remarked, "but the Zhang family are also aware that I mean to come and make my appeal to your mansion, and were you now not to manage this affair, the Zhang family having no idea that the lack of time prevents any steps being taken, and that no importance is attached to their presence, it will appear, on the contrary, as if there were not even this little particle of skill in your household." At these words lady Feng felt at once inspirited. "You've known of old," she added, "that I've never had any faith in anything concerning retribution in the court of judgment in the unseen or in hell, and that whatever I say that I shall do, that I do. Tell them, therefore, to bring 3,000 taels, and I shall then remedy this grievance of theirs." The old nun upon hearing this remark was so exceedingly delighted that she precipitately exclaimed, "They've got it! They've got it! There will be no difficulty about it." "I'm not," lady Feng went on to add, "like those people who afford help and render assistance with an eye to money. These 3,000 taels will be exclusively devoted for the travelling expenses of those youths who will be sent to deliver messages and for them to make a few cash for their trouble. But as for me, I don't want even so much as a cash. In fact, I am able at this very moment to produce as much as 30,000 taels." The old nun assented with alacrity, and said by way of reply, "If that be so, my lady, do display your charitable bounty at once tomorrow and bring things to an end." "Just see," remarked lady Feng, "how hard pressed I am, which place can do without me? But since I've given you my word, I shall, needless to say, speedily bring the matter to a close." "A small trifle like this," hinted the old nun, "would, if placed in the hands of any one else, flurry her to such an extent that she would be quite at a loss what to do. But in your hands, my lady, even if much more were superadded, it wouldn't require as much exertion as a wave of your hand. But the proverb well says that those who are able have much to do. For Madame Wang, seeing that your ladyship manage all concerns, whether large or small, properly, has still more shoved the burden of everything on your shoulders, my lady. But you should, it's but right, also take good care of your precious health." This string of flattery pleased lady Feng more and more, so that heedless of fatigue, she went on to chat with still greater zest. But, thing unthought of, Ch'in Chung availed himself of the darkness, as well as of the absence of any one about, to come in quest of Chih Neng. As soon as he reached the room at the back, he spied Chih Neng all alone inside washing the teacups, and Ch'in Chung forthwith seized her in his arms and implanted kisses on her cheek. Chih Neng got in a dreadful state, and stamping her feet, cried, "What are you up to?" And she was just on the point of shouting out, when Ch'in Chung rejoined, "My dear girl, I'm nearly dead from impatience, and if you don't again to-day accept my advances, I shall this very moment die on this spot." "What you are bent upon," added Chih Neng, "can't be effected, not unless you wait until I've left this den and parted company from these people, when it will be safe enough." "This is of course easy enough," remonstrated Ch'in Chung, "but the distant water cannot extinguish the close fire." As he spoke, with one puff, he put out the light, plunging the whole room in pitch darkness, and seizing Chih Neng, he pushed her on to the stove couch and started a violent love affair. Chih Neng could not, though she strained every nerve, escape his importunities, nor could she very well shout, so that she felt compelled to humour him. But, while he was in the midst of his ecstatic joy, they perceived a person walk in, who pressed both of them down, without uttering even so much as a sound, and plunged them both in such a fright that their very souls flew away, and their spirits wandered from their bodies. And it was after the third party had burst out laughing with a spurting sound, that they eventually became aware that it was Pao-yü. When, springing to his feet impetuously, Ch'in Chung exclaimed, full of resentment, "What's this that you're up to?" "If you get your monkey up," retorted Pao-yü, "why, then let you and I start bawling out," which so abashed Chih Neng that she availed herself of the gloomy light to make her escape, while Pao-yü had dragged Ch'in Chung out of the room and asked, "Now then, do you still want to play the bully?" "My dear fellow," pleaded Ch'in Chung smilingly, "whatever you do, don't shout out and let every one know. And all you want I'll agree to." "We needn't argue just now," Pao-yü observed with a grin. "Wait a while, and when all have gone to sleep, we can minutely settle accounts together." Soon it was time to ease their clothes and go to bed, and lady Feng occupied the inner room, Ch'in Chung and Pao-yü the outer, while the whole ground was covered with matrons of the household, who had spread their bedding and sat watching. As lady Feng entertained fears that the jade of spiritual perception might be lost, she waited until Pao-yü fell asleep, when having directed a servant to bring it to her, she placed it under the side of her own pillow. What accounts Pao-yü settled with Ch'in Chung cannot be ascertained, and as in the absence of any positive proof what is known is based upon surmises, we shall not venture to place it on record. Nothing worth noticing occurred the whole night, but the next day, as soon as the morning dawned, dowager lady Chia and madame Wang promptly dispatched servants to come and see how Pao-yü was getting on, and to tell him likewise to put on 2 pieces of extra clothing, and that if there was nothing to be done, it would be better for him to go back. But was it likely that Pao-yü would be willing to go back? Besides, Ch'in Chung, in his inordinate passion for Chih Neng, instigated Pao-yü to entreat lady Feng to remain another day. Lady Feng pondered in her own mind that, although the most important matters connected with the funeral ceremonies had been settled satisfactorily, there were still a few minor details, for which no provision had been made; so that, could she avail herself of this excuse to remain another day, would she not win from Chia Chen a greater degree of approbation? In the second place, would she not be able further to bring Ching Hsu's business to an issue? And, in the third place, to humour Pao-yü's wish? In view of these 3 advantages which would accrue, "All that I had to do, I have done," he readily signified to Pao-yü, "and if you be bent upon running about in here, you'll unavoidably place me in still greater trouble, so that we must for certain start homewards to morrow." "My dear cousin, my own dear cousin," urgently entreated Pao-yü, when he heard these words, "let's stay only this one day, and to morrow we can go back without fail." They actually spent another night there, and lady Feng availed herself of their stay to give directions that the case which had been entrusted to her the previous day by the old nun should be secretly communicated to Lai Wang Er. Lai Wang's mind grasped the import of all that was said to him, and, having entered the city with all dispatch, he went in search of the gentleman, who acted as secretary in Mr. Yün's office, pretending that he had been directed by Mr. Chia Lien to come and ask him to write a letter and to send it that very night to the Ch'ang-an magistrate. The distance amounted to no more than 100 li, so that in the space of 2 days everything was brought to a satisfactory settlement. The general, whose name was Yün Guang, had been for a long time under obligations to the Chia family, so that he naturally could not refuse his co-operation in such small trifles. When he had handed his reply, Wang Er started on his way back, where we shall leave him and return to lady Feng. Having spent another day, she on the morrow took leave of the old nun, whom she advised to come to the mansion after the expiry of 3 days to fetch a reply. Ch'in Chung and Chih Neng could not by any means brook the separation, and they secretly agreed to a clandestine assignation, but to these details we need not allude with any minuteness. Sufficient to say that they had no alternative but to bear the anguish and to part. Lady Feng crossed over again to the Temple of the Iron Fence, and ascertained how things were progressing. But as Pao Zhu was obstinate in her refusal to return home, Chia Chen found himself under the necessity of selecting a few servants to act as her companions. But the reader must listen to what is said in the next chapter by way of explanation. End of section 33. Recording by Li Jing.
Section 34 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Buchanan. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 1, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bincraft Joly. Chapter 16, Part 1. Jia Yuanchun is, on account of her talents, selected to enter the Fang Sao Palace. Qin Qing Qing departs in the prime of life by the Yellow Spring Road.
But we must now return to the two lads, Xueqin Cao and Pao-yü. After they had passed, along with lady Feng, from the temple of the iron fence, whither she had gone to see how things were getting on, they entered the city in their carriages. On their arrival at home, they paid their obeisance to dowager lady Chia, madame Wang, and the other members of the family, whence they returned to their own quarters, where nothing worth mentioning transpired during the night. On the next day, Pao-yü, perceiving that the repairs to the outer schoolroom had been completed, settled with Ch'in Chung that they should have evening classes. But as it happened that Ch'in Chung, who was naturally of an extremely delicate physique, caught somewhat of a chill in the country, and clandestinely indulged besides in an intimacy with Chih Neng, which unavoidably made him fail to take good care of himself, he was, shortly after his return, troubled with a cough and a feverish cold, with nausea for drink and food, and fell into such an extremely poor state of health that he simply kept indoors and nursed himself, and was not in a fit condition to go to school. Pao-yü's spirits were readily damped, but as there was likewise no remedy, he had no other course than to wait until his complete recovery, before he could make any arrangements. Lady Feng had meanwhile received a reply from Yuan Kuang, in which he informed her that everything had been satisfactorily settled, and the old nun apprised the Chang family that the major had actually suppressed his indignation, hushed his complaints, and taken back the presents of the previous engagement. But who would have ever anticipated that a father and mother, whose hearts were set upon position and their ambition upon wealth, could have brought up a daughter so conscious of propriety and so full of feeling as to seize the first opportunity, after she had heard that she had been withdrawn from her former intended, and been promised to the Li family, to stealthily devise a way to commit suicide by means of a handkerchief. The son of the major, upon learning that Ch'in Ko had strangled herself, there and then jumped into the river and drowned himself, as he too was a being full of love. The Chang and Li families were, sad to relate, very much cut up, and in very truth, 2 lives and money had been sacrificed all to no use. Lady Feng, however, during this while, quietly enjoyed the 3,000 taels, and madame Wang did not have even so much as the faintest idea of the whole matter. But ever since this occasion, lady Feng's audacity acquired more and more strength, and the actions of this kind which she in after days performed defy enumeration. One day, the very day on which Chia Cheng's birthday fell, while the members of the 2 households of Ning and Jung were assembled together offering their congratulations, and unusual bustle and stir prevailed, a gatekeeper came in at quite an unexpected moment to announce that Mr. Hsia, metropolitan head eunuch of the 6 palaces, had come with the special purpose of presenting an edict from His Majesty, a bit of news which plunged Chia She, Chia Cheng and the whole company into great consternation, as they could not make out what was up. Speedily interrupting the theatrical performance, they had the banquet cleared and the altar laid out with incense, and, opening the centre gate, they fell on their knees to receive the edict. Soon they caught sight of the head eunuch, Hsia Ping-chung, advancing on horseback, and besides himself a considerable retinue of eunuchs. The eunuch Hsia did not, in fact, carry any mandate or present any decree, but straightway advancing as far as the main hall, he dismounted, and, with a face beaming with smiles, he walked into the hall and took his stand on the southern side. "I have had the honour," he said, "of receiving a special order to at once summon Chia Cheng to present himself at court, and be admitted in His Majesty's presence in the Ling Ching Hall." When he had delivered this message, he did not so much as take any tea, but forthwith mounted his horse and took his leave. Chia Cheng and the others could not even conceive what omen this summons implied, but he had no alternative but to change his clothes with all haste and to present himself at court, while dowager lady Chia and the inmates of the whole household were, in their hearts, a prey to such perplexity and uncertainty that they incessantly dispatched messengers on flying steeds to go and bring the news. After the expiry of 4 hours, they suddenly perceived Lai Ta and 3 or 4 other butlers run in, quite out of breath, through the ceremonial gate and report the glad tidings.
"We have received," they added, "our master's commands to hurriedly request her venerable ladyship to take Madame Wang and the other ladies into the palace to return thanks for His Majesty's bounty," and other words to the same purport.
Dowager lady Chia was, at this time, standing with agitated heart under the veranda of the large hall waiting for tidings, whilst the two ladies, Mesdames Xing and Wang, Mrs. Yu, Li Wan, lady Fang, Ying Chun, and her sisters, even up to Mrs. Hsüeh and the rest, were congregated in one place, ascertaining what was the news. Old lady Chia likewise called Lin Tai-yü in, and minutely questioned him as to what had happened. "Your servants," replied Lin Tai, "simply stood waiting outside the Lin Chuang gate, so that we were in total ignorance of what was going on inside, when presently the eunuch Hsia came out and imparted to us the glad tidings, telling us that the eldest of the young ladies in our household had been raised by His Majesty to be an overseer in the Feng Xiao Palace, and that he had, in addition, conferred upon her the rank of worthy and virtuous secondary consort." By and by, Mr. Chia Cheng came out and also told us the same thing. "Master is now gone back again to the Eastern Palace, whither he requests your venerable ladyship to go at once and offer thanks for the imperial favour." When old lady Chia and the other members of the family heard these tidings, they were at length reassured in their minds, and so elated were they all in one moment that joy was visible in their very faces. Without loss of time, they commenced to don the gala dresses suitable to their rank, which done, old lady Chia led the way for the two ladies, Mesdames Xing and Wang, as well as for Mrs. Yu, and their official chairs, 4 of them in all, entered the palace like a trail of fish, while Chia She and Chia Chen, who had likewise changed their clothes for their court dress, took Chia Se and Chia Rong along and proceeded in attendance upon dowager lady Chia. Indeed, of the two households of Ning and Jung, there was not one, whether high or low, woman or man, who was not in a high state of exultation, with the exception of Pao-yü, who behaved just as if the news had not reached his ears, and can you, reader, guess why? The fact is that Ch'i Neng of the Water Moon Convent had recently entered the city in a surreptitious manner, in search of Ch'in Chung, but, contrary to expectation, her visit came to be known by Ch'in Ye, who drove Ch'in Neng away and laid hold of Ch'in Chung and gave him a flogging. But this outburst of temper of his brought about a relapse of his old complaint, with the result that, in 3 or 5 days, he, sad to say, succumbed. Ch'in Chung had, himself, been in a delicate state of health, and had besides receiving a caning before he had got over his sickness, so that when he now saw his aged father pass away from the consequences of a fit of anger, he felt at this stage so full of penitence and distress that the symptoms of his illness were again considerably aggravated. Hence it was that Pao-yü was downcast and unhappy at heart, and that nothing could, in spite of the promotion of Yuan Ch'un by imperial favour, dispel the depression of his spirits. Dowager lady Chia and the rest, in due course, offered thanks and returned home. The relatives and friends came to present their congratulations. Great stir and excitement prevailed during these few days in the mansions of Ning and Jung, and every one was in high glee. But he alone looked upon everything as if it were nothing, taking not the least interest in anything, and as this reason led the whole family to sneer at him, the result was that he got more and more doltish. Luckily, however, Chia Lian and Tai-yü were on their way back, and had dispatched messengers in advance to announce the news that they would be able to reach home the following day, so that when Pao-yü heard the tidings, he was at length somewhat cheered, and when he came to institute minute inquiries, he eventually found out that Chia Yü-ts'un was also coming to the capital to have an audience with His Majesty, that it was entirely because Wang Tzu-tsang had repeatedly laid before the throne memorials recommending him, that he was coming on this occasion to wait in the metropolis for a vacancy which he could fill up, that, as he was a kinsman of Chia Lian's, acknowledging the same ancestors as he did, and he stood, on the other hand, with Tai-yü in the relationship of tutor and pupil, he was, in consequence, following the same road, and coming as their companion, that Lin Ruhai had already been buried in the ancestral vault, and that every requirement had been attended to with propriety; that Chia Lien, on this voyage to the capital, would, had he progressed by the ordinary stages, have been over a month before he could reach home, but that when he came to hear the good news about Yuan Ch'un, he pressed on day and night to enter the capital, and that the whole journey had been throughout, in every respect, both pleasant and propitious. But Pao-yü merely ascertained whether Tai-yü was all right, and did not even so much as trouble his mind with the rest of what he heard; and he remained on the tiptoe of expectation till noon of the morrow, when, in point of fact, it was announced that Mr. Lien, together with Miss Lin, had made their entrance into the mansion. When they came face to face, grief and joy vied with each other, and they could not help having a good cry for a while; after which followed again expressions of sympathy and congratulations, while Pao-yü pondered within himself that Tai-yü had become still more surpassingly handsome. Tai-yü had also brought along with her a good number of books, and she promptly gave orders that the sleeping room should be swept, and that the various knick-knacks should be put in their proper places. She further produced a certain quantity of paper, pencils, and other such things, and distributed them among Pao-ch'ai, Ying-ch'un, Pao-yü, and the rest. And Pao-yü also brought out, with extreme care, the string of ling-ling scented beads, which had been given to him by the Prince of Peking, and handed them, in his turn, to Tai-yü as a present. "What foul man has taken hold of them?" exclaimed Tai-yü. "I don't want any such things." And as she forthwith dashed them down and would not accept them, Pao-yü was under the necessity of taking them back. But for the time being we will not allude to them, but devote our attention to Chia Lien. Having, after his arrival home, paid his salutations to all the inmates, he retired to his own quarters at the very moment that lady Feng had multifarious duties to attend to, and had not even a minute to spare; but, considering that Chia Lien had returned from a distant journey, she could not do otherwise than put by what she had to do, and to greet him and wait on him. "Imperial uncle," she said, in a jocose manner, when she realised that there was no outsider present in the room, "I congratulate you. What fatigue and hardship you, imperial uncle, have had to bear throughout the whole journey! Your humble servant heard yesterday, when the courier sent ahead came and announced that your highness would this day reach the mansion. I have merely got ready a glass of mean wine for you to wipe down the dust with, but I wonder whether your highness will deign to bestow upon it the lustre of your countenance, and accept it." Chia Lien smiled. "How dare I presume to such an honour?" he added by way of rejoinder. "I'm unworthy of such attention. Many thanks, many thanks." P'ing Erh and the whole company of waiting maids simultaneously paid their obeisance to him, and this ceremony concluded, they presented tea. Chia Lien thereupon made inquiries about the various matters which had transpired in their home after his departure, and went on to thank lady Feng for all the trouble she had taken in the management of them. "How could I control all these manifold matters?" remarked lady Feng. "My experience is so shallow, my speech so dull, and my mind so simple, that if any one showed me a club, I would mistake it for a pen. Besides, I'm so tender-hearted that were any one to utter a couple of glib remarks, I couldn't help feeling my heart give way to compassion and sympathy. I've had, in addition, no experience in any weighty questions. My pluck is likewise so very small that when Madame Wang has felt in the least displeased, I have not been able to close my eyes in sleep. Urgently did I more than once resign the charge, but her ladyship wouldn't again agree to it, maintaining on the contrary that my object was to be at ease, and that I was not willing to reap experience. Leaving aside that she doesn't know that I take things so much to heart, that I can scoop the perspiration in handfuls, that I daren't utter one word more than is proper, nor venture to recklessly take one step more than I ought to, you know very well which of the women servants, in charge of the menage in our household, is easy to manage. If ever I make the slightest mistake, they laugh at me and poke fun at me, and if I incline a little one way, they show their displeasure by innuendos. They sit by and look on, they use every means to do harm, they stir up trouble, they stand by on safe ground and look on and don't give a helping hand to lift any one they have thrown over. And they are one and all of them old hands in such tricks. I'm moreover young in years, and not able to keep people in check, so that they naturally don't show any regard for me. What is still more ridiculous is that, after the death of Jung Er's wife in that mansion, brother Chen time and again begged Madame Wang on his very knees to do him the favour to ask me to lend him a hand for several days. I repeatedly signified my refusal, but her ladyship gave her consent in order to oblige him, so that I had no help but to carry out her wish, putting, as is my wont, everything topsy-turvy, and making matters worse than they were, with the result that brother Chen up to this day bears me a grudge and regrets having asked for my assistance. When you see him tomorrow, do what you can to excuse me by him. Young as she is, tell him, and without experience of the world, who ever could have instigated Mr. Chia Cheng to make such a mistake as to choose her?" While they were still chatting, they heard people talking in the outer apartments, and lady Feng speedily inquired who it was. P'ing Erh entered the room to reply. "Lady Hsüeh," she said, "has sent sister Hsiang Ling over to ask me something, but I've already given her my answer and sent her back." "Quite so," interposed Chia Lien with a smile. "A short while ago I went to look up Mrs. Hsüeh, and came face to face with a young girl, whose features were supremely perfect; and as I suspected that, in our household, there was no such person, I asked in the course of conversation Mrs. Hsüeh about her, and found out eventually that this was the young waiting maid they had purchased on their way to the capital, Hsiang Ling by name, and that she had, after all, become an inmate of the household of that big fool Hsüeh. Since she's had her hair dressed as a married woman, she does look so much more preeminently beautiful. But that big fool Hsüeh has really brought contamination upon her." "Ai!" exclaimed lady Feng, "here you are back from a trip to Sudo and Hangdo, where you should have seen something of the world, and have you still an eye as envious and a heart so covetous? Well, if you wish to bestow your love on her, there's no difficulty worth speaking of. I'll take P'ing Erh over and exchange her for her. What do you say to that? That old brother Hsüeh is also one of those men who, while eating what there is in the bowl, keeps an eye on what there is in the pan. For the last year or so, as he couldn't get Hsiang Ling to be his, he made ever so many distressing appeals to Mrs. Hsüeh, and Mrs. Hsüeh, while esteeming Hsiang Ling's looks, though fine, as after all a small matter, thought her deportment and conduct so far unlike those of the other girls, so gentle and so demure, that almost the very daughters of masters and mistresses couldn't attain her standard, that she therefore went to the trouble of spreading a banquet, and of inviting guests, and in open court, and in the legitimate course, she gave her to him for a secondary wife. But half a month had scarcely elapsed before he looked upon her also as a good-for-nothing person, as he did upon a large number of them. I can't, however, help feeling pity for her in my heart." End of section 34.